I study police and gangster films pretending to be a big gang leader. But unexpectedly, there are actually foolish and wealthy second-generation individuals who believe. Directly give me a protection fee of 10 million. I was also given the recently divorced woman manager. Just because I accidentally obtained a top-secret file, the data shows that the company will go bankrupt and collapse in 5 days. And just sell these messages to the boss in advance. The boss has the opportunity to expose the mole and turn the tide. But when I continued to look at the contents inside, I was dumbfounded. Li Yuxian, the eldest granddaughter of the Li family in Yanjing City. There are 18 top retired special forces personnel around for security. Her desk hides a knife, a pistol that is in a loaded state all year round. I closed my eyes and visualized the scene inside the office building. Walked up to Li Yuxian under the watchful eyes of the security guards. Suddenly, the woman raised a handgun and aimed it at herself. As soon as I think of this scene, I suddenly feel sweat pouring down my back and my legs going weak. But faced with this unique opportunity to change destiny, I clenched my fist and pondered for a while, coming up with a move. That is the way of the intelligence trafficker. Sell identity information to Li Yuxian. But what I need to do is to maintain the mystery. So I immediately used my laptop to play the movie The Godfather. Start learning to imitate the Godfather's expression and posture. Then I bought several replica handguns online. A mysterious intelligence trader. There should be more secretive organizations behind. I set myself as someone who has experienced life and death. Cold-blooded killer with hands stained with countless blood. And the most crucial aspect of this is the look in the eyes and the expression. So I took the gun and aimed it at myself in the mirror. I saw myself gradually becoming indifferent, with a restrained expression in my eyes. As the muzzle gradually approaches the center of one's forehead, the sense of immersion and empathy begins to continuously overlap. It feels like right now I'm really being held at gunpoint. The fear of death caused the body to tremble uncontrollably. In the following days, I opened it again. Extremely bloody horror movie. As one thrilling scene after another unfolds before our eyes, my gaze began to gradually become cold and indifferent. And today happens to be the day before the company's bankruptcy. After sending away all my colleagues, dialing that number with the phone pulled out. At this moment, Li Yuxian on the 58th floor of the same building. Take out the silver gray feature phone from the drawer. After seeing a string of unfamiliar numbers, the eyebrows furrowed slightly. Which one? I sit on the dim fire escape stairs with a hint of a smile. Hello, Miss Li. Li Yuxian blurted out upon hearing the words. Who are you? I just chuckled regardless of what she said. Li Yuxian, I really feel sorry for you. You are like a stunning canary in our eyes, trapped in a beautiful cage, performing a struggle with a predetermined outcome. The face of Li Yuxian in the office became increasingly cold. Who are you? And I still calmly recite the lines that have already been written. A touch of dangerous aura poured down from Li Yuxian's body. After pondering for a while, he asked in a deep voice, what do you want to say? My complexion is rosy and the corners of my mouth are lifted. I am here to help you. Open again after a few moments of silence. 15 minutes later, you send someone to pick me up. As for what place it is, I think it's not difficult with Miss Li's ability. After saying that, I hung up the phone first. Then, I patted my clothes and returned to my workstation. Start quietly waiting for the person who will pick me up to appear. And only 10 minutes passed. Li Yuxian has obtained my file. Lu Ping, 26 years old. Company staff. This is an ordinary and extremely ordinary document. Li Yuxian's expression at this moment is unusually solemn. I have been working in this building for 2 years, and she is the one who moved into this building 2 years ago. She doesn't think this is a coincidence. Li Yuxian whispered as she looked at the monitor screen. Who are you in the end? The time has come to 6 o'clock. A woman with excellent temperament appeared outside the office. The eyes of the two people meet. I have a faint smile on my face. Called out the other person's identity in one breath. Secretary Chow. Let's go. Secretary Chow maintained a calm expression and made a gesture of request. The two of them then took the elevator to the 58th floor. Here is only getting Li Yuxian. Forbidden land that only those who are summoned are qualified to go. A row of security guards in black uniforms stood on the long corridor. They stand along the corridor, approximately every 1.5 meters. I have rehearsed this scene long ago, but at this moment, facing these people, I still feel a bit weak in the legs. I can only maintain a dead fish's indifferent gaze. I came to Li Yuxian's office with a breath. At this moment, I saw a person with a square face. The middle-aged man takes a step forward. Offended. I handed the briefcase to Secretary Chow with a calm smile. Then he spoke the pre-written lines. Rules? I have always been the most rule-abiding person. After speaking, I slightly raised my head to meet the gaze of the middle-aged man. Thank you for your trouble, Captain Bao. Bao Huijun looked at me meaningfully. In the company, he always uses the alias Zhang Wenrong. Only a few people, including Li Yuzhen and a few members of the Li family, know the real name. At this moment, I turned around and pushed the frame of the glasses. Captain Bao, is it checked? The middle-aged man did not respond but stood by the door. At this moment, Secretary Chow made another request gesture. After hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Yuzhen, raise your head only after finishing the last page of the file. When the subject of investigation is only me, a staff member in the office building. What kind of person do I think pretended to be your information? So, what is your purpose? I calmly pulled open the chair next to me and sat down. Then, smiling lightly, he responded to Li Yuzhen's gaze. Didn't we already say it? I am here to help you. Li Yuzhen took off her glasses and lightly opened her red lips. Just based on you. How to help? Can you help me kill Song Ziwen? I smiled and looked at Li Yuzhen. It's not that it's not possible. As long as you agree to be my woman. As soon as these words fell, Li Yuzhen's face immediately turned cold. Pull open the drawer and take out that silver-white handgun. The pitch-black muzzle suddenly pressed against my forehead. Speak. Who sent you? As long as a woman lightly taps her index finger, my head will instantly explode like a watermelon. But at this moment, my eyes didn't even blink. But instead, he glanced at her graceful figure and said lightly, Colt M2000 pistol. This is the birthday gift your grandfather gave you when he was young. At that time, Li Jianguo held you in his arms and said boldly, who says women are not as good as men? From now on, my granddaughter Yuzhen is the daughter of my Li family. Upon hearing this, Li Yuzhen's expression revealed astonishment and shock, because at that time, only she and her grandfather were present. Even to this day, it is highly likely that even grandfather has long forgotten. Then Li Yuzhen sat back in her seat and spoke in a cold voice. Let's get to the point. You slightly nodded and raised your eyebrows. Reintroduce myself. I am an intelligence merchant who sells information to those in need. Surname is Liu. Free of charge. You can call me Mr. Liu. In the past 2 years, you have been infiltrated by Song Ziwen with one after another undercover agents by your side. Although you have chosen different tracks for the bet. But currently, it seems that your Chuanya is in a stage of rapid development. Sun Ziwen couldn't sit still a long time ago. After I have revealed all the contents, Li Yuzhen's gaze coldly uttered 2 words. What price? Count you a discounted price, 10 million. Li Yu seemed to respond without even thinking. Deal done. Then I wrote down one name after another with pen and paper, and the corresponding events. Finally, leave your own bank account number. Li Yuzhen looked at the list in the notebook, her gaze still calm, pressing a button on the edge of the table after a while. Xiao Chao, come to my office. In just 1 or 2 minutes after the words fell, the second secretary, Chao Xiaowei, who just brought me here, politely, he pushed open the door and walked into the office. Li Yuzhen's tone carried an extremely cold and questioning attitude. You have taken 5 million from Song Ziwen in the past 2 years. Chao Xiaowei's strong psychological qualities naturally led to her being chosen by Song Ziwen. After hearing these words, I remained calm and composed. Where did Mr. Li get the news from? I am willing to disclose all of my bank accounts and transaction records. Send someone to investigate. Li Yuzhen stared at the other person and spoke coldly. Yuan Li Jinfei Tan Liang Fengdan. Such audacity. Dare to make me dizzy with your coaxing. As each name is announced, Chao Xiaowei tried her best to hide her pupils' contracting. Still, there was a moment of panic captured by Li Yuzhen. Suddenly, with a pop sound, the gunshot rang out. I wiped a glance from the corner of my eye to the fresh blood stained on my fingertips. Looking up, Chao Xiaowei, who was trying to explain, trembled her lips. The whole person fell backwards at my feet. This is my first time witnessing a shooting scene up close. I was completely scared and dared not show the slightest bit. The smile after exercising still hangs on the face. Li Yuzhen looked very indifferent in front of the office desk. After skillfully returning the pistol to its original position, he said lightly, Mr. Liu, thank you for making me laugh. I used my toes to frantically scratch the ground to relieve stress, responding with a gentle smile on one side of the face. Miss Li is truly a daughter of the Li family. Very few people can match this determination. Li Yuzhen smiled when she heard the words. Then he took out another mobile phone from the drawer and tapped the screen. Mr. Liu, the transaction fee has been transferred to you. I looked at the long string of zeros in the text message and didn't dare to examine it closely. With drawn gaze still smiling and nodding. Pleasure to cooperate. Since it is like this, then I won't bother Miss Li anymore. Having said that, I calmly reached out and picked up the briefcase. At this moment, Li Yuzhen also stood up from her desk. I will send Mr. Lu. And just as I got up and prepared to leave, Chow Shall We, who lowered her head and discovered a bullet embedded in her forehead. The pale face with wide open eyes is facing oneself. The momentary eye contact made my heart start racing. I can see Li Yuzhen looking at me out of the corner of my eye, so I once again forced myself to remain calm, moved Chow Shall We's head to the side with the sole of the foot. At this moment, Li Yuzhen stopped in front of the office door, said the car has been prepared to take me home. Upon hearing this, a slight pause appeared on my face. I would prefer to take the subway back if possible, but now is clearly not the time to reject the other party. Therefore, I could only nod calmly. At this moment, Li Yuzhen extended her right hand again. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again next time. I lightly held Li Yuzhen's hand with a faint smile. Continue reading the pre-written copy. It seems that Miss Li is very satisfied with our cooperation this time. Then I can rest assured. Subsequently, Bao Huijun took me to the underground garage, led me to a pure black Maybach again, and as I was about to enter the carriage, a beautiful woman dressed in professional attire sat in the back seat. The eyes were covered by a black cloth, blocking the line of sight. Even so, I still recognized the identity of this woman. It is Lin Xiaoyue, the supervisor I previously complained about. After I sit down steadily, I slowly exhale. Because of this transaction, I discovered my untapped potential. Seemingly, the more tense and dangerous the situation, I can maintain a calm and rational appearance even more. Just as I was about to continue pondering, a foot with a wine-red high-heeled shoe hooked on it. Slowly, gently sweep with the tip of your foot past the side of my calf. The owner of the jade feet seems to be very nervous. The tips of the toes have been constantly trembling slightly. Seeing this, I asked calmly with a slight smile on my lips. Miss Li, is there anything you want to say? Li, Mr. Li said. If you like, I am your gift. And, she said no matter where, you can use it with confidence. Due to Lin Xiaoyue's eyes being covered by a black cloth. Therefore, she still doesn't know that I am her subordinate. At this moment, I asked with a playful expression, propping up my chin. You are voluntary. Lin Xiaoyue pursed her lips and nodded. And then I continued to ask her for more detailed information. My name is Lin Xiaoyue, the administrative supervisor in the company. This year I am 33 years old, height 1.73 meters, weight 125 pounds. I got married once 3 years ago. Just 2 years ago, my husband died in a car accident. Now I rely on my 2-year-old daughter for everything. I smiled and suddenly spoke when I heard this. That's all for now. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped outside an old residential area. I continue to maintain a steady pace while carrying a briefcase, but the rapid and intense gasping gradually no longer hides, until I walked into the pitch-black hallway. Just 2 steps and then 3 steps to reach the second floor. Clench your fist in the darkness. The calm face has an exaggerated and ferocious expression. I don't know how long it took for the movement to stop. Quickly took out the phone from the pocket that had already been set to silent. A text message reminder comes into view. Account number ending in 9527 at Jiaoguo Bank. On December 16th, at 18 hours 45 minutes 61 seconds, transferred the amount of 10 million. I extend my fingers and count the numbers one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10 million. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva with rosy cheeks. This is something I used to not eat or drink. The hard work that takes 70 years to earn. I open my mouth and want to roar wildly. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard downstairs. Upon hearing this, I took a deep breath. Walking slowly towards the 3rd floor with a briefcase in hand, push open the door of the shared rental house. I only saw my roommate Xia Mindan, Dan Din's sister, walking out in a silk camisole nightgown amidst the mist. Lu Ping, you're back. Suddenly, Danjie's movement of wiping her hair paused, because she often teases me like this. Usually, I would blush and look away, then weakly shout Danjie before hastily returning to the house. But today, I have no movement or sound at all, so she looked towards the figure in front of the door. I saw my burning gaze staring straight at her. However, she did not feel offended. Instead, the red lips lightly raised a playful spirit. Danjie rested one hand on the doorframe, then gently lift up the beautiful legs and let the fingers glide over the skin. Lu Ping, sister, are you beautiful? The fire that was just ignited by the supervisor in the car hasn't been extinguished yet. At this moment, seeing this scene, an impulse couldn't help but surge in my heart. But at this moment, Danjie suddenly giggled and pulled her legs back, hurriedly walking towards one's own bedroom. Obviously, she was also worried that she had gone too far. I suddenly called out to her as she was about to close the door. Don Jie. Before, you wanted to be a top-level rich man's mistress. When it comes to this, I swallowed a mouthful of saliva in one breath. My meaning is, how much money does it take for you to become my mistress? The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense as soon as these words were spoken. Xia Mindan carefully observed the briefcase she was holding in front of the door. A man wearing work clothes. After a moment, a brilliant smile appeared on the face. If it's any other man, it would at least be 10 billion, but if it's Lu Ping, I just need 1 billion. Lu Ping, you need to work hard. Sister can wait to be your mistress. The voice fell, and the smiling face gently closed the door. At this moment, I averted my gaze. The rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down. How could I have said such words? Was that really me just now? Since I was young, I have always been a well-behaved and honest person. Since receiving that 10 million, ambition and desire completely break through rationality. I look at myself in the mirror. An indescribable fear rushed into my mind. At this moment, I lowered my head and discovered. A clear image of Chao Shelwei's face unexpectedly appeared by my feet. Seeing the situation, I immediately took off my shoes and threw them away. When I looked again, it seems like I saw a pair of ferocious faces begging for help towards me. I keep swallowing saliva. I don't know how long it took before I trembled and stood up barefoot. Then find a black plastic bag. Gather up the courage to pinch the back of the shoe with 2 fingers. Threw it into the trash bin mixed with kitchen waste. After completing all of this, immediately took a hot shower for myself. Slowly suppressed the feeling of fear. And at this moment, Li Yuzhen's office. Bao Huijun brought back some things from Chao Shelwei's apartment. Li Yuzhen opens the plastic sealed bag. Just casually glanced at it and pressed it under my palm. Go find a substitute for Chao Shelwei's shadow. I will arrange for her. Reasons for reasonable business trips during the year-end promotion period in other places. In addition, form a specialized team for assistance. Shadows in the next month. Handle all social interactions with Chao Shelwei well. After knowing all the undercover plans around me, Li Yuzhen made an extremely crazy decision. Take countermeasures and actively cater to Son Ziwen's plan. Just waiting for Son Ziwen to heat up the public opinion environment. Borrow the heat he generated to stage a classic comeback. This is the courage of Li Yuzhen, the eldest daughter of the Li family's main house in Yanjing City. Bao Huijun straightened his body and nodded solemnly. At this moment, Li Yuzhen tapped her fingertips on the table. What do you think about Mr. Lu? Bao Huijun's gaze froze as he uttered 2 words. Very mysterious. But suddenly, it was as if I remembered something. Before Mr. Lu enters Mrs. Office, I have conducted routine checks on him. I found Mr. Lu seems to be very nervous. Li Yuzhen immediately conducted frame-by-frame analysis of the surveillance footage upon learning about it. After 2.5 minutes, a very bold conclusion was made. She thinks that I occasionally show signs of nervousness, very likely intentionally left for the camera. After a while, the woman raised her red lips high. Interesting. It's really interesting. I just finished taking a shower and returned to the bedroom. A secret intelligence report has been found in front of the bookshelf again. I almost wet myself with just one glance, so I immediately opened the movie Infernal Affairs. Start imitating the actions of the boss eating boxed meals at the police station. Go to the library again to study the self-cultivation of actors. 6 lectures on acting and other authoritative works on performance. I am recording the key points, imagining the appearance of the Godfather in my mind. After sufficient preparation last night, the next day, I went to work as usual, just as I was about to enter the office building. But I found Lin Shouyue waiting for me in the car last night. A group of colleagues is enthusiastically congratulating her. She has been promoted from an administrative supervisor to a director. I knew it with just one glance. This must be Li Yuzhen's way of repaying me by having her serve me. Lin Shouyue walked into the hall, pretending to be calm. The scene from last night keeps echoing in my mind for a long time. Although the eyes were blindfolded and couldn't see the person's face. But what can be certain is that he should be very young. And when I just arrived at my workstation and was about to sit down, the figure of the supervisor suddenly appeared outside the office door. Li Yuzhen specifically asked me to coordinate with Lin Shouyue for the work. Upon hearing these words, my eyes narrowed and my eyelids twitched, and as I pondered how to respond later, my good friend Daisher suddenly patted my shoulder. Let's go. What are you staring at? Soon, the two of us took the elevator to the 48th floor. I nodded and followed behind the big rock, trying to avoid surveillance. But who would have expected the camera on top to suddenly start rotating? My blood suddenly became hot. The image of Chao Shelwei's death reappeared in front of my eyes. I want to avoid the camera as much as possible, but I can't move my legs. and at this moment, the camera has already fully turned over. I had to forcefully calm my mind and raise the corners of my mouth. Look up, look directly at the camera, and give a faint smile before speaking. Nice to see you again. Li Yuzhen looked at the surveillance, tapping her fingertips on the table. A trace of doubt appeared in the cold eyes, because she saw many contradictions in me. A ferocious beast and a lamb should not appear together in the same person. At this moment, I have already arrived at the door of Lin Xiuyue's office, and Lin Xiuyue is sketching with paper and pen the outline of that important person last night. At this moment, the big rock suddenly spoke jokingly. Your goddess became a director. I slightly raised the corners of my mouth. Facing Li Yuzhen will only be accompanied by tension and pressure, but in the face of Lin Xiuyue, there is an indescribable sense of freedom and exhilaration. After waiting for the secretary's notification, I slowly enter the office. Lin Xiuyue immediately put the sketchbook back into the drawer when she saw the situation. Then pick up another document. Prepare to finish reading this document before dealing with the two of us. She had barely finished reading the first page when her eyebrows furrowed. Then he looked up and his gaze fell on me. Goosebumps appeared on the woman's fair back. She felt a sense of vagueness as she traced the outline in the drawer. The mysterious man without facial features. It is this inconspicuous ordinary office worker in front of me, but immediately changed my mind when I thought about it. The important person that Mr. Li values so much. How could it be a loser with a monthly salary of 30,000? Then the woman's momentum suddenly met my gaze. In our Chuanhe year-end promotion campaign, your woman culture needs. Responsible is a very important part. Just as the three of them were getting into a good rhythm discussing work, the secretary suddenly knocked on the door. The designer was called out under the pretext of needing a meeting. There were only two of us left in the office, me and Lin Xiuyue. At this moment, Lin Xiuyue unconsciously extended her palm to block in front of her. Look through the gaps between your fingers and see the young man sitting in front of you. I found that my silhouette behind the black cloth completely overlapped. At this moment, Lin Xiuyue's eyes suddenly brightened as her fingertips caressed. She vaguely remembers that there was a protrusion behind the man's earlobe. It could be a mole or it could be a hair follicle. To verify the inner conjecture, the woman suddenly changed the topic of conversation. Mr. Liu, I can't quite reach a document in the bookshelf over there. Can you please help me to pick it up? I looked directly into Lin Xiuyue's eyes and nodded. At the same time, the woman walked up to me, guide to the top of the bookshelf for a document. Then, he stared straight at my right ear. But at this moment, the door suddenly and abruptly made a loud noise. But the woman didn't bother with the knocking and continued to look up. The result was that I had already turned my head and taken off the folder. And at this moment, the secretary pushes the door open again. Director Lin, Director Kai has a meeting and needs you to attend it now. Lin Xiuyue nodded when she heard the words and had no choice but to leave temporarily. At this moment, there is only me left in this spacious office. Xian Ho Deshishi and Lin Xiuyue were called away one after another. This is obviously not a coincidence. The intelligence shows that Li Yuzhen has a strong desire for control. Therefore, she must be staring at me in the office right now, and the most obvious location is the area in front of me. So I looked straight ahead and gave a faint smile. At this moment, Li Yuzhen is looking at me in the picture. Then enlarge the monitoring instantaneously. The text on the note can be clearly seen. Those are lines of design requirements and professional design sketches. On the strong and stunning cheeks of a woman. The first time showed a hint of doubt and apprehension. If there really is a huge entity behind Lu Ping. So, it is possible to make intelligence personnel so meticulous and authentic. The power and ambition it represents are beyond her imagination. The woman immediately closed the screen. Pushed open Lin Xiuyue's office door 2.5 minutes later. Nice to see you again, Mr. Liu. I carefully choose my words and speak in a very calm tone. Miss Li wants to see me. Of course, you can see it any time. Upon hearing this, Li Yuzhen smiled faintly. Talking to someone as smart as you is really boring. Then I won't keep you in suspense either. Mr. Liu helped me a lot this time. I wonder if you would honor me with your presence for dinner. Feeling the gaze of women. I want to refuse. Because eating can reveal too many intimate details of behavior. And if Li Yuzhen chooses a Western-style dinner, or something that I have never even seen before, I will soon be exposed in front of her. But I just chuckled lightly and gently held Li Yuzhen's right hand. Then I can really look forward to it. Until I watch Li Yuzhen walk out of the office. I finally let out a long breath. Immediately afterwards, run to the toilet cubicle, querying dining etiquette for Western cuisine using a mobile phone. I was dumbfounded when I clicked on the first column. Besides French, Italian, and English styles, there are various classifications. The main course also includes soup, appetizers, and main dishes, so I decisively exited the page and turned off my phone. Rather than clumsily imitating Western dining etiquette, better to respond calmly and composedly, sorry, never eaten before. 6:15 p.m. I arrived at the underground parking garage as agreed. A regular Mercedes-Benz E-Class stopped at my feet. After sitting in the carriage, Euan put down the documents in her hand and looked at me. Mr. Liu, nice to see you again. The same words, but with different tones and expressions. At this moment, she exudes a hint of top-tier womanly charm. My heart skipped a beat when I heard those words. Euan in the dark alley is simply a versatile enchantress. But the corners of the mouth still responded with a smile. To be cherished by Miss Li, such a woman. It is truly my honor. Lu Ping. Euan did not engage in excessive small talk with me. Soon she refocused on the documents and contracts in her hands. I look out the window, trying my best to calm down my nervousness. But I noticed the reflection of Euan's jade foot in the car window. Just one look and the eyes can't move away. I can't help but sigh about this world. How can there be such a perfect proportion? But at this moment, a sudden and jarring sound in my ears. The cold and glamorous voice of Euan resounded. Want to touch? Upon hearing these words, my back hairs suddenly stood on end. The woman's gaze carries a chilling coldness, but no matter what, you must never show fear. So I calmly responded once again. If possible. Euan's red lips gently parted, overflowing with a smile. Then lift your right foot and extend it towards me. I don't know how, but I actually reached out my hand. The fingertips slowly extend towards the calf. The smile on Euan's face remains unchanged, but the depths of the eyes are becoming colder and colder. The left hand hangs down beside the handrest. The intelligence indicates that there is also a handgun hidden there. As long as I dare to touch her, she will definitely not hesitate to break me. So I withdrew my hand with a regretful expression on my face. Let's do it next time. Approximately 20 minutes later, the vehicle is parked in front of a classical building. Euan took off her gold-rimmed glasses and smiled as she spoke. Mr. Liu, please. The restaurant sign is a string of unfamiliar French words. Damn it. What tone of voice do I use to say that I have never eaten Western food? At this moment, Euan took the champagne and poured it for me. Then he picked up the glass in front of him. I looked at the beautiful person in front of me, feeling nervous and excited. As the crisp sound of collision resounds, Euan took a sip and spoke softly. This bottle of Dom Perignon Rose Gold was produced in 1996. A total of 35 bottles were produced in one batch. Upon hearing this, I set down my wineglass and jokingly said, then I drank. It's really like Shu Beiji not knowing the value of ginseng fruit. I am just an ordinary person. I don't usually drink beer often, not to mention champagne wine. Of course, this naturally cannot deceive Euan. So she asked with a probing tone. It seems that Mr. Liu is not very fond of Western food on a regular basis. I shrugged and responded calmly. My identity does not allow me to frequent these places. Euan had a look of sudden realization. No wonder Mr. Liu can achieve this level. No wonder I thoroughly investigated your information, but still can't see any flaws. The atmosphere gradually relaxed in the next few minutes. I thought I could quickly get through this dinner, but unexpectedly, Euan suddenly asked a soul-stirring question. Mr. Liu, your circle is too mysterious and unpredictable. Even my grandfather at home keeps secrets from you all. I wonder if Mr. Liu can share something with me. My heart skipped a beat when I heard that. Circle? I have a circle of chicken feathers. Ha! Looking at Euan's straight and focused gaze, my brain is frantically flipping through those two pieces of information. After a moment, a smile was forced out and I nervously spoke up. That is a place not exposed to sunlight. It is a gathering place for a group of ambitious individuals. Euan's cannibalistic eyes stared at me intently. Then repeat this sentence. In an instant, every hair on my body stood on end. In the interval before the next dessert arrived, hastily found an excuse to go to the restroom. Wipe off the sweat from your body with a tissue. From Euan's reaction just now, she probably thinks I'm just a puppet on a string. The true mastermind behind the scenes has not yet appeared. 5 minutes later, I calmly and composedly returned to the dining table. This is the best approach at the moment. Do not attempt to explain in the face of doubt. After eating dessert, Euan took me to the entrance of the residential area. I entered the hallway after watching the Mercedes drive away. At this moment, Euan in the car spoke coldly. How is the investigation going? Bao Huijun looked up and respectfully replied to the rearview mirror. Misreport. According to the investigation, Mr. Liu's file has no issues. But during my sophomore year, there was a period of time when I became very excited. if he is recruited by an organization, so it is highly likely to be during this time period. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuzhen closed her eyes. Every frame of the image of seeing me flashed through my mind. After a long time, make a judgment in your heart. Lu Ping is just a puppet manipulated by the intelligence organization, and I just returned to the rental house. I couldn't wait to take out those 2 pieces of intelligence from behind the bookshelf. There have been no changes in Li Yuzhen's company. No one cared about Chao Shelwei's disappearance, and the other few traitors are still in their respective positions. My pupils contracted as I looked at the contents in the intelligence report. This woman actually wants to play along, waiting for Song Ziwen to pour dirty water on Xuanye Company. After reaching its peak on the entire internet, the popularity reverses by taking advantage. According to the normal process, Li Yuzhen can succeed, but unfortunately, she is destined to fail, because there is one page in the intelligence report that clearly indicates Sun Yat-sen only wants to gain power through his family's influence. Disconnect the overseas freight forwarding logistics company that Li Yuzhen has already arranged. So, due to the chain reaction of order breach and product damage, will directly destroy Chuan's chance of ever turning things around. After sorting out all my thoughts, I opened the second set of intelligence. Founder of Costco Shipping Group, Yuan Taiping, the third spokesperson of Xiaomen, executed a plan to raise insects at the age of 54. The orphanage with 200 people only provides meals for 10 people per day. Children start killing each other in order to survive. And in the end, the child named Ding Qing survived, was adopted by Yuan Taiping as his son, became his sharpest knife. For decades, I have thrown my head and shed my blood for Yuan Taiping. Dante Chang never dreamed of it. This was his most trusted godfather, the culprit who killed his own wife and children. I suddenly became excited when I saw this. Just tell Ding Qing this intelligence. Remove Yuan Taiping from power and make him the new spokesperson for the group through his help. There is a way to help Li Yuzhen solve the logistics crisis. It will also help to dispel her doubts and investigation of me. So the next night I went to Ding Qing's bar. The middle-aged man in charge had a faint smile on his face. Teacher, what can I help you with? Upon hearing this, I paused for a moment and slowly began to speak. I want to meet Mr. Ding Chun. In the moment when the words Mr. were uttered, the man's gaze became suspicious. Seeing this, I added again. Just say that I am Ms. Zhang's friend. The man's pupils dilated upon hearing the 3 words Ms. Zhang. He doesn't know my identity and dare not be negligent. Please wait a moment. I need to make an announcement. The man appeared again shortly after. Then, very solemnly, he took me to a private room. Teacher, Mr. Ding is waiting for you. I took a deep breath before I had a chance to assess the people inside the room. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Immediately, a big hand grabbed my head. A bull smashed the glass in the middle of the door into pieces. Crimson blood instantly flowed out from the back of my head. After a moment of confusion, I finally saw the middle-aged man in front of me. That is a creature enraged like a wild beast. Pain, fear, and dread instantly surged in my heart. But this feeling is fleeting, because the current situation is something I intentionally pushed for. I looked at Ding Qing with a compassionate smile. Ding Qing, do you know about Truman's World? Ding Qing's expression remained unchanged, but anger was weighing heavily on his heart. He wants to grab my head and continue to strike, but he still let go of his hand. What do you want to say? After standing firm, move your head away from the glass. The waves of pain surged from the back of the head to the heart. I bared my teeth and took a breath of cold air. Do you know because of this? What are you going to give next? As soon as the words fell, several subordinates of Ding Qing's had their veins bulging. I was about to move forward, but Ding Qing raised his hand to stop me. Seeing the situation, I pushed through the crowd and sat down in front of the sofa. After drinking a glass of champagne, he spoke in a cold voice. I suggest that everyone in the room should put away their phones. Ding Qing stared at my eyes intently and suddenly said in a deep voice, do as he says. Before long, the men and women sitting down all handed over their phones. But I am still not satisfied, but instead, looked towards another middle-aged man. This time, Ding Qing's face suddenly turned dark. That man is his most trusted friend. 2 people are brothers who have protected each other and risked their lives for each other. At this moment, the middle-aged man shouted. Qingzi took out the phone from the pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Ding Qing walked up to me and sat down. Do not say anything. You can't leave this room tonight. Upon hearing this, I picked up a tissue and wiped my mouth. I will tell you a story. It has 2 perspectives. First-person perspective. Winter 1996. The 14-year-old orphan is about to die. I will elongate the discourse with a sense of storytelling. Most people in the room were listening without understanding. Ding Qing's eyelids twitched slightly, and another middle-aged person lost in thought. That year, orphanage that often distributes winter supplies to orphans, reduced the supply for orphans. I don't know who started it. To survive, one must fight for food like hyenas. The orphans of the entire Zhonghai, China's inland sea, began to passively huddle together, and the 14-year-old orphan ate his only food, secretly gave food to a weak companion who had been robbed. Then, alone, he plunged into the city to compete with other gangs for food. Ultimately, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. When the light in front of him is about to fade away, a tall figure appeared in front of me. I no longer speak after the story reaches this point. After discovering that Ding Qing has not changed at all, I started telling the story from a second perspective. A 54-year-old man. In the winter of 1996, the plan to raise goo worms was proposed in Zhonghai. So he is in the welfare institution of his power. Start reducing the orphan supplies for the winter. The poor children want to live, can only snatch food from the hands of the remaining orphans. At the same time, that man sent out spies, carefully observing each of the most brilliant talents in this plunder. As soon as the words fell, Ding Qing, who has been calm all along, suddenly looked up. Bloodshot veins crawled out of his narrowed eyes, but there is a faint smile on my face. This is Truman's world. Ding Qing's irritable mood suddenly restrained. The cold winter of his childhood was his nightmare. Even today, he often dreaming of a starving servant, dreaming of an iron pillar being beaten to death to protect their food. And Yuan Yi is the person he respects the most, for having the grace of saving lives. A beam of light shone into him at his most desperate moment. Ding Qing lowered his head again and ate from the fruit platter with big bites. And at this moment, I spoke again. I will tell you another story. Still 2 perspectives. First-person perspective. The 14-year-old orphan has grown up. His status and prestige are increasing. I was betrayed when I was 30 years old, and just as he fell in an alleyway waiting for death, the beautiful girl wearing a white long dress at the entrance of the alley reflects in my eyes. After that, they got married and had children together. This seems to be a good ending, but there is still a second perspective. That man plans to attract a large number of talents by using the method of raising goo. Successfully took the position of decision-maker. Speaking of this, I looked at Ding Qing with pity. That man began to be wary of his 30-year-old adopted son. And so, 5 years later, the wife and children of the adopted son died inexplicably at the hands of the enemy. The last 2 sentences exploded in the private room. A complex, crazy, and twisted look flashed in Ding Qing's eyes. What you said is true. Yuan Yi is the man he regards as a father. He has never doubted the latter even a bit. He has taken too many bullets and knives for the old man in his lifetime. He has never coveted that position. I didn't respond when I heard the words, but instead, he swayed his body back, holding onto the wine glass. Then there is an unmasked toothy grin. Mr. Ding's hands are really ruthless. At this point, I have already entered the state of performance, became a mysterious intelligence merchant thoroughly. Seeing the situation, Ding Qing lowered his voice and solemnly spoke up. I apologize to the gentleman. After speaking, he picked up the champagne bottle next to him, smashed fiercely against his own forehead in the morning. When I saw the scene, I had no expression on my face and uttered 2 words. Not enough. Ding Qing silently looked at me without saying a word. He clenched his fist and then slightly bent his knees, but he can never kneel down. Ding Qing walked out of a hyena in this life, relying on this pride and self-esteem. Even the most respected foster father, Mr. Euan, has never knelt down. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons why Mr. Euan is wary of him. But after a moment, Ding Qing knelt heavily in front of me. I saw him lower his head, his body trembling slightly as he spoke. Please tell me, sir, he is the second in command of China Ocean Shipping Group. Ding Qing. I watched the middle-aged man kneeling in front of me. A different kind of wonderful feeling begins to spread throughout my body. So I played with the tall glass and whispered softly, if you want to confirm, why not ask your good brother? Ding Qing suddenly looked up, his face full of disbelief. Then look at my good brother Yuan Lijun not far away. Yuan Lijun's lips trembled when he saw the situation. Qing Gu. I don't have. He walked out of the orphanage with Ding Qing. Both of them have been willing to entrust their backs to each other for decades. At this moment, I squinted my eyes and looked at Yuan Lijun. Do you remember the day before Mrs. Jiang and her daughter had an accident? What did you say to Mr. Yuan? Yuan Lijun's lips suddenly trembled as if recalling something. It's me. I really caused the death of my best friend's wife and daughter. Ding Qing understood everything as soon as he saw this reaction. He grabbed the champagne cork that had just been knocked off, pressed Yuan Lijun tightly against the corner of the wall. Yuan Lijun faced Ding Qing's gaze. No resistance, no explanation. Tears keep falling down from the corners of my eyes. Yuan Lijun longs for death at this moment. Desire for life to end in Ding Qing's hands. It seems that only in this way can he feel a little better. At this moment, my fingertips are still tapping on the tall glass, watching the confrontation between the two big shots in front of me. The heart is shouting with excitement and roaring. I am just an ordinary little employee, but he single-handedly made Ding Qing and Yuan Lijun of China Ocean Shipping Group fight to the death. Then I slightly raised the corners of my mouth and uttered a word. Dead, or alive. As soon as the words fell, just saw Ding Qing tightly clutching the wine bottle, swiftly stabbed towards Yuan Lijun's neck. Yuan Lijun still did not hide. Just the lips moved, forming the shape of an apology. Then close your eyes and embrace death. Just when I was lamenting that I only used the intelligence twice, witnessing two murder scenes, sharp bottle shards moved away from Yuan Lijun's throat, left only a shallow cut at the Adam's apple with a trace of blood. Ding Qing's eyes stared at Yuan Lijun, their eyes bloodshot. You and I, brothers, cutting ties from now on. Then he took a sip of strong liquor and looked at me. I will repay what I owe you. What do you want? I watched the other people in the room with a faint smile. You should know how to do it based on your abilities. The election of the new spokesperson for your lineage. Just the day before the Euan big promotion. I give you time to consider. I will wait for your call before midnight tonight. After speaking, I picked up my briefcase and patted his shoulder. No need to send. Under the watchful eyes on both sides of the corridor, successfully walked out of the bar, enduring the tension. Immediately after, I hailed a taxi. The driver saw me with a bloody head. Without asking too much, he stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the hospital. And at this moment, several cars followed behind. Luxury hotel top suite. Li Yuan stood by the window and coldly spoke into the phone. He went to see Ding Cheng, and after hanging up the phone, several photos imprinted in the woman's eyes. That is a scene of a posterior cerebral hemorrhage walking out of an abstinent bar. At the same time, inside the quiet bar private room, Ding Cheng lay back on the sofa and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Li Yuan? What do they want? Targeted China Shipping Group. Still, Ding Cheng suddenly struggled when thinking about this. If you are not kind, then do not blame me for being unjust. Yuan, Jinjin, I will avenge you. I am currently at the hospital treating my wounds. Received a phone call from Ding Cheng. I returned to the rental house at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. The hair strand that was placed when confirming the gap in the door is still there. Only then did I let down my guard and push open the door to enter the bedroom. And the first thing is to open the bookcase. Sure enough, the third piece of intelligence has appeared. This is another great person's meticulous life. Yuan Taiping, Ding Cheng, even if the murder is terrifying, blood must be shed. But this one doesn't need to. I deduced after integrating the information. Li Yuan will encounter 3 major changes during the year-end promotion. The 2 are ocean freight logistics and promotional marketing, and traffic resources. If Yuan Taiping represents maritime transportation. So, what this intelligence represents is propaganda. The next morning, I arrived at the Porsche Center. Just received 10 million from Li Yuan. I dare not spend it at all. Afraid of being discovered as weak beneath her wolf skin. There is no longer this concern after seeing Ding Qing. At this moment, a female salesperson sitting in the back seat is introducing the selling points to me. The nose lightly sniffed the continuous scent of perfume coming from the other party. So I pushed my glasses, placed the palm on the plump leg of the female salesperson. The woman's body suddenly tightened. The pretty face suddenly drooped. At this moment, I blurted out immediately. I want this car. Full payment by credit card. The female salesperson's suspicious gaze immediately overflowed with a smile. Good, good. Please wait, teacher. I'm going now. After a moment, the woman returned to the back seat again. Then the car door was closed automatically. Teacher, what configuration do you want? After speaking, he enthusiastically leaned towards me. I gently stroked the woman's dark long hair and calmly speak. I won't look at this. I only want the best and most expensive top-of-the-line version. Upon hearing the words, the female salesperson named Li Ying's pupils dilated. Top-of-the-line model 2056. Turbo's Executive Extended version 4.0T. The total price is 2,748, 385 yuan. I took the pen without any hesitation and signed the contract. Spent nearly 3 million in a breath. And then I drew a circle on the woman's lips. I want to stay right here, looking at the customers coming and going outside the car window. Li Ying lightly bites her red lips. Feeling a bit shy, I spoke again upon seeing the situation. 100,000. This is extra for you. The black pen slipped suddenly from the woman's hand. Then the coat was changed to be worn in front of the body. I looked up for a while and then let out a long breath. I walked out of the Porsche Center carrying a briefcase after 30 seconds, recalling the experience just now, furrowed brows and uttered 2 words, did not perform well. Meanwhile, Ding Chung has already started taking action. He drove to the entrance of Yuan Taiping's villa early in the morning. Looking at the old butler who was once respectfully called Mr. Jia in front of me, blood surged from the depths of Ding Qing's eyes. When the car stops, the Sichuan opera face changes directly. A hearty voice reached out and embraced the old man's shoulder. Ha ha, is grandfather's health still good? Jia Yi smiled as he looked at Ding Cheng. I'm doing very well. Master Ding, you haven't been here for a while. Ding Cheng responded nonchalantly with a decadent expression on his face. Here it comes. I really miss you and Yuan Yi. Then, with hands in pockets, he followed behind Master Jia, although there is still a carefree smile in the eyes, but deep in the eyes, memories of what Lu Ping said are coming back. Grandfather Jia is the person whom old Master Yuan trusts the most, also the one who knows Yuan Lao's methods the best. At this moment, the two of them walked through the corridor and courtyard, one in front and one behind. Ding Qing casually spoke after passing by each black-clad bodyguard. The old man is still so afraid of death. And when he just walked into the Chinese-style garden and had not yet approached, I heard a series of laughter like silver bells. I saw Mr. Yuan lying on a lounge chair, a refined middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses brews tea, and in the nearby corner, Yuan Ye's grandson is playing in front of the flower bed. An elegant woman waits by my side. Her gaze never left her son for a moment. Ding Qing gazes at the scene of filial piety, with children and grandchildren surrounding their loving father. I see the respectful smile on Ding Qing's face at this moment. Yuan Ye's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke hoarsely. Wan you take Zua Xin down first. Upon hearing this, Ding Cheng abruptly entered the garden. Then spread your arms and lift Xiaozua above your head. The little one has recently become heavier, about to grow into a big guy. And in the moment he picked up the child, the old man, as steady as a mountain, instinctively tightened his body. The refined and elegant middle-aged man has the least reaction, just calmly watching as he picked up his son. And Zhuanjie appeared the most nervous. Open your hands and keep your eyes on the child in Ding Qing's arms. After seeing this scene, Ding Qing secretly thought, Lord Yuan, you have finally grown old. But there was no change in expression on the face. Smiling, he put the child down and patted the latter's head. Sister Wan, take Xiaozua down. At this moment, Master Jia called the servant to bring a chair and place it next to Master Yuan. After Ding Qing approached and sat down, Yuan Yi stood up and glanced at him. What's wrong with my head? Ding Qing casually touched the gauze on his head without caring. Drank too much yesterday. Fell down. Yuan Taiping did not hesitate to raise his voice and scolded a sentence. Please pay attention to your image. Our team's faces are all going to. You have completely embarrassed me. Ding Qing still maintains a cynical attitude. How could it be? Who still remembers me now? Now the entire Chowmen circle. Who doesn't know the future decision-makers of China Ocean Shipping Group? It is the return of overseas returnees who are elite. Not us. Who come from? The hooligans who crawled and fought in the stinky sewer. Yuan Yi, whose voice was filled with age spots, showed a smile. Son-in-law Song Yu gradually takes over Ding Qing's subordinate forces. He is very satisfied with the process of coming into power. At this moment, the refined man poured a cup of tea and handed it to Ding Cheng. Qinggu is overrated. Future Shanghai shipping. We still need both of us brothers to work hard together. Ding Qing's eyes met the gaze of Song Yu's approaching eyes. Then the fingers intentionally trembled carelessly. The scalding hot tea burned Song Yu's fingers bright red. Song Yu did not make any strong reaction, still maintaining that elegance. At this moment, Ding Qing's face showed an anxious expression. Sorry. Hand not held steady. Then Ding Qing picked up the lid and stirred the tea soup. The action of bowing down to drink tea hides the expression in the eyes. He did not continue to probe in the following period of time. Just as usual, a lazy and decadent appearance. After a while, suddenly looked towards Jia Yi who was beside. Does Yuan Yi still have the wine he gave me last time? If you have any, please give me a few more bottles. After speaking, Ding Cheng looked at Yuan Taiping with a playful smile. Yuan Yi. Okay. After Yuan Taiping nodded, Ding Cheng stood up and bowed to Lord Yuan with his hands clasped together. Then he followed closely behind the butler without hesitation. And when he turned around, Yuan Yi and Song Yu stared straight at his back. Then they exchanged a meaningful glance. After entering the wine cellar, Ding Cheng's footsteps suddenly stopped. The butler turned around in confusion and looked at Ding Cheng. Master Ding had not finished speaking his 3 words yet. Ding Cheng took out his mobile phone and spoke with a poker face. I prepared a gift for Master Jia. Grandfather looked at the screen and was startled. His most beloved grandson in the picture is bound, continuously shouting Grandpa, save me with a hoarse crying voice. One of the fugitives drew out a sharp knife. A bloodstain is drawn on the delicate neck of a child. Jia Ye's eyes were wide open as he stared straight at Ding Cheng. Ding Cheng looked at Jia Yi with red eyes. Grandfather, do you also feel heartache? She was only 5 years old at that time. She will also sweetly call you Grandpa Jia, right? Did you forget? Upon hearing these words, old steward Jia was first startled. Immediately afterwards, the whole person calmed down again. I don't have. Although he did not participate in the incident involving Ding Cheng's wife and daughter at that time, but also watched the whole process, Ding Cheng looked at the old butler and coldly shouted, you must be wondering. Even Yuan Yi wouldn't know about their family. But why do I know about their family's news? At this moment, the grandson was slashed by the villain, leaving a bloody wound. Grandfather's pupils trembled with a trembling voice, pleading, stop, you make him stop. Keddingking continued to speak with a playful smile. After Euan and Jinjin left, it has been a full 5 years. I have been investigating why that day was so coincidental. He suddenly looked at Jia Yi when he mentioned this. The ferocious expression on the face turned into a thick mockery. During this process, I found some interesting information. Grandfather, you have been following Yuan Yi since you were 13 years old. You are master and servant, but more importantly, you are brothers. And before this family, you have had another relationship and another family before. But why did they both die on the same day? Speaking of this, Ding Cheng's smile on his face became even more intense. I am saying, is there a possibility of this happening? Several decades ago in that rented room, Yuan Taiping personally killed your wife and son, who were only 23 years old at the time. How sad. The one you trust and are loyal for is actually your greatest enemy. Ding Cheng grinned and said word for word. Each of his words was like the sharpest knife. This piece of information was not what Lu Ping had told Ding Cheng. Lu Ping had only said part of the information in Yuan Taiping's intelligence about the old housekeeper, Master Jia. As a matter of fact, in all of Lu Ping's information about Yuan Taiping, who is extremely suspicious and trusts almost no one, only trusts this old housekeeper Jia Showdown, who grew up with him and fought for the kingdom, and Master Yuan really treats Jia Showdown as a blood brother. Back then, when Master Jia's wife was killed, Master Yuan had also been really angry and agonized. This was also why such a past was recorded in Lu Ping's intelligence. Ding Cheng did not care about the truth. It only put this long ago unverifiable shit on Master Yuan's head. No. Impossible. Back then, brother Yuan. The old housekeeper, Master Jia's lips trembled lightly, and his interface was about to retort. Then why did you send them outside to be raised, and even intentionally were hiding them from Yuan Taiping? Ding Cheng interrupted the old housekeeper's words, pointing at the cell phone and sneering. The old housekeeper, Master Jia, paused. He had witnessed too many things from Master Yuan, and when the second son was born, he was truly afraid. Do you know why I was able to find out information about them? Yuan Taiping is such a suspicious person. How could you possibly hide it from him? I found them just by keeping an eye on Yuan Taiping. Ding Cheng quickly said, not giving Master Jia time to react. The truth was that the old housekeeper Master Jia had made a mistake for a while, and Yuan Taiping knew about Master Jia's hidden son after his meticulous investigation, but didn't bother. Instead, he went further and cleared all the breakages. The old housekeeper, Master Jia, was disheveled. He knew that this was as far as Yuan Taiping could go. Jia Showdown. Ding Cheng's eyes widened as he suddenly shouted, you think that they can escape, even if it's not me? Ding Cheng roared like a trapped beast in a Judas fight. The old housekeeper, Master Jia, let go of his hand, the clutched cell phone hanging down. He inhaled deeply, meeting Ding Cheng's eyes covered with a single bloodshot thread, and hoarsely said, what do you want? I want to take back everything that belongs to me. Buzz. The cell phone placed by the desk vibrated. Lu Ping grabbed the phone and looked at it, returning it to its original position as he continued to finish his work for a while before picking it up and heading out of the office in a poofy manner. Stepping into the end of the corridor. Looking at the window, he dialed the number and attached the phone to his ear. Hello. Lu Ping said calmly. He listened to the words on the other end of the phone, his black and white gaze constantly flickering. Well done. The heart marveled. However, the face did not show the slightest bit of it. Lu Ping only said in a deep voice, there is not much time left for you. Chapter 31 Lupin's Hobby. Nice weather. Still standing in place, holding the cell phone. Lu Ping tilted his head and glanced at the blazing winter sun, a rare good weather in the winter in Shanghai, suitable for ordinary people to take their girlfriends and family members out for shopping and afternoon tea. Eyes downward. A rising skyscraper sparkled, refracting the light of the blazing sun. Lu Ping exhaled deeply and whispered. Ever since he was able to refresh the information in his bookcase, he only felt that his once boring and uninteresting life had completely changed, and every day was extraordinarily fulfilling. Today, in the morning, he was as helpless as a person who fell from a height, as desperate as a person drowning in the deep sea. At noon, they bought a million luxury car, in the back of the car Wantley vent, and gazed at the second chair of the China shipping group in the air to hand out the pitch. Don't think so much. Just run forward. Lu Ping shook his head. He realized that he couldn't think too much. The moment he thought too much, his originally firm heart would be entangled with uneasiness. Turning around, walked back to the office. Pingzi, you rest a little longer, around 3 o'clock, we'll go to Chuanha for a meeting. Ying, you come along too. Fellow colleague Gudashi turned around and said to Lu Ping and Zhang Ying. After a few answering words, Lu Ping's small group returned to silence. He had been absent for half a day in the morning, and even if Gudashi and Zhang Ying had taken most of the tasks for him, he still had quite a bit of work on his hands. Focusing his attention, he did not think about the intelligence anymore, about that one big shot, and only immersed himself in the task. 3:15. Gudashi glanced at the time and stretched before grabbing the folder and turning around, tapping Lu Ping's desk. A few minutes later, Gudashi walked in front, Lu Ping and Zhang Ying walked side by side behind him, and the three of them left our league culture and stepped into the elevator. Lu Ping was no longer as nervous as he was last time, only ringing the folder and notebook, collecting his expression and watching the elevator's floor change. Ding! The crisp and pleasant sound of the elevator rang out. Lu Ping, who leaned back position, was still more solemn for a few moments. He followed Gudashi towards Chuanha, and once again looked at that first camera of Chuanha, which had previously been turned towards him, with Li Yuzhen watching behind the camera. Lu Ping held his breath and adjusted his posture in the smallest detail. More subdued, more mysterious. But as their group stood in the front lobby, surrounded by weaving crowds of people brushing past them, the camera from the party, as well as the cameras in different locations around them, did not change in the slightest. The green points of light flickered. No, keep your attention on me again? Lu Ping quickly realized. He had the judgment that the 15 days between now and the start of the promotion were the 15 busiest days for Li Yuzhen, and with her own rating and the other party's heart lowered, it was only natural that she would temporarily avert her gaze, or at least have to wait for the event to end and free up her hands before she would look at herself again. People motherfuckers just like to be bitchy. Lu Ping pushed up his glasses, his hands clutching the folder gripped tightly, only to feel a little bit upset in his heart. When he was too much in the spotlight, he was nervous and fearful, but now, when he wasn't being taken seriously anymore, he felt suffocated. It's so lively. Zhang Ying whispered. The three of them stood in the reception hall, no one received them at all, and in the surrounding area, partners who wanted to sell at Chuanha's year-end promotion came and went. Chuanha's receptionist and staff were busy on their feet. I've heard that Chuanha has taken out a loan from the bank, at least this amount, and expects to burn through it before the big promotion. Gudashi stretched out a finger, looking at the busy figures to the left and right, and said in a deep voice, $10 million? $1 billion. Zhang Ying's eyes widened and her small mouth opened into an O shape. Hello? We're from the downstairs our league culture, here to attend the publicity conference hosted by Director Lin. Gudashi said as he stopped a staff member who was carrying a Chuanha work badge and hurriedly walking by. The three were led into a large conference room. Sitting in the corner. Within a short while, the entire conference room was filled with people, and Lu Ping, Gudashi, and Zhang Ying were like little transparencies. They felt a little out of place in this obviously glittering circle of elites. They appeared to be very formal. Even their breathing was softened. Lu Ping noticed the posture of the two and felt that they were just like himself when he was facing Li Yuzhen and the others. They were both like lambs mixing with the wolves, trying to hide their vulnerability as much as possible and feigning to be strong and equal. A few minutes later, the meeting started. Lin Shoyue director aura is more sufficient. There is a saying that power is a man's aphrodisiac, but in the case of women it is not. She only stood in front of the speaker's platform, her burning gaze skimmed over the crowd, and one man or woman nodded and then moved away. Lu Ping looked at the extremely strong woman in front of him. He liked strong members of the opposite sex. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him and only paused slightly with her gaze, then shifted away. That night's deal was a deep secret that she kept, and after calming down, she no longer thought that a big shot like that would be beside her. It was a fast-paced meeting, with coordination and new definitions of the different modules of promotion throughout the year-end sale. Fireworks. This is a most splendid firework. Lu Ping took notes. He stopped his strokes, the tip of his pen hanging over the page, feeling emotion in his heart. Li Yuzhen's handwriting was too big, breaking the mold, only a flight of fancy to open up the traffic realization bandwagon market, or a drop in the bucket with no more room for maneuver. At the end of the meeting, Li Yuzhen, the eldest granddaughter of the eldest house of the Li family in Yanjing City, personally appeared, and as soon as she appeared, it was as if she was wearing a halo and shining brightly. Even Lin Choyue had become a passerby. She did not look at Lu Ping. Only following the flow of the process, she said her requirements for the Chuanha Grand Promotion publicity, and after the words, she stepped on her high heels and left quickly. She was too busy. She did not have the time to continue to test Lu Ping after the rating was lowered, and that night's dinner was already the most energy she could squeeze out to spend on the ladder before the big promotion. Phew! 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 Lu Ping controlled his gradually heavy breathing, and he, along with the others in the conference room, continued to look at the direction in which Li Yuzhen's back had disappeared. Only, it was different from the gazes of the others who were longing, looking up and marveling. Behind Lu Ping's black-framed glasses, his eyes were sickly with conquest. Queen-like radiant, gorgeous and high-flying. So, my XP is actually strong queen, highly cold royal? My attributes are. Lu Ping retracted his sight, his thoughts were surging wildly, but his face didn't show a single bit of it. He stared at the notebook. The index finger that pinched the signing pen curled hard. He naturally read the meaning behind Li Yuzhen's party's indifference, and he was more and more eager for the arrival of the big push for a huge change. The meeting was over. Lu Ping picked up his notebook and folder, and like a perfectly ordinary office worker, he low-profilely followed behind Gudashi side by side with Zhang Yingying. Well, back. Still comfortable in our own company. Back to our union culture. The entire decoration of the company was a few steps lower than Chuanha, and one colleague was not as bright and shiny as the other, but whether it was Gudashi or Zhang Yingying, they were a lot more relaxed. Sitting in front of the work desk, Zhang Yingying picked up the cushion in front of the back of the chair, lying on the table, stretched out, relaxed and squinted. Chapter 32, What should you do? It's completely dark. Late, 10 o'clock. Only the colleagues from the Chuanha mission remained in our league culture. Gudashi removed his gaze from in front of the screen as he glanced at the time and reached out to clasp Lu Ping's desktop, only to say in a deep voice when he saw the latter and Zhang Yingying looking over. That's it for today. He looked at the other colleagues in different positions, clapping his hands. Everyone has worked hard. Remember to take the small ticket for the taxi to work tomorrow, and the company will reimburse you for all of it. Gudashi stood up and raised his voice. Lu Ping saved the diagram that was half done. He looked at Gudashi with some smiles on his face. Working together for several years, he rarely or almost never saw Gudashi with such a serious attitude. He noticed the gaze. Turning his head to look, he was looking at Zhang Yingying looking at himself. She smiled cheekily and reached out to point at Gudashi. Upstairs, Chuanha is all busy and crazy. We estimate that we also have to wait for a few days before the big promotion to be easy. From now to the big promotion for a small half-month is estimated to work overtime. Colleagues left one after another. Not much later, the big office only left by the window corner Lu Ping 3 people. They are not in a hurry to leave, sit for a while, drink a few mouthfuls of tea, chat a few words. Gudashi yawned and said in a deep voice, He. It feels pretty good. Zhang Yingying's eyes were bright and she smiled. Lu Ping sat aside without saying anything. He held a light smile and looked at the two. At this time, Zhang Yingying turned her head to look at them, intertwining their eyes with each other. Lu Ping could see a strong sense of laughter in the girl's eyes, followed by her freezing. Her cheeks reddened and she quickly averted her gaze. I'm in a hurry. Ah Ping, Yingying, then I'll leave first. Downstairs of the building, the cab arrived. Gudashi, who originally always liked to take care of Lu Ping and Zhang Yingying, got into the car first and disappeared from the two's view after waving his hand. The two rarely had time alone. Zhang Yingying stood side by side beside Lu Ping, her head lowered as she owed her feet nervously. Lu Ping felt the atmosphere between the two, did not refuse, did not take the initiative, only chatted with the girl in a smooth manner, waiting for the car to arrive. Only then did he send the somewhat reluctant Zhang Yingying away. Lu Ping grabbed the briefcase, with a light smile on his face looking at the direction that the cab disappeared. When the car's taillights disappeared, the smile on his face disappeared inch by inch. Lowering his head, he looked at his cell phone, tapping the screen. A few minutes later, a white Toyota Netcar stopped in front of him. Lupin pulled open the door, sat in front of the back seat, and, bang, slammed the door shut. Sir, the car traveled. Beside Lu Ping's hand, another middle-aged man with a vicissitude of temperament raised his head, and the middle-aged man glanced at the youngster in the driver's seat in the rearview mirror, and then shouted in a hoarse voice. Speak. Lu Ping folded his legs, looked out the window, and responded. Saying more was more wrong. No big brother was a talker, be careful with the white space. This was the experience he had summarized as if he had watched police and crime movies. I recorded Master Jia's video. In the video, Master Jia revealed many secrets that only he knows. He can't go back. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He reported this afternoon's experience in detail. Lu Ping listened attentively, his fingertips constantly knocking against the handrest next to the car door. He was using this movement, with his legs folded and his chin propped up to hide his inner nervousness, to show off his composure. When the bookcase was refreshed with information about Yuan Taiping, and his alternative plan to support Ding Qing's rise to power, he had chosen another path. As long as he succeeded, he would truly have a relatively credible force under him. There are still 10 days left before the vote. Tell me about the 12 directors. Lu Ping maintained his indifferent demeanor and turned to say, before Euan's accident, with my prestige I was sitting firmly in the position of this year's word, but over the years, I let go of my hand, and Yuan Taiping helped Songyu to the throne, and has already pulled in most of the forces. Nowadays, I don't have any advantage. Li Weiman, elderly, used to have the best relationship with me, and now he still doesn't like that guy Songyu. He should be the one I can directly pull in. Sun Hairong and Kai Yong are both known to be wallflowers, and now that Songyu is powerful, they've fallen to Songyu. The remaining 9 are all Yuan Taiping's hardcore. Ding Qing counted, his face icy cold, and said in a deep voice. He had let go for 5 years, and there had long since been no place for him in the China shipping group. Start with Chen Fuhan and Bao Jun. The car was driving. A building in Zhonghai under the night color was quickly pulled behind him. Lu Ping did not respond directly, but kept recalling Yuan Taiping's intelligence. When he did not speak, the car fell into silence. For a long time, Lu Ping, in a deep voice, said. He continued to speak, using an unhurried voice to tell the secrets and information about Yuan Taiping's control over these 2 men. There was no tendency to provide a point of view, only allowing Ding Qing to analyze and decide on his own. Ding Qing had once been able to get to that position. His decision-making ability and means were far beyond that of an ordinary employee. Lu Ping. The car passed through the tunnel. The oncoming light hit his face. He listened attentively, and only behind his drooping tresses, the pair of sharp eyes contracted from time to time, revealing his inner shock. Ding Qing was no longer in awe of Yuan Taiping's power, but he was terrified of Lu Ping and the intelligence organization behind Lu Ping. Under this metropolis, what kind of existence was hidden that was able to incorporate all of this information into the intelligence? Let's stop here. Pull over. Lupin looked out the window, which was a busy residential area, and suddenly said, driver's seat. That Ding Qing's absolute beloved glanced at his boss from the rearview mirror and only slowly pulled over and stopped the car after receiving the latter's promise. I'll wait for your news. Lu Ping said. The words left his mouth. He pushed open the car door and stepped out of the car. Looking around, he stepped away after determining the direction. Lu Ping was ready to go and see a girl, an insignificant girl in the third piece of information. That girl was a little-known netizen on the internet, but had offended some people and was entrusted into the hands of that propaganda mouth media tycoon, the water army, the exposé, the small essays, a series of contents that knocked the girl down from heaven to hell. Before contacting that big brother, Lu Ping wanted to feel specifically what it meant to kill without blood. My private life is not the one that's messy. Who says that when you're an anchor and you're good-looking, you must necessarily be a sellout? Who are they all? Who are you to talk about me like that? The darkened room. No lights were turned on. All the curtains of the windows around were all tightly drawn, not letting in a single bit of light. The girl in a long white dress was pale and wrapped her legs around her as she shrunk down on the sofa, only her body trembling from time to time. Why don't even my mom and dad trust me? I'm obviously not like that. Die. Only if I die can I prove myself. The obese fat orange jumped to the girl's side and gently rubbed her head against her owner's arm. Yeah. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Chapter 33. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. It's kinda upscale. To swipe the ladder, control A. Lu Ping stood in front of a residential building. He tilted his head and glanced at the building under the night color, and with that, he strutted in. Waiting in front of the elevator with several residents, he stepped into the elevator and saw them pull out the ladder control one after another and press the floor. Heart murmured, but did not move forward. Standing at the back of the elevator, Lu Ping took out his cell phone and browsed the page with the rest of the few people in the elevator in general. He searched for spring and summer in the short video software, and a lot of information appeared with it. Brothers, is there a video yet? I have a friend who wants to watch it. Private me. He. I watched the video, and I can only say that it's worthy of being spring-summer. These legs are really top. Countless comments. Various messages. True and false revelations. Lu Ping grabbed his phone and closed his eyes. He substituted himself into the female netizen's body, only to feel enveloped and devoured by a great despair. She stood in this world, surrounded by boundless darkness. She was wrapped up in countless spliced, edited, and false rumors. She was muffled, and the voices that she uttered were not heard by anyone. Phew! Lu Ping's back went numb. He opened his eyes abruptly. This kind of despair and helplessness was even more painful than when he fell into trepidation. Above that splendid metropolis, at the top of the multitude of beings, sat one of the powers that should belong to two types of creatures apart from the lack of reproductive isolation between them and this congregation. Once their gaze falls upon us, we can no longer resist. What the hell are we? The elevator arrived one floor at a time. Lu Ping looked back. Only diagonally in front of him, a working woman wearing glasses was still there, and soon the elevator arrived as well. Waiting for the woman to leave first, hearing the sound of those high heels clicking on the ground in the distance, the ladder door gradually closed. But the moment before it closed completely, Lu Ping pressed the door open button. Carrying his briefcase, he stepped out. His eyes skimmed the security exit above him, turned low to the hallway on the right, didn't see the rest of the occupants, and with that, pushed open the fire stairwell. Shit! Never seen a big man still have to climb the stairs by himself. Lu Ping cursed. The female netizen Xuanxia, real name Angel Wang, was a secondary Yuan cross-dressing blogger with around 1 and 2 million fans on several platforms. She had suffered because she had refused the requests of some rich second generation. Thinking about the information in the intelligence. Not much longer. Lu Ping began to pant a little. Isn't there a problem with the design standard of this staircase? The height of the steps is obviously on the high side. Another level up. Lu Ping looked at the steps and whispered. When we go back this time, we must start exercising. This body of mine, it's really not working. I start panting after climbing 3 floors. Hiss. Ouch. Probably because the sweat stained the wound at the back of his head, Lu Ping showed his teeth and sucked in a cool breath. From the 16th floor to the 26th floor. Lu Ping stood in front of the door of the fire stairwell. He adjusted his breathing, took out the paper towel from his pocket to carefully wipe the sweat from his forehead and neck, twisted his head, smoothly throwing the paper towel into the paper basket on the side. Probing his hand, he pushed open the door of the room. Room 2603. Lu Ping looked at the security door, and through the refracted light, he noticed that even behind the cat's eye seemed to be covered by the note. Adjusting his demeanor, revealing a smile with some mystery. Knock knock knock. Knock knock. The door of the room was knocked. One door away. The silent living room. The moment the knock sounded, the white-skirted girl on the sofa who encircled her legs like a frightened kitten's body suddenly trembled, burying her face between her legs, and the obese orange cat pawed at her owner's white calves while probing her head curiously to look at the door. Knock knock knock. Knock knock. Lu Ping, once again, snapped the door of the room. Angel Wang. Lu Ping paused slightly and suddenly shouted. Inside the room, the white-skirted girl's body trembled, then carefully raised her head. Hardly anyone in the circle knew her real name. I believe you. I'm here to help you. Open the door first. Lu Ping added. At this time, what the girl with the screen name Spring Summer and her real name Wang Anqi wanted to hear deep down was the 4 words I believe in you. She really moved. In the pitch-black room that white instep tensed an inch to probe out. Toes just stepped on the ground and abruptly retracted. It was repeated several times before she stood up. The floor was cold. She just walked to the door with her bare feet carefully. She is like a scared bird. Any little change will make her want to shrink up. She is afraid to see anyone's eyes. After the incident, only when she is starving will she look for something to eat in the house. She really doesn't have any food before she grabs her cell phone and orders a takeaway, letting the takeaway boy deliver it to her doorstep. She will be starving if she can't send it to the doorstep, and when it's delivered, she will give a lot of money to the little boy as a reward through the platform. Wang Anqi took a deep breath, her eyes flashed with hope. She grabbed the door handle and pulled open the door to the room. The light outside the door that wasn't blinding poured in along the doorway. The movement stopped. Lu Ping looked at the doorway. He looked into the eyes that were pressed against the door, looking toward him, eyes that were frightened, haggard, and crawling with blood. It is the knife that kills without blood that is the most terrifying. No amount of words could describe it as shocking as when faced with the truth. Lu Ping was stunned, followed by the hairs on his body standing up one by one. He had never seen anyone react like this before. I have a way. Lu Ping's tone was calm and strong, and he said succinctly. Like a drowning man grasping the last straw, Wang Anqi gathered her courage and continued to open the door, and soon, she appeared completely in Lu Ping's field of vision. A very pretty girl, dressed in a white halter dress, standing barefoot behind the door. She was so anxious, nervous and apprehensive that even her feet were tightly clenched, a single toe clasping the ground. She was uncharacteristically pale, and the starvation of the last few days had taken some of the weight off her face. Can I come in? Lu Ping tried to minimize his oppression and said with a gentle smile. Wang Anqi wanted to refuse, but she was more afraid of the world behind the door. She saw the light, heard the sounds coming from it. There were footsteps ringing out. She was suddenly frightened. She turned and ran towards the house, being embraced by the darkness, shrinking her body into the sofa. Lu Ping watched, pushed the door open and stepped inside. He turned around, shutting the door to the room behind him. The room was dark, not a single ray of light. Lu Ping stepped. He could only hear his own footsteps. And, a sharp gasp, the soft meow of a cat. pulling out his cell phone. The lock screen glowed brightly. Lu Ping surveyed the room, all the windows were tightly closed, curtains drawn, all the devices that could emit light were all powered down, even the light spots on the water dispenser and refrigerator. Shocked. Appalled. This was the first time he had intuitively experienced the means that those in authority were able to create. Based on the intelligence, he also knew that Angela Wang was just a trivial suppressor to that media bigwig, only mobilizing the tiniest part of his propaganda, public opinion, and water force power. The ones that were crushed were just ants. Angel Wang. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Lu Ping stood in front of the sofa, looking down towards the tender woman in front of him as he opened his hands and said in a thin voice. Chapter 34 Under me, Song Ziwen. Fear not. Fear not. Even if the whole world doesn't believe in you, I will still stand by your side. The living room was out of reach. Lu Ping also sat down. In the darkness, Chunxia, the million-fan cross-dressing internet celebrity, adored Lu Ping with great speed. She shrunk up like a cat, and she rested her head on Lu Ping's lap, lightly caressing over the girl's long hair. When his palm touched the latter's white back, he only felt a burst of coldness. Lu Ping gently soothed. Haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll order a takeaway for you, have some kanji to nourish your stomach. Lu Ping said. A thin, mosquito-like response. Taking out the cell phone. When the light of the screen expelled the darkness and fell on Xuanxia's pale skin in his arms, Lu Ping could clearly feel the latter's body trembling as she closed her eyes tightly and buried her cheeks between her legs. Ordering the takeout, Lu Ping sat down for another bout. He gently moved Chunxia's head away, stepped aside, and pressed open the side light of the porch under the sound of sapta, and the warm light filled the whole house in an instant. Xuanxia screamed out. Lu Ping looked towards the trembling girl on the sofa, sat back on the sofa. In the sound of encouragement, the girl slowly raised her head, very beautiful, classical melon face, eyelashes carefully fluttering, pearly appearance as delicate as Lindayu, the eyes inadvertently along the white neck looked at the loose halter white dress after only a glance to move away from the line of sight. What a delicate little breast pigeon. The heart subconsciously sighed. Soon the takeaway arrived. Lu Ping personally fed Chunxia the kanji, saw a little redness emerge on that fair cheeks, confirmed that the latter's mood was stable, let Chunxia have a good rest and left the rest to him and got up to leave. Phew! The weather is getting colder and colder. There was no ladder control when he came, he needed to climb the stairs. When he went back it was enough to just press the next floor. Just walked out of the residential building. The cold wind of the winter night poured in along his collar. Lu Ping couldn't help but shiver as he stepped out of the neighborhood and stepped on the sidewalk. On his side were the lively stores along the street, and on the other side were the streams of vehicles. Zhonghai City's media bigwig Shui Huaqing, born in 1979, studied journalism at Guanghua University in 1997, graduated from graduate school in 2004. In the early days of the development of the internet field, Shui Huaqing valued the spreading effect of this emerging field. He threw his weight around, borrowed from sellers, and used everything he had to lay out internet media. Unfortunately, it ended in bankruptcy. However, when platforms such as Weixin and Weibo appeared, he once again seized the opportunity. Frantically laying out public numbers, V's in other areas, building up a water army. He became the most notorious mercenary in the media circle. Lu Ping did not take a taxi directly. He walked briskly along the side of the stores, and combined with Chunxia's experience, he had a clearer perception of the power of the third intelligence bigwig. How should I cut in? Lu Ping stopped in his tracks. He raised his head, his eyes sweeping aimlessly through the crowd in front of him. What is Shui Huaqing's weakness? What does he desire? And what does he fear? In due course, Lu Ping's gaze lurched and his mouth pursed. He suppressed his thoughts, grabbed his briefcase and walked broadly. He walked to a store along the street, gazed towards the middle-aged that woman with an apron and said gently, "A chicken leg, fried old. Money swept to you." A few minutes later, Lu Ping ate a fried chicken leg and walked to the sidewalk. He raised his head and looked towards the distant night sky that was reddish with neon lights. The green light came on and he stepped through. Shui Dong. Recently in Zhonghai, multiple PR firms and media platforms in the Hangzhou generation have been contacted by unknown forces, and I'm guessing that there might be a large-scale public opinion-oriented event coming up. Classical study. Right outside the window was the Zhanghai city skyline, the Bund River view. There were many similarities with that Mr. N.I. Yongxiao in the movie Infernal Affairs, wearing glasses. The middle-aged man in a gentlemanly manner crossed his legs, leaning against the window and intently looking at a canonical edition of Psychology, waiting for the door of the room to be rattled before he followed the sound, answering the sound and then gazing at a woman with a competent temperament walking in. She had a sharp short hair, western clothes, shallow-rooted high heels stood not far from the middle-aged man, respectfully reported. Words struck. She handed over a folder. Middle-aged man with one hand propped up his chin, looking through the survey, the other hand knocked the handrest. In their line of work, the farther they go, the more they take into account. Behind the seemingly carefree and infamous, there were actually strict rules. It's like the journey to the West. The ones who were killed were all demons with no background. Didn't contact us? Watching put down the document and asked in a deep voice. There was nothing concrete in this information, but he still saw the surging undercurrents that were brewing. Not yet, the young secretary answered. Just as her words fell, the cell phone in her arms vibrated. Answer it. Watching answered. The young secretary took the phone out, and without walking away, she directly pressed the public playback, and serious words rang out. Hello. Which one? May I ask if you are Mr. Shue's secretary? We have a big order here and need to directly interface with Shwedong. We know the rules. The number given to me by Mr. Chen Jidong Chen. A voice with some oiliness. The young secretary glanced at Shue watching in front of the window, cell phone in hand, and continued to respond. I need to know what kind of business it is before I can report it to Dong Shue. Good. Please wait for my call. The young secretary responded. Dong Shue, it's probably that force that has bought out most of the propaganda outlets in the circle. Fawn's phone call. That oily middle-aged man was tight-lipped and didn't reveal anything. The secretary kept on pulling with that one at Shue watching signal, and only then did the phone call indicate that the big boss was willing to have a video conference with Shue Dong in person. Shue watching frowned lightly. He grasped his hand in vain, and when the young secretary saw it, he walked over to the mahogany table and took out a cigar from the drawer to light it for Shue watching. I'd like to see. Who the hell is it? Shue watching took a drag, exhaled the smoke ring and said in a deep voice. The laptop was placed on the coffee table. The professional webcam was debugged. After 10 minutes or so, the secretary clicked on a video link, and she respectfully walked out of the study, bringing the door to the room with her. Shue watching half squinted his eyes and looked at the page in the video. It was a modernized office. The perspective of the office was not ordinary, with a whole side of floor-to-ceiling windows, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were able to overlook an entire modernized metropolis. Through the landmark buildings, Shue watching quickly recognized it Yangcheng, Zhao's other economic center. People from Yangcheng? Whispered Shue watching. Ha! In the glass, a silhouette emerged and footsteps sounded. Not much later, the handsome young man with a false smile on his face walked into the camera and sat down at the desk. Ooh, what's the origin? Shue watching did not recognize the youth's identity, but noticed the watch the latter was wearing, a Patek Philippe Ref. 1518 worth 15 million, which had been auctioned off by a mysterious person buyer at a watch auction a few years ago. The handsome young man pushed up his glasses, and a voice with some magnetism came out of his mouth. Mr. Shue, I've heard a lot about you. Please allow me to introduce myself first. The words paused and came out slowly. Song family, Song Ziwen. Almost simultaneously, Shue watching reacted, his expression unchanged, but his pupils suddenly contracted and his heart beat heavily. Chapter 35, Beast in Human Skin. The economic circle represented by Sheep City, which was also known as the Lingnan Economic Circle, encompassed Pengcheng, Vegas, as well as Xiangjiang. The wealth it involved was no less than that of the Central Sea area. The Song family, however, was the economic leader of that wealth center, an absolute behemoth. The economic scale under the Song family exceeded trillions, but the capital system formed around the Song family was even able to pry $10 trillion, or even higher, out of the economic industry. Mansion. Deservedly, it was a top-tier family of magnates and plutocrats. Shue watching's thoughts flowed, but his face did not show the slightest bit. So it's Mr. Song. I don't know what Mr. Song found me for? Sitting upright. Shue watching arched his hand at Song Ziwen, revealing a warm smile like that of an old greaseball. His face looked enthusiastic, but in his heart, he was becoming more and more wary and serious. Nowadays, he was in an awkward position. For ordinary people, it looked like he had unlimited power, could turn black and white upside down, and could sway public opinion. But for the powerful and noble layer, he was still at the bottom of this one class, and could be uprooted at any time, chewed up and swallowed with his skin and bones. If he wants to stabilize his position, or even climb further up the ladder, he has to find a site of power to take refuge in. This force. Could it be the Yangqing Song family? Shue watching did not dare to make a decision easily. The Yangqing forces and the Zhanghai forces were the two major economic competitors in Zhao, and even globally. Once he was caught up in the game between these two parties, it was highly likely that he would not even know how to die. It's for Li Yuzhen? Shue watching counted the forces in Zhanghai in detail, and he guessed. In a few days, the enterprises under my command will have a new product on the market, so I'll trouble Mr. Shue to mention it. Song Ziwen leaned his back against a cool, curved moon. He was dressed in the finest private customization, and his hands and feet revealed the aristocratic aura of a family at the top of the pyramid. He had a smile on his face, seemingly humble, but behind that skin-like appearance was a bone-deep arrogance and contempt. Tianlong people. Shue watching speculated on the attitude, not angry or stifled. With Song Ziwon's family lineage, it wasn't too much to say that he and himself, as far as ordinary people were concerned, were two species. If Mr. Song needs it, I, Shwe, will definitely do my best to help. Shwe watching, said. Song Ziwon continued to speak. He also continued to respond. His words appeared to be enthusiastic, but upon closer examination, every single thing he promised was filled with perfect words. A few minutes later, the phone video hung up. Shwe watching looked at the pitch-black screen, the respectful, warm smile on his face abruptly disappeared without a trace, his hands propped up on the sofa as he walked to the edge of the desk, pulling out a cigar and lighting it up, taking a deep breath, and then looking out of the window at the gorgeous night scene. Whether it is the Song family or not, or Yinjing City Li family or the local giants in Zhanghai, are not his little shrimp can participate. Damn scum. Damn it. Damn it. The highest one office building in Yangcheng. Song Ziwon, who had the appearance of a noble gentleman, with the subtle smiles in his speech and demeanor that were all just right, tightened his expression inch by inch after the video call was hung up. In its place was a palpitating tyranny. He was a wild beast. A beast in human skin. Song Ziwon removed his gold-rimmed glasses and cursed continuously under his breath as he stood up, grabbed the laptop in front of him and raised it high, followed by slamming it heavily in front of him. Bang! The latest model of the laptop only instantly shattered open, with pieces of the screen and the metal casing scattered all over the place. In the office, the female secretary standing to the side heard the loud noise, and her body suddenly gave a jolt. She didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements, and only watched her eyes, nose, mouth, and heart. Song Ziwon, the son of the Song family, had an excellent reputation in the entire circle of luxury families and among the general public. Gentle and elegant, happy to be charitable, is the most perfect image of the prince in the movie and TV drama works. But only the people closest to him know the ugliness and distortion hidden under Song Ziwon's handsome appearance. Song Ziwon was able to perform the most perfect image in public, and when the lights were turned off and he was in the dark, he no longer hid the truth of the beast, the devil. Pack up. Song Ziwon calmly said. Yes. The secretary bowed. She familiarly cleaned up the debris and put the garbage into a special garbage cabinet, which had specialized personnel to deal with it exclusively. Walking into the reserve room next to the office again, only pulling open a cabinet door, hundreds of laptops of the same model and appearance lined the entire wall. According to the number, take out one of them. Song Ziwon undid the two buttons along the top edge of his shirt, his face a little flushed, like he was annoyed. Tell me about Li Eugene? Pressing back his irritation. Asked. Everything is according to plan. It's just that, Secretary Chow was transferred by Ms. Li, probably because she found out something. The secretary respectfully responded. 3 days ago, Miss Li had shaken off our surveillance and disappeared for about 3 hours, and after investigation, it was determined that Miss Li had arrived at that time to dine at the Bund Western restaurant with, she continued. She was somewhat hesitant. Song Ziwon half narrowed his eyes, a threatening aura flowing from around him. With what? Calmly said. Had lunch with a male. It's just that the identity of that male we haven't investigated yet. It should be that Ms. Li's people have processed the information cleanly, the secretary said nervously, and after she finished her words, her entire body tightened up, not daring to move. Bang! The computer that had just been replaced was smashed. But the venting wasn't the only thing. Before the secretary could react, she only felt her hair being grabbed, and even her scalp emitted pain, followed by her entire cheek being pressed against the desktop. That bitch! Song Ziwon gasped, his handsome face twisted and livid. The young secretary's cheek was pressed against the desktop. She felt the pain, her body trembling, but didn't dare to resist in the slightest. Snort! No fun! Spit! The spit was spat on the secretary's hair. Song Ziwon let go of his hand, his twisted expression changing faces to regain calmness. He clicked on the computer. Soon, the surveillance of this hundreds of meters high office building appeared under Song Ziwon's eyes. He casually switched lenses. At this hour, most of the company employees in the building had already gotten off work, with only a smattering of personnel still working overtime. Snap! Song Ziwon hit the enter key heavily. His calm eyes gazed at the large office on one of the floors, where in the corner, an innocent-looking girl in plain clothes was looking intently at the computer, working earnestly. That's her, right? Song Ziwon flexed his fingers and said, yes. The young secretary briefly cleaned up her hair, her inner fear of disgust, her face respectfully answered. Song Ziwon had a pleasure. That was that he would randomly choose from the passerby women he saw, and use money and power to force them to obey him. So tired. Just graduated and joined a big company. 25-year-old Li Wenwen was happy with her job. Her family was poor but not complaining. She was happy with her loving boyfriend and the opportunity to be able to advance. She worked diligently every day to make herself better and better every day, stretching out a great deal. Li Wenwen whispered, but quickly patted her collagen-filled cheeks and became energized once again. In due time, In the corridor outside the office, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground was particularly clear at this moment. Lee Won-won raised her head and suspiciously followed the sound. P.S. Pure overhead, you can think of the Song family's business as the kind of plutocracy and giant in the cyberpunk worldview. Chapter 36, Lu Ping's Absolute Strength. The hair was messy. The buttons on the white shirt were buttoned up several times wrongly. When she lifted her neck, there was a clear pinch mark on her neck. Under the hem of the skirt, the white legs were chunks of blue and red. Lee Won-won walked out of the elevator in a trance. She stumbled in her steps and nearly fell to the floor. She ran to the bathroom and desperately washed her face. She clutched her head, running her 10 fingers through her hair as the horrific scene from not too long ago seemed to replay in her eyes. Ah! An indescribable sound came out of Lee Won-won's mouth. Buzz. Your tail number 3789's Zhao bank account transfer wired in the amount of 500,000 renminbi. 500,000, with a current balance of 538,361 renminbi. 00. In the sound of silence, the vibrating screen of the cell phone on the desktop lit up. Lee Won-won grabbed the cell phone, the cold light hit her face, she looked at the long numbers, and did not know what to think, only tightly pursed her mouth. The look of silence went on. She buried her head between her legs. This was a figure she could only save up for at least 4 years without eating or drinking, and with this amount of money, she and her boyfriend would be able to come up with a down payment much sooner, and together they would be able to step into the life that she had envisioned for many years. Honestly, after seeing this figure, Lee Won-won actually felt less desperate and agonized by what she had just experienced. But, upon realizing the shift in her thoughts, Lee Won-won's eyes reddened, her large eyes storing up water from tears. Resisting so fiercely, I thought it was really a martyr. Top floor of the building. Office. Song Ziwon watched every move on the monitor after Lee Won-won left. He liked to watch the transformation of human nature, it was one of his pleasures. A light chuckle ensued as he closed the screen. Order it down. I want to find the man who dined with Lee Euan. Song Ziwon looked at his secretary, his eyes turning cold as he said in a deep voice. Yes. The young secretary bowed and answered. That woman, Lee Euan, was of great use to the aircraft carrier that was the Song family, and was considered a forbidden domain by him, and he would not allow it to be colored by anyone. It's too late. We must take down Shui watching tomorrow. Zhonghai. Cramped shared house. Lu Ping, who was still reading that one piece of intelligence, was suddenly enveloped by a heart palpitation, as if he had been grabbed by the throat and was somewhat breathless, like a drowning person, struggling in the water. For a long time, he took a big breath, stared at the curtains in front of him, licked his dry lips and whispered. He wanted to help Lee Euan, not just to increase his mystery and make Lee Euan kneel in front of him. It was also to, with the help of the power behind Lee Euan, even if the Yinjing City Lee family was weakened, they would still be able to use their power to deter others. Compared to the time when I was trading information with Lee Euan, the current me should have progressed enough, and I similarly have some of Lee Euan and Ding Qing's connections. I don't dare to face Shui watching directly, perhaps I can have Ding Qing accompany me. Lu Ping's eyes lit up as he contemplated. Once he cleared his thoughts, he went to dig deeper into Shui watching's character weaknesses and needs from this angle. Time passed by minute in this night of scrambling for time. By the time Lu Ping was awake, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Putting the intelligence down, Lu Ping gently stood up. He walked over to the bookcase, his eyes looked through the glass to the corner of the bookcase, and reached out to pull open the door. So, my contact with Chun Xia cannot be counted as using the intelligence? Yes, Haruha is just the most insignificant ant in this intelligence. It's not a surprise. It's just a bit of a pity. Right. If we say we're going to start working out, we'll start now. Sitting back at his desk, Lupin thought again about the decision he had made in the fire stairwell at night. He used to be a procrastinating character, but now that fault was cured. Just say it and do it. Lupin pushed the seat toward the hole in the desk, leaving the space between the bed and the desk. Taking off the sweatshirt he used as pajamas, he went bare-chested and stretched his arms before doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 5. Lu Ping had also overestimated his physique. He thought that he should be able to do 10 standard push-ups without any effort, but he was a bit overwhelmed after only 5. Still, he insisted on doing all 10. Breathing became rapid and the sweat on the back of his head made the wound ache a little more. It's not a big problem. Today a group can only do 10, tomorrow a group will be able to do 15. 10 days, a month later it will be able to do more. Lu Ping was internally frustrated. He was under a lot of pressure right now, and it might just be a random point that could crush his emotions, but fortunately, he quickly adjusted his mood and gave himself a pep talk. Once upon a time, he was just a small and even more insignificant employee with the same bad living habits, staying up late after work reading novels, movies, and anime, eating late-night snacks, and not exercising. Everything will be better. Lu Ping touched his own fatty stomach. This stomach, when wearing clothes, is not quite visible. He continued to do sets of 15 deep squats, rested for a moment, and did sets of push-ups. In the early morning, 2 o'clock, all was silent. Lu Ping took a shower and then lay down on his bed. He was already tired but still couldn't fall asleep. Nor did he intend to read any more intelligence or anything, tossing and turning on the bed, sometimes laying on his back with his arms and legs spread out in a big zigzag pattern, and then rolling over to use the same position, or, laying on his side, he clamped his legs to the bedding. After a few minutes, brace yourself and grab your cell phone from the side of the nightstand. Tap on the movie. The police film Limpocalypse screen appeared in Lu Ping's eyes, with 2 times the speed to focus on watching, that character posture, subtle expression constantly, that life and death, blood and fire. Combined with Ding Qing's gestures, Lu Ping speculated as much as he could about what belonged to him. The next day, the weather was cloudy. Lu Ping arrived at the company and threw himself into the day's work. Night, 8 o'clock. In the office of our union culture, Lu Ping looked at his colleague Gudashi who was busy, and his female colleague Zhang Yingying who was sitting next to him. He got up and walked out of the work desk, stepping into the corridor. Bring him to me. Lu Ping's eyes stared up at the bright neon lights outside the floor-to-ceiling window and said in a deep voice, "Got it. Color Rings Wine Bar." Ding Cheng hung up the phone. He half squinted his eyes, took a deep breath of the cigarette in his mouth, then crushed the cigarette but hard in the ashtray. As soon as he got up violently, the other 2 youths in the private room followed and got up at the same time, and they looked at Ding Cheng closely. "Let's go," Ding Cheng said. The black Volkswagen Passat drove into the underground tunnel into Shanghai. Huaqing relied on the backseat and rested with his eyes closed. He was an extremely cautious person. Although he flaunted himself wantonly on the internet, he was extraordinarily low profile in real life, and this ride that was not the least bit conspicuous in terms of appearance was the one that he had customized from overseas at great expense. On weekdays, he had several cars, only this one was known only to a handful of people close to him. Showdown. Suddenly, on the passenger side, the young female secretary suddenly shouted. Huaqing heard the panic in the secretary's words, and he suddenly opened his eyes, only to see that at some point, in front of, behind, and to the right of this one car of his, there was a car approaching each other, and a few cars pressed the Volkswagen he said he was sitting in. The distance between the front and back, and even the right side of the car kept shrinking. Bang! Bang! The black Volkswagen Passat impacted to the front car, followed closely by the rear car. Huaqing grabbed the handrail, his face serious. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Song Ziwan? The more fearful I am, the stronger I have to act. Lu Ping hung up the phone. In his raised eyes, his gaze was crazy and open. Chapter 37, The Big Guy's Surprise. Heiko. Immediately New Year's Day, have you made any arrangements? This year the New Year is early. January 1st New Year's Day on the lunar calendar is the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. By the end of the month it will be New Year's Eve. Lu Ping finished answering the phone back to the work desk, still pondering over the next possible changes he might meet. At this time, Gudashi also stretched his back. He turned his body arm resting on the table to look at Lu Ping and asked. No. Lu Ping thought about it and answered. The usual? Gudashi asked. Both of them were from out of town to work in Shanghai, no relatives in this metropolis. In the past years, on New Year's Day, the two of them would have an electric hot pot in one of the parties' home, buy some meatballs, mutton, a whole bottle of Coke, and then after eating the hot pot, then play the game together, even if it was the New Year's Eve. Beside Lu Ping, Zhang Yingying's eyes instantly lit up when she heard it and perked up her ears to eavesdrop. Success! Lu Ping answered. Does Yingying want to come along? Me? Well, I can. Zhang Yingying's cheeks had turned red as she hesitated for a moment, then she affirmed. She was different from Lu Ping and the two of them. She was a local of Shanghai, and it was only right that she should spend the New Year's Eve with her mom and dad, but let the old couple have some alone time. Shanghai, underground tunnel. The vehicle Ding Qing was sitting in was alongside Huaqing's vehicle, and after another collision, in the back seat, Ding Qing raised his right hand. Inside the car, the young driver's gaze was withdrawn from the rearview mirror as he turned the steering wheel, and the car instantly returned to its original lane. Ka-ching, ka-ching. From his pocket, he fished out a pack of dried-out cigarettes and bit down on it with his mouth. The old lighter several times did not light, flung the fire out, deep inhalation of the mouth. Ding Chang rolled down the car window. His arm rested on the window frame, the cool wind pouring and messed up his slightly curled short to medium hair, and he looked to the black Volkswagen on his left. Ding Chang? China Shipping Group, or Xiaomen. They have cooperation with the Song family, Song Ziwan? No, didn't Ding Chang leave things alone a long time ago? Huaqing's expression was grave, and in just a split-second's effort, too many questions came pouring out. He grabbed his cell phone and was about to look for a phone that could call for help, but the signal space couldn't be dialed. He said something to the driver in a deep voice, and with that, the right side window came down. The car window had just opened. A cell phone was thrown in by Ding Qing and rolled to the front of the seat. Shui watching looked at the cell phone, bent down and probed his hand, jingling, just holding it in his hand, the ear-piercing ringtone followed, and he glanced at Ding Qing, who had a cigarette in his mouth and attached the phone to his ear. Hello, what do you want? Shui watching asked in a deep voice. There's a gentleman who wants to see you. Ding Qing said dully. Which one? You'll know when you see him. By the way, the gentleman asked me to bring you a message that having information is equal to having power, if not, then the information is not sufficient. Recalling these words that the mysterious gentleman had dawned on him, Ding Qing lifted his silent eyes and looked towards the side-by-side cars, through which he was able to see Shui watching's silhouette. Words struck. Initiative hung up the phone, raised the car window. Shui watching heard that one sentence, his eyes widened, his body suddenly trembled. There's no need to crash again. Follow this car on the left. Shui watching took a deep breath as he suddenly said to the driver in a deep voice. He knew the driver's idea. With this one modified car, there was a not-so-small possibility that he would be able to crash and break out at the exit. In due time, the exit of the tunnel appeared in front of them. Go! Ding Qing glanced at the vehicle on his left, and seeing that the latter was aware of the situation, he calmly said. The cars in front and behind changed lanes one after another, leaving from different directions as if nothing had happened. Calm down. I must be calm. Leaving from the company. Lu Ping got into a white sedan, but after the car drove smoothly for some distance, his heart beat strongly and sharply in that quiet sound. He closed his eyes and tried to relax himself. This time, he needed to perform in front of the two bigwigs, Ding Qing and Shui Huaqing, and any break in any of the segments could arouse the suspicion of one or both of them. One of them was the second in command of the third branch of the Chao sect in Zhonghai City. One of them was the uncrowned king who controlled the power of the mouthpiece. But if they didn't, Lu Ping would have a hard time shocking Shui Huaqing and bringing the latter into the brainstorming context he needed. After resolving Ding Qing, pulling Ding Qing into my power and supporting up to the top, I'll then be able to get a hold of Li Yuzhen's shipping channels in the year-end promotion. After resolving Shui Huaqing, the publicity outlet will be in my hands. Repeatedly, the intelligence about the two men flowed in his mind. Phew. Lu Ping wanted to take a big breath. Where no one could see, a layer of goosebumps had sprouted on his arms behind his sleeve cage, and the palms of his feet arched under his leather shoes, his toes twisting the soles with force. His back was starting to get drenched with secreted sweat. Driver's seat. The one who was driving was Ding Qing's confidant, a middle-aged man in his 30s, who drove the car with an expressionless face, once again stopping the car smoothly in front of a stoplight. The fingertips knocked against the side of the steering wheel. On the left side, the beams of headlights shone, hitting down on his face. The middle-aged man was curious, raised his eyes through the rearview mirror, measured toward the youth in the back seat. The youth was wearing professional clothes, looked nothing special. The youth was closing his eyes as if he was resting with his eyes closed. This calmness was indeed unusual. The green light is on. The middle-aged man started up the engine, just shortly after turning left. Tick. A piercing honk sounded violently from the rear car. Lu Ping was startled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Looking out the window. Viaducts, endless streams of traffic, neon lights in a city that never sleeps. The car pulled into the underground garage of a private tea house. Lu Ping followed the middle-aged driver, stepped into the elevator, and walked out from the second floor above ground, not seeing any waiter or guest along the way. Sir, the middle-aged man called out. Two bodyguards stood in front of the door and pushed open the door. A large suite on one side of the room was printed into the eyes. But at the same time the door of the room was opened, Ding Qing, who was sitting in the waiting room position, stood up. Sir, looking in Lu Ping's direction, bowed slightly and called out. Sitting on the other side, Shui Huaqing, who had an unassuming demeanor, similarly stood up and looked at the sound of the voice. He was a good observer, and after noticing Ding Qing's reaction, he was inwardly uncertain about the young man who had walked in. Dressed in ordinary workplace work clothes, he was also carrying a briefcase. At first glance, it looked like an insurance seller. It looked ordinary, but in a scene like this, ordinary was the greatest uncommon. Sir, Shui Huaqing also called out. God knows. The moment the door opened and the two beams of gazes fell on him, how uneasy and terrified Lu Ping felt inside. His tingling scalp drove the pain from the wound at the back of his head. There was no time for hesitation, one had to follow the persona. Lu Ping was already striding in, and just as he stepped in, the door to the room behind him was gently brought up, leaving only Lu Ping and Ding Qing in the pantry. The heart thumped. But the gate did not change, still steady, decisive, leather shoes fell footsteps strong and clear. Before he even reached the sofa, Lu Ping smiled lightly and probed his hand and said, Sit. All sit down. When do you plan to start? Lu Ping's footsteps stopped in front of Ding Qing, reaching out to pat the decadent temperament bigwig on the shoulder and said gently, When the matter here is finished. Ding Qing respectfully responded. About the same time. Lu Ping nodded. They were talking about the means of dealing with Chen Fu Han and Bao Jun in the 12 directors. Xue Huaqing observed the two as he planned to respond to all changes with no change. Lu Ping withdrew his gaze towards Ding Qing and turned towards Xue Huaqing. At the same time, the smile on his face tightened inch by inch and was replaced by ice-coldness and reproach. Xue Huaqing met this mysterious gentleman's gaze, and his heart also thumped. Chapter 38 Touching the Taboo. Really, why do you work overtime until so late every day? What's a girl's family doing working so hard? We're not from out of town, we don't have big expenses. Old house, but cozy. In front of the dining table, the middle-aged woman in her early 50s looked at her daughter with some heartache, rambling on about something. In due time, her husband, who was wearing an apron, walked out from the kitchen with a tray, a small noodle, and several stacks of exquisite small dishes. Mom, it's okay to work overtime just these few days a year. Zhang Yingying's face flushed red as she pouted. She rubbed her hands together and took the late-night snack that her dad handed her, and she ate it without blowing on her chopsticks, exhaling hot air as she ate. Slow down. No one is stealing from you. Mom added. Right. Mom. Dad. I won't be home for New Year's Day in a few days to celebrate New Year's Eve, with my colleagues in the company. Her words fell. The old couple glanced at each other and asked in a hurry. Male female? What time will you be back? Ask your father to pick you up. Nui Nui, are you having an inkling, or what? Quickly, tell Mom. What kind of young man? Zhang Yingying still wanted to cover up, but her own daughter, how could she hide that little thought from the old couple? Nui Nui. Mom and Dad aren't like your Auntie Wang and the others. They don't care if he's a local or a foreigner, and they don't need him to necessarily buy a house or a car in Shanghai, but the young man's character is something we must take into consideration. Mom, the 8 characters haven't even gotten off the ground yet. Zhang Yingying's face was so red that it was able to drip water. Aya, my daughter has also reached this age. Old Zhang, quickly tell me how you feel in your heart. What should I say? The imitation was the look of the homeroom teacher when he was studying. When Lu Ping looked at Xue Huaqing, his brain suddenly went into a brief downtime, and the lines he had thought of in advance forgot how to say them for a moment. He still maintained a smooth demeanor, but his heart was beating frantically. Steady, steady, everything is going according to my plan now. Under Lu Ping's gaze, Xue Huaqing, the bigwig of communication science who was able to guide and push public opinion with reckless abandon, sat up straight, with a lowly and upright demeanor. Originally, he had intended to use the situation to issue a rebuke, but suddenly forgot his words, much less say something randomly when his thoughts were not clearly organized. Lu Ping maintained his indifference. After staring straight at Xue Huaqing for a few seconds, he moved his eyes away without saying a word. Looking in front of him, the tea was boiling. Ding Qing's attention had been resting on Lu Ping's body, and he immediately poked his body out and picked up the teapot to pour tea for the gentleman. Using the lid, he ruffled the tea leaves, took a light sip. Lu Ping's movements were calm and unhurried, and he took this opportunity to reorganize his thoughts. Now, the facts in front of him were: 1. He practically helped Ding Qing, so that Ding Qing is getting back everything he deserves step by step. 2. He wanted to see Xue Huaqing through semi-compulsive means, and Ding Qing's behavior in the tunnel gave the latter a shock. 3. Ding Qing is respectful enough to himself. 4. I am a weakling, a lamb in wolf's clothing, but this truth is known only to me. When Xue Huaqing saw Lu Ping first look at himself icily and then move away without saying anything, the hairs of sweat on his arms stood up. If he had spoken or rebuked just now, he would not have felt anything, but such a pause made him more puzzled and alarmed. You guys are so bold. Lu Ping, still sipping his tea, suddenly said in a gentle voice. Sir, do we have some kind of misunderstanding? Xue Huaqing humbly said. He couldn't figure out Lu Ping's bottom, which made him a bit of a throwback. For someone like him, he could stoop low 1 second, and be equally capable of lifting the table to crush someone the next. I have a sister who was nearly forced to die by the water army under you. Mister's sister? It's just a small anchor, a little girl named Xuanxia. Oh, perhaps Mr. Xue no longer remembers such a small order. Lu Ping put down his tea. He leaned back and folded his legs, his tone very calm to the end. Referring to Chun Xia as his sister was just a casual remark for the purpose. Kai Xiaoguang, that incompetent son of Kai Zhengwei, the director of the Baihui group, along with his foxy friends Chen Chang and Lei Hongyu sent a commission to you. Lu Ping continued. Not even a trace of anger could be heard from his tone, but Xue Huaqing's heart grew more and more alarmed, especially when the latter said the names of Kai Zhengwei and Kai Xiaoguang. Xue Huaqing's eyelids fluttered. Xue Huaqing was involved in a field that was similarly between black and white, and he couldn't mix in this position nowadays without speaking the rules. His men not only raised a large number of water army, there are also spread throughout the doggy in Shanghai, or, mixing in different circles in Shanghai, if you get valuable gossip news, can be sold to him. In these messages, it is inevitable to touch the taboo. Keeping secrets. This is Xue Huaqing's first rule. Under his command, the client's commission list was only known to him accurately, and Lu Ping's ability to say these names in one breath touched on his greatest fear. Those who played with public opinion and wreaked havoc with information, their greatest fear was also information. Mr.'s sister. Shui Huaqing's face changed in fear and trepidation as he stood up at once and bowed to Lu Ping. Please forgive me, sir. Mr. Shui is willing to pay whatever it takes to apologize to your sister. Chun Xia. That little anchor, he remembered. It was just that whether she was really this gentleman's sister or not, it didn't matter. Cost? Lu Ping took out the eyeglass cloth from his arms and removed his glasses again to gently wipe them, and when he heard the words, he let out a light laugh in response. Carrying an eyeglass cloth with him was a habit he had only developed in the past 2 days. It was mainly used for specific occasions, allowing him to go into a little more detail and thus hide his inner emotions. If I hadn't received the news, she would have already died, and she was only 23 years old. Compared to what was being said, Lu Ping's demeanor and tone were frighteningly calm. Fine sweat broke out on Shui Huaqing's forehead. Ding Qing, who was sitting next to him in front of the sofa, also stood up. He put his hand into his bosom, and when he felt it out again, he only heard a click sound, and loaded the pistol. The black hole of the gun was aimed at Shui Huaqing. Sit down. Don't be so violent. Lu Ping looked at Ding Qing and raised his hand. Strike it this way. You have a first love in Hangzhou. Her name is Wang Shueru, a host of Hangzhou TV. I will inflict the same tactics on her. She will lose her reputation. She will be spurned by her co-workers, family members, and strangers. Her entire world will be shrouded in darkness. In that case, this matter will be turned over. Lu Ping said calmly. In Shui Huaqing's intelligence, this first love of his girlfriend had an extremely important influence on him, and even though he hadn't been in contact for many years, he was still silently paying attention to the other party. No one could know that to him, this first love girlfriend was what he cared about the most. Lu Ping's words fell. The media bigwig who held the huge publicity resources of Zhenghai City suddenly widened his eyes, and he gasped sharply. If the previous reaction was more of an act, then at this moment, Shui Huaqing's expression began to become truly fearful and truly flustered. The amount of information hidden in Lu Ping's few words made Shui Huaqing think carefully. Don't! Shui Huaqing's lips trembled as he said in a pleading tone. Chapter 39, All Old Foxes. Nui, why don't mom sleep with you tonight? The middle-aged woman was somewhat unable to sleep. She dressed casually and snapped the door to her daughter's room. After walking in, she first looked at her daughter in the mattress, and then surveyed the modest daughter's boudoir. Walked to the bookcase, tilted his head to look at a certain layer above. Elementary school, tied with a double ponytail Dudown Moncler Pacher. Junior high school, stayed up bangs, just learned to be pretty little girl. High school. College. The middle-aged woman only felt that time had passed too quickly, and before she noticed, the girl had grown up. She looked carefully, twisted her head, and saw on the wall, the posters that were pasted on the wall when her daughter was in junior high school. Yuan, Pan Weibo, and Shui Qian. Mother and daughter chatted quietly on the bed. Ping. Brother Ping is the master who took me when I first joined the company. He's very nice. He has a gentle personality, does things seriously and is not in a hurry. I always made mistakes when I first joined the company and he never got angry. Brother Ping shouldn't like me. Zhang Yingying's eyes were glowing and her tone became joyful when she described Lu Ping, but when she spoke of the other party possibly disliking herself, her eyes dimmed and her entire tone dropped all of a sudden. Every little change in her daughter was seen by her mother, and she took the girl by the shoulders with a sour heart. The glittering city of night, Metropolis. Tea house. Lu Ping looked at Shui Huaqing and was not affected by the latter's display of trepidation and pleading. Even if there were a few moments of truth, what could be done? In the face of such a character, the only thing he could rely on was the information, which was written in black and white. Shui Huaqing is as cunning as a fox, good at observing people's words and colors, knows how to advance and retreat, can tolerate insults and can perform. Shui Huaqing did not hide his emotions, pleading for fear. In front of him, Lu Ping was still calmly drinking tea, while Ding Qing of the China Shipping Group was seated, watching himself without blinking. Both of them looked like they were watching a clown performing. Since the performance was useless, Shui Huaqing then slowly gathered his emotions. He met Lu Ping's gaze. He was indeed terrified, but not as terrified as he showed. The other party wanted to kill himself. He would have done so a long time ago, not to mention the fact that in the world's upper echelons of rules killing was only the most inefficient means. He was merely lowering his stance further. Mr. Lu, what in the world? Shui Huaqing whispered in his mind. He only felt as if he was a transparent person in the eyes of the other party, his every move being spied on by the latter. Why would such an existence find me? Shui Huaqing didn't believe the claim that the so-called female netizen Chuanxia was his sister. The other party could investigate the bottom out of him, so naturally they could find out information about Chuanxia. Last night the Lingnan Song family Song Ziwen just approached me, and tonight I was targeted by this Mr. Lu. Is there really such a coincidence? Shui Huaqing felt like he was being drawn into a game between big shots, and he had serendipitously become a pawn in the game. Please open the door, sir. Mr. Shui is willing to be a pawn for Mr. Shuihua cleaned up his sleeves and clothes and stood straight again, looking towards Lu Ping and arching his hand in a deep voice. He looked serious, where was the uneasy demeanor of the previous moment. Lu Ping watched the latter's reaction, his heart was sighing with emotion. He found that most of these big shots were veteran actors and actresses, all at the drop of a hat in regards to their personal emotions. If he wasn't convinced of what was in the intelligence, he might have really been deceived. Is he recognizable to you? Lu Ping held a smile, and no longer grasping that Hangzhou TV host, he flexed his fingers, pointing to Ding Qing on the side, and said to Shuihua Qing, Master Qing's name is as good as thunder. Shuihua Qing no longer covered up, arched his hand toward Ding Qing and said in a deep voice, Can the China Shipping Group, or rather, the Chao sect, provide you with shelter? Lu Ping spoke in a calm tone and said slowly. The words just fell. Shuihua Qing's expression gave a start, even though he had already prepared for it. When Lu Ping's words suddenly pierced through his anxieties and plans, he was still shaken and appalled inwardly. The authority he possesses is very delicate, it is a new industry, and has reached a bottleneck in the field of controlling new media and public opinion. Further up, it will touch the interests of the real power elite. This level must share their own cake to the upper level. It's just that China Shipping Group can't be his patron yet, but Xiaomen could. Neither belonging to the true top tier of power, nor yet being at the bottom of the circle of power and nobility. It was just right for Shuihua Qing and the new media power under his wield. If it's the Chao sect, naturally it's fine. It's just. Shuihua Qing's thoughts flowed, and he arched his hand again, hesitation showing on his face. Even at this time, he still did not directly agree to his position. Once he made a decision, he was tying himself to the other party's ship. China Shipping Group, or Xiaomen was possible, but could Ding Qing give him a corresponding promise? Who in the circle didn't know that the second in command, Master Ding Qingqing, was already wasted? There are still 10 days to go before the 18th day of the Lunar New Year. Ding Qing will deliver a satisfactory answer to Mr. Qing. Lu Ping smiled and responded. Right, Ding Qing? Looking towards Ding Qing, he added. Will live up to the high expectations of Sir. Ding Qing stood up, bowed, and responded. Shuihua Qing listened to the conversation and watched the reactions of the two men, his heart beating heavily in his chest. The information he held was all over the place, and in a way, he could also be an intelligence merchant, which was why he was willing to go to the appointment when he heard the sentence, having information is equal to having power, and if you don't have it, then the information isn't detailed enough yet. In fact, during the conversation in game just now, Lu Ping was showing him what intelligence's power was, and he did not need to use a single soldier to make him fearful and submissive. It seems that the election of the third branch of Chao sect's spokesperson is going to have a big change, Shuihua Qing secretly said. He was alarmed by the forces represented behind Mr. Lu. The other party was quietly laying out a plan, not knowing what it was for. The storm is coming. The storm was about to come. Mr. Shui is waiting for the day when Master Qing has good news. Shuihua Qing bowed to Lu Ping once again before arching his hand at Ding Qing with a smile. As soon as he made such a promise, the atmosphere between the three of them suddenly soothed, the tea soup stretching in the teapot, the heat slowly misting. Sir, I have some spare money in my hands and want to make an investment. Shuihua Qing took a sip of tea and spat out the tea leaves in his mouth. He held the cup and suddenly said to Lu Ping. Lu Ping was silent. Wow. Tell me. Lu Ping, with a smile, said. I know shit about investing, you're asking me? Cursing in his heart. I'm more optimistic about one project, that is Chuanha Culture and Media Company's upcoming year-end promotion. I'm very optimistic about Chuanha's future, but I'm worried about some changes. Shuihua Qing spoke in an unhurried manner, while his eyes were observing Lu Ping without any trace. With these words, he was in fact testing the waters. Lu Ping heard and did not respond as he similarly picked up his tea and took a sip. His eyes narrowed slightly in the bubbling white smoke, and only when his lips had just left from the edge of the tea did he calmly say, Song Ziwen contacted you? Shuihua Qing's hand trembled, the tea soup hitting the back of his hand. Chapter 40 Extravagance like a wine pool and a forest of meat. Chuanha, Li Yuzhen? The hand that probed into the tea light paused slightly, and then, lifting the tea light up, in the curling heat Lu Pingxi willed, he recalled the content of the intelligence about Shuihua Qing's temperament, and knew that the latter was not someone who would say Chuanha for no reason. Nian thought of a certain name. I slightly condensed, said in as calm a tone as possible. Sir, you know? Shuihua Qing also hung his head, with only some tea soup on his lips, and answered. Sure enough. Where could there be such a coincidence? I've indeed been caught up in a game. The Lingnan Song family, the Yinjing City Li family, and this mysterious Mr. Lu. Don't recognize. Lu Ping shook his head. Mr. Shui asked me about investing. I don't know much about this business. But personally, I am as optimistic about Chuanha's development as you are. A smile appeared on Lu Ping's face as he continued. I see. Shuihua Qing nodded his head. The meaning of Mr. Lu's words was already very clear, and did not cover up the intention that he was playing chess with Song Ziwen, just as a chess piece this game in the end. What is the matter, the tension, and to what extent are still like a fog? Well, today's small talk is here. Ding Chung. Send Mr. Shwe back to rest. Lu Ping sat upright, looked to the side at Ding Ching, and said in a deep voice. Shwe watching immediately got up and arched his hand to say goodbye, and he was sent all the way by Ding Ching to the underground parking lot, in front of the black Volkswagen. Tea room. Phew. Finally dispatched. Nor did he look towards the two who left. Lu Ping only reached out and grabbed the teapot and poured himself tea. When he picked up the tea light, perhaps it was because of the slackening of his tense heart, Lu Ping's hand actually began to tremble uncontrollably, and the clear tea broth shook in the tea light. When the door was closed, Lu Ping let out a long breath. Lu Ping long exhaled a breath, but he was not sure if there was still surveillance in the house, only dared to exhale in small bites. Still coming forward, he took a sip and smacked his lips. Honestly, this tea should be quite expensive, but he could not drink a taste at all, wasting the heavenly gift like a cow chewing peonies. The room was quiet, and Lu Ping was the only one left. His heart was leaping fast and strong. He looked a bit backward, his back had been sweated through, but luckily the suit jacket he was wearing covered his shirt. Lu Ping had to get his mental quality up before summer, otherwise when summer came, people would understand everything once they took a look at your sweaty appearance. Ding Ching, representing Wu. Shuehua Qing somehow can represent information, intelligence. By some coincidence, I can really have an intelligence organization in the future. Lu Ping's mind rose and fell, a chance thought came to him, but now was not the time to think about this and suppress the thought. Getting up. Casually walked 2 steps. Since entering this tea room, all his spirit and attention were tightly tensed, now gradually relaxing, his body heated up and became a little excited. Lu Ping surveyed the tea room. The location where they were sitting was the waiting room. Behind the sofa in the waiting room was the mahogany bookcase that occupied an entire wall. Lu Ping walked to the bookcase and swept his eyes. Most of these books were dominated by national studies, such as Zhang Zhuxing's biography, Zhang Guofan, Left Turn. I'll have to take the time to read these books as well. Otherwise, even if I have intelligence, my lack of personal qualities and heritage will expose me. For example, this time, the fact that I was able to take down Shuehua Qing so easily and achieve my goal was more through borrowing momentum than my personal aura and ability. Lu Ping had a clear perception of himself. Alas, to exercise and study even more. Still being forced with my life to frantically absorb these nutrients. If I had such an environment when I was studying back then, I'm afraid that I would have already gotten into Qingbei. Lu Ping smiled bitterly. He walked away from the bookcase, broad step, walked to the waiting room next to the real tea room, stood by the window, gently opened the bamboo shutters, looked out the window. Neon lights of the bright night scene. This tea house in the middle of the bustle of the quiet has a different flavor. Still looking, behind the room door was buttoned, also did not turn around after answering the sound, strong footsteps ringing in the ears. Mr. Ding Chung stood not far away, called out in a deep voice. Sir, may I observe the next event? After a slight pause, Ding Ching suddenly added. A few minutes later, Lu Ping sat in the back of a black sedan, his hands falling on the surface of his legs, his body slightly tense. The sedan sunk slightly, and after closing the door for him, Ding Ching sat in the car from the other side. No, am I crazy? Why did I say yes? I'm supposed to be going home. Stop the car. Stop the car. I want to go home. Lu Ping was freaking out and shouting in his mind. In due time, the car drove smoothly into the night, the traffic coming and going on the road. The changing red and green signals made Lu Ping's mind calm down again. It's always good to see the world. Besides, I'm just watching from the sidelines. Try to keep my expression taut and never speak if I can. Lu Ping pacified himself and reminded himself. About 20 minutes. The car once again drove into an underground garage, and as he drove in, Lu Ping saw the huge neon sign Heavenly Man. Stepping out from the internal elevator. The glorious clubhouse was imprinted into Lu Ping's eyes. They walked on the upper floor of the core area, and Lu Ping was able to see through the leaping floors to the downstairs where a number of beautifully built girls were lined up in a line, with their hands on their waists, revealing their long and slender legs as they walked out from different private rooms. Sir, you can sit here. Step into the large suite. It could be bathed, sweated and steamed, and was able to sing, as extravagant as a wine pool and meat forest. Lu Ping sat on the partition. He was able to have an unobstructed view of the entire suite, and Ding Ching sat on the sofa in front of the KTV screen after leaving from his side. I'm super. These damn rich people, all they enjoy are things like this? Lu Ping carefully surveyed the suite and cursed in his mind. He was even able to imagine that one of the girls, with their naked postures in the pool that was like a wine pool, rasping their delicate jade hands across the skin of the old men. They put on their bathrobes again and sat barefoot in front of this sofa, singing and drinking. Not much later. The door of the room was pushed open. Draped in a white bathrobe, the rich, bald old man appeared in front of Lu Ping's eyes. Chen Fuhan, one of the 12 directors of the China shipping group. Lu Ping recognized the latter at a glance and whispered. Chen Fuhan was biting a cigarette in his mouth and had his arm around a woman who was even younger than his granddaughter. He walked in with a bodyguard behind him. Shengzi, you haven't looked for Master Han for a long time? What, you wouldn't be thinking about the vote in Master Han's hand, would you? Ha ha ha. Chen Fuhan's voice was very loud, not at all like the mid-range that should be expected at this age, and he laughed out loud as he spoke. Yes it is, Master Han. Ding Qing also laughed, and after a moment, he put away his smile and faintly answered. The words fell. Chen Fuhan, who had been laughing loudly a second before, suddenly tightened his smile, and the old man stared at Ding Qing with a pair of sharp eyes, as if a stagnant atmosphere rose. Chapter 41 It's Art. You guys were in the car the whole time? The black Volkswagen pulled out of the tea house and drove smoothly through the nighttime metropolis. The back seat. Shuewatching's aura and posture were all very different from the party. He looked at the neon lights outside the window and didn't know what he was thinking about. A moment later he indifferently looked at the driver and secretary and asked. No. We were taken to a room to rest. The young secretary tensed. I see. Shuewatching nodded. He reached out and pulled open the reserve box in his car, pulled out a cigar and lit it for himself, took a deep drag, and then added. Xiao Song. Take the car for maintenance tomorrow. Got it, Director Shue. The driver glanced at Shuewatching from the rearview mirror and responded without asking too many questions. Shuewatching swallowed clouds for a while before picking up a brown envelope on the seat next to him, an envelope that was handed to him at the end of Ding Qing's walk to his car. Inside the envelope, a list of names. Shuewatching looked at the name in detail, his face expressionless, only elegant temperaments, suddenly no storage rage. Without warning, the list will tear to pieces. Often walk by the river which have not wet shoes. Should have expected. A big stick in one hand and red dates in the other. Envy played beautifully. How will things really go? Compartment. Lu Ping was a little nervous and more excited as he watched the changes downstairs. It was able to see that, excluding Ding Cheng and Chen Fuhan who were at the center of the storm, all the rest of them had their heads bowed and shrank like ostriches. Isn't this more intuitive than watching a police movie? Lu Ping whispered. He told Ding Qing parts of the intelligence and processed the information through Ding Qing's hands to maximize the information. As a result, what was happening was a perfect live teaching for him, as he speculated on the oppressive aura and paid attention to the two men's every move. Chen Fuhan is Master Yuan's most loyal junior, without great ambition, and very satisfied with his current life. Master Yuan is very assured of Chen Fuhan, but likewise left the backhand that can be controlled. Chen Fuhan's son, Chen Jianan, holds a senior position and a special position in the maritime group. Master Yuan set him up, using his greedy character to give him the opportunity to smuggle for his own benefit, and even those smuggling businesses are intentionally controlled by him. And Chao sect, the most taboo thing is to eat the inside and the outside. Lu Ping recalled the intelligence. He was thinking about how he would use this information if it was himself. Still the tactics of a glance, deterrence, withholding Master Yuan's ruthlessness, and forcing Chen Fuhan to take sides. Lu Ping whispered. In due time. The downstairs was no longer silent. Lu Ping collected his thoughts and gazed. Qingzi, I can pretend that you didn't say that just now. The rich, bald old man gazed at Ding Qing, the once most outstanding youngster of the China shipping group. A smile reappeared on his face as he let go of the woman in his arms, took a few steps closer reaching out to pat Ding Qing's shoulder and exclaimed. Come. Accompany Master Han for a couple of drinks. It's been a few years since our masters drank together. Chen Fuhan picked up a bottle of foreign wine from the table and poured it for himself and Ding Qing, picked up the glass and handed it to Ding Qing, holding it himself, smiling. I'll drink with Master Han. Ding Qing raised his head and responded. Only, he didn't take the wine cup in the old man's hand, but instead directly picked up the remaining bottle of wine, tilted his head back and poured it, the cool liquid rolling down his chin and neck. Good. Worthy of being Qingzi. Still has the demeanor from back then. Chen Fuhan applauded. Master Han, I'm not willing. Ding Qing wiped the corners of his mouth, a pair of reddened eyes looking towards Chen Fuhan, a somewhat hoarse voice following. Chen Fuhan fell silent, the smile on his face slowly disappearing. You say, Master Yuan wanted that position, why didn't he tell me? Why didn't he tell me? Ding Qing's eyes widened a little, and his voice lifted an inch higher. His body was tense and trembling, his emotions like a volcano about to erupt. I don't care about that position, huh? But why did he kill Euan? To kill Jinjin. Jinjin is only 5 years old. 5 years old. Ding Qing roared out in a low voice. Chen Fuhan originally wanted to appease, but when Ding Qing's last words were uttered, his face abruptly changed. Qingzi. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Chen Fuhan said. Ding Qing clasped his head with both hands, his fingertips passing through between his slightly curled hair, his arms, the veins exploding at the roots in front of his forehead, his eyes snapping in horror. Just by looking at him, one would be able to feel the immense pain and hideousness that greeted him. Master Han. You do know how much I respect Master Yuan. Ding Qing calmed down as he said in a deep voice. Let's not talk about that, but let's talk about Song Yu, the recognized new talker of the China Shipping Group today. Take a look at his resume and background, a doctorate in finance from Western studies, and since his rise to power, the China Shipping Group has seen extremely promising developments in all fields. Ding Qing opened another bottle of wine and poured it for himself and Chen Fuhan. He was no longer fixated on the previous topic. A well-deserved elite talent. But elite talents benefit him, Yuan Taiping, and China Shipping Group, but not necessarily us. We're just a bunch of old guys who fought our way up from the gutter. Song Yu has been giving speeches and delivering speeches everywhere lately, and he keeps emphasizing where he will meet this carrier to sail to after he takes office. Ding Qing said in a deep voice. Chen Fuhan picked up his wine glass and took a sip. He didn't show any more feedback and half squinted his eyes. The compartment. Lu Ping lightly eeped. He thought that Ding Qing would continue to dig deeper into that topic, extending the content towards Yuan Taiping's ruthlessness, and finally telling Chen Fuan's information. Sitting up a bit straighter, he straightened his body, focusing all his attention on the earphones. This was the radio Ding Qing handed him. Every one of Song Yu's plans is excellent, but look at what his content is. In almost every sentence, he's saying that when he sits in that position, it will be a new era, but there's no big ship carrying us in the new era. I dare say that the first thing Song Yu is going to do when he takes the throne is to clean up all of us old farts who have struggled out of the mud. Ding Qing looked solemn and said in a deep voice. Since deciding to take revenge and stop being decadent, he certainly could not bet all his treasure on Lu Ping's intelligence. He had carefully studied Song Yu, and Song Yu's development philosophy. Fruity. However, after this one sentence from Ding Qing was uttered, the rich, Maitreya Buddha-like Chen Fuhan half squinted his eyes, and a change appeared on his face. Song Yu wants to establish the most efficient KPI assessment, to use the most scientific financial concepts in the group. He wants to fully recruit highly educated and highly sophisticated talents. Along with the depth of Ding Qing's words, Lu Ping's sitting body was also getting straighter and straighter as he watched the old man downstairs change, his heart beating heavily. Art. The art of language. Lu Ping marveled. He pondered over Ding Qing's words and intentions, and vaguely realized his mistake. He had taken for granted that the focus of convincing Chen Fuhan was on deterrence and threat, but this old man, one of the 12 directors of the China Shipping Group, his real weakness seemed to lie in resting on his laurels. Ding Qing placed his prying Chen Fuhan's words on the old man's life that was about to be changed. Chen Fuhan's gasping breaths became vaguely rapid, and sweat broke out on the forehead of his fat old face. Master Han, you chided me for not being able to speak out of turn, but let me tell you, Yuan Taiping has planted bombs around every single one of them. You should remember that 2 years ago, there was a big incident in my third branch of the China Shipping Group, and the Chao Sec's general altar was found to have eaten a vicious incident. There were hostile forces of my Chao Sec smuggling from Southeast Asia to Zhao through our channels. At that time, the general forum was enraged. Ding Qing nodded at much of the content. He turned the conversation in another direction. Chen Fuhan's thoughts were driven to hook back to 2 years ago, and the old man's fat face changed color. Do you know who pushed this matter? Who? Chen Fuhan's voice was muffled, his hand hanging down on the surface of his leg gripped tightly. Brother Jianan. Ding Qing said word for word. Chen Fuhan's sweaty hairs exploded one by one, and his body was instantly drenched in sweat as he looked at Ding Qing with a tiger-like gaze. But Brother Jianan made all of this under Yuan Taiping's intentional push, and it was also Yuan Taiping who swept away the brokenness for Brother Jianan to push the scapegoat up. Ding Qing looked at Chen Fuhan and said slowly. Chen Fuhan had no voice. Attic. Lu Ping's eyelids fluttered and he took a deep breath. He only felt that Ding Qing's pace of this conversation was just too good, giving him a solid lesson. If the one who could refresh the intelligence was Ding Qing, there was no telling what the latter could do. Chapter 42 Stormy Weather, Curtain Unveiled. Bang! The sound of a gunshot after silencing. Lu Ping's heart trembled as he gazed downstairs, when Bao Jun, the second of the 12 directors, was invited by Chen Fuhan to appear with his bodyguards. Ding Qing only smiled as he stood up, followed by pulling out a gun from his pocket, a set of coherent movements, cocking his hand, lifting his hand and pulling the trigger, the muzzle of the gun rising slightly. Bao Jun's body froze in place, his back chilled in an instant. At the same time, the middle-aged bodyguard following him had blood-stained eyebrows and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. The white Cadillac drove out from the Heavenly Entertainment Club. Inside the narrow compartment, Lu Ping and Ding Qing were sitting side by side in the back seat, elbows propped up next to the car door, hands supporting their cheeks. Lu Ping appeared to be calm, but in reality, his body was tense. Just now, the ferocity of Ding Qing's performance, although he had read about it in the text, he was still shaken after witnessing it directly. When such an existence was sitting right next to one's hand, it was inevitable to have a feeling like an on one's back. Deliberately yawned. Lu Ping looked at Ding Qing through the rearview mirror without any trace. The man who had lived in the world of Truman hung his head slightly low, sitting with an expressionless face. Lu Ping continued to look, his mind wandering, and in due course, perhaps sensing the gaze of being watched, Ding Qing raised his head violently, a pair of intimidating eyes through the rearview mirror, and Lu Ping looked directly at him. After seeing Lu Ping, his fierce eyes converged, replaced by a respectful nod. Lu Ping nodded his head in the same way. But in his chest, his heart almost jumped to his throat in the square moment. It was as if, being stared at by a lion and tiger-like beast, the close and intense aura made Lu Ping nearly jump up. Sir! The car crossed the Cross River Bridge and drove into the East District. It stopped at the old neighborhood that Lu Ping had rented. When Lu Ping walked out for some distance, Ding Qing, who was standing in front of the car door, suddenly shouted again. Lu Ping happened to be standing under the streetlight that had been used for an unknown amount of time, giving off a dim glow, turned his head, and looked at the white Cadillac. Thanks to you. Ding Qing bowed distantly and said in a deep voice. He waved his hand. There was no response either. Lu Ping continued to walk towards the neighborhood. Close to 1 in the morning, it was now very late, the neighborhood was very quiet, only a few homes still had lights on. Lu Ping walked into a section of darkness where the street lights were broken. He finally stopped restraining and let out a long breath. At this time, the cold wind of the winter night blew through. Lu Ping couldn't help but shiver. Tonight he had sweated several times just by sweating. Phew! Rubbing his hands, Lu Ping saw white smoke rising from the hot air he exhaled. The old neighborhood did not have an underground parking lot, people and cars were separated, and at night the cars in the neighborhood were parked in a mess. Avoiding the cars, his feet stepped on the garbage only to hear the crunching sound of click. It feels like returning from a dream to reality again. Walking to the front of the old building, Lu Ping recalled today's experience and was in a trance. Going upstairs, opened the door, opened his arms and lay down on the bed face to face, motionless, fixed the two directors. It's getting closer and closer to the Chuanha promotion. Just thinking about the raging game in the darkness, Lu Ping was excited, nervous, expectant, and trembling. Just like this. Burying his head in the pillow, after a while, he regained movement, hanging up his suit, easing his footsteps and walking over to the bookcase, peering in through the glass, his face revealing a joyful expression, pulling open the door and taking out the freshly refreshed piece of intelligence. He did not open it, dropped the information on the desk. Lu Ping took a step back and started doing push-ups, increasing 5% compared to yesterday. The dark room. The curtains on all four sides were tightly drawn. Suddenly, the cell phone lit up with a faint light. The light shone in front of the pale girl's cheeks. Her fingers trembled as she reached out to the screen. Her fingertips toggled, and a lot of messages were printed in the bottom of her eyes. Rumor. Hashtag update a bulletin. The rumor gang that created rumors and edited fake news pics of Chuanxia has been captured on the case. Hashtag analyzing the post. All the edited and spliced videos as well as the original pictures are all here. I knew it. Miss Chuanxia is never like that. Those pictures look fake. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There have been so many bloggers whose personalities have collapsed in recent months that I thought. In short, it's all my fault. Countless apologizing comments. All the rumor-mongering videos seem to have all disappeared in a few small hours. In front of her cell phone, the soft girl covered her mouth as 2 lines of clear tears rolled down her cheeks. Moments later, she lost control of her emotions and bawled. The heat of hashtag Chunxia being rumored hashtag began to rise like crazy. The Jain platform, the microblogging platform, and even Jihu all made it to the hot topic list, and the number of fans following Chunxia's personal account doubled almost overnight. Thank you. Thank you, Chunxia muttered. The night was getting darker and darker. The presidential suite. Yanjing City's eldest granddaughter of the eldest house, a truly magnificent woman, Li Yuzhen, was still dealing with the paperwork as she took off her glasses, revealing a slightly tired and pretty face. She was fighting against fate. She wanted to prove that women were not inferior to men. Li Yuzhen closed the file and stood up. She raised her feet to shake off the high heels under her feet and stood barefoot in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. A whole magnificent metropolis of night scenery was presented under her eyes and feet. Mr. Li. On the star side your expected Heavenly King Lu Minghua, Heavenly Queen Su Qingying, and the God of Song, Joey Luan have all declined our invitation. But for the second plan, the 3 first-tier movie stars and actresses are willing to be our year-end promotion ambassadors. The third secretary, Xia Teng, was likewise working overtime, staying in the side bedroom of Li Yuzhen's suite until the Chuanha Grand promotion. She received a phone call and hurriedly went to Li Yuzhen to report. Enough. Li Yuzhen did not respond directly, but instead overlooked the city for a few more moments before turning to look at Xia Teng and said in a deep voice, "What's the movement on Song Ziwen's side again?" Li Yuzhen, asked. We monitored that Song Ziwan secretly contacted a lot of media platforms and self-media platforms, and it's likely that he's going to throw dirty water on us around the time of the big promotion. Everything is normal in the 3 major overseas specialties. In our selections, according to what you said in advance, we did find a series of hidden dangers, and have flagged the goods without spooking them. Regarding our company's 5-10 million davos, as well as a dozen million davos, evidence is already being collected. Secretary number 3, Xia Ting, reported solemnly. 10 days later. The Chuanha Grand Promotion was the true grand ending of this game. I see. Li Yuzhen listened intently. It's already late, go rest. Li Yuzhen, in a deep voice, said. Xia Ting bowed and left. She eased her footsteps as she walked out of the hall and spat out her fragrant tongue, letting out a long sigh of relief. Why is there a feeling of a storm coming? What exactly will happen on the day of the big promotion? Xia Ting soaked in the bathtub of her room, only revealing a head. She recalled the image of the party and muttered. Chapter 43 New Year's Day, Fireworks of the World. Time passed by day. In just the blink of an eye, it seemed as if it was December 31st, the eve of the New Year's Eve. Take a day off. Morning. Wearing a gray slim-fitting coat, Lu Ping pushed open the glass door of the cafe along the street, walked into the store amidst the crunching sound of the wind chimes ding-dong, and sat down in the corner by the window at the end of the store. After ordering a cup of coffee, he took out a book with the cover removed from his bag and focused on it. The winter sunlight filtered through the glass and hit the pages in front of him. Music, and any other art that comes naturally, will be just a pathway that leads you to the entire universe. Whatever you don't let go along the way. Listen to the sound of the waves. With your body, mind, and soul, take in all their moments of raging change. You must speak to the angry tides like Demosthenes, and never weaken after the first attempt. Lupin watched attentively, scrutinizing. Honestly. This acting Bible, which had been jointly recommended by Master Star, Brother Fat, and Liang Chiu-Wai, did give Lu Ping a feeling of great benefit. As the third branch of Chowman, China Shipping Group's spokesperson ballot, and Chuanhe's year-end promotion were getting closer and closer, in the area where ordinary people couldn't see, the surging undercurrents were getting more and more turbulent, and the game of each other was almost to be restrained. And Lu Ping, who had not yet come into the light, instead gained a short piece before the big battle. He seized this time to continuously improve his acting skills, steadily exercising his body and accumulating little by little. It didn't take too long. Outside the door, the wind chime rang along with the customers walking in. The middle-aged older woman with freshly permed curly hair looked around the store, and her face revealed joy when she saw Lu Ping in the corner. She approached with quick steps. Little Lu. Auntie Zhang, you're here. Lu Ping closed his book, looked at the sound and answered with a smile. This middle-aged aunt was Lu Ping's landlord. The two had already negotiated the price on the phone, and today was the day they came over to sign the rent sale contract. Little Lu has gotten rich recently. $3.5 million just for saying so. Auntie Zhang smiled brightly, looking enthusiastic. She originally did not intend to sell the old house, but the young tenant in front of her offered a price $500,000 higher than the market price, so she loosened up. Xiao Lu, you didn't receive any news, did you? Tell Auntie, is that area hardly going to be demolished? Or is the school next to it going to be zoned as a school district? Auntie Zhang pulled out the contract and was about to sign it when her movements suddenly stopped again, her eyes suspicious and alert as she asked. Lu Ping heard this and could not help but roll his eyes. Auntie Zhang, that roommate of mine, Xia Mintan, you know about it. Lu Ping intentionally revealed some embarrassment and mentioned, and as expected, as soon as his words fell, Auntie Zhang covered her mouth and revealed a smile. I see. You youngsters are getting bigger and bigger in chasing girls. Sign the name. Transfer the money. Auntie Zhang didn't sit down for much longer, got up and left in a hurry. Lu Ping bathed in the morning sunlight, twisting his head. He was able to see the sidewalk road and asphalt road beside him where people and cars were flowing. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the purchase contract in front of him again, and a subtle feeling was born within him. Once upon a time, a house in Shanghai was a dream for him. Even if this metropolis was as prosperous as it was, he was still just a passerby, a floater who couldn't stay. Dad! Mom! I bought a house. Lu Ping whispered. When he was in college, he didn't have a home, his parents left in an accident. He still remembered his mother grasping his hand on the verge of dying, already unable to speak, only 2 lines of tears kept rolling down from the corners of his eyes, they couldn't let go. In the future, I will have a more luxurious house. It may be a top-class large flat located by the Huangpu River, or it may be the king of the building in Thompson, or it may be an old house located in Jing'an. But probably any of these houses would be difficult to let me have the feeling I have at this moment. Lu Ping gathered his thoughts and revealed a smile. I spent $3 million on the car, $3.5 million on the house, and $6.5 million on expenses. About to run out of money. Glancing at the SMS message, Lu Ping read the book for a while and also got up to leave. 2:30 minutes in the afternoon. Jinling Pedestrian Street in Shanghai City. Brother Ping. Brother Ping. At the street entrance, Zhang Yingying was carrying a small bag, waving her hand at Lu Ping from afar. She was obviously dressed up on purpose today, completely different from her ordinary weekday work, a black turtleneck sweater with a coffee-colored high-waisted bustier skirt, and black pantyhose wrapped around her calves. The whole person appeared to be very elegant and ladylike, and when she waved her hand, she added a few points of vivaciousness to it. Today's outfit is very nice. Lupin approached and praised with a smile. Really? He. Zhang Yingying's cheeks blushed, first delighted then a little shy. Why hasn't Dashi come yet? Lu Ping glanced at his cell phone and then looked towards the station not far away. Who knows? Zhang Yingying heard, her eyes subconsciously looked to the side, her words inexplicably revealing a few moments of weakness in her voice. If it was the Lu Ping of the past, he probably wouldn't have noticed the details, but now that he had gradually developed the insight of seeing the smallest of things, he guessed what was going on with just a turn of his thoughts. As expected, the cell phone in his grip vibrated, a call from Oishi. I'll ask him where he's at. Picked up. Lu Ping listened to the cell phone. Zhang Yingying stood beside him somewhat nervously, standing on her tiptoes and listening secretly with her side ears. This Dashi, not reliable at all. He said that he temporarily encountered something, he can't accompany us for shopping in the afternoon, and wait for the evening to directly carry things to my rented home. Lu Ping spread out his cell phone and said helplessly. In that case, Zhang Yingying's tone was high. What a pity. She was busy lowering her voice. Let's just stroll around. Lu Ping said. Good. Zhang Yingying's cheeks flushed as she grabbed her small bag and answered in a low voice. One afternoon. Shopping, drinking milk tea, eating snacks, buying clothes, catching dolls in the game hall. Evening. Shared house. Lu Ping's cramped room, the hot pot was steaming, Lu Ping and Zhang Yingying were sitting on the edge of the bed, and Gu Dashi carried a small bench and sat at the small table. The advertisements for Chuanha's big promotion today have all hit the pedestrian street and the Bund. All the giant LED screens of that one landmark building have all been contracted, the Oriental Pearl Tower, Jin Mao Tower. Zhang Yingying ate a pill, exhaled, and said, starting from New Year's Day, the resources for Chuanha's year-end promotion will be thrown wildly, until the promotion starts, which burns astronomical numbers every day. Gu Dashi knew more and responded with an interface. That's awesome. Zhang Yingying lamented. They chatted, looking up at the splendid fireworks over the glittering metropolis from the perspective of an ordinary person. This was the truth of this world, a few people were the protagonists, and the majority of the multitude of people were the audience, marveling and lamenting over the splendor above the sky, and then, continuing their day-to-day lives. The countdown is on. The countdown is on. Stop playing the game. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Chapter 44. The 18th day of the lunar month. The board of directors convenes. Must see. After New Year's Day, time began to spin like crazy. January 8th. The 17th day of the Lunar New Year. Tomorrow is the day of the vote for the new speaker of the third branch of Chowman China Shipping Group, and 3 more days later, the 21st of Lunar New Year, the last 7 days of the 29th of the year, the Chuanha year-end promotion that has been building up momentum for a month has officially begun. Morning. At the dawn of the day, Lu Ping was somewhat unable to sleep. He didn't get up directly, but continued to shrink in the quilt, looking at the slightly modeled ceiling. Who? Still in the mattress. Lu Ping's heart started to beat strongly and sharply, and his breathing became ragged. Ever since New Year's Day, he could clearly feel the change in atmosphere. First, Chuanha, the streets and alleys, a building's outer wall advertisements, LED screens lit up with Chuanha's logo, tapping on the cell phone, the push of various platforms was constantly reminding users of the countdown. On the network, Chuanha big promotion has become a hot word. I'm just a small employee of a company, I sit in the subway, and when I walk on the side of the street and raise my head, I gaze at this dazzling feast. It should be okay with me. Lupin's face showed excitement. But I was able to glimpse the raging behind this firework. That belongs to the spaced-out game between the big shots. And the most important thing is that I was able to participate in it. I can dominate the final outcome. Sitting up, he leaned against the back of the bed. Lu Ping's body was trembling with excitement, and his cheeks were colored with a sickly redness. However, what will determine all of this will still need to wait for the results to come out tomorrow. Lu Ping gathered his emotions together. He wore slippers and got out of bed, first pouring himself a large glass of water, and after drinking all of it, he directly took off the sweatshirt on his body, revealing his well-proportioned body, which had no obvious changes compared to the very beginning, with only a slightly raised belly flattened out a bit, and a block of muscle more radial. Do push-ups in the middle of the desk in bed. 1 set of 30, do 3 sets. Then squats, a set of 50, do 3 sets. Finish. Even if it is winter, Lu Ping is still sweating a lot, directly naked out of the room, just went out the door, saw the co-tenant roommate Xiaoman Dandan's sister is holding her hand on the shoe cupboard, wearing high-heeled shoes, she saw Lu Ping's appearance, her eyes boldly swept in the chest muscles, red lips up. Oh yo, Ping Z, can't tell, sister likes it a lot. Come, let sister touch it. Before her words fell, Lu Ping really walked over. Xiaomintan paused slightly, probed out her hand, and pinched her cold fingers, revealing a big sister-style light smile. Looks like it's still almost interesting. Take it up again. Words, turned around and left in a dashing manner, if not out of the door when the foot nearly broke. Lu Ping really thinks she liked to show that is calm. I really have changed. The old me wouldn't be like this. Lu Ping whispered. After taking a shower, Lu Ping put on his work attire, wore his black-framed glasses, and picked up his briefcase to leave from home. He bought an omelette by the subway entrance and swallowed it in a big gulp while exhaling hot air. At the same time, his feet quickly walked towards the station, and around him, all the commuters in general with him trotted and swarmed in. When the subway arrived at the station, Lu Ping happened to finish his omelette. He squeezed into the subway. The car will have to wait until after the new year to be lifted. But let's just say the car is lifted. It's not convenient to drive in the morning rush hour. Lu Ping muttered. His eyes noticed the billboard directly outside the subway glass, Chuanho Promotions, and looked into the screen next to the door, which was describing the 3 overseas specials of Chuanho Promotions. Glancing at the cell phone of the girl next to her, she was holding a computer and counting the full discount offers of Chuanha. Li Yuzhen's pizzazz. Unfortunately, even such a woman would never have imagined that the Li family behind her would really watch her bury everything. Her marriage with the Song family is far from as simple as she realized. Lu Ping lamented. These days, he did not set out to use the 4th piece of information, only repeatedly studying the information that had been refreshed. It was only at this point that he realized that his use of several people's intelligence was still only at a very basic stage. Brother Ping. Good morning. My league culture. Lu Ping had just entered the company when Zhang Yingying noticed and waited for the former to approach to call out in a crisp voice. Good morning. Lu Ping nodded with a smile. After the New Year's Eve, he clearly felt Zhang Yingying's blazing and almost unconcealable emotions. Lu Ping did not reject it, even, he enjoyed this little ordinary, little sweet, that thumping feeling. A shared roommate was a shared roommate, and Dan wanted to be a mistress. Li Yuzhen was Li Yuzhen, the target of his conquest under another identity. Zhang Yingying was Zhang Yingying, his disguised identity of an ordinary city employee, which also required ordinary people's experiences, such as falling in love and starting a family. Haika, come with me to Chuanha in a while, report on our work one last time, and we can rest and wait for the new year. Gu Dashi turned to Lu Ping. Got it. Lu Ping responded. Walking into Chuanha with Gu Dashi, the entire company's employees were all in a state of excitement. Li Yuzhen was not a stingy person and gave her employees a share of the benefits. People came and went. Everyone was in a final sprint. This time, Lu Ping and Gu Dashi came to hand over the work, not to mention Li Yuzhen. Even Lin Xiuyu, the head of the advertising department, did not see. The person in charge of handing over the work was an ordinary-looking supervisor. Without saying much, he let the two leave. While walking out of Chuanha, Lu Ping looked back. He glanced at the monitor above him that was blinking with a green light, pushed his black-rimmed glasses, and turned to leave after the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I'll take a call. In front of the large office, Lu Ping's cell phone vibrated. He glanced at it and said to his colleague Gu Dashi beside him. After the words were spoken, Lu Ping then walked towards the side corridor and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He answered the call, and on the other end of the phone was Ding Qing calling. Hello. Lu Ping answered gently. Sir. 12 directors, I've still only pulled in 5 votes, there are at least 3 remaining that I'll take before the vote. Holding 2 bouquets of flowers and toys, Ding Chun walked into a grave against a mountain and water. He said to the phone. Yuan Taiping didn't notice you, did he? Lu Ping asked. The news handed over from Master Jia's side. Yuan Taiping and Song Yu have completely disregarded me. After all, who would take a loser who has been disheveled for 5 years as a rival? Ding Qing sneered. Then I wish you a surprise for him in advance. I will. The phone was then hung up. Ding Qing stood in front of the tombstone and bent down to put the flowers and toys away. Then with gentle movements, he wiped down the tombstone and pulled out the weeds around it. He leaned against the tombstone and sat down. Yuan Taiping could be ruthless enough to kill Jinjin as well, but how could I not be ruthless enough to kill Xiao Zhuoxin? Ding Qing's face was disheveled as he muttered. P.S. Brothers, give a 5-star favorable comment. At present a comment is not too miserable. Chapter 45. The wind is picking up. In the afternoon, at 3 or 4 o'clock. My league culture. The air conditioner was on full blast, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were covered in a thick layer of water mist. Yawning, Lu Ping put down the book in his hand and raised his head, surveyed towards the office. In front of the work desk Gudashi stared at the screen. The immortal sword and wonderful warrior which had not been played for a long time was once again clicked on by him. On the right hand side, Zhang Yingying put on the earphone and focused on catching up with the drama that she was saving up for. She seemed to have some feeling and looked towards Lu Ping, revealing a sweet smile. Continue to look around. In the company, excluding the colleagues of the Chuanha project team who started to enter the annual vacation mode in advance, the rest of the crowd was busy instead. Many of the stores from Chuanha's big promotion kept handing over their advertisements to our league. Most of the colleagues were able to have a fat year this year. Lu Ping collected his gaze as he removed the glasses in front of his nose, the corners of his mouth gently lifting as he wiped the lenses. A butterfly in the rainforest of the Amazon River basin in South America occasionally flaps its wings a few times, and it could set off a grand tornado in North America, 10,000 miles away. The impact began as soon as I unwrapped the dossier of intelligence. Lupin put on his glasses and whispered. He enjoyed this feeling of lifting his hands and throwing them away and sending ripples through the layers, affecting dozens, hundreds, even tens of thousands of people. Without him, it would have been impossible for a company like our league culture to receive an order from Chuanha, much less for his colleagues in the company to have this feast near the end of the year. Ah, Ping, do you have any arrangements after work in a while? Going to Big Player together to play a few games? Gu Dashi remembered something, put down the mouse and turned to Lu Ping. Lu Ping heard this and his eyes flickered slightly. Good. Smiling, he answered. He still remembered that the last time Dashi shouted at him to go to Big Player was the day he dialed the first phone call to Li Yuzhen. The day is boring, ordinary fate changed. I'll go too. Zhang Yingying said with her eyes wide open as she took off her headphones at some point and eavesdropped with her somewhat reddened ears on the side. In the evening, at 5:30, it was already dark. Long time no on time off work. 3 stops along the subway, Lu Ping and Gu Dashi walked into the game hall familiarly. Zhang Yingying happily followed behind. She watched the 2 people in front of her, and suddenly a little jealous, feeling that they had an inexplicable tacit understanding. I'll go with 8 gods, so you can have a good time. Then I'm still fire dance. The following day. The 18th day of the waxing moon. The weather was overcast. Lu Ping changed out of his professional clothes and wore a beige thin sweater. Our union culture did not have any hard and fast requirements for the dress code. In the past he was simply too lazy to pick out his clothes, and work clothes were the most convenient. But now it was different, and Zhang Yingying had brought him to buy quite a few sets. Holding a cup of coffee, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Ping could not see much emotion on his face, but his heart had tightened up. He had put everything on Ding Cheng, and if Ding Cheng went wrong and did not sit in that position, then Shui Huaqing, the big man at the mouth of grey public opinion in Shanghai, would throw in the towel and turn around and throw himself under Song Ziwen's command. Even if there was still a 4th piece of intelligence, there was nothing that could be done about it. At that point, it was possible that everything would fall apart. It can only be this way. The fingers holding the cup clasped hard. Lu Ping whispered. It wasn't that he wanted to hand over the button that decided the course of events to Ding Cheng. If possible, he would rather assume all of this himself. But he couldn't. He was just an ordinary staff member. If he was really allowed to sit at that voting board table, he might not be able to carry the pressure and tremble with nervousness. Lupin had a clear perception of himself. It was dark all day today. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Dongcheng District. In front of the China Shipping Marine Group building, the first convoy of black Mercedes-Benz approached from the intersection, and one of the 12 directors, an old man in a set of black Chinese mountain suit, clutching a leading cane in his hand, stepped on the red carpet and stepped into the building, surrounded by black-clad bodyguards. Starting from the old man in the black Chinese mountain suit, it was like a signal. One by one, the convoys kept coming in, and the 12 directors arrived one after another. Snort dash. These people, other than that the platoon entirety is getting more and more upscale. Damn it, the bedbugs of the inner world should stay in areas where the sun doesn't shine. On the road directly opposite the China Shipping Group building, before and after 2 old black Passats. In the car, Zhonghai Marine World Supervision Group, an unkempt old captain, Ma Anban, held bread in one hand and binoculars in the other. He bit into the bread and cursed in dissatisfaction. Master, who do you think will be elected as the new chairman of the board, the man of words? The passenger seat. The young youth asked. It's not coming. Ma Anban took a sip of water, and in due course, another convoy came in the distance. He picked up the binoculars, his face became much uglier, and said in a deep voice. Yuan Taiping's designated successor, the top elite talent Song Yu who came out of the world's #1 prestigious school of financial specialization. For the sake of this Song Yu, that old thing has given up all of Dingqing. Ma Anbang added. He looked intently through the binoculars at the 2 people walking down from the car. Song Yu respectfully assisted Yuan Taiping towards the building, and just walked out a short distance, that Yuan Taiping suddenly stopped, and he actually sought out the camera and looked towards him. Yuan Taiping nodded his head. That old dog. Ma Anbang cursed. His encounter with Yuan Taiping had started decades ago. Ha! Ding Cheng? Ma Anbang was about to say something when his eyes abruptly stared, and the binoculars in his hand looked to another direction. There! Another black sedan was approaching, and with just a glance at the license plate, Ma Anbang confirmed the identity of the owner. Yuan Taiping and Song Yu had already made their finale appearance after all 12 directors had arrived, and with Ding Cheng only arriving now at this time, Ma Anbang subconsciously smelled something unusual. In front of the building, on the red carpet, Dad! Song Yu called out. What is he doing here? Don't forget, he is also the nominal second-in-command of the China Shipping Group, and is likewise one of the candidates. Yuan Taiping's pale face revealed a hint of gloom as he said in a deep voice. In due time, the black sedan had stopped, the rear door was pushed open, and wearing a set of straight suit, he unbuttoned the 2 uppermost buttons of his shirt. Ding Cheng appeared in front of everyone with his hands in his pockets, his dangling appearance. He stood by the car door, smiling lightly as he glanced around. First, he nodded to the old man and Song Yu on the steps, then when he glanced at Ma Anbang, the smile on Ding Cheng's face grew a few points thicker and he waved his arm at this old friend from afar. Master Yuan. Ayu. Sorry. I slept a bit late last night, and I was nearly late today when I woke up. Those brats, none of them called out to me. Ding Cheng took a few steps to Yuan Taiping and Song Yu's heels, rubbing his hands on his temples and apologizing in a mixed manner. Something not on the stage. Yuan Taiping's face sank as he clutched his walking stick and knocked the ground hard, then turned around and walked towards the building. Brother Cheng. Song Yu called out with a smile, and he was busy helping the old man leave. Something's not right. There's something wrong with Ding Cheng. In the car, the unkempt old Captain Ma Anbang said in a deep voice. A cold winter wind swiftly blew by, and the already withered trees on both sides made a rustling sound. Master, the wind is picking up. P.S. The brothers, the data is so bad. Please, guys, 5-star reviews to vote. This seems to stimulate to give us more traffic. If you can, a free small gift to send a gift. Thank you, guys. Finally, the worldview of our story is completely empty. There is a deeper inner world, including plutocrats, organizations, etc. You can rest assured that the author will never write the story as a fantasy. Chapter 46 Huge Change. The whole place is shaken. Dang. Office. Lu Ping was somewhat unable to read, restless and apprehensive, and his fingertips knocked on the work desk, which gradually equaled the frequency of the heart sleep in his chest. It's 15 minutes past 2. The meeting should start at 3 o'clock. Looking at the time, Lu Ping simply stopped reading. He patted his cheeks and adjusted his breathing, only to let out a bitter laugh when he calmed down a bit, only to feel that his state of mind was still too far off. He had not gone to the front of the stage, and was uneasy like this just by hiding behind the curtain. There's no need to be presumptuous or arrogant. My shortcomings are obvious, and that is that my starting point is too low, and I was just a more than ordinary workplace office worker even a month ago. To be able to achieve this level in less than a month is already not easy. Lu Ping pacified himself. My strengths are also very obvious. I am extremely resistant to stress, and I am able to double down on my negative emotions until it is safe to let them out. I'm growing fast, but even then, they don't always give me time to grow. The last spare moment before the storm. Lu Ping simply began to dissect himself. After associating some elements, Lu Ping murmured as if mocking himself, if I have the chance, perhaps I should see a psychiatrist. My heart is definitely not that healthy. But I equally need to make it clear that it might be this unhealthy, in a sense one could even say perverted heart that supports me to go further. The minutes ticked by. It's 3 o'clock. Lu Ping suddenly stopped. His eyes stared up and looked out the window. Dongcheng District. China Shipping Group Building. Conference Room. A long table was located in the center of the conference room, and on both sides of the long table sat the third branch of the Chao sect, the 12 highly respected directors of the China Shipping Group, the previous speaker, Yuan Taiping, his successor, Song Yu, another candidate, Chao Rong, and Ding Cheng. The 2 witnesses assigned from the general altar sat on the left and right sides of the long table. At this moment, there were still the last 15 minutes until the ceremony began, 2:45 minutes Yanjing City time. Ha! Yawn dash. Ding Cheng yawned and stretched greatly. He moved quite a bit, causing a pair of gazes to gaze at him, grinning, dangling and arching his hand. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yuan Taiping, who was laughing and chatting about something with the head of the table, also followed the sound, and he glared at Ding Cheng with a grimace, followed closely by withdrawing his gaze. Song Yu was sitting directly across from Ding Cheng, and behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes filled with sneers as he looked at Ding Cheng. Another 5 minutes passed. There are still the last 10 minutes, please better get ready. Once you enter the meeting there will be no more drinking, phone calls, or toileting allowed. The general altar witness who had just chatted with Master Euan, a hale and hearty old man dressed in a black Chinese mountain suit, flexed his fingers and snapped the table. Waiting for the conference room, where everyone's eyes were focused on himself, the old man said majestically. Outside the conference room, on both sides of the closed door, the long corridor was filled with one black-clad bodyguard after another. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was terribly heavy. The 18 people present, in the China shipping group, in Salmon's position were not low. They tensed their faces, their bodies sat straight. That kind of high-ranking person, that kind of aura that came out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood poured down. Big brother. They were all true big brothers. Even godfathers. At this time, if an ordinary person barged in, just looking around at the crowd might not even be able to speak, the whole person freezing in place, their feet softening up. Even if Lu Ping stepped in, he might not be any better. Ding Qing half narrowed his eyes, his gaze skimming over the faces of Chen Fuhan and Bao Jun, 2 of the 12 directors, who were overreacting a bit, fine sweat emerging from their fat foreheads and breathing slightly violently. The witnesses of the general altar said that they were still free to move around. But for these last 10 minutes, there was already no one speaking. Buzz. It was at this moment. One of the 12 directors, the cell phone in his arm suddenly vibrated, and the not-so-dramatic sound was amplified a lot at this moment. A pair of eyes looked in unison. Sorry. Director Qianqing Yuan apologized. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it, his face changed, then he got up and walked to the side. Hello. Qianqing Yuan answered. It was unknown what he heard. Qianqing Yuan's voice suddenly became higher, and his expression was unsightly. But it was only less than a minute. The phone hung up. Director Qianqing Yuan resumed sitting back in front of his seat. Buzz. As if by agreement, Qianqing Yuan had just sat down when another director, Du Yunqing's private cell phone vibrated. Du Yunqing's reaction was extremely similar to Qianqing Yuan's. He similarly stepped aside and picked up the phone. In the conference room, it seemed as if some subtlety was beginning to be born out of the frozen atmosphere, as the 12 old foxes intertwined their eyes with each other, as if they were trying to discern something from the latter's faces. Those with a keen sense of smell, or those who had been greeted by Ding Qing in advance, all smelled the birth of a change. Director Du Yunqing put away his cell phone and walked back to the table. As he passed by Yuan Taiping, Yuan Taiping's half-squinted eyes abruptly opened, and a hoarse and intimidating voice came out of the old man's mouth. Yunqing. Yuan. Master Yuan. Du Yunqing answered. He saw Yuan Taiping's inquiring gaze, but did not respond, only avoiding his eyes. Buzz. It was still the same. After Du Yunqing sat down, followed by the third call came from the arms of Director Ji Guisheng. This third call in a row completely made the atmosphere weird. Yuan Taiping sat up straight, like a dying tiger, becoming intimidating and dangerous all over again. To his left and right, the 2 witnesses from the general altar also stared intently, their gazes sweeping over the bodies of each of the directors present. The appointment of the 4 branches of the Chao sect has always been an important matter. In some aspects the standards were extremely strict, but in other aspects the requirements were exceedingly relaxed. For example, competition. As long as it is within the candidates, as long as there is no eating out of the nest, how you nest fight, are in the permissible range. The winner in the end is the king. I'll take a call. Ji Guisheng glanced at Du Yunqing and Qianqing Yuan, who had just gotten on the phone, and he responded in a calm manner. As the long table leaned to the side, the smile on Ding Qing's face grew wider and wider as he watched Ji Guisheng, who stepped aside. These last 3 were the most prone to wavering, and it was only with a sudden grab at the last moment, combined with the change in the atmosphere of the scene, that they were coerced into making a choice. That it would come to fruition. If like Chen Fuhan, Bao Jun as early as the general, in the time of these days, the 2 may have long changed 8 times. Director G. I'm Yuan Lijun. 15 years ago you had a relationship with Du Yunqing's wife and gave birth to a little girl, Du Shengnan. Du Shengnan was Du Yunqing's youngest child and only daughter, and was regarded by him as the jewel in his heart. But do you know that you and Du Yunqing's wife had a relationship that was pushed by Yuan Taiping? That night, Yuan Taiping deliberately tuned out Du Yunqing and put drugs in the drinks you drank. Color Rings Wine Bar. Private room. Yuan Lijun, Ding Qing's once lifelong brother, held the phone and said in a deep voice. Chapter 47 5 Years of Hibernation. Terrifying as hell. The meeting begins. Silence in the room. The hale and hearty old man in the black Chinese mountain suit raised his voice. Please turn in your cell phones. The old man added. The tall, pagoda-like black-clothed bodyguard approached dragging a tray in his hand, and starting from the first position of the long table, a cell phone was put into that red cloth. The bodyguard walked to Ding Qing's side. Black shadows pressed down. Ding Qing raised his head to look at this very oppressive behemoth, smiled, and pulled out his cell phone without setting it up in a regular manner like the rest of the directors, only casually tossing it upwards and smashing it on an unknown person's cell phone. Put up the cell phone. A professional camera was set up and a green glow lit up. Please, Master Guan. The solemn, booming voice of the old man in the black Chinese mountain suit echoed. Carried carefully by two men, the red-faced statue of Guan Gong was placed directly behind the witnesses at the general altar. Worship the second master. As his words fell, in front of the long table in the conference room, all the directors and candidates stood up, and in the room, the black-clothed bodyguards standing in different positions also faced the red-faced statue of the god of Guan, and even the dangling Ding Qing collected the mongrel on his face. After the ceremony, there wasn't much nonsense, and it was straight into the session. I voluntarily withdraw as a candidate. Candidate Chao Rong stood up. He was gazed at by this bundle of gazes. His expression immediately revealed some nervousness. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" The old man asked. "Sure. Sit down." After Chao Rong sat down, the gaze that stayed on him moved away, and it was only at this point that he realized that his back had been sweated through. He lowered his head and only looked in front of him. He, the candidate, completely belonged to the running mate, and the 12 directors wouldn't even vote for one of them. What are all looking at me for? Go on. Chao Rong abstained. Yuan Taiping looked at Ding Qing. Along with his movements, a number of old foxes in front of the long table similarly looked at Ding Qing one after another. Sensing that gaze, Ding Qing only shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile on his face, "This sentence of his had just fallen." Yuan Taiping's hand clutching his cane glowed with vigor. His eyes were fierce and grim in a flash, staring straight at Ding Qing. By this time, his former hypocrisy was torn clean off, no longer masking the threat. Wings hardened, wanting to fly solo. Yuan Taiping's hoarse voice rang out. Song Yu pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and did not say anything. The atmosphere was getting more and more gloomy and weird. Around the long table, a few directors were old and calm, but more of them had wandering eyes. Even they did not know where the events would go. The meeting continues. Now, those who believe that Ding Qing is more suitable to lead China's shipping group forward, please raise your right hands. The old man in the black Chinese mountain suit snapped the table. The entire room fell silent. His torchlight gaze skimmed over the face of every director, and with that, he said majestically, "According to the rules of every session of the Speaker's Ascension, the finale vote would basically be the final speaker, and this time should be no exception." As the old man's words fell, the entire conference room fell into a brief silence. Ding Qing sat up straight. Yuan Taiping's shocked eyes constantly looked between the several directors. Ding Qing. The silence was broken. Directly opposite Yuan Taiping, Director Li Weiman Sr. raised his right hand and said at the same time, Yuan Taiping or Song Yu were not surprised by Li Weiman's decision, and Yuan Taiping only took a deep look at Li Weiman before averting his gaze. "One vote for Ding Qing," the old man responded. Ding Qing. Chen Fuhan's old face reddened as he also raised his hand and said, "Ding Qing." Bao Jun half squinted his eyes and similarly raised his hand. Hearing this succession of voices, Yuan Taiping's eyes widened steeply, his expression revealing incredulity, and his son-in-law Song Yu's false smile stiffened on his face. Variables. Associated with the 3 phone calls before the start of the meeting, anyone could realize that variables were taking place. Ding Qing. Surprisingly, it was Ding Qing. Now it was 3 votes. Shen Xingyuan, the director who had just gotten through to the phone, and the other 2 looked at each other, as if they could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. If the other party had received a phone call comparable to their own, then together with the 3 of them this number of votes, that would be 6 votes, which was already half of the total. Ding Qing. The 2 of them took a deep breath and raised their hands at the same time under Yuan Taiping's menacing threat. Only the opening was 5 votes. Originally, the 2 directors who were still a bit of wallflowers after Ding Qing's early contact no longer hesitated and raised their right hands. Ding Qing. Ji Guisheng, who had finally gotten through, raised his right hand. 8 votes. More than half. Ding Qing no longer hid it. A bright smile appeared on his face. His gaze shifted away from Yuan Taiping's seemingly cannibalistic look as he looked towards the 2 directors that he had defined as wallflowers from the very beginning. Master Tsang. Master Kai. Ding Qing raised his voice. Eyes widened. Time to make a decision. A loud voice droned out. Extremely strong, no weaker than Yuan Taiping's aura. The threat in his words was likewise no longer concealed. The 2 men's bodies trembled, they looked at each other, they were about to raise their hands, but then they met Yuan Taiping's ferociousness, their hands were lowered again, but then they were about to raise them again. After a moment, the 2 men still raised their right hands tremblingly. Nor did they look up. Neither did they give their names, they just froze like this. Ding Qing looked to the first position, the general altar witness, the elder, who reported in a deep voice after a brief pause. Ding Qing. 10 votes. Those who have not voted are considered to be against, 3 votes against. 12 directors, plus Yuan Taiping. Now, those who think Song Yu is more suitable to lead China's shipping group forward, please raise your right hands. Song Yu. 1 vote. 12 votes against. Boom. Boom. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the gloomy clouds that had been overcast for the whole day were followed by a bolt of lightning and a pouring rain. Yuan Taiping, leaning on his crutches with a black face and his son-in-law Song Yu, walked out of the building surrounded by black-clothed bodyguards and sat in the car. The convoys of one director after another similarly left one after another. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. The black Passat. Old Captain Ma Anbang gripped the binoculars and gazed closely at the fleet of vehicles that kept leaving in the distance. He frowned tightly and said in a deep voice, "Hurry! Have the group investigate what happened in the conference room." Ma Anbang looked serious and said to his disciple, "Ding Cheng? It must be Ding Cheng. His decadence all these years is just an intentional show to Yuan Taiping? Ha ha, you old thing also have today." Ma Anbang thought of something, his pupils contracted, and a layer of goosebumps suddenly rose on his arms. The words on his lips came to an abrupt end. The smile that had just appeared on his face stopped. Originally, he still wanted to gloat at this old rival of his, but after thinking of Ding Cheng being so dormant for 5 years, with such tactics and sophistication, his smile was gone. "Perhaps, for us, Song Yu is a more suitable man of words," Ma Anbang murmured. He had fought with Yuan Taiping for his entire life, and he knew what a difficult old thing that was. My league culture. Lu Ping propped his head up, looking out the window at the soybean rain that kept hitting the glass, and abruptly, his cell phone rang. Busy grabbing it. Picked up. Good. Lu Ping had a wide smile on his face. "I got it. Zhonghai, CBD Center, a modern office. It's really Ding Cheng." Huacheng, the media bigwig who controlled the gray area propaganda field, whispered. He didn't fall into shock for too long. Quickly, he collected all his emotions. "Mr. Song. Sorry. I really have something to do and I can't help you." Huacheng's face revealed an apology as he said one after another. Ding Cheng was on the phone with the elders of the general altar. After hanging up the phone, he stood by the window and looked out at the raindrops and cloudy clouds. He had a smile on his face, but he had yet to relax in his eyes. Chapter 48, Kill. Ding Cheng. This information below is the security Yuan Taiping has been hiding all these years. My alliance culture. Office. Lu Ping stood in front of the window, looking at the metropolis under the rain, as he recalled his last exchange with Ding Cheng. Again, no points were expressed, only the contents of the intelligence were relayed. Just what kind of power is it that can even investigate these things? Ding Cheng lifted his leather shoes and walked broadly towards another conference room. In the conference room next door, all of the middle level and above leaders of the China shipping group were already waiting, and he needed to meet a group of leaders and deliver a speech. Corridor. His footsteps suddenly stopped. Glancing at the crowd of people clustered around him, he suddenly had heart palpitations, his scalp tingled, and the hairs of his sweat stood on end. After taking this seat, he became more and more scornful, or fearful, of the young man who wore professional clothes, carried a briefcase in his hand, and showed the temperament of an ordinary employee in everything he did. He was able to win, not because his hand was far stronger than Yuan Taiping or Song Yu, but rather, he was playing this game from God's perspective. All rise. Ding Cheng stood in front of the conference room as the woman wearing black-framed glasses hurried in and said solemnly, "Chairman Ding! Chairman Ding!" Ding Cheng stepped in, and everyone called out in unison. Ding Cheng raised his hand. He sat at the first place, listening absently to the group manager in front of the stage. His fingertips tapped on the desktop, his gaze gazing out across the field. Same time. Zhonghai City, Eastern District. 9 halls. In one side of the anciently decorated study, the old butler Master Jia, who was not following Yuan Taiping due to his physical ailments, was lying on a chaise longue with his eyes closed as he swayed, his palms clapping in rhythm, and his mouth humming a Huangmei opera tune. Inside the room, the old pendulum clock pendulum was swinging from side to side. Master Jia suddenly opened his eyes. Ugh! He let out a long sigh. In the suddenness, the old man's essence was aging at a rate visible to the naked eye. He sat up, his erect waist hunched over, walked to his desk, and picked up the one red telephone. A call that only Yuan Taiping should know about, dialed out. Do, listening to the sound of the call. 2 sounds later. Hello? Low, alert, voice like a crow crying out in mourning. This is Jia Showdown. The old man said in a deep voice. Something's wrong. Ding Cheng's decadence is all a lie. He's colluded with the remaining 10 directors in private to usurp Song Yu's position. Master Yuan asked you to lead the team dash. The old man paused slightly, his eyes changing as he said verbatim. Intercept Ding Cheng. All of Ding Cheng's forces are located dash. Depart now. Note, before we move, have your people put away all communication devices, including you, Master Yuan suspects that amongst you, there are likewise undercover agents. Also, in order to avoid the general forum intervening to terminate the order, during the operation, even if Master Yuan, or I contact you, you can't get on the phone. Do you hear me? The old man asked. Received. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and then responded in a concise manner. He didn't have any doubts. On one hand, his number should only be known to Master Euan. On the other hand, no one in the Jianghu knew of Master Jia's loyalty to Master Euan. The phone hung up. Master Jia continued to dial the second number. What's the rush? Black Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Yuan Taiping's eyes were cloudy as he suddenly yelled lowly at Songyu. I'll give you one last lesson, people live to be big brothers. If a person dies, then everything is over. Yuan Taiping relaxed his tone and said in a deep voice. He had operated for his entire life. Would it be possible for a single vote to strip him of the power he was sitting on? As long as Ding Qing died, Songyu would be just as able to remain in power. In the rules of the General Altar, it was supposed to be about raising parasites. The reason why the top hadn't informed the remaining 3 branches now was that they were waiting for the final result. Bring me the phone, Yuan Taiping said. The old-fashioned feature phone, Yuan Taiping pressed the string of numbers. This was the most elite force under his command, a whole team of sharp soldiers. Anyone carried out, have the military quality of special forces. Do, the phone rings. Beep, Yuan Taiping remained calm. But when the third sound rang, Yuan Taiping half squinted his eyes. A minute later, the sound of no answer echoed in the ear. A sense of loss of control in the meeting was even more panicked in the heart of the old man who had reigned supreme all his life. Yuan Taiping was astonished inwardly, but did not show the slightest on his face. After hanging up the phone, he dialed again. Still no answer. Changing to another number, no answer. No one answered. No one answered. Yuan Taiping's face changed. The sharpest soldier he was most proud of had completely lost contact with him. This is not supposed to be, to know. As early as the team selection at the beginning of the establishment, he did a strict standard. According to the requirements, the phone must be 24 hours someone on the side, the third sound of the call must be connected. It's okay. It must be fine. Yuan Taiping grabbed the phone and dialed the rest of his men. It was like an island in the middle of the ocean. Everything that he once had was all lost in this moving convoy. Violent gasps. Wide open eyes. Yuan Taiping had been strategizing for decades, and for the first time he truly felt fear. Zhenghai, suburb. A secluded factory. Dressed in uniforms, holding machinery in their hands, they kept gesturing to each other, their movements cleanly sneaking and breaking into the depths. The squad stopped at the second-floor metal staircase on the side of the factory. The captain commanded, and after confirming that there was no danger, one person tumbled in. Ding! Gwyn! Dang! Jang! Metal rolled in, followed closely by flames bursting into the sky. Ambush! Retreat! Retreat! The captain roared. The metal door was blocked where they had infiltrated. It's a pleasure to meet everyone here. I hope that the China Shipping Group can take a bigger step forward with our joint efforts. Ding Qing stood in front of the stage and delivered a summarizing speech. As soon as his words fell, thunderous applause rang out. My league culture. Well, finally off duty. Kudashi stretched a huge waist. He turned around as he was used to, ready to ask Lu Ping if he wanted to go play a game in a while. The words had yet to be spoken. He saw Zhang Yingying, who was always extremely gentle, glaring straight at himself with her eyes, her pink fists clenched tightly. Ah Ping ah. I still have some things to do in the evening later, so I won't go back with you guys. Gu Dashi reacted quickly, and the words that were on his lips shifted raw. Lu Ping held a light smile as he watched the scene. Brother Ping, I know a newly opened restaurant. Do you want to go eat together? I'm telling you, that restaurant is on fire. Zhang Yingying followed closely. Good. Lu Ping nodded. Gu Dashi's departure was one step ahead of him, and he stood in the elevator, looking at the closing doors. Alas! Having a woman and forgetting my brother, I can kind of see it clearly. Gu Dashi let out a long sigh. He didn't maintain this look for long, and soon, a laugh broke out on Bean's face. Chapter 49, The Lord's Fall. Master Jia, called out softly. 9 halls. The deep mansion. The old housekeeper Jia Shoudong Jia, who had followed Master Yuan for his entire life, was waiting in the gatehouse. His energy should be very good, but not after a breath of relief. He originally wanted to wait for his master to come back, but he didn't wait and lowered his head and fell asleep. The old man in the mansion patted Jia Shoudong. Why did I fall asleep? Master and the others are back. A low voice said. Master Jia stood up, his expression becoming serious as he meticulously straightened up his sleeves and collar and stood in front of the door, looking towards the caravan with headlights lit up in the rain in the distance. Master Jia was a little out of his mind. Betrayal of Master Yuan was equally painful to him, but he had to do it in order to keep that little family ordinary and safe. The first son was dead, and the second son had to live no matter what. Master Yuan, when we get down there, I'll still serve you. Master Jia's lips quivered. He had no intention of living. In due time, the black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of him, and Master Jia bowed, ignoring the umbrellas held up by his men to break into the rain, and pulled open the door for Master Yuan. Master Jia, called out. Shoudong, don't get wet, we can't afford it at our age. Yuan Taiping had not yet gotten out of the car. He looked at the old housekeeper. The first thing he noticed was that the old fellow was getting wet. He glared at the henchman beside him and said in a deep voice, clutching his walking stick, trembling down. Master Jia also distinctly noticed that the old man was getting old, as if his essence had been broken. The two nearly 80 years of age, one after the other, walking in the garden corridor. The rain rolled down the eaves one by one, that winter garden vegetation gradually withered, at this time of the year, reflecting the atmosphere of some depression. Elite-looking Songyu, as well as the black-clothed bodyguards following behind the two old men. Showdown. Master Yuan suddenly stopped and called out to the old man beside him. Master Jia responded. You've also reached the age of enjoying your happiness, it's time to retire. I can still take care of you. Ha ha, let's leave it at that. When tomorrow, you'll receive a sum of money and take a good rest. Master Yuan actually laughed twice in a spontaneous manner, grasping his walking stick and nodding the ground, not giving Master Jia a chance to refuse, and with that, he continued to walk towards the house. Main mansion. In the warm glow, the gentle woman was playing with the tender children, only looking out of the house from time to time. Grandpa! The child was sharp-eyed and saw Master Yuan at a glance, shouting crisply from afar. I'm going to the restroom. The cell phone in his arms vibrated. Lu Ping smiled and said to his colleague Zhang Yingying, whose cheeks were flushed at the table, and after saying that, he got up and walked towards the bathroom. This was a newly opened Southeast Asian restaurant. Even with the heavy rain, there were still many people, and there were rows of diners with numbers sitting on the long corridor outside the door, passing through the crowd. Only then did Lu Ping pick up his cell phone, the smile on his face tightening inch by inch. The last thing you need to pay attention to is this person. He is Yuan Taiping's backhand that he saved 30 years ago. He practiced the ancient martial art of splitting fist for his whole life. The unusual person who was good at technical combat will either die or be crippled if he meets with him. The last sentence echoed in his ears as he exchanged words with Ding Cheng. Lu Ping read the intelligence. There were many times he subconsciously skipped over this piece of information. He had watched many kung fu movies and action movies, and one of his opinions was that even the highest kung fu was afraid of choppers. However, he was puzzled as to why Yuan Taiping valued a transmission martial artist so much. Walked into the bathroom. Sitting in the cubicle. Lu Ping clicked on the link in the screen. Ding Qing's first view was presented in front of his eyes, and it could be seen that it was located in a certain underground garage, and a van full of dust was lying across the exit position of the underground garage. The figure with the gray jacket appeared at the bottom of the eye. One of the black-clad bodyguards clustered beside Ding Qing, their hands on their waists, on guard. Underground garage. Ding Qing half squinted his eyes, looking at the distant figure. He pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, knocked it, and pulled out a root to light it for himself. At the same time, bang, 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 dull gunshots exploded. The black jacket of the middle-aged man is not too tall, but the two arms are very long, palms are extremely wide, his face is expressionless, keen insight. In the moment the bodyguard pulls the trigger, the foot force, the figure shakes, the middle-aged man pasted on the side of a limousine, the bullet hit the frame of the car, splattering a tongue of fire. The middle-aged man's figure was fast. Stooping down and ghostly, he used the car as a shield, frantically penetrating. Only saw that he pasted next to a white accord, his long arms surging along with his body, like an iron whip to the door. Boom, loud sound, in everyone's ears. Drip, drip, drip. The entire car door dents. The car emits an ear-piercing alarm sound. The middle-aged man's wide palm grabs the car door, the body shakes, he actually removes the entire door and holds it in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets like rain on the car door, fire breathing. Topped the car door forward some distance. Throwing the car door forward, a bodyguard was slapped and instantly fell down in pain. At the same time, the figure rolled to the side. As Ding Qing watched this scene, his eyelids jumped up as he picked up a cigarette and took a deep drag. He was aware of these perverts who practiced the transmission of martial arts, but the people in this circle were hidden extremely deeply, and were also basically raised by the big families and powerful nobles, acquiring the art of literature and martial arts and selling it to the emperor's family. It was no more than that. Crouching? Crouching? Bathroom. Lu Ping's eyes widened and he stood up in shock. He was just an ordinary employee. No matter what, he did not think that the power of individual human beings could really do this extent. It was too late. Sooner then. In the screen, the change occurred again. But when the middle-aged man grabbed another car door and held it in front of his body as he rushed towards Ding Qing, he failed to notice that in the black car behind him, people kept getting up abruptly, and a gun poked out from different corners behind him. There was not a single pause. Bullets were shooting from all directions. Transmission of martial arts, national arts, even more powerful is just practicing the body, able to bring 1 point of strength to play 10 points, but it is just to make their essence more cohesive, able to notice the direction of the gun muzzle in advance before the gunman pulls the trigger. They are not gods. Phew. 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 Lu Ping looked at the bloodstained and twitching figure in the screen and gasped for air. By this time, his back had been sweated through. What kind of authority do the executives of this world possess? On Lu Ping's arms, sweaty hairs stood up. Go away. Ding Qing similarly exhaled as he half squinted his eyes and swept his eyes at the middle-aged man who was only a few steps away from him and said, taking a step. The leather shoes brushed past the middle-aged man's body. The black sedan drove into the rainy night, tonight's night, where ordinary people couldn't see. The cleansing against Yuan Taiping was underway. With the absolute power of intelligence, this is a descending blow. The convoy arrived at the 9 halls. Ding Qing got out of the car and looked up at the warmly lit deep house compound. Inside the courtyard, the old housekeeper, Master Jia, picked up the phone. After he hung up the phone, he respectfully spoke to Master Yuan. Master, Qing Zi is here. My good righteous son is here. Yuan Taiping's eyes darkened as he raised his head and swept over the faces of Jia Shoudong, his daughter, Xiao Zuoxin, and Song Yu as he said belatedly. P.S. This book will not have inner strength, metaphysical or anything. But there will be the limits of the human body, and there will be traditional martial arts, similar to the worldview of Dragon Snake Evolution and Discworld. Finally, the data is so bad. Please brothers, point to urge more, vote for a free small gift, give a 5-star praise. Please all of you. Chapter 50 Abyss, The Infernal Way. The beloved subordinates walked in front and behind. Ding Qing stuck his hands in his pockets and opened his suit jacket as he walked through the corridors and courtyards into the Chinese garden consisting of rockeries and water pavilions that he had visited a while ago. Under the warm light, the old man was teasing a child. Uncle Cheng. Little Zuoxin was still too young to notice the atmosphere of the adults. He looked at Ding Qing and immediately shouted cheerfully, his little legs stomping as he ran towards Ding Qing. As the child made such a move, the faces of the adults behind him changed. Did you miss Uncle Qing? Missed? Ah, you little guy, are you getting fat again? Far away, Ding Qing squatted down and unfolded his hands. The little guy tiger head, near the little legs stomped faster rushed heavily into the arms. Ding Qing picked up the child and held it up in a circle, saying gently, Master Yuan. Master Jia. Ding Qing held the child closer and called out with a smile. Master Yuan ignored. Sister Wan, take little Zuoxin down. Ding Qing put the child down, looked at the gentlewoman who was nervously and pleadingly looking at her, and said, I'll have a chat with Master Yuan. Sitting on the floor of the main house facing the courtyard, he watched the rain continue to drip down the eaves. Why did you do this? I didn't treat you badly, did I? 26 years ago, if it wasn't for me, you would have frozen to death by an unknown trash can. Yuan Taiping sat on the recliner beside Ding Qing. The old man couldn't decide how much Ding Qing knew and still didn't want to give up easily. 26 years ago? Ding Qing fished out another cigarette from his pocket and lit it for himself. He took a deep breath and half squinted his eyes, a sneer on his face. Raising a parasite program? Yuan Taiping's gaze sank. This is a term he has not heard for a long time, but it is so familiar. This was the most proud of his handiwork to get to where he was today. Master Yuan, how can you lay your hands on Jinjin that likes you that much? She would be rooted in your arms, stretching out her tender little hands to touch your scruff. She will also be naughty sometimes, wanting to reach out and grab the beard on your chin, but every time, before she even exerts any effort, she will be heartbroken and let go to rub her forehead affectionately. Ding Qing looked at the misty white smoke in front of him and said. Hearing this, Yuan Taiping's heart stopped holding hope, and he closed his eyes. Songya sat on the other side, while Master Jia stood beside the old man. The atmosphere became silent. I have one more question. Yuan Taiping opened his eyes and looked at Ding Qing, saying in a hoarse voice. Today. He only felt that everything had become strange and unusual, and he couldn't understand how Ding Qing had done it even if he thought through his mind. I just told them what you did to them. Ding Qing didn't wait for the old man to ask the question, so he said directly. I just intercepted your contact with that team under your command in advance, and moved them into the area I had set up in advance and burned them up in a single fire. That one who specializes in splitting fist is called Zhuo Jiaqing, right? His kung fu was really good. I had to shoot him with a dozen guns back and forth before I killed him. Ding Qing kept talking. Every paragraph he told made Yuan Taiping's eyelids flutter. But, Yuan Taiping added, how could the team be mobilized with just the contact information? Brother Yuan. Yuan Taiping words have not yet spoken. Aside the old housekeeper Jia Shoudong clenched his fists, aged body trembling. He suddenly shouted, this time did not shout again, master. Yuan Taiping looked at Jia Shoudong. He seemed to think of something in a moment, but did not take it. In his life, he didn't trust anyone. The one he trusted the most and the only one he trusted was this brother of his. 50 years ago, Shaolian and Wei Can. But you killed them? Jia Shoudong's lips whitened and shivered, his tiger's eyes filled with tears. When Yuan Taiping heard it, his first reaction was to reveal surprise, followed by his eyes widening violently, the sweaty hairs on his back standing up one by one as he twisted his head to look at Ding Cheng. Master Jia. I'm sorry. I lied to you, the only one Master Yuan trusts in his life should be you, he treats you as his own brother. Ding Cheng stood up, patted his butt and apologized to Jia Showdown. Jia Showdown was struck by lightning and his body swayed. Yuan Taiping gasped and laughed out loud. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Only to see, behind a few people, Song Yu, who had stuck his hand in his bosom trying to feel out something, had a bullet drilled into his eyebrow position. He struggled round his eyes and planted himself in front of Yuan Taiping, blood gurgling. All right, Master Yuan, that's all for today. You and Wan grew up together. That girl has never been involved in our affairs. Let her live. Let Zawashian live. Yuan Taiping spoke quickly, pleading with wide eyes. Yuan is involved? Or did Jinjin participate? Ding Cheng's face was expressionless as he took a rigid knife handed to him by one of his men and walked behind the old man, one hand covering the old man's mouth, the other grasping the knife and slashing through his neck. The old master still wanted to continue to beg for a way out for his daughter and grandson. He was unwilling to do so, his body struggling, blood rolling down his throat. His body gradually stopped moving. Master Jia, you go. Ding Cheng looked towards Jia Showdown. Jia Showdown's disoriented appearance, he hung his head and violently slammed into the wall on one side. Several times in succession. Blood flowed. The old man also fell into a pool of blood. Ah! The woman with a gentle temperament, Sister Wan, who had led the child into the house and then came out to take a look again after being uneasy, covered her mouth when she saw this miserable scene and fell to the ground. Sister Wan, don't worry, I'll give Zwishine a way out. Ding Cheng walked over to Sister Wan's face, his eyes were red and his voice was hoarse and hard to hear. After uttering such a sentence, he took out his gun and pressed it against the back of the woman's head, cradled the woman's head in his arms and closed his eyes. Bang! Buzz! The dimly lit hallway. The cell phone in his arms vibrated. Lu Ping tapped the screen and skimmed through the long paragraph of text, which was what he had asked Ding Cheng to send him. The frightening content made Lu Ping's heart skip a beat. Play big. Play big. How is it that these big shots are surrounded by the kind of monsters that can dent car doors? There's really a national art? Hopefully. Those national art stream novels written are actually biographies? After watching that video, Lu Ping was a bit distracted as he settled down to send Zhang Yingying home. By this time, seeing such a string of descriptions, he was a bit tense. Propping his hand on the rusted iron railing, he sat on the cold steps. In the dimness, Lu Ping held his head, his body trembling violently. He opened his mouth to let out a silent hiss, his heart beating violently. The leaping sound was like a drum hammer in his ears. Shit! Play off! Lu Ping resumed. He placed his hands folded on his knees, his head resting on his arms. Just like this, after a long time, he whispered, cursing. Just Ding Cheng is this dangerous. From tomorrow the unveiled game of Li Yuzhen and Song Ziwan. Can I still live? Is there still a chance to run away? Europe? Ugly country? The North Pole? I don't have enough money on me either. Fuck. Chapter 51. Song Ziwan lights the fireworks. The night was deep. In the majestic and rustic ancestral hall, several old men in long robes were sitting in front of the tie-shirt chairs. They drank tea, smoked cigarettes, and also talked about something from time to time. When the sound of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, one of the old men stopped their movements and looked towards the main door one after another. President. Elders. The middle-aged man with a serious face stepped over the threshold and stood in the center of the shrine, bowing. But is there a result? The first. The kind-browed, but most feared old man picked up his tea, lightly blew on it to take a sip, and asked. There is. Yuan Taiping's command was buried clean. His daughter Yuan Wan, son-in-law Song Yu, grandson Yuan Zwishine, and old housekeeper Jia Showdown all died. The middle-aged man reported in a deep voice. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere in the ancestral hall first fell silent, followed closely by a clan elder exchanging words. Surprise and horror all appeared on their faces. Old Yuan has reigned supreme for his entire life, but he actually fell into the hands of his righteous son. This Ding Cheng is truly something. 5 years. After 5 whole years of acting out, in the entire circle, who doesn't know that the second master of China shipping Cheng is ruined? How did Ding Cheng do it? Those elites under old Yuan, they were all trained by 1 in 100, all of them having had great successes in war-torn areas. The patriarchs were still talking. There was a sudden crisp knocking sound in the ancestral hall, and all of them fell silent at once. But it was none other than, at the main seat, the kindly-eyed patriarch/president Wang Delan who snapped the table. It is a great fortune for the Chao sect to have such a handsome person in the younger generation. Thus, all the new spokespersons of the 4 branches of the sect, entertainment, finance, real estate, and maritime transportation, have been replaced. Fresh blood will surely pull Chao sect farther. Xiao Yu, go and send out the notice. Yes. Nowadays, Chao Sect has been cleaned up and transformed into a commercial alliance, with the 4 spokespersons being the chairman of the board of directors, and on top of the 4 branches is the Elders Council, the real supreme center of power of this behemoth. Above the neon lights of the city is a vast and boundless sky, and this sky is the chessboard on which the powerful and the rich play. The Middle Sea. The dark tide in the darkness was surging crazily, and forces from an unknown number of parties were spying and helping. 30. In the shared house, Lu Ping finished another set of push-ups, sweat rolling down his chin. He was bare-chested, sitting at the table. On the table, stacks and stacks of pages were spread out, and he focused his attention in Li Yuzhen's profile. After reading it for a short while, Lu Ping then pushed the information in front of him, only to feel a wave of distraction, and the immense pressure and panic was on the verge of devouring the courage he had so easily gathered. At the very beginning, watching police and crime movies, he felt that the world could not be more dangerous. But now that he thought about it, the core of those movies were for entertainment purposes, and were just too far from the truth of the world. In a game between big shots, life is just a number. Other than that, just the fight between Yuan Taiping and Ding Qing, the lives that have faded away are already in the double digits. And last time, Li Yuzhen also killed Chao Shelui without batting an eye. Lu Ping shook his head. Thinking nothing of it, he did push-ups again. This time, before reaching 30, Lu Ping's arms began to wobble, almost clenching his back teeth, veins exploding in front of his forehead, before he managed to finish. Just finished. He was paralyzed, lying on the floor, staring at the ceiling listlessly under the sound of huffing and puffing. He was still clenching his fists. There was an indescribable fire in his heart. Perhaps it was awe. Maybe it was resentment. Maybe he wanted to vent his frustration. Even a mole cricket was trying to raise its head high and charge towards the throne in the sky. Lu Ping propped up his body and sat up. He remembered something, found a business card from the pocket of a certain piece of clothing, pursed his lips, and dialed out with the backup number. After hanging up, Lu Ping changed into a set of clothes, draped himself in a black trench coat and put on a hat, and left the shared house. Jingling bell. Awakened from deep sleep. Unfamiliar number. The previous Porsche's manageress, Li Ying, frowned her showy eyebrows as she muttered and wanted to press the phone off, but after taking a deep breath she still connected the number to the cessation bar. A hoarse voice. Li Ying was stunned at first, but quickly remembered. The struggle, suppression, and madness that filled this voice made her instantly understand. I'll go now. Li Ying responded obediently. She yawned and stretched her slender jade legs, followed closely by climbing up from the bed, pulling open the closet and carefully selecting her clothes. That gentleman should like legs. Would it be better to show some more innocence? Li Ying recalled the scene of that day. Draped in a black jacket. Inside the jacket was a long pink floral dress with a hemline that covered the thighs and was a zigzag distance above the knees. Rounded jade legs are very fleshy tightly together. She hurriedly into the cab, only to feel a gust of cold. In order to make her legs look better, she did not even put on stockings, leather shoes, and black calf socks. Li Ying placed her bag on her lap, her eyes looking out the window. Sir, I'm here. There's someone waiting for you by the door. Li Ying stepped out from the elevator. She carefully observed the lively bar. The cessation bar was a very popular one in Shanghai. She had once come here with her friends. Walking up to the 2 large doors, the middle-aged foreman sized her up and suddenly stretched out his hand, respectfully asking, "Excuse me, but is it Miss Li?" I do have the surname Li. Li Ying was inexplicably a little nervous. Sir is already waiting for you, this way please. The middle-aged foreman answered. Li Ying just stepped into the disco, and felt a layer of heatwave hitting his face, ear-piercing DJs, and youths who looked like madmen swaying their bodies crazily. There are even private rooms up here? Li Ying, surprised. A few minutes later, she looked outside the door of that private room. There were still several black-clad bodyguards stationed there, and her heart beat faster. She had originally felt that Mr. Lu was not an ordinary tycoon. Miss Li, the middle-aged foreman said respectfully. The door of the private room was pushed open, and the purple-red-blue beams of light reflected the room with a different and bewitching feeling. Li Ying held her breath and looked at the black figure in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass. Mr. Lu called out nervously. Come over here. Well, Lu Ping half closed his eyes. All the emotions were frantically venting and draining out in the neon lights, in the sound of the DJ. In this state, his brain was incredibly calm. Tomorrow. No, it's already today. Something will definitely happen to Chuanha during the day today. The change arranged by Song Ziwen will officially kick off from today. The fireworks I've been waiting for so long will finally bloom. Thoughts flew. A few tens of minutes later. You are? After a long time. Lu Ping noticed the plum blossoms staining the back of Li Ying's skirt, and his black eyes revealed consternation as he looked at the latter. Mr. thinks I'm a random person? Li Ying whispered. Even if I am, I still want to sell the price higher, and this is my most precious thing. Li Ying revealed a self-deprecating smile. Her cheeks were delicate, she gasped for air, but her expression was extremely frank. Chapter 52, The Fireworks Are Coming. The good news was that the out-of-control emotions and sanity were yanked dead center at the edge of the cliff. The bad news was that Liang should not have been called to Ding Qing's territory. Resting his hands on the sofa of the private room and crossing his legs, Lu Ping intentionally displayed the opposite of his usual posture, his black and white eyes flashing with thought. This woman is very smart and should have captured my truest emotions. Lu Ping glanced at Liang. Thoughts of the devil flashed in his mind for a split second, but soon, the thought was contained by it. Then there is no need to hide it from Ding Qing, be frank and calm, it's just a woman. Making a decision. Let's go. Lu Ping got up, he was just about to get the trench coat hanging by the door. Liang then had the good sense to stand up first. She wanted to put on her shoes, a few times did not put them on solely, then ran barefooted. Did not walk out after a few steps, some staggering between the steps. You're smart. Liang stood on her tiptoes and thoughtfully helped Lu Ping put them on. Lu Ping stared at the latter's eyes and said in a deep voice after a slight pause. Outside the bar, Ding Qing's subordinates had already prepared the car, and the car drove into the rainy night. Lu Ping looked out the window, the raindrops refracted the streaks of light under the street lamps, and the huge metropolis was beautiful and hazy. Do what you should do, don't try to touch dangerous things. Lu Ping pulled out his cell phone. This time, he punched $500,000 into Li Ying's account. The extra figure was considered an acknowledgement of the latter's identity. Buzz. The cell phone in her bag vibrated. Li Ying took out her cell phone and saw the long string of numbers. She was still counting when the sound of Lu Ping's words rang in her ears. Li Ying twisted her head. As it happened, the high beams of the alternating cars hit the side of Lu Ping's face. She was still a little confused about the meaning of Lu Ping's words, and only inexplicably felt some awe. Aha! She responded. Park close to the curb. Lu Ping noticed the hotel with lights on in the distance and said to the driver. After the car pulled over, he looked at Li Ying. The woman was smart enough to understand in just a split second, said a word and pushed open the door to get out of the car. Wait! Lu Ping shouted. After the words, he handed out an umbrella. She stood by the side of the car and watched the car disappear into the night. The night passed. Early morning. Lu Ping woke up from the cramped shared house. He yawned, just walked out of the room to see his roommate Xia Mintan backpack hurriedly left the appearance. The end of the year seems to be particularly busy for financial investment consultants. Xia Mintan almost every day early morning and late at night, drinking a drunken look. She did not like this life, like a drowning man, but cannot grasp the straw that saves his life. The sky is finally clear. Lu Ping glanced at the sky and took a deep breath. Carrying a briefcase and squeezing into the subway, Lu Ping pushed the frame and gazed at everything he could see. The countdown to the year-end promotion that Chuanha had poured out for its first traffic realization had truly begun, and as you walked around the metropolis of Shanghai, you could notice Chuanha's advertisements outside of skyscrapers, in shopping malls that were able to be found in the subway aisles, on elevator wall hangings, and on the billboards of cabs. In pretty much every place you could see them. Point by point, the Kawaho promotion has already erected heat across the country. Burning money. Each day burned out astronomical figures. Walking to the front of the company's building, Lu Ping tilted his head in some awe as he looked at the projected image on the building's curtain wall. Countdown to Chuanha Grand Promotion. 3 days, and there were many other people with the same gesture as Lu Ping's action in the square. Nice guy. Gudashi glanced at the crowd and saw Lu Ping. He walked up to Lu Ping and raised his head as well, sighing with emotion. This is the handiwork of a great man. He continued. Yeah. Lu Ping withdrew his gaze and nodded. The two returned to the company. It was still a day of waiting for the annual vacation, playing games and catching up on dramas. While Lu Ping was still reading, he used his cell phone to look at the electronic version, and if someone approached he would switch the page to the online article without any trace. When exactly will Song Ziwen strike? Lu Ping would occasionally raise his head as he thought uncontrollably. It was an indescribable feeling. The storm was coming. Something big was about to happen. Time passed by, and at noon, Lu Ping, Gudashi, and Zhang Yingying went to the cafeteria inside the building to eat together. Brother Ping, what did you order? Well, there's cola chicken wings. Can I exchange my sweet and sour pork with you? Zhang Yingying poked her head through and asked. Good. Lu Ping said mildly. The three of them looked for a seat near the corner with their trays and just sat down, when a change in the lively cafeteria appeared. Inside their ears, similar mere words were constantly heard. Something happened. Something big has happened to Chuanha. Quickly watch the news. Crap. It's not over. Chuanha has been spending a lot of money in the last half a month. Money? That's nothing. It's the contractual payments with various companies that are astronomical. What's going on with Chuanha? Is it being set up? In front of the dining table, Lu Ping and the three of them were casually chatting 1 second, but the next second their movements almost simultaneously stopped, their ears perked up, and various words and phrases that seemed unbelievable to them were constantly being heard. Lu Ping, Zhang Yingying, and Gu Dashi raised their heads, their expressions staring up at each other, surveying in all directions. They only saw that in this building, employees from different companies were either browsing through whatever messages in their cell phones, or were busy taking out their cell phones to look at the page after hearing something. Almost everyone was either looking at their cell phone messages or picking up their cell phones to read the messages. Cold-colored light hit each of their faces. Lu Ping realized something. His heart also leapt heavily, his body was heating up, and blood flowed madly between his limbs. It's coming! It's finally here! Lu Ping quickly tapped his cell phone, forcing the hotspot. Scarf hotspot. Jitterbug hotspot. Almost all of the hot lists of the major traffic platforms were occupied by the topic of Chuanha. The three head anchors of Chuanha Culture Media Limited, together with 10 million anchors and 18 million anchors collectively sued Chuanha. 10 sins of Chuanha. Chuanha completely treats us as tools for enrichment. We are human beings, not machines. Chuanha's anchor died suddenly to fulfill the kwai, but he only got $60,000 in compensation. Professionals, Chuanho spends tens of millions of dollars on advertising in one day. Early premeditated planning, led by Chuanha's own head netizen, instantly triggered the whole network, and the horrible traffic and attention washed out the servers of the scarf. How ruthless! Lu Ping whispered. Just by looking at this one message, he could feel the overwhelming, gale-like suffocation. The minute before, the crazy and infinite, rising Chuanha had become a page of a flatboat in the raging sea that could sink at any time. This is to trample Chuanha to death, to death. Gu Dashi heard and responded with an interface. When we went to Chuanha before, we felt that Chuanha's company atmosphere and Netflix atmosphere was quite good. Zhang Yingying wondered. Lu Ping pushed the mirror frame, the corner of his mouth lifted unnoticeably as he whispered. I'm curious. Even if Song Ziwen doesn't use any outside tricks, are you so sure that you can flip this raging heat with just my information? Chapter 53, A Woman of Great Splendor. Even the rice was only hastily grubbed up in 2 bites. Lu Ping, Gu Dashi, and Zhang Yingying were ready to go back to the company. The impact of the advertising project they undertook for Chuanha was not too big. Even if something went wrong over there was only a small amount of the final payment left to be settled. However, the company has undertaken a large number of company advertisements that were expected to be sold in the year-end promotion in the last half of the year. If the year-end promotion collapses, 9 times out of 10, the money for these advertisements will not be recovered. As Lu Ping walked towards the elevator, he was able to see from time to time employees with taut faces, passing by at a fast pace. A grave and depressing atmosphere was spreading. Chuanha is the head netizen incubation base of Shanghai, and even the whole country, and the first netizen company to enter the live streaming bandwagon traffic cash industry. Once this path was taken by Chuanha, then the entire financial circle would give birth to a new unicorn. This is the influence of a giant. Lu Ping felt the atmosphere. The rise of Chuanha was benefiting hundreds of companies in this office building, and when its takeoff was hindered, no company in the entire building would be unaffected. Ding! The elevator rang. Lu Ping's trio walked towards our union. And at this time, affected by that black cloud atmosphere, even Gu Dashi and Zhang Yingying's expressions were taut, and their breathing was much lower. Office. The heating was turned on sufficiently. Normally it was fine, but at this moment it only made people feel a little parched. The co-workers were all talking. All sorts of true and false revelations and news spreading frantically amongst the crowd. Terrible. Compared to the game between Ding Qing and Yuan Taiping, the encounter between Li Yuzhen and Song Ziwen is truly terrifying. Although the knife is bloodless, they use that invisible network as a battlefield, blindfolding the eyes of millions of people, guiding their thinking, and using their mouths to sway the situation. Sitting back at the work table, Lu Ping speculated on the game between the two men through the information he had. He was the one who knew the most. He was able to see the most. The ending, where exactly will it run to? Lu Ping whispered. He was just an ordinary company employee. Even though he had obtained a golden finger and was able to refresh detailed and terrifying intelligence, his vision determined the height of his thinking. At the very beginning, he only relied on Ding Qing, Xue Huaqing, and that fourth piece of intelligence that hadn't been used yet. And he dared to say that he would sway the situation and make Li Yuzhen kneel in front of him and pray to himself. But when he saw the fierce wind and rain of suppression and energy, Lu Ping was bottomless. He even just wanted to shrink his head like an ostrich, not daring to get involved. But he knew that he had already taken sides back in the very beginning. Things had developed to such an extent that he no longer had a choice. I have to accept that I will make mistakes. I'm just an ordinary person. This can't be avoided. Lu Ping restored his heart. After the rain, under the azure sky, the same building, top floor, Li Yuzhen's office. Ha ha ha, who says women are inferior to men? From now on, this granddaughter of mine, Yuzhen, is the tiger daughter of my Li family. the rich flower of the human world, princess of the Li family. Li Yuxian's cold, strong face revealed a trace of fatigue. Her body leaned back, leaning on the office chair, legs folded. In this storm of prying tens of billions of dollars of wealth, she is the one who carries the focus of all the pressures. She is strong, excellent, and magnificent. But who remembers that she is also a woman? The fireworks of her 8th birthday party bloomed in front of her eyes. Grandpa's big, bold laughter echoed in his ears. Knock knock knock. Knock knock. The office room door was snapped. Li Yuxian's eyes were almost ice-cold in the same instant, where there was still a trace of softness, and she responded in a deep voice. Come in. The third secretary, Xia Ting, stood in front of Li Yuxian. She perceived Li Yuxian's strong aura. Her terrified heart was inexplicably much more solid, knowing that in the past, she was the most afraid of facing the lady directly. Ms. Li. Xia Ting took a deep breath and called out. How is it going in the company? Li Yuxian asked. Originally, at this time, everyone was already very tense, and when such a large public opinion thing suddenly erupted, everyone was flustered and somewhat at a loss for words. Xia Ting said in a deep voice, in the entire building, hundreds of companies were affected, and all of the staff could detect the almost suffocating feeling of the cloud hanging over them, not to mention the focus of the storm, the colleagues within Chuanha. Everyone was saying whether the year-end promotion could still be opened. Chuanha's PR department, advertising department, anchor department, almost all of the department's phones were busted. You go and inform down that Chuanha Media will officially hold a press conference in 2 hours, and will respond to all the hotspots that have appeared online, and order the legal affairs department to issue a lawyer's letter to all of the company's anchors, the V's and media that have made inappropriate remarks on various platforms on the internet. I will fight this lawsuit until they go bankrupt. For today's change of heart, Li Yuxian had started to preview and prepare for it as early as a month ago after she had made a deal with Lu Ping, and a lot of things, even behind the scenes, she had intentionally let push it. Even the public opinion that erupted today, if she hadn't held down the company's public opinion department, things wouldn't have erupted into the open in such a short period of time. She held the entire chain of evidence in her hands, and the corresponding media companies had all been laid out long ago. Next, all she needed to do was to fight a beautiful battle, directing this maximum traffic after smashing astronomical figures in gaming from many sides towards Chuanha's year-end promotion. Li Yuxian was equally crazy, a gambler, and a fighter. Li Yuxian was not willing to just be a stunningly beautiful canary locked up in a flashy cage. She was going to rush out, no matter how much it cost. Yes, Xia Ting sensed that Missy's aura was burning, growing more and more prevalent, more and more prevalent. She was no longer terrified and hurriedly answered. Notify the entire company. I will convene a company-wide video address in 15 minutes. Li Yuxian said in a deep voice. Yes, go. Yes. Xia Ting's heart beat heavily. She backed up a few steps before turning to leave the office, and so on. Stepping in the corridor, her steps were hurried, and within a few steps, it turned into a trot, imitating a gust of wind. Li Yuxian's words in the office then spread throughout the company. Is this the charm of President Li? Advertising department. Lin Qiu, who had once had something going on with Lu Ping in the Maybach, leaned against the office door, her arms wrapped around her as she watched the change in the atmosphere of the company not far away. After the news was given, in a very short time, it was as if that one panicked staff member had a C-pin. All of them clutched their cell phones and waited for the video speech in 15 minutes. The screen lit up. Li Yuxian was wearing a V-neck cut chiffon white shirt with a black shawl. She sat behind her desk, her bright eyes looking into the camera. Colleagues of Chuanha Culture Media. Hello, I'm Li Yuxian. Chapter 54, Li Yuxian's Despair. A wisp of white smoke stretched across the azure sky. Mr. Song, look, this is Ms. Li speaking at the company. Shanghai, East City Airport. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, Song Ziwen strutted out from the pickup port, the young female secretary carrying a briefcase half a step behind, while the 4 black-clothed security guards walked in front and behind respectively. The middle-aged man, who was not tall and had an oily temperament, was the first to welcome him. He held his hands up and waited for the security to confirm that there was no danger before he was let in beside Song Ziwen. Respectfully, he handed over his cell phone. At the same time, the current situation was introduced in the most concise words. The black Rolls-Royce drove out of the airport. Song Ziwen admiringly looked at Li Yuxian in the screen. He liked the strong, arrogant, radiant like a queen woman. It's infectious, Song Ziwen suddenly said. Yes, Miss Li is truly a woman with a red face that is even better than her son. The middle-aged man was only sitting on half of his buttocks. His body was slightly leaning forward since the beginning. He was good at observing words and hearing Song Ziwon's words. He was busy licking his smile and responding. As soon as his words fell, Song Ziwon's face suddenly turned gloomy. The middle-aged man didn't know which sentence was wrong. His heart hung steeply. He served the Song family, and naturally knew that this Song family's son was famous for his temperamental and unpredictable behavior. What does Li Yuzhen's side hold in her hands? Have you found out yet? Half the time. Only then did Song Ziwon say in a deep voice. It's mainly about the anchor's contract, but after our guidance, the netizens don't care if the contract is against the rules. We've portrayed Chuanha as a netizen company that doesn't care about people's lives and only pursues data and squeezes traffic. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice. I always felt that it was a little too smooth. Song Ziwon leaned on the back of his chair as he looked out the window, poking out his hand, his long, well-proportioned index finger lightly tapping on the glass, while saying, the nails we buried, whether it was Li Jinfei or Tan Liang or Fengdan, all of them went too smoothly. I secretly met with Li Jinfei, Tan Liang, and Fengdan. It can be determined that they are in no way abnormal. The middle-aged man's expression stared up as he said, where is Chao Xiaowei? He was transferred out of Shanghai by MS. Lian has only been in contact by phone. Call her now. I'll speak to her personally. Song Ziwon half narrowed his eyes and said, Do. The phone only rang once before being hung up. A few minutes later, the same number called, and the lowered voice of Li Yuzhen's second secretary, Chao Xiaowei, rang out in the carriage. First, the middle-aged man was communicating with Chao Xiaowei. Song Ziwon's face didn't show any emotion as he listened carefully, his fingertips still tapping on the glass, and suddenly, even the middle-aged man beside him hadn't made any preparations. Song Ziwon inserted himself into the conversation between the two. Secretary Chao. The corners of his mouth rose, and his handsome face revealed an undisguised evilness. I miss your body then. The other side hidden under your sensible exterior amazes even me. I just lightly touched it. It's like, Song Ziwon continued. The sizzling words were capable of making any woman blush. On the phone, when Song Ziwon's voice rang out, Chao Xiaowei paused noticeably, followed by calling out in a nervous tone, Mr. Song, Mr. Song, what are you talking about? With some angry tone. It wasn't too long. The phone was hung up. Song Ziwon closed his eyes and tapped his fingertips on the glass. Chao Xiaowei is dead. Song Ziwon opened his eyes and suddenly said. His words caused the middle-aged man beside him to be astonished. The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow sparrow is behind it. Li Yuzhen wanted to jump out and be this yellow sparrow. We can't give her the chance to open a conference. Song Ziwon's expression was ice-cold as he continued. Phone call. He looked to his secretary, and the young female secretary handed him the satellite phone. The phone was constantly being called. The power of the Song family was constantly being awakened by one of Song Ziwon's calls. It is possible to lose under the rules, so I will overstep them. Mr. Song. That old thing from the Li family has long since been hospitalized in the intensive care unit, and those who are left are eager for me to marry Li Yuzhen. Song Ziwon glanced at the middle-aged man, a sneer on his face. Awesome. My league culture. Lu Ping, Gu Dashi, and Zhang Yingying all gathered around to watch Li Yuzhen's video call to the company's inner circle, and the strong infectious force that even penetrated the screen made the few people who were not Chuanha so far hot-blooded, as if they themselves had become warriors with their backs to the wall. Gu Dashi's face reddened as he clenched his fist and waved it in the air. General Manager Li is really valiant. Zhang Yingying looked at Li Yuzhen. Her eyes were twinkling with little stars. For an ordinary woman like her, Li Yuzhen simply fit all her fantasies about being powerful, about being magnificent, and about being unrivaled in beauty. I ask all of Chuanha's brothers and sisters to believe in me, stand behind me, fight with me until the last moment, and usher in the final light with me. Li Yuzhen's words rang in everyone's ears through the cell phone. In the screen, after recounting the words, Li Eugene stood up and walked out of her desk as she bowed to the entire staff facing the camera. Wu dash. I can't. I'm going to cry. Zhang Yingying was a very emotional girl, and her eyes were red. Wait for the launch in 2 hours. Gu Dashi said in a deep voice. Just at this moment, Supervisor Tan Hong stepped on her high heels and hurriedly walked into the big office. She clapped her hands and focused all her colleagues' attention on herself. Everyone who should be working, don't delay. Upstairs, Chuanha has already settled all the final payments in advance. In addition, it has also sent out the word that if there are subsequent unsettled costs for company advertisements that are sold on its platform, they will all be borne by it. Hurry up! All get busy! Tan Hong shouted. Awesome. Lu Ping watched the change in the atmosphere of the crowd and let out a sigh of emotion. If Song Ziwen hadn't used any out-of-dishonor tricks, and if the Li family hadn't stood on the sidelines, this round would have been taken by Li Yuzhen no matter what. No wonder. She dared to bet everything on this round. Time was like a tightly wound clockwork, rapidly passing by. 2 hours later, Chuanhe's biggest conference room. The conference room was already filled with reporters from all major platforms. Li Yuzhen, surrounded by the crowd of Chuanhe, stepped into the hall with a solemn and majestic expression. Just as she stepped in, all the cameras were aimed at her, and countless magnesium lamps were lit up. Li Yuzhen walked to the conference room's speaking platform, and next, she would personally host this conversation. Please be quiet. Li Yuzhen's cool words rang out. Her eyes swept past the faces of the reporters and photographers, and it was then that she noticed something. A layer of unknown atmosphere was spreading rapidly around them. First a phone call, a message, then several. The reporter next to her touched her colleague next door with her arm. Their faces changed. That, Mr. Li, I'm sorry, our superiors have suddenly released other tasks. We have to leave a little early. Mr. Li, us too. Our superiors requested it. Mr. Li apologizes. Li Yuzhen was still standing in front of the speaker's podium as she watched the lively conference room quickly become cold. A sense of coldness enveloped her. This was the power of power. Our union culture. Lu Ping looked at the news that was spreading wildly in the chat group. He was calm and silent, only to feel the hairs of sweat on his arms stand up. All of this, for ordinary people, called it magic fantasy. P.S. Shelf worldview. You can refer to Zaibatsu, Cyberpunk next door. Lastly, a weak plea for a free dime reward and a 5-star review, please. Chapter 55, Li Yuzhen begs Lu Ping. These big shots can be much more ruthless than us. East City, China Shipping Group, Chairman's office. Ding Qing's 2 legs were crossed, resting on the imposing desk as he listened to the information reported by his secretary and said with a cold smile, after sitting in this position, he had the right to gain access to the sharing of information channels within the gate, and at this time, all of the big names in Shanghai who had a name were all paying attention to this game between Song Ziwen and Li Yuzhen. The Song family, representing the Lingnan business circle. Li Yuzhen was in Shanghai, but was not regarded as one of their own by the Shanghai business circle. The tussle between the two was watched by the bigwigs as a fun. There were also quite a few existences, which would turn into hunters at any time to tear and swallow the industry left behind by Chuanhe cleanly. Things are still unclear. Miss Li doesn't necessarily lose just like that. Ding Qing mused. He recalled the words that Mr. had sermonized when he first met with him. How interesting. The election for the new speaker of your lineage is in 15 days on the 18th day of the Lunar New Year. Just before Yuzhen's big promotion. Good. That's it for today. Call me again when you've made up your mind. I'll be waiting for you by 12 tonight. Ting Qing lifted a strand of curly hair that fell across his forehead and rubbed it with his fingertips. As he speculated from this line of thought, his eyelids couldn't help but flutter, associating it with a larger chess game, a game in which Li Yuzhen was a pawn. Song Ziwen was also a pawn, and they were the generals and marshals, so he himself might be the pawn who crossed the river. Why did Mr. choose me? Ding Chong whispered. By the Bund, the top CBD building. Shwevwatching looked at the public opinion data handed over by his men. The power of that chaotic game, even he couldn't help but palpitate. Li Yuzhen's mouth is covered. Meaning, that gentleman has long seen today? Damn it, it's not for me to rush inside in this situation, right? Isn't this killing me? The thoughts came pouring out, and at once there was some fidgeting. Taking out a cigar from the drawer, he lit it and inhaled deeply. Shwevwatching stood in front of the large window and looked out the window at the bustling river scene. Chuanhe, large conference room. Li Yuzhen's face was ice cold as she gazed towards the several reporters and photographers who were still packing up their instruments, and by her looking at them like this, several of them obviously panicked, speeding up their movements and fleeing as if they were leaving. Mr. Li Yuzhen's hand was still resting on the front of the lectern, her slender white fingers clasping the desktop. She didn't show any excess negative emotions because off the stage, there were still a lot of Chuanhe's employees in the conference room looking at herself. In due time, the third secretary, Xia Ting, jogged to the front with a flustered face. Li Yuzhen only glanced at her, and Xia Ting tightly shut her mouth and stood to the side. Chuanhe's little friends, obviously. We have encountered the biggest crisis since Chuanhe's establishment. Our mouths have been muffled. Our appearances have been recklessly smeared. And they want to portray us in an ugly light. Li Yuzhen did not leave straight away. She was the backbone of Chuanhe. Anyone could panic, she couldn't. and if she fell, there would be no turning back. Absolutely beautiful, powerful, and tragic. As Li Yuzhen stood here, she made this place her stage, under the sound of her words. In the conference room, one staff member of Chuanha was affected and touched. Some emotional people's eyes reddened, only to feel that the trepidation in their hearts was expelled, and replaced by a fire that was suffocated. Thank you all, for being able to fight with me, Li Yuzhen said in a deep voice. As her words fell, she bowed forward and stepped off the stage to the sound of sizzling applause, striding towards her office. The sound of high heels knocking against the floor was crisp and powerful. Speak. In the corridor, Li Yuzhen gazed ahead, her cool voice resounding. We just received a call. The 3 first-tier movie stars and actresses, as well as the heavenly singers who signed a contract with us all couldn't make it, and their rhetoric is that there is a major public opinion crisis in Chuanha, and that cooperating with our company will affect the individual's reputation and commercial value. Xia Ting said hurriedly. Of course this is just rhetoric. According to my investigation, it seems that Song Ziwen of the Song family has released words in the circle that whoever dares to endorse us is not giving face to the Song family. The Song family was a trillion-dollar family in Lingnan, mastering the domestic automobile carrier, and was the leader of Lingnan's business circle. With Song Ziwen saying this, who would dare? I know, Li Yuzhen answered in a deep voice. There's more. Xia Ting bit her lip and added, our 3 major overseas e-commerce market channels have gone awry, and the overseas logistics providers in Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Americas have announced the suspension of their operations. Although we signed a contract with them, they used Chuanwa Fault Party to pull the rug out from under them, dragging out the lawsuit until a few months later, and we simply can't hold out either. Xia Ting said with some despair on her face. From her perspective, Chuanha was almost powerless to return to heaven, and being stuck in all directions was a lifeline. Leave the matter to me. I'll fix it. Li Yuzhen stopped and glanced at Xia Ting, saying calmly. With those words, she walked into the elevator without another word. And when the latter door opened, she took a firm step into the office under Xia Ting's gaze again. The door of the room was closed. Li Yuzhen sat in front of the desk. By this time, only she was left alone in the room. Only then did she finally dare to remove a few points of the mask she was wearing on her face, and a few hints of pallor and helplessness surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face, pursing her mouth. Although she had already realized something, Li Yuzhen still didn't want to give up just like that. She only allowed herself to be weak for a minute. And after a minute, she sat up straight again with an indifferent expression, pulled open the drawer, took out her cell phone, and dialed home. Song Ziwen was able to overstep the bet so recklessly. She had to ask her family if they were just going to stand by and watch. The call went through. I want to see Grandpa, Li Yuzhen, icily said. Yuzhen, Grandpa is resting. What is your business? The one who answered the phone was the current head of the Yanjing City Li family, Li Yuzhen's father. When Li Yuzhen heard it, her eyes grew colder and colder. Are you so impatient to sell your daughter? Questioned. My Li family, then I've reached the point where I can't do without taking my daughter and marrying her? Raised his voice. Asshole, you're questioning your father? Without the Li family, do you think you could have developed such a career in just 2 years? Without listening to the end, Li Yuzhen hung up the phone. Li Yuzhen understood that she had been abandoned by her family. If not, Song Ziwen would not have been able to do this level of work. Li Yuzhen took a deep breath and dialed her post-bet fiancé Song Ziwen's number once again. Hello, a voice with a light laugh. Yuzhen if you admit defeat now, I'll help you lift Chuanha together. It'll be a joint endeavor between us as a couple. Song Ziwen said. Hearing that hypocritical voice, Li Yuzhen's body trembled. There were no words spoken. Li Yuzhen didn't want to be just incompetent barking mad. She leaned on her office chair, leaning on the azure, boundless sky outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. She remembered the recent discussions in the circles of the powerful and wealthy about Ding Qing's rise to power, and recalled the scene when she had her first deal with that Mr. Lu. Grabbing her cell phone, she dialed the number one last time. Buzz, my league culture. Before work, Lu Ping looked at the phone number that popped up on his cell phone, his heart beating rapidly, and fine sweat quickly broke out on his forehead. Crap, really found it? Chapter 56, 100 million. Calm down. Must be calm. Lu Ping looked at his cell phone and only felt like holding a hot potato. His brain was a little confused, and his panting became dull and violent. Just as the beggar remotely thought of the emperor's life, and felt that the emperor would roughly use a golden hoe to plant his land. The power and riches depicted on paper were no longer exaggerated, but far less shocking than witnessing them with one's own eyes. The once established perception of this world kept collapsing. Run the hell away. I couldn't stop a long time ago. Lu Ping struggled hard to break out of that nightmarish state. He looked at his cell phone, knowing that there had to be a response, and instead of answering, he hung up the number. Going to the bathroom, Lu Ping raised his head and looked at the disorganized office. His movement caused Zhang Yingying and Gu Dashi to look at him and responded mildly. The current occasion was not suitable, nor was the thinking or state of mind. Lu Ping walked down the long corridor as he listened to his heavy heartbeat, and he could sense that his body was heating up. The immense pressure caused Lu Ping's adrenaline hormones to grow wildly. Phew! Lu Ping gasped and grinned. After the extreme pressure and fear, a strong sense of excitement was being born. Just like extreme sports enthusiasts who reached the point of excitement when they were on the verge of death. The end of the corridor. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Hey Dash. Lu Ping looked down towards the city and dialed the number. First calling out. With that, he got into the mood. The corners of his mouth gradually lifting up. A slight smirk mixed in with his subdued and calm words. It seems that Ms. Lee has met trouble again. What? Do you need help? In the same building, on the 58th floor, Ms. Lee Euan knocked on the desktop. Her eyes stared, and a longing appeared on her beautiful face that was hard to hide. You guys can? Asked in a deep voice. As long as you pay the price. Of course, the specific price needs to be met and discussed. Lu Ping answered. There wasn't much chit-chat, and the conversation ended there. Lu Ping exhaled. He looked at the metropolis that appeared to be sparkling under the bright sunlight in front of him, turned around, and walked towards the elevator hall. Mr. Lu. Secretary Xia Ting appeared in front of Lu Ping's eyes. She bowed somewhat hopefully to Lu Ping and called out. Secretary Xia. Hello again. Lu Ping smiled. He stepped into the elevator and watched as Xia Ting took out the ladder control and pressed the 58th floor. As the elevator floors continued to change, Lu Ping recalled his reaction when he first headed to Li Yuxian's office. At that time, he was prepared to give up his life. When Lu Ping examined himself at this moment, he felt that his mental quality had improved. At least he was not as nervous as he once was. But likewise, Lu Ping also found that he was not as good as he was at that time. That is, he did not have the motivation to never back down despite everything. Maybe it was because once he had nothing, the current self, at least, still had nearly $3 million left in his pocket. But, still really no talent. The most valuable part of me is the courage to put my life on the line. Losing this courage, even if I keep refreshing out the intelligence, I will die sooner or later. Ding! The elevator arrived. Lu Ping walked through the hall, and the familiar corridors and security appeared in front of him. Captain Bao, still need to check? Lu Ping met the gaze of security Captain Bao Huijun and asked with a light smile. Miss has already greeted you. Please. Bao Huijun stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. The office behind the door appeared in the bottom of the eye. The magnificent woman was still gorgeous. She did not pretend to be reserved and eyed Lu Ping as he walked in. Self-centeredly, she sat directly opposite Li Yuxian. Lu Ping's face only hangs a faint light smile, calmly and Li Yuxian straight. He was in no hurry to break the silence. The initiative this time around was going to be held in his hands no matter what. Mr. Lu, Li Yuxian, in a deep voice, said, I have a question that I would like to be solved by you. Li Yuxian's eyes flickered, and a flash of unwillingness surfaced on her icy face. In your first call with me, you once said this dash. Ms. Li, I really feel sorry for you. You are like a stunningly beautiful canary in our eyes, bound in a flashy cage, staging a spellbinding play whose ending is already predetermined. You'll never know how many people, behind the gambit that you intend to put everything on the line, are watching your every move with a teasing gaze, even applauding every takeoff of your career. The red lips lightly opened. Li Yuxian earnestly read out this paragraph word by word. Her stunningly beautiful face revealed a touch of moving sadness. To this day, the words that Lu Ping had once recited at the very beginning were being constantly confirmed, and it seemed that Li Yuxian really could not break free, and was really doomed to end long ago. Mr. Lu, is my end really doomed? Li Yuxian looked straight at Lu Ping and asked. Of course not. If you are willing, at least it won't be now. Lu Ping responded with a smile, the same words and techniques he had used at the very beginning. He carefully scrutinized his golden finger. The targets of the white intelligence basically belonged to those who were worth billions of dollars or less, and the few pieces of intelligence that he had already refreshed, all of them were multi-billionaire tycoons with special status. Regardless of whether it was Ding Cheng or Shui Huaqing, they were both bigwigs in their respective circles. with Ding Qing relying on Chao Sek behind him, and Xue Huaqing rooted in Zhanghai. Being the first media giant to be active in the gray area, they were able to resist Song Ziwen's pressure, and at just the right time, they were able to help the current Li Yuzhen. As suspected, this was the trigger mechanism for the intelligence refresh. Mr. Liu. Li Yuzhen gathered her expression and called out in a deep voice, "Please make an offer." Not beating around the bush, he said succinctly. Lu Ping gazed at Li Yuzhen, understanding that the proud woman in front of him was already giving in. The smile on his face then brightened a few points. The scene of their first meeting kept surfacing in front of his eyes, as Li Yuzhen drew the Colt M2000 pistol from the drawer and pressed it against his forehead. At that time, he trembled, fearful to the extreme, when his secretary Chao Shelwei's forehead was stained with blood and planted at his feet. His hands and feet were cold and his brain was blank. But now, the primary and secondary just changed. Ms. Li, during our first meeting, you had asked me what the price was for killing Song Ziwen, and my answer was, to be my woman. Lu Ping said calmly with a light smile on his face. That deal still stands in the present. Still stands, lengthened his voice. Su said. Li Yuzhen's face was icy cold, staring at Lu Ping as she restrained her emotions. Please be careful with your words, Mr. Liu. Li Yuzhen said softly. If she was someone who was willing to use her body as a bargaining chip, why would she still fight against fate? What a pity. Lu Ping lamented, saying, of course, he knew that this would be the outcome, and said so just to press the latter's heart. $100 million. Also, I need you to promise me 3 things. 1 second. Lu Ping was still laughing lightly. The next second, Lu Ping gathered all his expressions. Excitement and shouting were hidden in the depths of his eyes as he said in a deep voice with a tone that could not be rejected. Li Yuzhen didn't care about the so-called 100 million. This request, she understood, was just an insignificant addition. And when she heard the latter condition, her eyelids suddenly jumped. Between the two, the atmosphere was as if frozen. Chapter 57. Since the beginning of time, women have had thin lives. 100 million? 100 million. Lu Ping looked calm, only indifferently gazing at Li Yuzhen waiting for the latter's reply. In fact, the moment the words $100 million came out of his mouth, his heart was beating, his body was burning, and the whole person was excited to the extreme. At this moment, what Lingnan Song family Song Ziwen? What various forces disregarded life? In front of $100 million, Lu Ping had long forgotten all about it. People die for money. Birds die for food. How about death? Reality is not fiction. $100 million is a figure that an ordinary person can only earn by working for 1,000 years without eating or drinking. Put this money in the bank. Simply eat interest every year can also lie to earn 5 million. Perhaps it is the short-sightedness of ordinary people. Li Yuzhen subconsciously regarded 100 million as an add-on, but did not know that in these 2 conditions, Lu Ping valued this add-on. 3 things? Li Yuzhen said seriously. When you are able to do it without crossing your bottom line. Lu Ping revealed a smile and added. Business was business, and there was no way that he would not be aggressive just because he appreciated the woman in front of him, or reduce his chips just because the woman in front of him was in the midst of adversity. To put it bluntly, an existence like Li Yuzhen, no matter what, it was not Lu Ping's turn to pity such a lowly employee. Li Yuzhen took a deep breath. She felt sad, yet there was nothing she could do about it. Since ancient times, redheads had thin lives. It was nothing more than that. Deal. Li Yuzhen stood up. She stretched out her right hand to Lu Ping. Lu Ping also got up and lightly held the back of Li Yuzhen's hand. His eyes swept from the latter's fingertips. He only felt that Li Yuzhen's palms and fingertips looked good, white and warm as if they were jade. The beautiful lines from the wrist to the fingertips were the most beautiful sculptures. Thumping heart. When he let go, he was vaguely still a little reluctant. Hey, how much money is left on the company's books now? I know. Ensure that operations are maintained and transfer all the money to my account. After sitting down, Li Yuzhen picked up the red telephone in front of the table and asked in a deep voice. In the last half a month, Chuanha had been burning money like crazy, and the figures on the account were already running low. Hanging up the phone, her fingertips knocked on the desktop. Also does not hide. In the eyes of Lu Ping dialed several more. Perhaps once in Yanjing City when the girlfriends. Li Yuzhen red lips slightly open. Before speaking, the crisp voice over there came. Sister Jin, money transferred to your account. Don't think it's too little. Your family's all here. Sis, how are you holding up? I'm telling you, the family has told us that we're not allowed to help you secretly. I don't care. I'll transfer the money to you first. We'll find another way if it's not enough. Sis, do it with them. We can't fly out anymore, but we want to see you fly out too. Buzz, your Zhao bank account with tail number 1247 transferred in the amount of 100 renminbi. 100 million at 18 hours 45 minutes and 18 seconds on December 16th, with a current balance of 102 renminbi, 785, 320, 00. The cell phone in his arms vibrated. After Lu Ping pulled it out, he only casually glanced at it before putting away his phone, really not daring to look at it more for fear of not being able to suppress the emotions that were growing. Roger. Lu Ping leaned against the back of his chair, his legs folded as he met Li Yuzhen's gaze and nodded slightly. Now, I will state my first request. Lu Ping's heartbeat accelerated. With a smile on his face, he said slowly, You say. Li Yuzhen's gaze was frozen up. She had thought that Lu Ping or the forces behind him would raise it at some point in the future. Some days ago, Ms. Li had invited me to share a dinner, and in the car, Ms. Li asked me to touch your legs, and at that time, my response was next time. I think, this time, it is the next time. The scene of that day floated before Lu Ping's eyes. It was in the carriage, with the neon lights outside the car constantly rewinding, and the tantalizing scent of perfume circling in front of his nostrils. At that time, his body was like being immersed in a hot spring, crispy, unable to use his strength, his eyes through the car window, looking at a pair of beautiful legs of Li Yuzhen. Her legs folded. The warm light inside the car fell on the leg's surface, emitting a hazy light, inch by inch, outlining the most absolutely beautiful silhouette line. The high heels on her right foot gently hooked with her toes, then swayed. The thoughts came to an abrupt end. Looking towards Li Yuzhen, only to see Li Yuzhen's stunningly beautiful face revealed a momentary dismay, followed closely by a flash of shyness. Please. Li Yuzhen raised her foot and said icily. She abided by the bottom line and did not sell her body. Yet she was not someone who did not know how to be flexible and rigid. She looked at Lu Ping, her thoughts changing, suppressing her anger as a woman and ruling her mind with reason. Li Yuzhen understood that she had been wrong in her inference, and that the employee in front of her had an unusual status and the power behind her. Secondly, the other party's request to touch her legs might even be showing her goodwill. Lu Ping stood up and walked over to Li Yuzhen. He surveyed the woman in front of him with an appreciative gaze. The upper body was a V-neck cut chiffon white shirt with a black shawl, while the lower body was a white wraparound skirt, the hem of which was gathered from the calves position. Through the hem of the skirt, Lu Ping saw Li Yuzhen's slightly raised calves, such as sculpted jade legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Lu Ping explored his hand. Li Yuzhen's gaze was unblinking as she stared at Lu Ping's arm, her palm clenched. Since childhood, there had never been a male touching her body, even for such a strong woman. The surface of her slightly raised leg still trembled gently. Lu Ping's palm, pasted on Li Yuzhen's calf, felt the perfect touch, did not leave directly, palm up, stopped under Li Yuzhen's almost fire-breathing gaze. 5 fingers exerted force, fingertips cut through the flesh-colored stockings. Retracting his hand, Lu Ping sat back in front of the seat. Below is the second request. Lu Ping, followed by another. Although the condition was 3 requirements, but only one of them was really effective to use. Lu Ping, from the very beginning, intended to send out the 2 requirements as a gesture of goodwill. Kiss me. Lu Ping looked at Li Yuzhen. The magnificent woman in front of him had never experienced such a battle before. Her eyes grew colder and colder. After hearing Lu Ping's second request, Li Yuzhen did not hesitate for a second. She instantly got up. The high heels under her feet were heavily stomped by her. A tantalizing fragrant breeze drifted by. Li Yuzhen stood in front of Lu Ping. At the moment when Lu Ping had not even reacted, she flexed her fingers, hooked Lu Ping's chin, leaned down and her red lips pressed against Lu Ping's lips, leaving with only one touch. The next second, she walked back to the front of the position. Lu Ping subconsciously licked his lips. Honestly, he only felt a burst of softness and a slight coldness in front of Li Yuzhen's lips, and still wanted to feel it in detail. Li Yuzhen had already left. Ugh, still want. The heart sighed. Miss Li, first kiss? Asked. There was no response, only a gaze that wanted to kill. Now you only owe me one request. Lu Ping turned to smile. I haven't thought about this request yet. Let's wait for a chance later. For now, it's time to help you solve your problem. Lu Ping continued. Li Yuzhen moved her eyes away. The moment she saw Lu Ping licking his lips, she couldn't wait to take out that Colt M2000 in the drawer and give this man a bang. P.S. Brothers, the day before yesterday's income was $3.84. Yesterday's income was $9. Just one word. Miserable. Chapter 58, Lu Ping shows his power. Must read. Lu Ping was able to deeply realize his own loser nature. He still wanted to rub his fingertips, and even the perverted urge to bring them up to his nose and sniff the stained flavor. He wanted to lick his lips and reminisce about the moment just now. For Lu Ping, even if he had obtained the golden finger, at least for a short period of time, his essence was still that bumbling company employee, which was difficult to change quickly. And in many third-rate novels, too many male protagonists only acquire the ability of the moment, the mentality of the sudden change. Even the fun become advanced. Lu Ping think that's very impractical. Li Yuzhen, the pearl at the apex of the human pyramid, whose status and appearance are no worse than that of a princess in a Western country. The following is sound. Lu Ping thought to himself. In front of him, Li Yuzhen put down her legs. Her cool gaze glanced at the flesh-colored stockings that had drawn in front of her calves. She was more or less obsessive-compulsive, only to feel her heart like the sting of a cat's claw, and couldn't wait to take off her stockings right now, tolerating her emotions. Li Yuzhen looked at Lu Ping with an expressionless face. Tell me about the current situation. Lu Ping didn't dare to show too much and only said with a light smile. With your channels, you still need me to tell you? Li Yuzhen sneered, but then earnestly informed the other party of the current situation from all sides one by one. She was not the type of woman who would affect things just because of her emotions. The body leaned back. Lu Ping's fingertips knocked against the desktop as he thought carefully. His heart sighed with emotion. To mess with no coincidence. I am truly gifted. Same as I guessed. Pinch off from the publicity mouth. Cover Chuanha's mouth, do something on the spokesperson, so that your traffic has no lyrical mouth. Finally, block your international logistics. Extinguish everything, even if you are still able to sell some goods. But you can't send it out for shipment. Lu Ping thought, but his face did not move. I know. Lu Ping responded. Continue. For so many days, I've done countless previews and written countless lines of copy. Let me stir up the storm. Under Li Yuzhen's gaze, Lu Ping only briefly contemplated the will. And with that, he saw the latter pull out his cell phone. In the contacts, he found the number and pressed the dialing button. Lu Ping glanced at Li Yuzhen, and without hiding it, he directly opened the call speakerphone. The sound of the call rang out in the office. The authority of an intelligence businessman never stems only from information, but also from his confusing network of contacts. He was the best fixer in the night. He was able to lead difficult matters to the right people and take care of everything for everyone. As Li Yuzhen looked at Lu Ping, the suspicions she had towards the latter gradually disappeared in her heart. All those doubts that were once there were transformed into this was a real big shot. Mr. Lu. The phone went through. Respectful words rang in the ears of the two. Mr. Shui, it's been a long time. Lu Ping said. Mr. Shui, Li Yuzhen willed, as she kept corresponding the names of the people in her mind with them. I have a job here for you. After it is accomplished, you can bring your circle up one rank. At the same time, we'll receive a steady profit share from the other party. Lu Ping weighed his words and gestures as he stated in a calm, powerful voice. When he paused, he looked up at Li Yuzhen and saw the latter raise a finger. Nodding slightly, he continued. The profit sharing of this interest is roughly fixed at 1 point. Mr. Lu. The office near the edge of the bund. Shuehuaqing's expression was solemn as he contemplated the fact that while the temptation seemed great, the risks within were also extremely strong. But Chuanha? Shuehuaqing asked. Aha. Lu Ping nodded. Shuehuaqing's voice was heard through the outgoing for both of them, and was able to clearly confirm the scorn and gravity in the former's tone line. Li Yuzhen's eyes stared up, waiting for a reply. She did not know about the consensus behind Lu Ping and Shuehuaqing, and only thought that it was really temporary and pulling the strings. Song Ziwan of the Song family contacted me the other day, and I rejected him. Shuehuaqing, in a deep voice, said, Today, my men's analysis of public opinion about the various platforms is in front of us. Mr. Lu, the water here is very deep. 1.5 points. Lu Ping said, at Mr. Lu's command, I, Shui, will fight with my life. Shuehuaqing stood up and looked out the window. He took a deep breath and responded respectfully. If he was in Yangchang, he wouldn't even dare to look straight at the Song family's giant. But in Zhanghai there were Zhanghai's rules. Shuehuaqing, you should know him. The phone hung up. Lu Ping looked at Li Yuzhen and said calmly, Aha. Li Yuzhen nodded. She had already guessed this one. The one surnamed Shui and able to help her solve things should only be this one. Shuehuaqing was a cautious character. and for him to be able to agree so decisively was, frankly speaking, out of Li Yuzhen's expectations. Chuanha is a hot potato. This profit is not to say that it can be distributed out. It can be distributed out. The forces that really do not fear Song Ziwen are waiting for Chuanha to completely collapse, and build up another Flow Media group on the ruins of Chuanha. Thinking about this, Li Yuzhen looked deeply at Lu Ping. Go on. Lu Ping added. He dialed the second number. Ding Chung. Again. He put the speakerphone on, and when the beep rang a second time, the call was answered. Mr. Lu. In the China shipping group, Ding Ching put away his feet that were crossed on his desk and respectfully answered. Hidden in that voice was undisguised gratitude. When Li Yuzhen heard it, she glanced at Lu Ping one more time. Mr. Ding, is the seat of this man of affairs still secure? Lu Ping greeted with a smile on his face. He felt the state he was in at the moment. In his body, adrenaline hormones were secreting like crazy. He felt as if he was immersed in a hot spring. His limbs and bones were softened and he couldn't make any strength. He enjoyed his current status. With just a few phone calls, he had set the swirl of countless people in the spotlight right. This amplified sense of power was an aphrodisiac-drug that no man could stop. Thanks to you, sir. All is well. Ding Chung respectfully said. Li Yuzhen's eyelids fluttered up and down as she heard this conversation. I have a job here to give to you, and after it's done, the other party will share 1 point and 5 points of profit to you. Lu Ping said. As you say, sir. Ding Ching did not inquire and responded with a bite. I don't care what means you use. Dispatch the shipping vessels from Southeast Asia, Europe, and America to the domestic ports in 2 days' time. And make sure to ship back Chuanha's products in the big promotion on time and efficiently. Lu Ping was not polite and said in a deep voice. Yes, Ding Chung responded. He was now the person in charge of the China shipping group, and Xiaomen's very first base business was transportation. Only, it used to be in the major river fields in the country. That solves 2 items. Lu Ping smiled at Li Yuzhen and said calmly. And this last item, the spokesperson, or rather, the person who will carry the goods on the day of the year-end promotion. The candidates you, Chuanha, had previously set were a first-tier movie star, a first-tier movie queen, and a first-tier heavenly king. Then I'll ask you, heavenly king Lu Minghua, heavenly queen Su Qingfei, and song god Zhou Yiluan, are they still qualified? Lu Ping held his demeanor in tone as he slowly reported the 3 names. Even Li Yuzhen could not help but show her astonishment. These 3 were the ones she had hoped to invite at the very beginning, only to have all of them rejected, and to the level of the 3 of them, not to mention the supporting forces behind them, just by virtue of their titular and personal influence above. It was no longer something that anyone could threaten or pin down. The connections and resources needed to invite them were incalculable. Chapter 59, Li Yuzhen takes off her stockings. Miss Li, I'll leave the matter of visiting Mr. Yanqing to you. Lu Ping gazed at Li Yuzhen. The eldest daughter of the Li family in Yanjing City was a little lost in thought at the moment. He spoke at the right time. The words left. He also did not stay long and got up, ready to leave. I'll wait for your call, Lu Ping said. Xia Ting. Only when Lu Ping had taken a few steps out did Li Yuzhen come back to her senses. She calmly pressed the call button and said in a deep voice, Give Mr. Lu a ride. Yes. Almost at the same time, the door of the room was pushed open in response, and the somewhat flustered third secretary Xia Ting appeared in front of Lu Ping's eyes. Snapping, the wooden door of the office was brought on softly. Located on the top floor of the building, this huge office was finally left with only Li Yuzhen, who was still gazing at the door of the room, and after a moment, her long eyelashes fluttered lightly. The iceberg-like cold face softened a lot. Her body leaned back, somewhat exhaustedly paralyzed in front of the seat, not knowing since when, only here when no one was around. She dared to remove her mask and let her vulnerable side out for a short while. The tops of her feet tensed up, pulling away from her heels and curling her legs. Li Yuzhen's paws stepped on the seat cushion as she wrapped her arms around her legs, burying her cheeks in them. At that moment, her eyes suddenly noticed the white marks on the stockings, scratched out by Lu Ping's fingernails. Li Yuzhen's eyes opened, her expression stared up, and in an instant, that soft aura disappeared without a trace, and the powerful, perfect absolute goddess reappeared in front of the desk. She poked out a slender jade leg. Her hand pushed the hem of the skirt upwards. The action suddenly stopped, simply because she was wearing a half-body wrap-around skirt today. The skirt was close to the body. The hem of the skirt was only dialed up to the position of the thighs and then couldn't be pushed. If you want to take off the stockings, you still have to remove the skirt first. Li Yuzhen froze in place. A moment later, her iceberg-like cheeks colored red, and standing barefoot next to the office chair, she turned to look at the huge floor-to-ceiling window behind her that could overlook the entire city. Although it was said that this window could only be viewed from the inside out, not from the outside in. But, Euan picked up the remote control and pressed the button, eyeing the curtains slowly closing. A second ago, the office that was still bright became dim. Relieved. With a red face, Euan removed her hip skirt inch by inch, revealing her perfect curves like God's masterpiece. She was a meticulous woman, and had never had an experience as humiliating as the one she was having now. Hitching the wraparound skirt to the back of the chair, Euan removed her stockings, and with a cold face, she threw the clump of stockings into the trash can. That's as far as it goes. It wouldn't be good for my co-workers to see us if we go over there again. The elevator hall. Lu Ping said to his secretary Xia Teng, and with those words, he stepped into the elevator and pressed the floor before turning around and nodding to Xia Teng outside the elevator door. Phew! The elevator door closed. The number of floors continuously lowered. Perhaps because of Euan, tens of floors did not stop once. Lu Ping stood in the elevator. His tense mind began to gradually relax. His heartbeat leapt heavily. He felt his legs soften a little. His back was already drenched in sweat. Sometimes it was like this. When that surge of energy gave out, the courage, rationality and wisdom that had been held strong seemed to be drawn out of the body. However, Lu Ping knew that he was still able to relax now. The upper left corner at the back of the elevator. The surveillance camera was still silently filming. From the 58th floor, to the 15th floor. From Chuanhe, to Wu Meng culture. It was as if Lu Ping had gone from intelligence businessman, to ordinary employee, uncovering all the glitz and glamour. What was revealed was the ordinary masses. Lu Ping stepped in the corridor. His heart became solid. After turning from the corner, he couldn't wait to take out his cell phone, clicked on the balance of the text message, and silently counted the long numbers under his breath. Grinned, took several large deep breaths. In front of the office, Lu Ping stopped. He adjusted his state, and after yawning his eyebrows and eyes crawled out some lethargy before he walked into the big office. Colleagues' atmosphere is still a little bit not quite right. Some people lowered their heads, discussing Chuanhe in various chat groups. Gu Dashi tightened his face, his fingertips crackling and knocking on the keyboard as he frantically went online to line up with various black people. Zhang Yingying pursed her lips, somewhat absent-mindedly swiping through the drama. From time to time she would look behind the door, and it was also she who was the first to spot Lu Ping who had walked in, her red apple-like cheeks revealing a smile of extremely pure joy. Brother Ping, the tone was somewhat cheerful. I thought you fell down the toilet. I almost didn't go and shout for someone to fish you out. Gu Dashi twisted his head and answered, my stomach is a bit uncomfortable. Lu Ping said with full disinterest. He sat down and looked at the screen. First his brain was empty, followed by the fact that as he gazed at the mundane in front of him, another emotion began to cover the tension of the party, an emotion called joy, recklessness, and soundness. The strong contrast between the different identities made Lu Ping somewhat obsessed and lustful. The more extreme the operation, the more the adrenal glands are stimulated. Lu Ping took off his glasses and wiped them as he seemingly said, below, it is the core of the fourth piece of intelligence, Xia Yanqing. Putting on his glasses, Lu Ping tapped his fingertips on the desktop, his eyes revealing deep thought. This one did not have great wealth or a powerful family, but his position was extremely special. He had single-handedly pushed to formulate the rules and culture of Zhao's entertainment industry, and the first batch of top artists had all been promoted by him. Xia Yanqing is a very stubborn old man. He refused to use his favors to benefit anyone. Even his children do not enjoy the slightest shade. Lu Ping recalled the intelligence. There was only one person who could make Xia Yanqing break his own rules. The only person he felt guilty about in his life. Even when he was in his coffin, he couldn't close his eyes, and his heart stayed on the stump. Xia Ting, 58th floor, office. Euan pressed the call button and called out in a deep voice. Mr. Li, the third secretary, Xia Ting, quickly stepped in front of her and respectfully answered. Pacify all the colleagues. Let them carry on with the work at hand. Tell them Chuanhe won't lose. Euan's words slightly paused. She lifted her chin. The light in her eyes was intimidating, and her grounded words rang out. Yes, Xia Ting answered. Also, prepare a car for me now. I'm going out. Pay attention to confidentiality. Euan used the tone of issuing commands. At this moment, she had to coordinate everything. Any weakness she showed would affect some people's confidence. I'll go and do it. Xia Ting heard and felt the power transmitted by Euan's tone, look, and actions. Her uneasy look became vivid, and her answering words took on a sense of power. As she turned to leave, the sound and rhythm of her high heels on the floor seemed pleasant and good. 5 minutes later, Euan sat in a black sedan and left the building silently. Chapter 60, Crazy brainstorming from all sides. What's all this? Good lord. There's only an unintelligible but awesome feeling. Office. Lu Ping sat in front of the work desk. The cold light emanating from the screen struck his face. His mind was floating and suffering. He would think that at this moment, outside of this office, the forces of all parties that were fiercely gaming in isolation, he would think of watching several people who were building up their strength. By this time, instead, he couldn't do anything. Changes will come. Lu Ping understands. The real big brother must still calmly do their own things. He should also be like this. Seize any little bit of time to read. Used to speculate on the intelligence. Writing paperwork. But when it came down to it, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't focus at all. Regulate his breathing. Trying to calm down. To dominate his brain with reason. And fail. It was at this time that his cell phone vibrated and watching sent a series of encrypted files. Lu Ping looked at the name. His heart raced. He looked up at the office. No one from his mundane, ordinary co-workers were paying attention to him. Exhaling, he carefully clicked on the file. This was what watching had collected. An analysis report on the public opinion outbursts and pushers on various platforms. Various data. A mind map. Red and green markings. Lu Ping scanned through it carefully, and was inwardly silent. Mr. Shue's ability to gather information is still as outstanding as ever. And it's this point of yours that we appreciate the most. No request was made. Just edit a paragraph and click send. Lu Ping looked at the sent and grinned. Almost simultaneously, Ding Qing's encrypted message was also sent to Lu Ping's cell phone, and the two of them had an interesting mindset, both of them passing the content through Lu Ping first before Euan. Ugh, it's all a what? This should be considered very efficient, right? Lu Ping looked at the message. In the message was a cargo map dispatched by Ding Qing. The content was equally detailed. The number of each cargo, the amount of cargo carried, the route trajectory. Lu Ping could not determine the exact significance of this information. What Yuan Taiping couldn't do, you were able to do. He did not dare to return. In fact, he only had Yuan Taiping's intelligence, only Yuan Taiping's judgment and impression about Ding Qing. Whether the real Ding Qing was as Yuan Taiping's judgment, Lu Ping could not know. Thinking willfully, he edited a plausible text and sent it. Calculate. Euan should be arriving soon as well. Lu Ping took out his spare machine, tapped the navigation map in the screen, and looked at the routes inside. The Bund CBD building. Watching was sitting in his office, looking at the message Lu Ping replied to. His gaze froze and his breathing became rapid. Us? What does Mr. Lu mean? Standing up, grabbing his cell phone, he paced back and forth in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The area he dabbled in was already in the area where sunlight and darkness intertwined. Plus, he was in this position. Watching was able to reach out to another world of the weak and the strong. A broker? Intelligence merchants? The organization behind Mr. Lu, is it going to absorb me? All of this could be their test? Thinking about this, Watching's hot blood surged with excitement and trepidation. East City, China Shipping Group. Ding Qing gazed at the reply, his gaze deep and detailed. What Yuan Taiping couldn't do, read in a low voice, as if he remembered something. His pupils abruptly opened up as he hung his head, his body trembling as he raised his head. Ho! 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 Ding Qing grabbed his neck and let out a ho-ho inhaling sound. After his revenge was over, he was once very empty, not knowing what the meaning of life was, what he should be doing. And now, it seemed like there was. This damn life, huh? Why can they use Fatty, Tai Zhu, and Yuan as pawns? I want to sit on it too. Let's see if none of them treat the bottom as human beings. Damn it. Damn it. On the other side, the black sedan was parked in an old neighborhood of some years. The neighborhood was clean, and the sunlight poured down on the small 6-story buildings, hitting the roadside through the yellowed gaps in the leaves. There was no sense of tardiness of a normal old neighborhood, but a story full of years and memories. Euan stepped over the dead leaves with a clicking sound, and behind her, the third secretary Xia Ting followed closely carrying gifts, walking to the door of a certain building, buckled the door of the room. You are? I'm here to visit Mr. Yan Chang. Please inform me that Euan, Li Jiangmo's granddaughter, has taken the liberty of coming to the door. The one who opened the door was a middle-aged aunt who sized up Euan, awestruck by the stunningly beautiful girl in front of her. Euan nodded her head and said in a clear and cold manner, You wait a moment. The middle-aged aunt left, and it wasn't long before she walked out again. The old master asks you to go in. Miss Lee, please also ask this girl to put her things by the door, and take them away when you leave. The old master doesn't take things. Li Yuzhen heard this and glanced at Xiating. Xiating immediately put the things by the door. She followed the two and stepped into the mansion. A very unusual 3-bedroomed room, except that there were a lot of books and a lot of newspapers. The middle-aged aunt led the two Li Yuzhen to the living room and left to pour water for the guests. A few minutes later, only then was the door to the study room pushed open, and the lean old man on crutches and wearing cloth clothes stepped out, and he glanced at Li Yuzhen from afar, with eyes that were filled with wisdom, as if he wanted to see through the latter. Noticing that gaze, even Li Yuzhen couldn't help but feel solemn. Such a look she had experienced in her grandfather's body, as if she couldn't hide anything. Mr. Yanqing. Li Yuzhen rose and respectfully responded. Xia Yanqing was of the same generation as her grandfather, which could make her respect him in both sense and reason. Li Jianguo and I didn't have much socialization when we were young, and we've even broken off contact when we've gotten older, and you've sought me out because you should have heard of some of the insignificant things I used to do when I was young, but should also know, this person most cherishes this body feathers. If you entrust me to do things, you can leave here. Old Mr. Xia Yanqing bit his words very straight, giving people a sense of transparency. It also seemed extremely unsympathetic. Li Yuzhen heard and was not surprised. She had long heard that this old gentleman's relationship with his family's children was not considered amicable because of this. Mr. Yanqing, please take a call. Without saying much, Li Yuzhen only took out her cell phone and dialed a string of numbers, followed by handing the phone to the old man upside down. It is Li Jianguo. I will not agree. Old Mr. Xia Yanqing glanced at the phone and said in a deep voice, "It's not my grandfather." Li Yuzhen responded. She was equally curious in her heart, not understanding what means Lu Ping could have to persuade this old senior who had been a curmudgeon all his life. Old Mr. Xia Yanqing heard this and probed his somewhat dry palm. Restroom. Lu Ping once again sat on the tank. The leather shoes under his feet twisted the lid of the toilet hard. When he heard the cell phone vibration moment, even if he was prepared for the heart still jumped heavily. Deep breaths. Until the third ring of the phone. There is no time. Hard to press the answer button. P.S. This book is 2 times a day. 1 chapter every day around 4:30 p.m. M. And 1 chapter at 11 p.m. M. And additional ones from time to time. Thank you. Also, the positioning of the protagonist of this book is an ordinary person. A little crazy. A little perverted ordinary people. If you want to see the main character, there's really no way. Chapter 61, if you're human, there are loopholes. The toilet cubicle. Cramped and closed. Lu Ping sat on the water tank, his leather shoes twisting the toilet lid. He gripped his cell phone, his breathing heavy and stretched out, his eyes fixed on his toes, noting the mud staining the edges of his leather shoes, and poking out his index finger to wipe the mud off. In due time, the call reached the third tone, and Lupin pursed his lips and pressed connect. Hello. There was no deliberate attempt to hide the tension in his mind. The voice trembled slightly. Lu Ping had, previously, given himself the request that he could no longer sit in this cubicle to avoid Li Yuzhen installing eavesdropping equipment in advance. This time, from the moment he walked into the bathroom, the preconception he gave himself was that the toilet was full of cameras and bugs. He was intentionally showing his truest emotion, nervousness, whether there was someone behind him or not. Lu Ping did so. Is it Grandpa Xie? Lu Ping swallowed and continued. You are? Elder Xie Yanqing heard and raised his eyelids. He glanced at Li Yuzhen beside him and asked in a serious voice. My name is Xie Jianwei. You shouldn't know me, but my grandfather is Xie Haibing. The bathroom. Lu Ping's other hand was draped over the surface of his leg, his fingers slightly bent and grasping hard. He raised his head and looked at the partition door in front of him, aggravating the last tone of his voice as he read in a deep voice. See soldier? Elder Xie Yanqing's voice rose, calling out. I've been looking for Haibing for some years now. I can't find him. This old boy is intentionally hiding me. Xie Yanqing didn't suspect that the people behind these two names were just more ordinary and unusual people. Moreover, there were some things that only he and Xie Haibing knew. In the living room, Li Yuzhen paid attention to Mr. Yanqing, and she noticed that this old man's emotions were violently violent. Haibing? Whispered. As the saying goes, things grow old and become demons. Lu Ping listened to the microphone as the old man's words became elevated. He, on the other hand, gradually entered into a state. That was a feeling of the brain being in a calm state, but the body heating up. In the intelligence, the content about this gentleman was repeatedly presented in front of his eyes. Why did he not dare to visit the old man in person? Why did he ask Li Yuzhen to visit him, and then contact him by phone? Because there is a sentence in the intelligence. Xia Yanqing, born in 40 years, once in a high position, sparing his wings, well read, insight into human nature, as wise as a demon. Meaning, the old man is over 80 years old. He has experienced countless experiences in his life. His life experience and the countless books he has read have turned into an underpinning. He can't hide it when he looks at people. You can't hide it. Lu Ping did not understand the exact weight of this sentence, but he clearly knew that he would not be able to hold up in front of such an existence, and any performance would only be reduced to a clumsy clown in his eyes. Being human, there are loopholes. Most of the loopholes, washed away by time, are even known only to the person himself. However, when my bookcase was able to refresh the intelligence, that buried loophole began to become known to the second person. Nervous gasps were heard through the microphone by Elder Xia Yanqing. Lu Ping restrained his excessive excitement. Grandpa Xie, don't look for us. My grandfather said that you don't owe our family anything, and that it's all due to your personal ability and hustle that you've gotten to where you are now. Lu Ping did not pause for too long and continued. These few lines were the result of a week of pondering over and over again, and he had written hundreds of sentences before refining them. Elder Xia Yanqing's lips trembled. When the words were heard here, the last trace of doubt in his heart ceased to exist. This was indeed Xia Haibing's temperament. Moreover, there were only 2 people who knew about it, and then counting this Xie Jianwei there were only 3 people who knew about it. Brother Haibing, Elder Xia Yanqing said in a deep voice. Between the words, he could hardly restrain himself from recalling the past, that part of his heart that he could not get past. That year, when the college entrance examination was resumed, he failed, but his older brother Xia Haibing from the same village passed the examination. Later, Xia Haibing's father was seriously ill and desperately needed a sum of money. Xia Haibing found himself to take the place. He accepted. He took the place of Haibing's brother and went to Yanjing City. Who knows? Since then, he has been flat on his back, changing dragons at the drop of a hat. Xia Yanqing felt that he was replacing Xia Haibing's life and felt guilty about it, and had said that as long as brother Haibing sought his help, he would definitely help even if he gave up his life. Grandpa Xia, I'm a non-competitor. In the last few months, I'm going to get married, but I really can't come up with the money to buy a house, much less the bride price. I remembered the past that my grandfather happened to tell, and I found the president of Chuanhou, MS, Li Yuzhen, on the toilet. Lu Ping brought himself completely into Xia Haibing's perspective. Nervous, guilty, and uneasy, he sped up his speech and spoke his plea. Gulp. Swallowing again. MS. Li Yuzhen promised me that she would be willing to give me a sum of money as long as I can hold the thread. Lu Ping continued. After Xia Yanqing heard this, he had completely built up an image of an ordinary young man in his mind, different from old brother Haibing, with a bit of urgency and a bit of guts. I know. Elder Xia Yanqing's tone was much less enthusiastic as he answered in a deep voice. Elder brother Haibing, is your health alright? He looked deeply at Li Yuzhen, then turned to ask. Grandpa, he already went 2 years ago. Lu Ping recalled the information, licked his lips, and responded. Those were 2 life trajectories altogether. One was flat on his face, becoming a trendsetter in a field. The other had farmed, worked and toiled all his life, and finally died in obscurity. And that one, Xia Haibing, had kept the secret in his stomach since the beginning and had never spoken to anyone. The exchange continued for a few more sentences. The phone was hung up. The Xia family and the Xia family's love affair was no longer relevant. Xia Yanqing handed the phone back to Li Yuzhen. Say it. What is it? Clutching his cane, Xia Yanqing's face was majestic as he asked in a deep voice. I need to invite 3 people from the entertainment industry to be the spokespersons for my company's big promotion. Who? Heavenly King Lu Minghua, Heavenly Queen Su Qingfei, and Song God Zhou Luan. Li Yuzhen paid attention to the old man's posture and slowly spat out the 3 names. I'll contact them for you, but you have to understand that this matter stops here. This time, Xia Yanqing didn't refuse, his fingertips knocking against the back of his other hand, and after pondering, he responded, please rest assured, Mr. Yanqing. Hearing the response, Li Yuzhen inwardly marveled. She wasn't sure what the old man was talking about, but knew that it was this one favor being used. Send off the guests. Xia Yanqing looked to the middle-aged woman at the side and said in a deep voice. Li Yuzhen didn't sit down for much longer, and after saying a word, she led her secretary, Xia Ting, to step away, seeking skin with a tiger. But this is what you guys forced me to do. Now, it's time for a change. Outside the door, the sky was already getting dark. Euan tilted her head to look at the sky, and when she withdrew her gaze, her expression was icy cold. After the words were spoken, she hurriedly sat in the car. Today's farce was like a storm wrapped around Chuanha. Next, she still had too much work to do. Mr. Yen Chang, and how is it complete? I read the intelligence over and over and over again. Still not sure. The stump in his heart. The guilt in his heart is the fear that old man Xia Haibing has soiled his feathers. Or is it really an apology in his heart? However, irrelevant. Xia Jianwei. Later, I will make it up to you even if you don't know it. The cramped, narrow bathroom. Lu Ping exhaled. He tilted his head, the back of his head leaning against the wall, and thought willfully said, propaganda, logistics, advocacy. The three main elements are gathered. Can we still stage a crazy flop? Lu Ping grinned, curious as to how this firework would actually bloom. P.S. A free small gift for everyone to vote for. I'll give you a big hug. Guys, Chapter 62, Terror, Classified Yellow File. Ping. Let's go. The subway entrance. Gu Dashi was carrying a bag and a scarf. He stuck his hands in his pockets and yawned before calling out. Aha! Lu Ping answered. Since New Year's Day onwards, Gu Dashi had left by himself after work, deliberately leaving space for him and Zhang Yingying. Brother Dashi. See you tomorrow. Zhang Yingying poked her head out from behind Lu Ping and waved her hand. Lu Ping noticed that the girl was wearing open-fingered gloves with a panda's pattern printed on them, and seemed to find it interesting. The corner of her mouth raised imperceptibly. A few stops away on the pedestrian street, the glow of neon lights hit the two. Ping. There are ice candies there. I'll go over first. Zhang Yingying's eyes lit up as she tugged on Lu Ping's arm and pointed. And with those words, she ran over there cheerfully like a butterfly. Lu Ping was wearing a slim long tweed coat. He looked at the beautiful picture in the distance in the ordinary. His footsteps stopped. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked towards a building in front of him. On the curtain wall of the building, the advertisement of Chuanha's big promotion was still being projected. Right now, the public opinion about Chuanha on all the major platforms was still lopsided. Euan and Shui watching peered and took the new time to enter. In places where ordinary people could not see, the forces from all sides, the brewing game and storm was getting more and more intense. Phew! Lu Ping exhaled, and mist floated in front of his eyes. What I have to do now is to treat this most ordinary staff identity as a disguise for my true identity. I have to last. Only then will I be the safest and the most secure for prying eyes to cast their eyes on me. And if, in the future, someone captures them and uses them as a bargaining chip to threaten me, Lu Ping thought uncontrollably. His eyes were cold and stern. In the distance, under the warm light, the cute girl who poked out her panda gloves to receive 2 ice candy gourds was reflected in Lu Ping's black and white eyes. Sorry, I can only act more cold-blooded. Even if you guys really die in this way, I can't even blink my eyes more than once. Only in this way will you all be able to maximize your safety. And I will be able to maximize my safety. Lu Ping suppressed his uneasiness. Caught in the whirlpool, everything had long been out of control. Brother Ping, he. Which string do you want? Lu Ping did not respond. He saw that Zhang Yingying's cheeks were a little reddened by the cold, and gently took off the coat he was wearing and draped it over the girl. This one, pointing to the hawthorn flavor. Late night, back home. Lu Ping sat in front of his desk for a while, taking a long time to come back to his senses. He once again glanced at the balance in his cell phone bank. He hadn't even looked closely at it during the day, and when this huge number appeared, the thought of wanting to run away once again arose in Lu Ping's heart. No interest. Lu Ping cursed, dropping his cell phone. He took off his clothes and did push-ups, insisted until his arms were swinging, didn't read a book, still opened his cell phone and watched a police movie. His heart was in a state of flux, and he couldn't read the complex and profound text at all. This time, he chose a foreign movie close to the documentary. Real and cruel. Time passes by minute. 12 o'clock. Lu Ping pressed the pause button and after a moment's pause, he put his cell phone aside and walked towards the bookcase. He had a premonition that the intelligence this time might be different from all the previous ones. Every new piece of intelligence was like Pandora's box. It could bring Lu Ping benefits far beyond gambling, but at the same time, it would also bring immeasurable dangers. Not long after, a new piece of information appeared in Lu Ping's hand. The palm of his hand was pressed against the thick archive bag and touched it carefully. There was no direct unraveling. Lu Ping flexed his fingers and knocked on the location 5 centimeters above the winding clasp. No longer the white color of the previous 4 envelopes. Instead, a yellow color the size of a nail print. The hand trembled lightly. Yellow classified level document. Lu Ping said in a low voice. Li Yuzhen, Ding Cheng, Shui Huaqing, and the retired Xia Yanqing were all nothing more than white confidential level documents. People at this level, by and large, belong to the zone of being worth billions of dollars, even if the subject had a special identity. Take a look. Lu Ping sat back down in front of his desk, unwrapped the file bag, and placed the thick pile of information in front of him. It was unknown what he saw. His right hand that fell on the desk, his index finger clasped the desktop, unknowingly using more and more force. A dazzling river view. In front of the Bund. A private clubhouse not open to the public. 6-story classical building with tight security up and down. Top floor, half open-air garden and half hall. Song Ziwen was drinking and having fun with 3 or 5 second-generation members of first-tier families in Shanghai. And around them, there were clouds of celebrity-quality beauties. And there was even a lack of third-tier, second-tier actresses in there who had acted in a couple of traffic dramas. Brother Ziwen. Sister-in-law's ability and vision is really impressive. A while ago, when Chuanha was raising capital, the several investment advisors under me strongly suggested that I smash my money into it. And if I didn't know that Brother Ziwen must have the means to do so, I really would have invested. Looks a little baby face, but the look of strange clamor. He embraced an actress, hand nonchalantly then probed into. The actress was in pain, tears and water in her eyes constantly swirling. She didn't dare to resist, and even had the intention to cater to it. Li Yuzhen has indeed somewhat exceeded my expectations. But the good thing is, it ends here. Song Ziwen picked up a glass of wine and raised it to the remaining few people. Smiling, Brother Song, it's better to cheapen anyone than to cheapen us brothers. I happen to have a modest brokerage company in my hands. Not much of a character. 3 or 2 big cats. On weekdays, the little stars that are raised are mainly for the brothers to have fun. The youth wearing black-rimmed glasses heard and suddenly said, when Chuanha falls, I'll let this company transform into a net-red economy company, and also take the path of bringing goods online. If the brothers have ideas, they can take shares and we'll get it together. The youth wearing black-framed glasses said in a deep voice. As soon as his words fell, excluding Song Ziwen, several people revealed their intentions. Although their families were rich, most of them were not direct heirs, and they could only receive the pocket money from the family's share of the profits. So that figure was not enough for them to dash around. Song Ziwen heard this and half squinted his eyes. A moment later a bright smile appeared on his face. Ning Zhang's company, I'll be the first to invest. Say, how much money do you want? Song Ziwen drained his wine in one gulp and said in a loud voice. The few rich second generation here sniffed and laughed. Pouring all the wine, several people hooked their shoulders around each other to form a circle. Crisp wine cups collided, and they tilted their heads. After a long time, Song Ziwen seemed to be a little drunk. He staggered away from the crowd and stepped into the garden. He stood in front of the railing, where there was still a haze in his eyes. He looked at the dreamy city skyline in front of him, and behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his elegant and gentlemanly expression revealed greed. Chapter 63, Outcry. The next day, the sky is clear. Ha! Yi! Lu Ping carried his briefcase and walked out from the subway entrance. He followed the flow of people jogging to work and stood in front of the red and green signals. Waiting for the green light for the effort of sleepiness could not help but yawn. He had slept too late last night, and the newly refreshed intelligence had left him engrossed and nervous. After crossing the intersection, he stood in the square between several buildings. Lupin raised his head and looked around from side to side. The scale of the buildings and the scale of humans constantly forming a drastic contrast. Outside the curtain walls of those 3 buildings, the advertising projections appeared to change. Chuanha promotion countdown, 2 days. In due time, Gu Dashi, with his bag on his back, also crossed the street. He saw Lu Ping and walked over to stand side by side, similarly tilting his head emotionally as he looked around at the advertisements that were still there. It feels marvelous, a feeling of being taught a lesson. It can truly be said that soldiers are unpredictable and water is unpredictable. Gu Dashi shook his head. He had led Lu Ping and the others straight through the Chuanha mission, and had relatively deep contact with that rising giant, and he opened his mouth immediately after, singing in an opera cadence that had so much flavor. But not much. I have seen Jinling Jade Tree Warbler sound dawn, Qinhuai Water Salon Flower Blossom early. Who knows easy to ice disappear. Ice to see him up Zhu Lu. Ice to see him feast guests. Ice to see him Lu. Lu Ping laughed and looked at his colleague. You are the dragon field of enlightenment. Great prophet, Lu Ping exclaimed. Don't lament. You're late for work. With an arm around Gu Dashi's neck, he said with a smile. Furthermore, when you look at this change in the wind and clouds, how can you know that Chuanha won't flop? The tactics of big shots are not something we losers can speculate on. That's right. Walking into the company. In the corridor, almost to the office. Ah Ping. Gu Dashi glanced at his best friend beside him, who elbowed him and saw the latter looking over absently. Go over there and talk. Maybe I shouldn't talk too much, but I see that your attitude doesn't seem quite right. Gu Dashi walked towards the nearby floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Ping's eyes were puzzled. Ying is a good girl. You should confess to people. She's already worked so hard to get closer to you. This last step can't still be left to the girls. Gu Dashi was rarely serious and said in a deep voice. What's with the feeling you're giving me right now? People's good intentions, and you don't reject them or take the initiative. Like you're intentionally hanging on. I don't want you to regret it again when the time comes. Oishi, I understand. Lu Ping answered. Returning to the work table, Lu Ping poured a cup of hot water, took a sip, and somewhat lazily nourished his mind. He maneuvered the mouse and browsed through the news and hot topics on the major platforms. At 8 o'clock, there were murmurs, ringing in his ears. Lu Ping listened to an ear, and then looked on the internet, finding a new announcement on Chuanhe's official website. It was to the effect that Chuanhe would reconvene the press conference at 9 o'clock. An hour later. Lu Ping let out a light eep. He felt that this conference might be hiding a deeper meaning. He did not continue to delve into the subsequent plans of Li Yuzhen and Shui Huaqing and Ding Chang. This was one of his subconscious decisions. As an intelligence businessman and fixer, it would not be a good thing to continually hold everything in your hands even after matchmaking. Ooh, the heat is so high. Lu Ping turned off the announcement and browsed through the debates on several major platforms, sensitively noticing, there isn't necessarily Shui Huaqing's power in these water armies. This undercurrent was getting more and more turbulent. Brother Ping, what do you say about this launch? Will it be a success? Zhang Yingying shouted in a small voice, her eyes bright as she said, there's less than an hour left. Let's see. Lu Ping answered. He didn't know what those few people were planning to play. The second and minute hands kept turning. 9 o'clock. Lu Ping wasn't sure what the reaction of the rest of the companies in the building was. He only knew that, in this one big office where he was, as early as 10 minutes ago, his colleagues were not interested in working. They whispered, and this chatter gradually became noisy. The news of the launch did not move. A few minutes later, there was news from Chuanhe's co-workers that the conference could not be opened again, and the confirmed reporter let go of the pigeon. The news gradually boiled over. The internet buzz was dramatic. At the same time, Chuanhe Watch sent out another announcement that there was a change in the conference just now, and the reconvened meeting would take place at 12 o'clock. It blew up again. It will take place at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Bombed. It will be held at 5 o'clock in the evening. Bomb again. In 1 day's time, all 4 conferences were cancelled. Anyone could see that underneath that deep water, there were at least 2 forces in constant play. Nice guy. Li Yuzhen is crazy. And Shui Huaqing is equally crazy. At this time, it was already near the end of the workday, and the sky outside the window was gradually slanting in the west. Lu Ping sat in front of the work desk. The cold light emanating from the screen hit his face. He looked towards the final announcement sent out by Chuanhe. It was still the notification of the conference. This one with enlarged red headlines. The message was, the last conference will be held tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Not only will it be clarified on the public opinion at the conference, it will also be publicized as Chuanhe's new spokesperson. The conference will be over. That is, the 8 hole. The conference will be held to continue the Chuanhe's year-end promotion. Now, Chuanhe conference, have become a terrier. Lu Ping lamented. He thought he was crazy enough, but now he realized that he was still far from it. No one who could become a big shot was normal. Ping, off duty, still watching. Gu Dashi probed and said, Brother Ping. Zhang Yingying also packed up and stood in front of Lu Ping with a small bag on her back. Gu Dashi didn't leave early, and the 3 of them hung out together in front of the neon lights on the pedestrian street, ate their meals, and zipped into the big players. Late night, 3 unusual black nanny cars, from the Dongcheng airport, along the Pru River, the top Riverview flat, waiting living room. Mr. Lu, I didn't expect you to come over. Shui Huaqing looked at the man who walked in with surprise. His age was no longer small, but his physique was well maintained. He had accumulated years of temperament, and his hands and feet were very mature and charismatic. Probing hand. Smiling. You see this brain of mine. Have not introduced myself. Shui Huaqing. Mainly in the media circle in a small way. Shui Huaqing. Said. Mr. Shui. Hello. Heavenly King Lu Minghua shook Shui Huaqing's hand and gently responded. Movie Queen Su. Heavenly King Zhou. For the two of you to be able to appear at the same time. I'm afraid this news will cause a big wave of rendering if it gets out. Heavenly Empress Su Qingfei was very young. Just over 30 years old. Right at the most beautiful age for a woman. And at this age, she had already gotten her hands on grand slams in the movie and television industry and Chinese singer circles. The power behind her was very mysterious. Over the years, but all those who dared to extend their claws to her were chopped off with their arms. After a few times, in the darkness, all the greedy gazes retreated. Zhou Tianwang, Zhou Iluan, on the other hand, does not need to be said. It is an era. Shui Huaqing greeted the three, marveling in his heart. To be able to invite these people here, even the top families were not necessarily able to do so. What was needed were corresponding favors and resources. Mr. Lu, whispered a voice. The entertainment circle, although most of them could not reach the stage, that the so-called small flower, big flower, basically is the canary raised by the powerful and wealthy. But to the status of Lu Minghua's trio, at least Shui Huaqing needed to be on par with them. And even the energy was far less than the other party. The four people sat in the waiting room, exchanging something. Not much longer. The doorbell outside the house rang again. It should be Ms. Li coming. Shui Huaqing smiled. Chapter 64, $3 billion. It's almost started. It's almost started. Hey, still a little nervous. Good lord, why is the heat so high in this live broadcast room of Chuanhe? The 21st day of the waxing moon. The night of Chuanhe's big promotion. Lu Ping and Gu Dashi, as well as Zhang Yingying hadn't even left after work, and a few people put together the work table, manually carrying a pot of small self-heating hot pot, ready to witness the final fall. You should know that black and red is also red. In the last few days, the hot search can be all about Chuanhe. Lu Ping spoke up. The cold light emanating from the screen refracted in the lenses as he gazed at the live broadcast. The number representing the number of people rose crazily, and the number of people online in just a few minutes surged past 10 million. Chuanhe selection. A new official account. This is trying to solidify the traffic on the brand rather than a certain anchor. Good tactics. Lu Ping marveled. His heart leapt powerfully, his body vaguely excited. In a way, he was the deepest pusher behind this grand event. 3 benches. Lu Ping sat in the center. Zhang Yingying sat on the right-hand side, and Gu Dashi was on the left. He ate with his mouth full of oil, and when he saw that the conference had begun, he muttered, after crashing 5 games in a row, "It's finally normal. Bring me the Coke." Lu Ping said to Zhang Yingying. Put, took a big gulp. With his cell phone still in his hand, he noticed that, almost at the same time, the scripts of the major platform flips appeared one after another. With countless water armies pouring out of the darkness, Lu Ping inexplicably shivered. Although he had pushed for this, he had basically passed through the borrowed power, through the fox and the tiger. The 3 spokespersons introduced in the first part of the opening, Zhang Yingying muttered. On the screen, in the large conference room, the viewpoint turned to the door, and 2 staff members dressed in black formal attire slightly nodded before pulling open the wooden door at the same time. The chasing lights fell. Crap. Zhang Yingying's eyes widened. Gu Dashi froze. He too was stunned. Even goosebumps rose, holding back a big move, inviting all 3 of these people here? However, it's useless to invite them if those problems in Chuanhe aren't solved, right? Should have asked Li Yuzhen to get 3 autographs for me. Lu Ping muttered. Su Qingfei was no less than the most popular diva. Under the chasing lights, her beauty was astounding. Lu Ping only felt that purely from the point of view of looks. Even Li Yuzhen was slightly worse, but combined with the temperament, it would be equal or even better. Lu Tianwang really is a man of half a century of red. Monday round, an era in the Chinese music scene. These 3 people appeared. The entire live broadcast room first lurched, followed by a crazy refresh of comments. The server was shocked. The picture lagged, but within a few minutes, the picture quality returned to smooth, and at this time, the number of people began to rush high. In front of the Bund, a private clubhouse not open to the public, crowded with actresses. Song Ziwan and the few rich kids from yesterday were also watching the launch. When Lu Minghua's trio came out, the face of Song Ziwan, who was a gentlemanly and elegant-looking man, instantly turned cold. A terrifying low air pressure spread from around him. The actress in his arms sensed the signs that looked like a volcano erupting, and the actress didn't even dare to move, holding her breath. Around them, the smiles on the faces of the rich second generation from different families in Zhonghai disappeared, stopping their respective movements and looking at Song Ziwen one after another. Song Dong, the young female secretary, walked in broadly after answering a phone call. She glanced at the hall, the unbearable scene, and quickly walked behind Song Ziwen, attaching her mouth to his ear. Another force has begun to appear on the various platforms. Our personnel investigated that these pushers are coming from Shuehuaqing, who chose MS. Li. Hearing these two sentences, Song Ziwen looked up and glanced at his secretary. His expression seemed unusual, but the heart of her who knew Song Ziwen's character extremely well thumped. She was momentarily a bit terrified and her sweaty hairs stood up. Escape. Wanted to escape. This was the instinct that would arise when a creature faced danger. I know, Song Ziwen calmly answered. He pushed the frame and continued. Call Shuehuaqing. I want him to give me an explanation. Yes, the young female secretary answered. Li Yujin. You played me. Song Ziwen raised his head to gaze at the screen. He vaguely sensed the variables. Lu Minghua and the three of them sat down in front of their seats. The meeting continued. The host still didn't give a lecture about public opinion, but instead introduced the core of Chuanha's big promotion. The overseas specialized products located in Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Americas, as well as the most efficient logistics team, a short video playback, the routes, the sea transportation. Everything was clearly visible. Quick, don't say it, otherwise I'm going to move again. Should I say no? These products of Chuanha's big promotion, these logistics are really well done. If Chuanha can give a reasonable explanation, I'm still willing to believe in Chuanha. A lot of things I have always wanted, but personally looking for a substitute purchase price is too expensive, but also not fidelity. What exactly does Chuanha mean? We didn't come to hear it introduce products. The pop-ups kept refreshing. Song Ziwen cocked his head behind his gold-rimmed glasses. The eyes that were calm to the core stared at the shipping company in the screen without blinking. He felt like a clown who was being teased. He restrained his emotions. Dong Song, Shuehuaqing's side refused to give you an answer, saying that your hand has stretched too far, and that some people in Zhonghai are already dissatisfied. The young secretary said nervously. Yanjing City's Li family side intervened? Song Ziwen calmly said. Our people have not detected the Li family's power. The China Shipping Group is a branch under the Chao sect, and the current person in charge is called Ding Qing, the secretary said succinctly. Look into it. I want to know the power behind Li Yuzhen. No need to look. This one. We lost. Song Ziwen stood up. He smiled gently and apologized to the several Zhonghai second generation, and followed closely. Taking his secretary with him, he picked up his jacket and was about to leave. At this time, in the live broadcast room, Chuan he hadn't even taken out the chain of evidence yet. Night color. The black Rolls-Royce drove into the city, and on both sides, the sparkling city night scene kept regressing. You're scared of me? Song Ziwen, who had been resting with his eyes closed when he sat in the car, suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at the secretary. Beside him, the female secretary was as close to the car door as possible, sitting on only half of her ass. No, no. After hearing the words, the secretary said in fear. Ah! The secretary shrieked out. Her hair was grabbed by the roots and her cheek was pressed against the glass. The meeting continued. The audience is over 50 million. Crap. Chuanha is also too miserable. These head anchors are really not something. Ha! So this anchor who died suddenly just signed up and didn't even work his first day? Chuanha's initial compensation was indeed 60,000 yuan, but after learning about the anchor's family, they gave an additional 140,000 yuan. With this, that anchor is even willing to throw dirty water on Chuanha? Chuanha really got offended, but it's good that it survived. Got it. Bye. 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 Late at night, 12 o'clock. Crazy, right? In 4 hours, the sales of Chuanha's promotion have exceeded $3 billion? Unicorn. This really is a unicorn. My union culture. All three people hadn't left yet. Gu Dashi stared in disbelief. Nowadays, shopping is all about netizens going to online stores to pick themselves, and there have been small companies that have tried this kind of network bandwagon, but no one has bought it at all. Chuanha's big promotion of this scale and effect is the first case. Chuanha released fireworks. Zhang Yingying exclaimed. Lu Ping also followed the sound and looked. The brilliant fireworks reflected in the night reflected in his eyes. P.S. Everyone give a 5-star review, please. The completion rate and rating have been maliciously pulled down, as if it offended someone. Chapter 65 Song Ziwan has surrounded Chuanha Mansion. Taken early rest. Aha! You rest early too. It was late at night. Lu Ping sent Zhang Yingying home and said goodbye. He stuck his hands in his coat pockets and turned to leave. Zhang Yingying pursed her lips and looked at Lu Ping's back. Girls in love are always like this. They don't want to be separated from their beloved even for a minute. Zhang Yingying was unwilling to part with her heart. Seeing Lu Ping go away, she even wanted to cry a little. Her mouth opened. Her emotions surged up, and she could not restrain herself from shouting, "Brother Ping!" Lu Ping stopped and looked back. The dim light of the street lamp hit on his face. Zhang Yingying's heartbeat accelerated, and her fair skin diffused an onyx-like redness. "Send me a message when you arrive home." There were many things that Zhang Yingying wanted to say, but the words came to her lips but turned into this sentence. Got it. Lu Ping waved his hand. The word-of-mouth turnaround of Chuanha's big promotion is far more complicated than what I can see. Tonight is just the beginning, and the undercurrents will get rougher and rougher. Walking along the sidewalk, Lu Ping was calm as he carefully reviewed the entire passage he saw tonight. Buzz. Lu Ping stood at the intersection, ready to stop a cab to go home. In due course, the cell phone in his arms abruptly vibrated. Glancing at it, he saw that it was Li Yuzhen calling. Hello. Pressed his emotions to the bottom of his heart, took a deep breath, bringing some smile in his tone. Ms. Li, this battle tonight was a beautiful one. I should be congratulating you, right? Lu Ping looked at the intersection in the distance. The oncoming cars kept brushing by, and the driver who was driving the car late at night under those lights imprinted into his eyes. Eating water without forgetting to dig wells. Mr. Lu is the uncrowned king tonight. I would like to invite Mr. Lu to witness the rise of a legend. Holding the phone in her hand, Li Yuzhen folded her legs and relied on the seat, her body turning and looking sideways out the floor-to-ceiling window, her red lips smiling seductively. Of course, I have prepared a gift for Mr. Lu Ping heard. He did not respond directly, but pondered. The intelligence in his hand has been basically used. No longer something that can sway the situation. The newly refreshed intelligence has not yet been mapped out, and the probability of touching it at the risk is a car wreck. In other words, at this juncture now, if he encountered danger, he could only dispatch Ding Qing's power. Good. Between thoughts, Lu Ping raised his head. The corners of his mouth rose high as he pushed the frame calmly with recklessness and flair in his expression and responded, turning his hand to the clouds and turning his hand to the rain. On a night like this, letting Lu Ping leave like this, his mind was hard to resist. Get in a cab. Leaving in the next city center, he sat in the back of a black sedan that had been waiting at the curb for a long time. It's almost over. Real-time traffic and sales statistics are already available on the network. With 2.1 billion viewers and total sales of 42.3 billion, Lu Ping glanced at the middle-aged driver through the rearview mirror. The corresponding name and information instantly floated in his mind. He was the first to obtain Li Yuzhen's intelligence, and had the deepest grasp of her information. There was no more intentional manifestation of the power of intelligence. The first time he came into contact with Li Yuzhen, when he met the secretary Chao Xiaowei, he had to call out Secretary Chao. When he met the security captain Bo Huijun, he told his truest name in one breath. He was just an ordinary employee, and this was the most direct means for him to protect himself. Now, at least when facing Li Yuzhen, it was no longer necessary. As the saying goes, a full moon is a full moon, and water overflows when it's full. When kept in mind, with his hand supporting his chin, he clicked on his cell phone, and the Chuanha Grand Promotion Live. Various data crossed in front of his eyes, and he noticed that this new number that had just been established, since 7 o'clock until now at 1:30 a.m., 6.5 hours, rose 10 million powder. It's really awesome. It is estimated that tonight, a lot of internet business bigwigs will not be able to sleep. What Chuanha represents may be a new sales model. The car drove into the CBD of the center city. The building was brightly lit. Lu Ping sat in the car and looked out, seeing that the curtain wall advertisements of the building had already changed, and the huge $4 billion meant that the grand event was approaching. Sir, the middle-aged driver stepped down, his sharp eyes skimming around, looking in several directions. He nodded slightly. Only then did he pull back the rear seat, his hand blocking the side of the door frame, and respectfully called out. Lu Ping stood in front of the car, gazing at the secluded underground garage, a few black-clothed silhouettes on guard in the ordinary scenery. Looking at it calmly and suppressing the desire to grin, he only inserted his hands into the pockets of his coat and calmly stepped into the elevator on the side. The middle-aged driver swiped down the ladder control. 58 floors. When Lee Yuxian's floor is pressed, this section of the elevator will not stop at the rest of the floors and will not show the exact floor in the screen. Report. Black Audi. License plate number Zhonghe 30192. Outside the building, the janitor wearing a janitorial suit, who was cleaning up the fireworks set off by Chuanha, glanced at the garage as he continued to carry up the garbage, while whispering in a low voice. On the 9th floor of the building, an ordinary program company. The slightly blonde figure yawned as he walked into the elevator room, scratching his thinning hair as his gaze swept past the 6 elevators to the left and right. The up and down floor twists were pressed at the same time. The downward-facing elevator arrived. Instead of walking straight in, the blonde figure continued to stop for a moment, his eyes glancing at the one upward elevator continuing upward. He stepped into the elevator, and dozens of seconds later, another elevator arrived from a farther location on the floor he had left. 14th floor of the building, 23rd floor of the building, 35th floor of the building. 5 elevators were stopped one after the other, with only the one remaining still ascending towards the floor. Report. Confirmed. An unknown person is heading to the 58th floor of the building. Roger. Zhonghai City, top villa area. Snap, snap, snap. Song Ziwen was pinching a fist-sized ball in his hand, and he didn't know what kind of material it was made of. And when he exerted force on his fingertips, the ball abruptly popped out, followed by a dull ringing sound, and then bounced back at high speed. He kept throwing it out and catching it again. The lighted living room. The young female secretary didn't dare to speak. Her body would subconsciously tremble when that ball sound rang out. The black-clad bodyguards, stationed at different corners of the villa, their intertwined network, defended the entire villa airtight. My fiancé met with some wild man late at night. Song Ziwen suddenly broke the silence. His elegant and scholarly appearance revealed a frightening smile, but the words that came out of his mouth were unusually calm. The young secretary looked up. She wondered if Song Ziwen was talking to her. In reason, I should go and take a look. You say so? The words left her mouth. Song Ziwen then stood up. He grabbed the satellite phone on his desk and pressed the call button, his voice gradually getting higher. Bring people. Surround Chuanha Mansion for me. He didn't care if the one who went to Lee Yuxian's office was a man or not. He only needed to use this as an excuse to strike, and no one could say a word of no. Chapter 66, Pretending to be a big brother to the end. Mr. Lu. Aha. The elevator opened. Secretary Xia Ting had already been waiting. She bowed respectfully and called out under her breath. Lu Ping looked calm and answered. He walked broadly into the hall, with Secretary Xia Ting and the bit of middle-aged driver from the party following behind him on the left and right. I sort of understand. A big brother cannot be refined in a day. Lu Ping felt his current state. Just now, when Xia Ting almost bent over 90 degrees, he showed composure and full of unconcern, but inwardly, he was actually shouting and rejoicing. If not intentionally restrained, the corners of his mouth have been raised high. He simply cannot do when the right in the body will be that great sense of satisfaction as ordinary. It was something one needed to be in the appropriate position for a long time to have. I know that appearing at the 58th floor at this present juncture may meet with danger, but I still came, carrying a fluke in my heart. Lu Ping lamented. His body was trembling with excitement. The soul was wanton and flailing. The unspeakable feeling that any ordinary person would feel when he personally promoted and witnessed Chuani's feast would make him dripping and hearty to the extreme. There is no way to avoid this. The only antidote to this is to truly and permanently become that high and mighty. Which one is it? Zhonghai? Or the Lingnan ones that are eating out of the palm of their hands? Black Rolls Royce. Song Ziwen had his hand propped up on his chin, gazing out the window in boredom. He suddenly broke into a smile and muttered to himself. He was a madman. A terrifying madman. Pleasure and anger were invisible, yet he had an unusually sharp sense of smell and decisive action. He wanted to block Chuanha, seemingly a careless venting in violence, but in reality, it was him who wanted to catch the uncontrollable force behind Lee Yuxian in the shortest possible time. He even did not care about the ridicule induced in the circle. Losing to Chuan he still has the means, even if it became a unicorn how, but can't find the shadow behind Chuanha. Song Ziwen cannot accept. Sedans, coming from all directions, blocked off several intersections outside the Chuanha mansion before they could draw attention to themselves. The black Rolls-Royce passed through the blockade, surrounded by a fleet of cars. In the darkness, the gazes that greedily watched Chuanhe were attracted by the fleet of Rolls-Royces, and when the identity of the owner was learned, that one being revealed a rakish smile, gaze and personally shoot the closing button of the first day of Chuan He's big promotion. Lu Ping overlooked the screen, the sizzling atmosphere, the party, including the three heavenly kings Lu Minghua. Everyone was gazing at the camera, and when he tapped the button, the colorful ribbons bloomed with a bang. Sitting in front of the desk. Mr. Lu, this is Chuanha's equity transfer agreement. Please sign it. Li Yuzhen pushed an agreement in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping flipped it open and looked at it. The heart skipped a beat with it. The transfer of 10% of the shares of Chuanha Media Group. According to the results of tonight's Chuanha promotion, if it went public, I'm afraid that it would charge a terrifying price. And at that time, this could represent tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. This is the gift prepared by MS. Li. Lu Ping raised his head and looked at Li Yuzhen, saying with a smile, only Lu Ping himself knew how hard he was enduring at this moment. This is for the gentleman, or rather, for the gentleman. Li Yuzhen said. Chuanha had already revealed its potential, so the next biggest challenge would come next, and in order to develop further, the benefits needed to be divided and moistened to form a larger aggregation of benefits. Lu Ping showed a bottomless energy. It was worth this contract. Them? Lu Ping recited in his mind. In that case Lu Ping said. Before his words fell, behind him, the sound of a sharp snap of the door rang out. The movement in Lu Ping's hand stopped. Li Yuzhen's eyes were gazing towards Lu Ping's right hand that was holding the fountain pen, when her eyes stared up to the door of the room, and the sound of cool words followed. Come in. Xia Ting was a very smart girl, and would never interrupt at this time without something big happening. Mr. Li. Xia Ting hurriedly walked in and called out, not continuing. Speak directly. Li Yuzhen, in a deep voice, said, Duke Song has blocked off the building, and he is bringing people towards your office. Xia Ting was a little flustered. She certainly knew enough about that man as Li Yuzhen's secretary. Hearing the words Duke Song, Li Yuzhen's expression was calm, and disgust appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Honestly, she was not surprised that Song Ziwen would rush over. She knew that disgusting man too well. Mr. Lu. Li Yuzhen apologetically looked at Lu Ping. She was still about to say something when cold words sounded heavily in her ears. You're counting on me? Lu Ping said. Phew. The moment the secretary, Xia Ting, barged in and told the news that Song Ziwen had blocked off the building, Lu Ping's heart almost jumped to his throat. He only felt that he was rapidly falling from heaven to hell. At this moment, he was the one who was the most frightened in this office. He wanted to take a big breath, but did not dare to show his truest emotions. In the leather shoes under his feet, Lu Ping's toes crushed the uppers in death. In Lu Ping's bookcase, he had already refreshed 5 pieces of intelligence, and he was vaguely able to realize the power and grading of the powerful people in this world. And according to this grading, he was at least 2 levels away from Song Ziwen's intelligence information, which meant that even if he relied on the weight of the yellow-level intelligence, when he was facing Song Ziwen directly, the latter would still be able to crush him to death without a care in the world. Like crushing a bedbug. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Ping thought frantically. His back was already drenched in sweat. It was too late to think. Li Yuzhen's cool words came in his ears. Mr. Lu. Almost at the same moment, Lu Ping's eyes went cold, and the indifferent eyes that had been extremely mature from the time he had started exercising at the very beginning were used by him. All the emotions of the entire person instantly collected. Calm. Expression of extreme calmness, and the extreme calmness, combined with that special status, was intimidating. You are counting on me? Lu Ping looked at Li Yuzhen and said, you don't know me yet, so I'll tell you now. What I, as a person, hate the most is being counted. Ding! The pen in his hand was thrown down. Lu Ping's body leaned back and looked at Li Yuzhen as he said calmly. He gazed at Li Yuzhen, understanding that with the latter's knowledge of this fiancé of his, she must have thought of the possibility that Song Ziwen would rush over, but she still invited herself. It was inevitable that there was something hidden in there. If Song Ziwen came, then she would allow herself to collide with Song Ziwen. I only have. Pretend to be a big brother to the end. You, Li Yuzhen, are counting on me? I can only force you, push you up. Chapter 67 Drinking tea calmly under Song's gaze. Must see. Shit. There's not a single good person in this circle. Today, if I can walk out of this door alive, I will definitely throw all the flukes in my heart into the incinerator. Lu Ping was calm on the outside. His truest self in his mind was swearing and venting his fear and tension. He gazed at Li Yuzhen. Behind this absolute woman, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows outside the top metropolis neon lights shining brightly, The distant seat of the building outside the curtain wall. Congratulations Chuanho, big promotion, perfect convening scene flickering. It was a magnificent scene. Junior. Beautiful roses. Always with thorns. Ah. Phew. Tightened to the extreme. Lu Ping's trembling soul calmed down instead, and a lot of things looked clear. He was naive for the anger that welled up in his heart just now. How was that shareholding agreement a good thing to take? Since Li Yuzhen's point of view, she is right. Let out the benefit. I endure the risk. This is the unspoken rule of the circle of power and wealth. If I'm really a big shot, this deal is appropriate. But the problem is, I'm a fake bigot for fuck's sake. A very short time. Lu Ping ran his thoughts through. The way he subconsciously considered things was still based on an ordinary person starting out. Ms. Li. Lu Ping's eyes were indifferent as he called out. It is impossible for me to meet with Song Ziwen, and meeting with him will inevitably reveal my cowardice and death. Don't you see it yet? Lu Ping asked as he carefully recalled Li Yuzhen's intelligence. Please explain, Mr. Lu. Secretary Xia Ting stood beside her anxiously. As Li Yuzhen gazed at Mr. Lu, she did not say much, only her red lips lightly opened in response. At the same time, outside the office, 48 floors, ding, the doors of the elevator opened. Scholarly and elegant-looking Song Ziwen strides out with his hands in his pockets and a wide smile. He gazes at the logo of the Chuanha Grand Promotion and steps into the waiting room. Sir, the entire staff of Chuanha worked overtime this evening. Song Ziwen, surrounded by the crowd, had just walked in when the girl at the front desk greeted him. We're already closed for tonight. If you have something to do you can dash. Before the young receptionist could finish her sentence, her eyes widened and her voice came to an abrupt end. Only to see. Song Ziwen was smiling gentlemanly 1 second, but in the next second, he pulled out a silver pistol from his pocket, and the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against the front desk's white forehead. I'm looking for Li Yuzhen, ice coldly said. The young receptionist's pupils dilated. She didn't dare to move. Her breathing was dull. It was like she wanted to scream, but the voice that followed her tightly made her close her mouth tightly, only nodding her head forcefully. If you dare to scream out, I'll send you to the King of Hades now. Go. In the elevator, the young receptionist trembled as she swiped down the controls, her eyes watering with tears as she carefully twisted her head to look at Song Ziwen. Get lost. The ladder door slowly closed. The young receptionist remained frozen in place, and after a while, she seemed to react, her feet hitting the ground and paralyzing. Her lips trembled as she broke down and cried out. She was just a company receptionist who loved drinking milk tea and shopping with her little sister, and this was the first time she felt so close to death. Song Ziwen gazed at the woman who stood in front of the ladder door like a puppet and snorted until the door closed completely, looking aimlessly at the floor. Soon, the elevator arrived again. Elevator hall. Bao Huijun, the captain of Li Yuzhen's security team, gazed expressionlessly at the open ladder door, his gaze meeting the elevator. Standing in the middle, Song Ziwen, whose black and white eyes overflowed with a smile, beside Bao Huijun. On the left and right sides, security guards in black suits lined up in 2 lines. The elevator doors opened completely. Mr. Song. Bao Huijun bowed and shouted in a deep voice. Captain Zhang, long time no see. Song Ziwen stepped out with one hand in his pocket and answered with a smile. It's already very late. Miss, please return first. Mr. Song. Bao Huijun still maintained his bow, but made a gesture of invitation as he continued. As these words fell, in the elevator hall, the atmosphere froze in an instant. The smile on Song Ziwen's face disappeared, gazed straight at Bao Huijun, raised his hand, and snapped dash. A solid slap hit Bao Huijun on the right side of his face. Without speaking, lifting his feet to take a step, he was about to brush his shoulders from Bao Huijun's side. Bao Huijun, like a mountain-like lanky figure, moved. Sturdy block in front of Song Ziwen. Song Ziwen has not yet spoken. Behind him, the black-clothed bodyguard stepped forward. Bao. Feet buckled the ground. Waist, shoulder, palm in a single breath. Hit, only to hear, bang, sound. Bao Huijun's body, who was tall and had served in the special forces, slammed backward like a cannonball. Song Ziwen glanced at the security captain, and with that, he broadside towards Li Yuzhen's office. The Song family's sphere of influence was in Lingnan, where the transmission of martial arts and boxing was prevalent, with a wide variety of Hungar, Wing Chun, and Xingyi factions. Song Ziwen so recklessly overstepped the rules of the bet. The answer is obvious. Why should Ms. Li deceive herself and others? Lu Ping calmly said. In the intelligence, the description of the Li family's old man's health was not optimistic. and the Li family was in a moment of crisis. However, judging from Song Ziwen's current behavior, I'm afraid that the change is in that old man's body. The pillar will fall. The middle-aged generation is not capable enough to hold up the family, and the green and yellow are not enough. Li Yuzhen's face was icy cold. She had long realized this possibility, but had been unwilling to believe it. Your performance today makes me very dissatisfied. I am still willing to give you a chance. Let me see your determination. Lu Ping said. Li Yuzhen was silent. She did not expect Lu Ping to be strong to such an extent, and did not allow the slightest hint of passivity. She did not have the intention of actively counting on the latter. It was merely a game of lending a hand and pushing the boat with the water. If it happens, then try Mr. Lu with the water behind him. But this Mr. Lu only seized a hint of words and techniques, and then reclaimed the absolute initiative in their own hands. It's just, if you plant it, you have to admit it. This is what her grandfather taught her at a very young age. Li Yuzhen knocked open the drawer, probed her hand, and grasped that one Colt M2000 pistol in her palm. Getting up, walked towards the door of the room. She had just taken a step. Bang! Loud bang! The wooden door of the office slams backward, and it collapses at Li Yuzhen's feet. Splinters splattering in front of the floor. Li Yuzhen looked towards the man in front of the door. Her stunningly beautiful face remained calm as she lifted the high heels under her feet, her heels crushing over the wooden crumbs as she walked towards the door. At this time, the man in black from the party gave way. Song Ziwen smiled softly and strutted broadly, his gaze sweeping from Li Yuzhen's face to the man behind her, who was turning his back. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, the depths of his eyes interpreted the hideousness of a wild beast. The moment the door to the office room was slammed open and the loud noise came, Lu Ping's heart intensified and his body nearly jumped up. The knot in his throat surged and he swallowed in a small voice. Following closely, a gaze that was like an on landed on his body. Lu Ping realized something. He took a deep breath. I am Big Brother. I am Big Brother. Trying to hypnotize himself, Lu Ping probed his hand and picked up the tea in front of him, his palm trying to tremble. He almost gritted his back teeth to restrain himself, picked up the tea lid and rattled it, bringing the tea to his mouth. Lu Ping was like this, against Song Ziwen's gaze, taking small sips of tea. He drank in the tea petals in his mouth, chewed them, spat them out. No one had yet broken the silence of the moment. Lu Ping could only hear that his heartbeat was so dull and rapid that it took all his strength just to maintain the composure of his sitting position. Plop, plop, plop. P.S. I wrote yesterday's draft over and over again, and finally sent it out early before it was finished when it was almost time. The readers who clicked in first may only see half of it. Sorry. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Old Yu hugged his fist. Chapter 68, Li Yuzhen's fate. That gaze caused Lu Ping to feel a pang in his back. What else can be done? Ding Chang? Should we call Ding Chang? Come and save my old man. Lu Ping was inwardly disturbed and terrified. He regretted his fluke, but then he pushed the regret to the back of his mind. Reflection was reserved for the living. It was a bit too early to consider this at this moment. The brain was spinning, frantically sorting through the advantages he had mastered since gaining his abilities. Never mind. That movement of the door opening just now was clearly another practiced one. Damn it, how come I didn't know that there were so many martial arts transmission experts in this world before? What did all the online taekwondo fakes do? Lu Ping cursed, continuously overturning his own advantage. The more he analyzed, the more powerless. Left is dead. Right is also dead. Lu Ping simply crossed his heart, and his eyes revealed a ferocious aura. The big deal is to lift the table. I'll drag that $10 billion family to be buried with me. With the yellow classified level intelligence, if I use it recklessly, there is a chance to live. Though it might be a moment longer at best. As long as I live and can make it past 12 o'clock tonight, there is still hope. More or less, it was a way to live. Lu Ping's heart was slightly settled. He put down the teacup. The tea soup splashed out a little bit to soak his fingertips. Feeling the gaze behind him, he understood that he could not be afraid. The more afraid, the more dangerous. Do not turn around. Can say it is inconvenient to show, but do not look up how to put off. Thoughts to this. Raising his head, Lu Ping's eyes overflowed with a light smile, meeting Song Ziwen's eyes that suppressed the beast behind the floor-to-ceiling glass in front of him. To which, nodding his head, phew, phew, phew. Feeling that lightly laughing gaze, Song Ziwen only felt that he was being viciously offended, and the hideous ferocious beast behind his svelte epidermis was about to lose control. He gasped and took a step forward. Just then, bang, only a gunshot could be heard, and the bullet that shot out grazed the tip of Song Ziwon's nose and drilled into the floor-to-ceiling glass beside him. The curtain wall of that glass clicked and crunched, and with the embedded bullet as the origin, dense cracks quickly appeared. Song Ziwon stopped in his tracks as he twisted his head incredulously, scarlet surfacing in his eyes. At the corner of the long corridor, Security Captain Bo Huijun was still holding his gun, maintaining the action of pulling the trigger. He spat on the blood-stained saliva, put the pistol away, and walked towards Song Ziwon. Just now, he had only seized the gap that appeared in a flash, and the moment the gunshot rang out, Song Ziwon's body had become impenetrable in front of him. The security guards raised their guns and aimed them at Bo Huijun. Accompanying Bo Huijun's movements, the Liuzhen security team stationed in front of the door drew their guns and aimed them at Song Ziwon's security. Confrontation. The two sides confronted each other like this. The atmosphere wrapped in the smell of smoke was spreading. Miss. Bo Huijun stopped in his tracks and called out in a deep voice. I'm fine, but if they dare to make any further moves, I'll allow you to shoot directly. Liuzhen's face was expressionless as she gazed at Song Ziwon in front of her and ordered in an icy voice. Yes, Bo Huijun responded. The little finger-length scar on his face twisted like a centipede as he stared tightly at the line of people in front of him. He felt suffocated. When he was in the war zone, the fun-like transmission of martial arts experts, when they met their formed and modernized armed team, they only had the qualification of fleeing for their lives like rats. Song Ziwon, what do you want? Liuzhen asked in a deep voice. What do I want? Song Ziwon asked rhetorically. A wide smile appeared on his face, and after glancing at Liuzhen, he took the satellite phone from his secretary's hand and dialed out a certain number. He didn't hide it and pressed the outgoing call. Beep. The sound of the phone echoed throughout the corridor. After a good while, the call was answered. Hello? The majestic middle-aged male voice rang in everyone's ears. Liuzhen heard it and her gaze froze. Uncle Li, sorry for disturbing your rest. Song Ziwon stared at Liuzhen. The smile on his face grew brighter as he said in a svelte manner. It's like this. Today is Euan Chuanha's big day. I specially came over from Yangchang, wanting to accompany Euan to witness her splendor. The hypocritical face made people feel sick. But I could have just been almost. Song Ziwon's words began to turn. His smile remained unchanged, but he slowly lengthened his tone, and after a slight pause, he calmly said, What about Euan's subordinates who killed him? I have never been this close to death. Even at this very moment, Euan's subordinates are still raising their guns and aiming them at me. Uncle Li, I'm so scared. Maybe 1 second I'm talking to you, and the next second, I'm a sieve. I'm thinking, is my engagement with Euan, is it off the table? Song Ziwon said one after another. As his words rang out, he could hear the anger coming from the other end of the phone. Asshole, followed closely by a loud shout. The satellite phone was first handed to Liuzhen. Splintered angry curses, followed by satellite phone, was handed over to Bao Junhui's hand. After the phone was hung up, Bao Junhui pursed his mouth, his face expressionless, without any action. At this time, however, beside him, the vice captain of the security team crossed over and raised his hand, gestured, and said in a deep voice, Unload the gun. Suffocation, anger. But the security of that one person still put away their guns one after another, and when they raised their heads, they looked to see Song Ziwon's security still aiming with their guns, waiting to shoot at them. This team was first Yanjing City's Li family's security, and then, Liuzhen's forces. Liuzhen watched the scene with an expressionless face. If it was an ordinary woman, she could be aggrieved and angry. She could bawl her eyes out. She could be hoarse. However, she couldn't. She was Liuzhen. It was the Li family's tiger daughter. Office. Lu Ping held his breath as he nervously listened to every word uttered by Liuzhen's father, and when the latter asked the security to unload the gun, his heart sank. Finished. Finished. Lu Ping cursed in his heart. Song Ziwon let out a smug laugh as he lifted his foot and was ready to brush past Liuzhen and walk towards the strange man. But he had just made a move. Liuzhen moved her steps and blocked in front of Song Ziwon. Song Ziwon's face turned cold. He lowered his head, his eyes gazing straight towards Liuzhen, his suppressed emotions almost about to be restrained. Song Ziwon's footsteps once again gave way. This time, Liuzhen did not block again. He lightly laughed and walked past Liuzhen, just brushing shoulders. Liuzhen snapped and pulled out the gun that she had just put away, aiming it at the back of Song Ziwon's head. She hadn't been able to make a move to pull the trigger. Behind Song Ziwon, the man in black made a tackle, and the Colt M2000 pistol in Liuzhen's hand was knocked to the ground in the flash of light. Song Ziwon stopped, lowered his head, and looked at the firearm. Snap! His eyes were ruthless. Raising his hand, it was a slap. A solid slap on the face of the secretary beside him. Half of that young secretary's cheek swelled red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Song Ziwen was expressionless as he continued to walk towards Lu Ping. The sound of footsteps was only a stone's throw away from his ears. Lu Ping was silent. The sweaty hairs on his arms stood up. His heart hung in the air. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted lightly as he once again reached out to twist the tea and bring it to his mouth. His posture was calm and collected. Song Ziwen. Li Yuzhen did not know when she had taken several steps back. And even more so, she did not know where she had once again fished out a palm-sized lady's gun. Her face was expressionless. She placed the muzzle of the gun against her forehead. Calmly called out. In front of Song Ziwen's forehead, veins exploded as he took off the glasses in front of the bridge of his nose and put them back on. He twisted his head and looked at Li Yuzhen. At this time, Li Yuzhen was tinted with some absolutely beautiful and tragic colors. Her destiny was doomed. Like a thorn bird, like a flower on the other shore, under the same sky. Yanjing City, Li family. Li Yuzhen's mother noticed that Li father pushed open the door and headed towards the study. And in the middle of the day, she also carefully got out of bed. Putting on her clothes, she walked towards the mansion. It's me, madam. How long has the old master been awake today? Li residence, specialized intensive care ward and medical team. When Mother Li entered, the 24-hour physician in charge was busy welcoming her. Mother Li stood outside the ward. Looking through the glass at Master Li inside the room wearing a respirator and inserting all kinds of testing equipment on his body. Master Li was the day of the Li family. Even if he lived for a day more, it was a day of deterrence. He should have died a long time ago. For the sake of these uncontested descendants, hold out until now. Chapter 69 Lu Ping, you are not qualified to sit in front of me. Li Yuzhen's mother's name was Zhang Wanyu. Born in the Jiangnan region. Unlike the Li family in Yanjing City, it was just an unusual bookish family. When she was young, Li Yuzhen's father, Li Chongyan, was in his prime, waving his hand. A good young handsome man, he traveled down to Jiangnan and drew out the best of the best, attracting the gentle water town woman Zhang talking rain with just one glance. The old man is an enlightened son like it is. Of course, from a certain point of view, this may also be one of the reasons why the Li family has fallen into disrepair. Famous families, why more marriages? Not only the union of resources, but also exists in many areas. You will be a lot less stumbling. Increase on a lot of help. This one before and one after. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Dr. 1. I want to take a look at the old master. Mother Li said gently. Madam. The middle-aged physician's face showed hesitation. The always elegant and quiet Mother Li's eyes opened. The aura of a high-ranking person poured out, and the physician busily lowered his head and respectfully responded. Please wait a moment. Mother Li put on her isolation gown and carefully sterilized her hands. She eased her breathing footsteps and walked over to the hospital bed. And when looking into the warm light, the old, frail, almost completely sustained by modern medicine, Mother Li's eyes reddened and she choked out a sob. Sitting on the side, Li mother was restless and anxious. She reached out several times, but her fingertips shrank back when they touched the old man's mattress. She couldn't bear to wake up the old man and let the latter worry at this point in time, but was equally distressed for Zhonghai's daughter-in-law, Li Yuzhen. Cough dash. Right at this moment, the silent intensive care ward was broken by the sound of coughing, and the old master's eyelids trembled before opening. Words rain. Elderly Jianguo was struggling to even speak. His cloudy eyes noticed his daughter-in-law and rested for a moment before calling out under Li mother's excited gaze. The old man's voice rang out. Li mother couldn't stop the tears from rolling down her face. Don't cry. Don't cry. There is an old man. The sky can't collapse. The old man couldn't move. His dried-out palm laboriously nudged towards the back of Li mother's hand. Crap. Really? Playing big. Lu Ping saw Li Yuzhen's gun being knocked down through his reflection in the curtain wall, followed by the latter pulling out his gun and pressing it against his forehead. His heart stopped and his body was going limp. It's better to break jade than to break tile. Li Yuzhen did it. Lu Ping recalled Li Yuzhen's intelligence, and he was able to say this with certainty. And if Li Yuzhen really died in this office, then the already chaotic situation would completely storm out. I'm just an ordinary little person. Don't involve me in such a whirlpool. Screaming in the bottom of his heart. Right now, he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was to continue to carry the mysterious posture of a big brother. Yuzhen. Song Ziwen really stopped and raised his hands, calling out gently. Why are you making such a tense scene? It's not like I'm some kind of flooding, man-eating tiger. I just heard that some mighty people have appeared behind you, Euan, and wanted to come over to pay a visit. Song Ziwon, revealing a svelte smile, said, Euan, put the gun down first, he said slowly. Song Ziwon's voice was ringing in his ears, and his figure was spaced about 2 steps or so apart from himself. Lu Ping gazed at the changes behind him and exhaled slightly when he saw that Song Ziwon had indeed softened somewhat. He had not expected that. With just one sentence, he had forced Li Yuxian into such a state. Hey, hello, the gentleman over there. You talk to Yuxian and ask her to put down her gun. Then we'll have a cup of tea together and have a chat. Oh, right. I've also brought some dragon well picked from the Lion Peak Old Well here. Song Ziwon turned his gaze to Lu Ping, who still had his back to himself as if he was watching a good show, raised his voice and shouted. In Lu Ping's leather shoes, his toes clasped the soles. Song Ziwon was smart enough to keenly capture the only figure in the room who could calm down the atmosphere, and immediately opened his mouth. He shouted like this. In the room, the frozen atmosphere, the taut, even trembling subordinates and secretaries, all turned their gazes to the back of the table. They held their breath, their hearts beating violently. If Li Yuxian really died in this room, one of those present would be finished. Li Yuxian, who was holding up the gun and pressing the muzzle against her white forehead, her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she actually looked at Lu Ping as well, not daring to move, restrained the trembling arms. Fortunately, underneath her feet, there was no one in the soles of her shoes who could peer in. At this moment, Lu Ping almost vented all of his stress and fear on his forefoot, his toes tightly together, deadlocked on the sole. Inch by inch, he rubbed over. A light smile hung on Lu Ping's face, a smile that had almost become his mask. The brain briefly went blank. Hadn't thought of a way to say it yet. In front of everyone's eyes, Lu Ping probed his body, picked up the tea once again, and took a sip calmly. A long, short sip of tea, and then, holding the tea light, he looked towards Song Ziwon's shadow within the curtain wall and calmly said, Mr. Song, how is Miss Li because you want to visit just like that? Lu Ping said, pause, delivering the tea to the table. He exhaled in small breaths, feeling that when the first sentence was opened, he found some state. The smile on his face tightened. A bet is a bet. The palm of his hand slapped towards the mahogany armrest. Snap, snap, a dull ringing sound echoed in the office. In the ears of the crowd, Lu Ping did not have the intention to turn around. Still with his back to Li Yuxian and Song Ziwon, words with some indifference rang out. Mr. Song is so unrespectful of the spirit of contract, stretching the words out, cold, then, lifting it up, abruptly uttering the second half of the words, may not have the qualifications to sit before me. Boom! This sentence was uttered, no less than a thunderbolt, exploding in the heart of Secretary Xia Teng, exploding in the ears of Secretary Song Ziwon, exploding in the heart of Li Yuxian. What is Song Ziwon's status? The first son of the Lingnan Song family, and the Song family, the wealth under its command is more than $1 trillion? More than that, it is the absolute head of the Lingnan business circle, and the capital system he represents does not occupy the slightest advantage over even the old families in Yanjing City. In the end, what kind of existence could have the courage to not give Song Ziwon face like this? The smile on Song Ziwon's face froze, and then converged, replaced by coldness and shoddiness. Old Kai, Song Ziwon, shouted. His words rang out, and almost simultaneously, the black-robed middle-aged man behind him pulled back his fist, like a tiger or a leopard, and his essence stared up at Lu Ping. This was like a solidified aura, or killing intent. Lu Ping's scalp was numb and goosebumps appeared. Death. He smelled the odor of death. Ringing bell. Office. The crisp ringing of the phone rang. Secretary Xia Ting's eyes widened, at a loss for words. But soon, she reacted that only those few people should be able to dial her number at such an important moment. Madam is calling. Xia Ting looked at Li Yuxian, almost on the verge of crying. Mother's health is not good. The gun in Li Yuxian's hand was still staring at her forehead as she only said in a deep voice, Hey, madam. Xia Ting answered. It's me, hoarse and old. But the majesty that came out in his words rang out. Hearing this voice, strong as Li Yuxian's absolutely beautiful and tragic face first revealed incredulity, followed closely by, her eyes reddened. But soon, she hid her emotions. When the black-clothed middle-aged man saw Song Ziwon raise his hand, he also collected his locked essence. Saved. Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief. P.S. Brothers give us the amount of gradually reduced. If possible, everyone put the free penny gift to vote. Is that with love? Hugs. Chapter 70 means power. Must see. Look, see what I just said? Not honoring the spirit of contract has no business sitting in front of me. Fuck. That's fucking awesome. Mansion. 58 floors. Lu Ping raised his head to be able to look at the brightest night view of the city. Behind him, Li Yuzhen and Song Ziwen's atmosphere was depressingly frozen. The short period of safety allowed Lu Ping to extract himself from the extreme tension of the party, followed by another wonderful feeling that burst out in his body like a cosmic singularity exploding. He was hearty. He was excited. That was the adrenal hormone secreted after dancing with death and surviving temporarily. Lu Ping recalled that he had just performed. He marveled, thinking that this was the miracle of life. He was just an ordinary clerk, but he had rebuked the predator at the tip of the pyramid tower with the posture of a big brother. Could a loser press a powerful man more powerful than Wang Xiaosong and then slap him? Grandpa. Li Yuzhen brought her cell phone in front of her. She pursed her lips, only feeling that she had disgraced her grandfather for a moment before calling out. Yuzhen, I've heard it all. Chuanha did a great job. Worthy of being my Li family's tiger daughter. Warmth flowed from the old voice. After the words shifted. Yuzhen, turn on the phone's public speaker. I have a few words to say. It's on, Grandpa, you say. Call Captain Zhang Wenrong to me. The Li family's old man's voice wasn't high, but it was very calm and powerful, and the majesty that naturally flowed from his words made no one dare to relax the slightest bit. Chief, Zhang Wenrong is here. Bao Huijuan's alias was Zhang Wenrong, but he had almost forgotten his real name. When he heard the call, his stout figure cut through the crowd and stood upright in front of Li Yuzhen, leaning his hands against his legs as he shouted, When I first asked you to follow Yuzhen, I asked you to protect her. Can you do that? The old man of the Li family asked calmly through the phone. Bao Huijuan's tiger eyes were red and he did not respond. Giving up resistance by yourself and others, and allowing outsiders to raise their guns against the young lady. Leave your fate in the hands of outsiders. Is this how I taught you? Elder Li's words rang in the ears of everyone in the office. There was no rebuke. The tone was calm. But these few sentences were no less than a mind torture for Bao Huijun. He lowered his head, his tigerish body trembling. I'm disappointed in you, Elder Li said. Get lost. Continued. Yes, men don't shed tears. Bao Huijun was even more so. Years ago, he was almost about to die on the battlefield, relying on one breath to climb out from the pile of corpses without blinking his eyes much. But now, with tears welling up in his eyes, the knot in his throat surged and he answered in a deep voice. Chief. He was about to leave, his feet stopping. You take care of yourself. Got it. Bao Huijun took a broad step. He didn't walk out of the office. He just stood behind Li Yuzhen like a lance. This is the aura of a big shot, the takeover and mastery of the atmosphere and rhythm of the scene. Lu Ping listened carefully. He was shocked in his heart. He had only glimpsed some information about the old man of the Li family through Li Yuzhen's intelligence, but just those were enough for him to understand what kind of existence this was. A true tower of the top. Damn it, this old guy's words and breathing don't sound like he's dying. Was the information wrong? Or something else? Song Ziwen's svelte face was filled with respect, but in his heart, he cursed the worst words. At his level, even if he was mad in a controlled manner. Why was he so aggressive towards Li Yuzhen? There was no lack of testing Elder Li's body. This was like go. Take a step back, show your cowardice, and you will be taken a step further and eat a piece more. Can Song Ziwen be on the side? The Li family's old man turned his words to another as he spoke in a deep voice. Deal with family matters first, then front the mouth to the outside world. Or rather, use Bao Huijun to create a shocking atmosphere and show his attitude, with the aim of knocking down the mountain and shaking the tiger. Grandpa, Ziwen is here. Where Song Ziwen still had a strange clamor, he showed a good face and respectfully answered. I'm not dead yet. Why be in such a hurry? Elder Li calmly said through the phone. Song Ziwen's eyelids fluttered. A trace of uneasiness surfaced in his heart, and he was busy respectfully saying, Grandpa, misunderstanding. I just wanted to come to celebrate Yuzhen. Enough. The tone was raised. Song Ziwen immediately closed his mouth as he felt the pressure from his old man, his eyes flickering as he constantly thought about something. The previous sentence ended. The phone fell into silence. Even so, not a single person dared to make an extra move. After a long time, the Li family's old master's words, which could not be refused, once again rang out. Hand over the Song family's business in the northern border, or your marriage with Yuzhen will be called off. His words fell. Song Ziwen's eyes widened abruptly, and real panic appeared on his handsome and gentle face. Elder Li's knife was almost stabbing him and the Song family in the vitals. Giving up the Song family's business in the northern border was equivalent to cutting off an arm. And ending the marriage between the Song family and Li Yuzhen would be even more unacceptable for the family's next plans. Elder Li was calculating all of this and wanted the Song family to break their arm. Fine sweat broke out on Song Ziwen's forehead as he gasped for air, shouting under his breath, "Grandpa! Ziwen was wrong. It was Ziwen who was wrong. Alright, I'm a bit tired. You roll too. What is it? Let your old man speak." An old voice rang out. Song Ziwen's mouth opened. His eyes were gloomy. He bowed and said, "Then Grandpa rest early." After the words, he led the people, turned around and walked towards the outside of the office. Stepping in the corridor, the beast in human skin seemed to be unable to restrain himself any longer. He twisted his neck, his fists clenched, his nails digging into the flesh. Song Ziwen was wondering if it was the Li family that was doing this, purposely releasing the news that the old man was critically ill just to get the Song family's business in the northern border. Bull! This is the big brother. In the future, I might be able to do the same. Lu Ping almost cheered for the old man. Yuzhen, is that gentleman who helped you nearby? After pausing for a long while, the Li family's old man's voice suddenly, once again, said. Lu Ping's heart hung in the air. Li Yuzhen looked towards Lu Ping who was sitting in front of the desk. She felt more and more alarmed by the mystery of the latter's identity. "Put Mr. on the phone," the old man of the Li family said. The phone, just like that, was handed to Lu Ping. Lu Ping did not want to pick it up, but he noticed Li Yuzhen's gaze and knew that at this time, he likewise did not have the time to hesitate, and with a subdued light smile on his face, he brought the phone in front of him. "I have long heard of the elegance of the Li family's old man, and now that I have a chance to see him, it is truly admirable," Lu Ping said mildly. How could he have never imagined that he would have the time to act like a big brother in front of elder Li Jianguo of the Li family in Yanjing City? Saying more is more wrong. Respond to all changes with no change. Lu Ping reminded himself as if in his heart. Chapter 71, Dynasty Change. I know Yuzhen's character, and if it wasn't for Mr.'s intervention, I'm afraid it would have been irreparable. I should have thanked you in person. However, I'm old and weak, and I don't have long to live. Please don't blame me, sir. Compared to just now, at this moment, the old man's tone is much calmer, no longer so majestic and strong. More than a trace of heroes late in lifetime is not. It is only right that I pay a visit to the old master. Lu Ping speculated on the old master's tone. Sensing the goodwill behind those words, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then I will surely sweep the couch to welcome you. The old master said. Lu Ping heard. His heart jumped. He only had a light smile on his face, and did not respond non-committally. He was afraid that if he said one more word, the old master would send a special plane to take him to Yanjing City tonight, and that would really be the end of everything. The old master continued to say something. Lu Ping responded carefully. Out of Lu Ping's expectation, the words of the two men were gentle and filled with parenting. It was not until a few sentences had passed that a long silence fell on the Li family's old man's side, and after a while, the old hoarse voice slowly sounded. The smile on Lu Ping's face stiffened, and then, in the gazes of many people, inches tightened. These bigwigs, their tactics were high. There were needles hidden in the sheep. First, they put up a goodwill attitude. Then when it was time to get tough, they got tough. Yes, those who can get to this position are bound to use both kindness and authority, with red dates in one hand and a big stick in the other. And cannot, will be jackals, tigers and leopards swallowed even the skin is not left, lightweight likewise cannot. Unpopular not go too far. I am aware of your circle. Li family old man. This said. Some years ago I was in the war zone. Spilling out scouts and countless intelligence peddlers have had exchanges. Your circle frankly speaking, I am not happy. It is too dangerous. For the sake of profit anything to do out. Mr. Lu, I wonder, have you ever worked with me behind the scenes? On the phone, the old man raised his voice a bit, and just by raising his hands and feet, he gave Lu Ping a great shock and pressure. Our circle? Damn it! Which circle is it anyway? Brokers? Intelligence merchants? Lupin did not respond, and after a moment, a gentle smile reappeared on his face, his tone calm and collected. Who knows? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Master. The words left his mouth. Lu Ping took the initiative to call out, and after a slight pause, he similarly increased his tone a bit. Don't make it difficult for me. The phone was silent. That's it then. I'm tired. If Mr. Lu arrives in Yanjing, he must inform the old man in advance. Yuzhen. Yes, Grandpa. Grandpa misses you. Li Yuzhen heard and pursed her lips. For a woman as strong and unrivaled as her, what kind of winds and rains are not as good as this sentence from the old man? It's finally over. In the office, Li Yuzhen turned off the public playback and took her cell phone to the side. Lu Ping rested his hands in front of the mahogany armrests. His body was almost paralyzed. Unable to lift his strength, he only paid attention to Li Yuzhen's movements, pondering about letting the latter send himself away. Now, he could never even leave by himself. First, it was Chuan Hamnidia's success, then Song Ziwen stirring up trouble, and finally, even the old master of the Li family, who was about to pass through the heavens, personally called. To know, that old master has not sent out news for a long time. The wolves and hyenas that surrounded outside all poked out their sharp claws, saliva dripping from their mouths. Chuanha Mansion had long since become the center of the storm, and his venturing out would only expose him to the table of certain existences. Mr. Lu, let me send you away. Li Yuzhen hung up the phone. She walked to Lu Ping's front, her stunning face recovered by indifference as she met the latter's gaze directly, and after a slight pause, she said in a deep voice, "That's it then." Lu Ping responded, "Mr. Lu, this agreement, it is temporarily cancelled. In that case, I will keep it for Mr. Lu, whenever Mr. Lu wishes to sign it," Li Yuzhen said decisively. Captain Zhang, Li Yuzhen, called out, "Miss, prepare the convoy, as well as plan the itinerary, and inform those peeps to put away their claws." Li Yuzhen's stunning face revealed a fierce aura. She had gained the support of the old man and was able to mobilize some power. "Yes." Captain Baohui stood straight and answered in a loud voice. "Mr. Lu, please." Li Yuzhen made an invitation gesture. Meanwhile, under the night, the Li family mansion. It seemed that something had changed, and the large mansion was brightly lit. The Li family's first family members hurriedly got up and changed their clothes, and the servants and security guards were standing by. Located in the center of the classical mansion's central axis, in the hall room, several middle-aged people and their young juniors were pacing restlessly in the house. Not long after, there was movement from outside the house. Li Chongsheng, the second master of the Li family, quickly stepped out, and outside the corridor, he looked to see his elder brother, Li Chongyan, pushing the wheelchair containing his father as he was walking towards this place. He busily greeted him and sought his father, who was looking better, with a blanket covering his father's body. Li Chongsheng called out "Dad," then bent down, tucking the blanket around his father. "Big brother, what are you doing? Dad's body just picked up a bit. What can't you say during the day?" Li Chongsheng looked at his elder brother, Li Chongyan, with a pout on his face. Li Chongyan did not say anything, only pushing the wheelchair to the hall room. The old master sat in the center. Several masters of the Li family stood at its face, and the youth generation stood in the further back row. All kneel down. The Li family's old master's hoarse voice rang out. His words fell. Li Yuzhen's father, Li Chongyin, didn't say a word as he knelt on both knees. Seeing his elder brother like this, the remaining few people originally had opinions, but they also stopped speaking, and the three Li family masters and the youth generation knelt in 2 rows in black. "Repeat your words. You send someone to take over the Song family's northern border forces, and after sorting them out, along with the family's resources in the neighborhood, all of them will be packed and sent to the Wang family." Elder Li hung his head, his eyes seemingly closed. He was really weak. In a hoarse voice, he made the final scheduling and arrangements. The Wang family has been eyeing the northern border for a long time, and by obtaining that piece of business, they will be able to connect the north and south. Our Li family, on the other hand, only needs the support of the Wang family. "Chong Yen, can you go up? This is your last chance." "Yes, father." Li Yuzhen's father, Li Chongyan, knelt on both knees and knocked his head in front of the cold ground. Outside the hall, the gentle woman, Li mother, Zhang Wanyu, sobbed out. The old man Li Jianguo was a shot of a drug similar to the athlete's closure shot, almost sacrificing his already short lifespan for the short-lived energy at the moment. "Can't fight. The old man's body won't last. 3 months, the old master has about 3 months left. Medical team." The words of the attending physician rang in his ears. After 3 months, if Li Chongyan could not follow the expectations, then the building would fall. The black sedan drove into the night. 5 cars of the same model in the front and back formed a convoy. Lu Ping gazed out the window. He didn't relax. His palms were vaguely sweaty, only feeling that in that darkness, in the sporadic vehicles that passed by, in that distant mansion, there were countless pairs of gazes peering at him. Li Yuzhen was sitting right beside Lu Ping, her perfect jade legs folded, looking at a report with a calm expression. I should have known better. Sleeping at the company. Lu Ping pinched his eyebrows. When the convoy drove out of an intersection, the change regenerated, and several sedans stopped in front of the convoy. Lu Ping propped his hand on his cheek and calmly looked in front of the cars. Li Yuzhen waited for the cars to stop before she closed the book and raised her cool eyes. P.S. Brothers, I am also disheveled. The protagonist's persona is that of an ordinary person. An ordinary person who is truly ordinary but has some of the top qualities. You let me now let the protagonist gaga mess kill. That is clearly impossible. I don't know if anyone would call the protagonist of this book a weakling, but I feel that he's a fierce thief. I feel that the protagonist is a fierce thief. When faced with a choice that cannot be backed down, he never wimped out. Then, I noticed Deception's reward. Old you owes you an extra chapter, so I'll arrange it for you when I get my thoughts straightened out. Thanks to each and every brother for breaking the bank. If there's a free one with love power, just throw it in. Appreciate it. Chapter 72 Lu Ping Strikes. Snap, snap, snap. Several cars blocked across the center of the road, their huge high beams illuminating the night. The car doors were pushed open one after another. Stepping out of the cars were young people surrounded by black-clad bodyguards, broadsiding toward the convoy with false smiles on their faces. Lu Ping looked out of the car, and he noticed that one of the protagonists in the crowd showed some surprise in the depths of his eyes. His newly tensed heartstrings relaxed. Does Mr. Lu recognize them? The convoy. Again. A few security guards got out of the car and stopped in front of those youths. Li Yuzhen withdrew her gaze and looked at Mr. Lu beside her, asking, Zhao Bingliang, and his fox friends. Lu Ping only recognized one of them inside, but was not the least bit flustered, and with a light smile on his face, he responded carelessly. After experiencing the battle of the party, Lu Ping realized that the quality of his heart might have undergone a metamorphosis. At a certain moment, he even really thought that he was a mysterious intelligence peddler. That was why it was said that approaching death and embracing it was the only way to grow at the fastest speed. Please wait a moment. Sir, I'll go over and take care of it. With that, Li Yuzhen lowered her jade leg and poked out her hand, ready to push open the car door. She was just about to move. Instead, the back of her right hand was grabbed. She was not used to being touched by any member of the opposite sex. Her face turned a little colder and she looked up at Mr. Lu. Lu Ping pushed up his frames and nodded gently. I'll do it. Hearing such a sentence, Li Yuzhen stopped her movement of getting up, her cool eyes staring at Lu Ping for a moment. Then, drawing her arm away, she resumed her seat in front of the position. Lu Ping's identity was too mysterious. The information that could be investigated so far was all clean to the point of being terrifying, making it impossible to fathom the slightest bit of information about the power behind him. The most frightening thing was always the unknown. But wherever the organization behind Lu Ping could be identified, they would be able to find a better means of cooperation, rather than rely on the other side to pinpoint them, and want to feel the clues. You need to Lu Ping action. Li Yuzhen fingertips rubbing. Thoughts flow. She waited for this Mr. Lu how to go to show its authority. Lu Ping took out the spare machine. In front of Li Yuzhen, he dialed a string of numbers, and as he attached the phone to his ear, the smile on his face disappeared by inches as he listened to the beep sound of the call. Li Yuzhen's gaze stared up as she noticed outside the car that Zhanghai City Zhao family's youngest son, Zhao Bingliang, impatiently pushed away the woman in his arms while picking up the phone. Who is it? Zhao Bingliang frowned and asked. This phone number of his, on weekdays, was only known to his family. The thing that remembers food but doesn't remember to fight. In the carriage, Lu Ping half squinted his eyes. He also looked up at the youth with earrings outside the car. Immediately following that, he opened his mouth and cursed with a chopped head. Li Yuzhen heard it and her eyelids lightly trembled. The bottom of her cool eyes reflected the youth in the distance. Youth only one sentence after the words, clearly like a powder keg ignited. Lifting his foot violently kicked the car beside him. Violent anger. Zhao Zhangxiao, and what did you say? Lu Ping pinched the phone and continued. Don't give those foxes and dogs as robbers again. If you commit another offense, the brain commits an offense once, you will break a belt again. 1 second. It was like a furious beast. The next second, Zhao Bingliang abruptly paused as he listened to the phone in disbelief. Who are you? Get lost yet? With those words, Lu Ping hung up the phone. All right, Lu Ping said to Li Yuzhen. Zhao Bingliang's information then came from the yellow classified level intelligence that he had refreshed. He had studied this one's information and knew that he was a colorful master and extremely fearful of his father, and that every time he made a big mistake was when he was brought to the confinement room and had a belt drawn off. Literally drawn off. In addition, In every time when the belt is drawn, his father will say that sentence, remember to eat, not remember to beat the thing. Lu Ping thought of something and found it interesting. It was amazing that Zhao Zhengxiao was again completely insulated from violence in the eyes of almost all outsiders. Let's go. Outside the window. After the youths had argued, they actually did sit back in the car and restarted the engine. Seeing that Li Yuzhen did not know what she was thinking, Lu Ping broke her thoughts with a faint smile. Fleet changes. After a series of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance operations, with only one car remaining, Lu Ping smoothly returned to the East City, the old residential area. Ms. Li, go up and sit for a while? Lu Ping politely invited. Li Yuzhen stared at Lu Ping. Her red lips suddenly revealed a smile. Yes, please. Lu Ping's face remained unchanged as he continued. Li Yuzhen got up and made a gesture to push open the door of the car. Her long and slender jade leg poked out halfway, and then swiftly retracted. It's better to do it next time. Lu Ping smiled brightly. He stood in front of the car and waved his hand. Without waiting for a response, Lu Ping put his hands in his pockets and turned around to walk towards the neighborhood. It was also close to 4 in the morning at this point in time. The neighborhood was pitch black, with only sporadic street lamps lit up with a dim glow. Walking in the darkness, the cool wind of the winter night blew by, and Lu Ping subconsciously shivered. Survived. The heart only desperately wanted to go home. It wasn't much longer. Lu Ping was standing in front of the door. He took a deep breath, felt the powerful heartbeat in his chest, and grinned as if he was relieved. That short game tonight was almost a step to kill. One wrong step, or rather, a tiny bit of bad luck, and he wouldn't be able to come back. What's more, even begging for death was some kind of luxury. Pull out the key, push open the door. Before he even turned on the light, the overwhelming smell of alcohol was poured into his nose. After the living room lights flashed, the scene in the house appeared in front of Lu Ping's eyes, only to see his roommate Xia Mintan drunk again. Winter night. She was like that, only wearing a white shirt, hip skirt lying on her back in front of the sofa. A pair of rich legs were flesh-colored stockings wrapped, a bare foot hanging in front of the floor. The other foot is resting on the edge of the sofa. Lu Ping approached. His eyes paused slightly on Xia Mintan's little finger that was drilled out of the stocking, bejeweled and rounded, looking a little cute. It's not good to sleep like this. You'll catch a cold, Lu Ping said. He bent down to put Xia Mintan with a princess hug up. Quite heavy. Weight estimated at 130 pounds or so. Mintan's sister in 1.68 m or so. This weight does not seem fat, round and fleshy. The door is half covered. Push open the door of the master bedroom. Lu Ping had just put Xia Mintan down on the bed, when the drunken sister Mintan muttered. Her 2 arms suddenly hooked around Lu Ping's neck and brought his body forward. Lu Ping stumbled and planted himself in front of Xia Mintan's face. He felt the hot air that was exhaled into his face and the surge in his chest. Sister Mintan's capital was notoriously strong, represented by an anime character, that of Tsunade. After life and death, the sizzling heat in that body was erupting, and something lit up in Lu Ping's eyes. Chapter 73, Zhenghai Intelligence Stealers. Watch out for Lu Ping. The neck was still hooked by both hands. The exhaled wine breath hit the front of his face. In the dimness, Lu Ping gazed at Sister Mintan from close range. With her clean, short, floppy hair, and her durable white face tinted by the redness of the wine, not as stunning as it was at first sight, but like a ripe fruit, she gave off an enchanting aroma of wine. Lu Ping sensed his body. He probed his hand and scratched it hard, and then he straightened up, covered Sister Mintan's mattress and tucked in the corners of the mattress. When he was ready to leave, he looked over and saw that the balcony window was still open. Walked over with broad strides, stood by the window, his black and white eyes looking downstairs, and saw nothing unusual before pulling the window closed to leave a gap for air. Lu Ping is not a good person, but not so much as to take advantage of drunkenness to do something. Walking out of the master bedroom, standing in front of the bedroom, Lu Ping paused just before grabbing the door handle. He took out his cell phone and tried to turn on the flashlight. The cold light emanating from the screen hit the front of his face, when the message that kept popping up caught Lu Ping's eye. Have you arrived home yet? Cute. JPG cute. JPG cute. JPG, poke and poke. JPG, ah, it's been so long. Haven't we arrived home yet? Ping, why don't you reply to the message? Can't you see it? Aggrieved. JPG aggrieved. JPG aggrieved. JPG, rolling on the bed. JPG, rolling on the bed. JPG, brother Ping, there's nothing wrong, is there? If you see it, you have to write me back first. Brother Ping, I'm panicking, my heart is beating so fast. Lu Ping read the messages one by one. He combined the timing of the messages and recalled the experience of stepping between life and death just now. Some gentle smiles appeared on his face, and he only felt his heart being inexplicably touched. It turned out that at his most dangerous time, there were still people who constantly cared about him. The most coincidental thing was that, counting the time, when Zhang Yingying let out her heartbeat accelerate, it should be exactly when Song Ziwen approached him, 2 steps away, licking his lips. Another impulse surged in Lu Ping's heart, wanting to immediately return Zhang Yingying's message. He took a deep breath and grinned. Clicking on the flashlight, he confirmed the location of the lock cylinder, as well as the hair along the corner of the upper door was still there, and assuredly opened the door to step into the bedroom. When the warm light dispelled all the darkness, Lu Ping looked at the familiar everything in front of him. His heart is solid, hand propped up on the edge of the bed to sit down, unfolded arms lying on his back. He looked at the ceiling and felt the powerful heartbeat in his chest. He had never felt the wonderfulness of being alive so intuitively. It was only a few minutes. Lu Ping rolled over, grabbed his cell phone, and messaged Zhang Yingying back. "I'm home." The message was sent. Almost simultaneously, a message popped up, followed closely by the phone video dialed in front of them. Lu Ping looked at Zhang Yingying's cute avatar box. He revealed a smile, propped his elbow on the bed couch, straightened his clothes, and then clicked on it. It was already 4 in the morning at this point in time. Lu Ping did not expect Zhang Yingying to still be able to reply to the message in seconds, and should have been holding his cell phone in front of the screen since he left. The screen lit up. The young face that was much more ordinary compared to Li Yuzhen, Xia Ting, the secretary, or Lin Qiuyue, the director, appeared in front of him. But that flushed face, the bright eyes of undisguised concern, all of that made Lu Ping's heart pound. After life and death. After life and death. The human heart is really the most sensitive and easily touched. On the screen, Zhang Yingying had already changed into her pajamas long ago, and the lights in her house were all turned off. As she shrunk into the bedding, her cheeks illuminated by the light from her cell phone. "Brother Ping, you didn't need anything, did you?" Zhang Yingying, concerned. "Nope, ha ha. Speaking of which, it can be a bit like a person in distress. I just used my cell phone to call for a car. Then my cell phone ran out of battery and turned off. And in the end, I didn't wait for the car. So I looked for a 24-hour convenience store along the road." Lu Ping snorted and scratched his head. His current mental quality had gone through extreme stress resistance training, and this little bout had only come and gone casually. So that's it. Zhang Yingying was relieved. God knows how many big dramas her little brain had brainstormed in the time of the party. The time was already too late. Without chatting for a few sentences, they hung up the phone. Lu Ping casually threw his cell phone on the bed, put on his slippers and walked towards the bathroom, took a shower, and didn't freshen up his intelligence or finish today's workout. He was simply too tired, no matter on a physical level or a mental level, and just laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Outside the window, in the darkness of the night, under the bright neon lights, the undercurrents became more and more turbulent. What happened in Chuanha Mansion is gradually being investigated by all parties through different channels. Before Li Yuzhen's convoy, Zhao family's youngest son, Zhao Bingliang, received a phone call, and was shocked to leave the news is more for many people who have the heart to pay attention to. Zhanghai, not far from the Chuanha building, an izakaya that is open until dawn. Middle-aged man wearing an overcoat and a gray scarf walked into the store. His eyes glanced around the store. "Old Chen, over here." In the corner of the store, a fat man and a shorter one were sitting opposite each other. They looked over to see the middle-aged man who walked in and waved, calling out. The 3 people were all ordinary, like ordinary working professionals at work, sitting opposite each other, waiting for the waiter to serve the wine and some snacks. They were chatting with smiles. "Tonight's Chuanha, it's really something. Who wouldn't say? A couple of my clients have been asking if I have any concrete news from that office. Audio and video would be best. I'd make a fortune if I had first-hand information. Unfortunately, where can I learn? It is rumored that the ones in that office were all brought by eldest Miss Li Yuzhen from Yanjing City. Do you two have any channels?" The 3 of them did not deliberately lower their voices or look around to observe. From the outside, they were scooping up smiles, supposedly chatting about their parents and the good times they once had in college when they were young. From time to time, they picked up their glasses and gently clinked them. After another clink of glasses, the short middle-aged man put down his wine glass. The smile on his face remained the same, but his tone calmed down a bit. He only this kind of a gesture. The 2 people in front of him have stared. "I found some traces. There should be a pier from outside. breaking into the middle sea. The short middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The two in front of them were not surprised, and the middle-aged man who was called Old Chen responded non-committally. Old Zhang, you're too cautious. With a metropolis like Zhenghai, what's so rare about drawing in peers? Yes, it's all about eating based on merit. The fatter middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said with a smirk. This one is different. Very mysterious. Can't find the slightest trace of his followers. Don't know where he came from. Moreover, I see his first target is Li Yuzhen. Ambition is very big. Lu. Short man, Zhang's surname middle-aged man said. Before his words fell, he laughed as if he had changed his face, reaching out to pick up the skewer in front of him. Of course, I'm just saying. I don't care if you guys care or not. Eat. The flavor of this roasted bird is really authentic. Just as the old man of the Li family said. In earlier years, I used to sit in the war zone, spilling out scouts and having exchanges with countless intelligence peddlers. That circle of yours? Honestly, I am not happy about it. It is too dangerous, and they do everything for profit. Intelligence peddlers had a long history, and their active figures could be seen in all the great events in the history of human civilization since ancient times. They chased profit. They are weak and strong. They were the oldest and most dangerous profession in this world. Chapter 74 Dashi. I'm going to confess to Ying. No more. I'm going to pick up 2 more orders, or I won't be able to fulfill the mission requirements. The short, middle-aged man with the surname Zhang glanced at his wristwatch as he twisted a paper towel and wiped his mouth as he said, This meal today, it's on me. With those words, the middle-aged man scanned the QR code on the corner of the table, only to pay with a ding. He grabbed his bag and waved his hand. Sitting in the car, the middle-aged man pulled back the sun visor and twisted his head to feel around the car for a while before sitting upright again. Both hands gripped the steering wheel, and his eyes began to change as if he was restraining something, the corners of his mouth twitching from time to time. Phew! For a long time, the middle-aged man calmed down, put down the handbrake, and started up the car. My name is Zhang Wei. The car traveled through this city at night, gazing at the streetlights and buildings that were constantly receding. The middle-aged man's face also seemed to be getting more and more terrifying, and in his mind, a lot of images kept flashing by. At least in the last 15 years my name was Zhang Wei. As for 15 years ago, I have already forgotten. My master once told me that for people like us, a name is the least important thing. It would only be a shackle, an easy break to leave behind. If you can, change your name every 5 years. 15 years ago, I came to Zhenghai to take charge of the organization's intelligence work in Zhenghai. Under the sun, I'm a night shift network car driver. I have a loving wife, and a child who just started elementary school. I keep in mind the guideline that they are just my disguise, and not to be my weakness. In the darkness, I deal in intelligence, and am in charge of matching up clients in need. Tonight, I don't know what's going on. After Zhang Wei had watched the turn of events at the center of the vortex, Chuanha, his heart was inexplicably engulfed by rage, and he hadn't felt like this in many years. The car slowed down and stopped in front of the traffic light. The corners of Zhang Wei's mouth twitched uncontrollably once again, and boom, boom, boom. He slapped the steering wheel heavily. Something's not right. Something's going to happen, Zhang Wei whispered. He was able to live to this day and sit in this position, relying on that extraordinary sense of smell. 5 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Wei collected his car and went home. He rented a small and dilapidated house in an urban village on the outskirts of Zhenghai. He parked his car in the opposite downstairs, smoked a cigarette, raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw at a glance the house kitchen lights on. There are figures busy in the shadow of the light. It was his wife. Grass. Zhang Wei cursed. Time kept passing. The sky was bright. The early morning sunlight passed through the gaps in the curtains and spilled down in front of the floor inside the house. Ding bell. The alarm clock went off for a while, and the hand that came out of the mattress fumbled to press the alarm off. He continued to sleep for a short while. Lu Ping sat up sleepily, scratching his chicken nest head and yawning widely before gradually waking up. Now that there were not even a few days left before the new year, the house was very cold. Sticking his feet out of the comforter and busily retracting them, Lu Ping noticed this action of his and grinned. Perhaps it was because he was getting farther and farther along the other path. He now cherished the scene in ordinary times. Lu Ping took a deep breath, and then lifted the mattress with one hand. The wet cold of the south seemed to pass through the pajamas and stick to his skin. Lu Ping touched his arms and shivered. Without further delay, he stood on the edge of the bed with bare feet and stretched his arms before doing push-ups. Exercise finished. Wash up. Lu Ping changed his clothes, picked up his briefcase and prepared to go to work. Standing in front of the door, supporting the shoe cabinet to change shoes, behind the master bedroom came the sound of opening the door. Looking back, he saw his roommate, Min Dan, leaning against the door frame. She had changed into a burgundy silk nightgown at some point, her long, round legs curled, the remaining one scratching the calf of the other with the back of her foot. Heiko, Sister Mintan, still not fully awake from her wine, yawned and called languidly. You carried me back to bed last night? Xia Mintan asked. Well, I came back from work to see you lying on the sofa, Lu Ping honestly answered. His eyes paid attention to Sister Mindan. At the moment, Sister Mindan was quite a bit of flavor. The deep V neckline revealed a white piece. Who asked you about this? Xia Mintan noticed Lu Ping's eyes. Her red lips lightly raised, not sideways, but intentionally raised her breasts. Her charming eyes were like silk, and some seductive words knocked at the heartstrings. I mean, didn't do anything? Did. Lu Ping's answer was out of Xia Mintan's expectation. This hand. He raised his right palm. Put. Xia Mintan burst out laughing, no longer flirting, turned around and quickly walked back inside, closing the door with a bang. She leaned her back against the door of the room, her imperial cheeks slightly burning. Her chest rose and fell, and she breathed a little more sharply. The question just now, if Lu Ping had answered no, she would have to be suspicious instead. Either something was wrong with him, or something was wrong with herself. The bustling CBD business district. Lu Ping walked out from the subway entrance. The warm winter sunlight draped over his body. Comfortable. It's good to be alive. Lu Ping realized that since he was able to refresh the intelligence in his bookcase, he obviously loved life more, treating each day as if it was his last. Stepping into the building. Ping. A calling voice came from behind him, and then his back was heavily slapped. Gu Dashi was carrying a bag alongside Lu Ping. Chuanha has really taken off. In 8 hours, sales exceeded $4 billion. When I swiped my phone this morning, almost every message was talking about Chuanhe, and many experts were analyzing it, saying something about Chuanhe pioneering a new online sales model. Chuanha's big promotion for 7 days. There are still 6 days left. I'm afraid it can drive up an astronomical number out. Gu Dashi was a bit excited and said one after another. For him, being able to participate in such an event was considered an honor. In the elevator hall, the two of them stood behind the crowd, and were able to hear almost everyone talking about Chuanhe, their tones of awe, envy, and emotion. None of them knew that behind last night's feast, that fierce game, Lu Ping's gaze was calm, and only suddenly it dawned on him that for this multitude of ordinary people, the truth that they could see was really only what some people wanted to make them see. Towards the culture of our league. In the corridor, Lu Ping suddenly stopped and looked at Gu Dashi calling, Dashi, ha, what's wrong? Gu Dashi answered. Lu Ping did not speak directly, but met Gu Dashi's gaze and said seriously after a moment, I plan to confess to Ying. Gu Dashi was slightly stunned, followed by his eyes busily widening as joy appeared on his face. When? What do you need me to do? Gu Dashi rubbed his hands together and even looked a little nervous. He was aware of Lu Ping's family, and there was no one who wanted Lu Ping to reap love and have a family more than him. Chapter 75, Lu Ping contacts intelligence dealer circle. It was 9 in the morning. Our alliance culture. Lu Ping picked up his old cadre-style thermos cup and took a sip, comfortably exhaling hot air. He raised his eyelids to look at the office. The atmosphere amongst his colleagues was completely opposite to the previous 2 days. The pressure and clouds that shrouded everyone were blown away by the warm spring breeze, and the bright sunshine shone and draped around him. Who has finished the work in hand? The above bought some arrangements. All come over to help. Supervisor Tan Hong walked in, clapped her hands to focus her co-worker's attention on herself, and raised her voice to shout. She also had a smile on her face. Chuanha's big promotion was a success, and our league culture was considered to have had a full year-end. Moreover, the boss side and the director of Chuanha's dinner aside, I heard that side of Chuanha's senses are very good, and the new year will continue to start in-depth cooperation. Lu Ping did not move. Gu Dashi, on the contrary, got up and went about his business, watching as they carried several boxes of red fortune words, Xiaogua knots, balloons in their arms. Not too long ago, the company was filled with red, and the lively New Year's flavor was instantly strong. It's really nice. Lu Ping sipped his tea and revealed a smile. He enjoyed his current state, but he also understood that the calm and upward environment at the moment was only short-lived for him, and if he wanted to sustain it, he had to keep running forward and make himself stronger before the crisis caught up with him. Forever young, forever hot with tears. Lu Ping joked. He focused on reading the ebook in front of him, having finished the psychology in front of him, and not sure exactly how much he had absorbed. What he was reading now was about performance techniques. In the performing arts, there are three major schools at the core. They are the experiential school, the method school, and the performance school. While reading, he pondered. From time to time, his mind recalled the police movies he had watched, and those classic scenes repeatedly resided in front of his eyes. From time to time, he recalled the first time he had faced Li Yuxian, and was pressed by Ding Qing and hit his head against the glass, as well as the phone call he had had with the Li family's old man in the early hours of this morning. Too many epiphanies flooded into his mind like silk. When theory and practice were combined, Lu Ping only felt that his attainments on the path of acting were progressing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Actors in the crew? They were nothing more than flowers that could be held down by failing to hold down the machine and grow slowly in a greenhouse. The method I use should belong to the experiential school. Lu Ping willed. Every time he entered another identity, he truly took on the role of an intelligence businessman and immersed himself in the emotional and mental state he deserved. As that alternate identity became clearer and clearer, Lu Ping's performance became more and more subdued. Still watching, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Lu Ping only unhurriedly scratched to the next page, and then read the chapter, before yawning to delete the record to put away the device. And Zhang Yingying said goodbye. Lu Ping walked towards the outside of the office, and when he passed by the personnel department, his footsteps stopped and glanced into the room, only to see a young girl who was handling the application for entry. Year-end entry? Muttered the man. In due course, the girl in the room sought her gaze and intertwined with Lu Ping's sight. Lu Ping nodded his head full of concern, and then, with his hands in his pockets, walked towards the elevator hall. Stepping into the elevator, Lu Ping glanced at the monitor, and the floor key for the 58th floor automatically lit up. Not much later, the ladder door opened. Mr. Lu, Secretary Xia Ting had already waited in front of the door, and when she saw the elevator door open, she busily bowed and called out. Aha! Lu Ping responded. Once he was back, his mind was calm and his demeanor was subdued. Passing through the hall, Lu Ping looked at the security team outside Li Yuxian's office and noticed that, excluding Bao Huijun, almost all the security faces had been replaced. So fast. That is to say, the new security team had already flown in from Yanjing City at the same time that the old man learned of the news in the early hours of this morning. Lu Ping's expression remained unchanged. Inwardly surprised, he walked into the office, and in the waiting room, he sat opposite Li Yuxian. Between the two of them, the aroma of tea bubbled up from the front of the pot spout. Mr. Lu, look at these. Li Yuxian took out a folder and handed it to Lu Ping. Flipping through it, it was the resumes of the staff who had pressed the up and down buttons on different floors when Lu Ping took the elevator in the early hours of last night. Just by looking at it, it was clear that their information was known to Lu Ping, having been placed in Xuanhe Mansion by Song Ziwen since as early as 3 years ago. Originally thought that they were all insignificant little pawns, but did not expect that they almost spoiled the big event. There are still a few people that your people have not investigated. Li Yuxian waited for Lu Ping's reply, not realizing that the latter scanned it and then threw the folder back. 7th floor, the front desk of Weimei Network Company. 32 floors, the employee surnamed Xia of the investment company. Lu Ping casually said. Li Yuxian weighed in her mind, more and more scornful of the energy behind Lu Ping. Zhao Bingliang in the early hours of the morning. This moment of casually picking off the scouts. The former was difficult, the latter was equally terrifying, and could mean that when Lu Ping had joined Xuanhe, he had begun to monitor the building. Worthy of Mr. Lu. This morning, several companies have inducted new staff. Mr. Lu should have already noticed, Li Yuxian said as she picked up the teapot and poured tea for herself and Lu Ping. Lu Ping was silent. There was no response, only taking the tea calmly and sipping it in small sips. Then I will not say anything more. Li Yuxian also sipped her tea. Lu Ping's mind was stunned by Li Yuxian's words just now, and he was alerted, constantly thinking about the will. First, it was the pawn that Song Ziwen had planted, and then this piece of news. He once again recalled the girl he saw in the personnel department on Fang's way here. Don't tell me carefully. Damn, I should have known better than to act this way. Lu Ping cursed in his heart. Mr. Lu. Li Yuxian put down her tea light. She gazed at Lu Ping. Her stunning face revealed undisguised curiosity. Her red lips lightly opened and called out. Lu Ping smiled faintly, meeting the gaze. After coming into contact with Mr. Lu, I investigated something about Mr. Lu's circle. I found that the vast majority of your peers would construct new identities in the shortest amount of time, establishing a complete and meticulous social network. You will even have your own lovers. Families. Lu Ping listened intently. Circle? It should refer to intelligence traffickers. It turns out that my peers, too, did the same thing, maintaining mundane social networks. In other words, I'm sort of doing the behavior I'm supposed to be doing by mistake. This was Lu Ping's first contact with the real circle of intelligence traffickers, and while he did not move on the surface, he actually listened with more and more concentration. I also heard that there is a guideline in your circle. That is, never take the false as true, even if your lover, your bloodline dies in front of you. You must not betray the information. Mr. Lu, I'm curious, why are you doing this? If that's the case, why did you create an entire family? Li Yuxian's beautiful eyes fell on Lu Ping's body, watching every bit of the latter's details as she asked slowly. The tea spout wafted hot air. In the office, it became quiet. Lu Ping looked calm and did not reply directly. Chapter 76. The new coworker is an undercover agent. Never mistake the false for the true. Building, 58th floor. Office. Lu Ping silently recited the guidelines of the circle in his mind. Perhaps it was because he had been playing the role for a long time, or rather, in many cases, he was really considering things from the perspective of an intelligence peddler, and after reciting it only a few times, he resonated too much with the words. The more he repeated it, the more he resonated with it. Vaguely, he was able to discern countless blood and tears, sadness and epicness from these words. Impressive, a worthy crystallization of wisdom. Lu Ping whispered. At this moment, Li Yuxian's words rang in his ears, and Lu Ping met the latter's meaningful gaze. With a faint smile on his face, he lifted his tea and contemplated in the curling white smoke. His misguided behavior fit the logic of an intelligence peddler, which was coincidental, yet not coincidental. When a drop of water blends into the sea, it becomes part of the sea. Lu Ping considered his words and calmly said, the same is true for us, entering a group, assimilating for that group, and becoming the most insignificant majority. This is our first priority. Lu Ping's voice was unhurried and carried a sense of storytelling. He wasn't sure if what he said was correct or not. It did not matter. What mattered was the confidence in the language. Li Yuxian stared, listening intently. Lu Ping paused and took a sip of tea. He deliberately inhaled a slice of tea and savored it on his tongue. Only when he remembered the text did he spit out the tea. In groups, single older youths get talked about. That whoever, still a bachelor in his 30s, there must be something wrong with him somewhere that he can't get a wife. In groups, it's been said that a hairless mouth makes a bad job. Groups, many companies, like to put pressure on men who have families, because everyone's subconscious believes that men in this state are the most stable. The words finished. Lu Ping placed the tea on the table. Nor did he look towards Li Yuxian, only then paced a few steps and stood in front of the office's huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking towards the entire city. At this time, Lu Ping's back was turned to Li Yuxian, and he let out a long breath in small gulps. The corners of his mouth wanted to rise, and then he restrained them in a raw manner. He felt that the real circle must be just as he said it was. So it is. Li Yuxian nodded. What about Mr. Lu? Li Yuxian gazed at Lu Ping and abruptly asked. What was hidden under her cool voice was temptation, her red lips rising. Will confirm the relationship with that colleague called Zhang Yingying? Since the very beginning, she had investigated Lu Ping's profile, and in the latter's social network, she confirmed the figures of two people, Gu Daxi and Zhang Yingying respectively, to be assimilated by a group. Lu Ping keenly captured the danger behind these words. The sweaty hairs on his back instantly exploded. He wanted to collect all the emotions on his face and use an expressionless face to increase the sense of oppression, but at the same time, he associated it with the fact that, combined with what was about to be sermonized, perhaps a gentle smile would be even more terrifying instead. Lu Ping understood. At this time, it was impossible for him to show the slightest emotion towards Gu Daxi and Zhang Yingying. He spoke gently while turning around with a light smile on his face, looking towards Li Yuxian, and after a pause, continued. One would have to follow the logic of this group's behavior. I have to take on this identity to respond to the emotional needs imposed on me by Yingying or Daxi. At a certain moment, even Li Yuxian was still appalled by the cold logic in Lu Ping's words. Miss Li, do you still hear me in regards to my explanation? Lu Ping walked back in front of Li Yuxian, meeting the latter's gaze and asked gently. Understood. Li Yuxian nodded her head. She did not continue to ask. She deeply understood that for the existence of this circle, the so-called family and socialization were just fish bait intentionally exposed to the sunlight. What really needed to be hidden was the tentacles and interests behind them. Crazy people. It's a bunch of lunatics. Li Yuxian read in her mind. No wonder Grandpa said that he didn't like this group. In the office, Lu Ping's back was sweating as he mentally reconsidered the logic of his words just now, equally horrified by the ruthlessness of those words. But he was certain that this was the code of an intelligence peddler. I'm going to show more of the power behind me. Likewise, I must not intentionally exclude Ying and Dashi from my social circle just because of the danger of the circumstances. This game, there is no going back. Lu Ping's eyes were ice cold. Alright, thanks to MS. Least I can't stay any longer. Lu Ping stood up, yawned, and said with a smile on his face, what I told them was that I went to the restroom, and in a moment, it's time to ask if I dropped it in the toilet again. In Li Yuzhen's gaze, Lu Ping disappeared into the office with a calm step. 15th floor, our league culture. Lu Ping walked out from the elevator carrying 3 cups of coffee in his hand, and some snacks. This was what he had asked Li Yuzhen's secretary, Xia Ting, to prepare. Having spent too much time in the office, he needed something to rationalize the breach. Brother Ping just walked into the office. Zhang Yingying was the first to look at Lu Ping's figure and called out in a cheerful tone. Lu Ping nodded his head with a smile, but when looking at his new colleague in front of Zhang Yingying's work desk, the smile on his face froze and his heart thumped. He also noticed that Gu Dashi seemed to be particularly enthusiastic and attentive to this new girl. Seeing that girl and Gu Dashi looking toward him together, in his heart, he cursed. Lu Ping continued his steps and walked to the front of the position. Ying, this is yours. Dashi, here. Passing out the coffee and snacks, Lu Ping looked at his new co-worker. Ping, let me introduce you, this is Su Meng, a new colleague in our group. Su Meng. This is Lu Ping, my best buddy. Gu Dashi walked over and wrapped his arms around Lu Ping's neck with a wide grin. Su Meng's skin was on the darker side, but her whole person looked very lively in appearance. When she heard Gu Dashi's introduction, she graciously put down what she was holding and poked out her right hand, smiling. Brother Ping, I'm the newbie Su Meng, please teach me more in the future. Lu Ping extended his hand and responded. Su Meng surveyed the small group without a trace, and she labeled each person with her initial impression. Gu Dashi, honest, simple, good to utilize. Lu Ping, ordinary, but the central figure in the small group, Gu Dashi's best friend, suspected to be the object of Zhang Yingying's affection. Zhang Yingying, stupid white sweet, adores Lu Ping. All ordinary people. Su Meng judged in her mind. After the introduction, gave the only remaining cup of coffee to his new colleague. Sitting back down at the work desk, he picked up the thermos and took a sip. Lu Ping sighed. He was both jealous and curious about Su Meng. Scared need not be mentioned, the ordinary staff he was experiencing not he shouldn't be experiencing. Curious because, this was the first time he had such a close contact, touching the existence of an undercover agent. God! This was an undercover agent. It's only in the movies. The enemy is bright and I'm dark, the advantage is mine. Not much of a problem. He kept cheering himself up. Things were getting more and more confusing, the more Lu Ping could not really see where the future would lead. Buzz. The cell phone vibrated. He. Brother Ping, do you feel that Brother Dashi seems to be a little different towards this new colleague? Lu Ping looked away, turned his head, and looked to see Zhang Yingying's cheeks flushed and her eyes curved into a crescent moon. Chapter 77, The Difference Between Yellow Classified Level Information. Evening. Off duty. Lu Ping focused on reading the acting tricks in the screen, and the moment Su Meng, the new colleague in front of him, sat up straight and stretched, he switched the page to the platform of the novel, the action flowing smoothly, and even, at a certain moment, brought back memories of the high school student who fought with his mother when she was still around. Didn't get up to clean up. Really read the novel. He took this look and was quickly drawn into the plot. Before the bookcase was able to refresh the intelligence, Lu Ping's life was boring, without a lot of fun, and what he looked forward to every day was probably sitting in the subway and reading 2 pages of a catch-up novel at night before going to bed. But since he unlocked Li Yuzhen's information, he had quit the novels. Not many sessions. Gu Dashi, Zhang Yingying, and Su Meng had all packed up their things. Just as Dashi wanted to put his arms around Lu Ping's neck, his new co-worker Su Meng curiously poked her neck over, her crisp words ringing in her ears. Brother Ping, what are you reading? A novel. As if Lu Ping had only just reacted, he looked up at the few people in front of him, he cut the page out and stood up to pack his briefcase without a hitch. Let's go. A few minutes later, it was carrying something mildly said. Su Meng distinctly noticed the party's novel page, and the number of hundreds of chapters. So, in Lu Ping's label, added the words novel lovers. Leaving the office, Su Meng and Zhang Yingying walked in front, Gu Dashi and Lu Ping walked behind. Dashi looked at the 2 girls in front of him, he grinned, and suddenly elbowed Lu Ping with his arm, and after seeing the latter's gaze, he lowered his voice, and compared it to an accent. Ah Ping. Brother's heart is moved. Gu Dashi clenched his fist. Lu Ping did not respond and was silent. His deliberate delay was to add the label of hobby novel to Su Meng's subconscious mind, something he had learned since a psychology book. How effective it would be, Lu Ping could not be sure. During this afternoon, he was observing this new colleague without a trace. Should it be the reason why the undercover concept was established first? Lu Ping clearly noticed traces that Su Meng was intentionally integrating into their group. She was reducing the amount of attention she received as a newcomer as fast as she could. Even Lu Ping also noticed that Su Meng was constantly giving positive feedback on the enthusiasm released by Gudashi. If I hadn't made preparations in advance, I wouldn't have noticed these details at all. Lu Ping celebrated. Be assimilated by the group as fast as possible. Silence read. Good lord, that's how it's all done. Walking out of the building. It wasn't quite dark yet, but the neon lights on all sides were already on. Brother Ping. Zhang Yingying twisted her head and called out. Lu Ping and Gudashi looked in the direction of their fingers and saw, not far away from the edge of the sky, a streamlined blimp flying slowly in the air. The blimp's entire body was translucent, and there should be the logo of Chuanha's great promotion on the body of the blimp. Good lord, Chuanha's advertisement has been further upgraded. Gudashi marveled. It's not just here that there is one over at the Bund, and at the city god temple as well. In the circle of friends, some people are posting photos. Zhang Yingying glanced at her cell phone and followed in response. Lu Ping looked at the blimp from afar, understanding the urgency in Li Yuzhen's heart. A tiger has the power of a tiger, even a dying tiger is still a tiger. It is foreseeable that Chuanha will usher in a period of high-speed development after carrying through the first round of the game. In this stage, she must run as fast as she can. Once the old man's body couldn't carry it, at that time, Li Yuzhen would usher in the judgment. If Li Yuzhen is divided, Ding Qing and Shui Huaqing will likewise be liquidated. Lu Ping was internally sober. He repeatedly read the intelligence on Li Yuzhen and always felt that the old man's body should not be so optimistic. Therefore, when he noticed his heart wanting to procrastinate, he frantically superimposed new pressure on himself. Thinking this way, he then felt his body reheating. Yesterday, Zhang Yingying returned home too late, so she went back early today to have dinner with her parents. Lu Ping glanced at Gudashi, waved his hand with his bag in a wise manner, and walked towards the subway station. As for what would happen to Gudashi and his new colleague Su Meng, he intended to continue to observe. According to the logic he understood, in a short period of time, Gudashi won't meet any danger. Furthermore, that Su Meng, although her skin is darker, but her features are still good with a well-proportioned and athletic body, so if something really happens, how can Dashi not suffer any losses? After work evening rush hour. The subway is crowded. Lu Ping held the briefcase in his arms. He struggled to squeeze to the side of the train car, and let out a long breath. He looked up and gazed at the darkened carriages. The air was turbid, the atmosphere was dull, and the tired faces were illuminated by the cold light of cell phones. Pushing the somewhat crooked frames, Lu Ping grinned. Who would have thought that a big shot with $100 million lying in his account would be crammed in the subway like this? He carefully speculated about his body that was stirring. Pulling out his cell phone, he sent a text message to that Porsche's manager, Li Ying. After doing that, he licked his lips, restrained the emotions in his eyes, and tapped the page of the ebook open, immersing himself in the performance. If I have the opportunity, I should pay more visits to the teachers in the acting program of the Shanghai Theater. Lu Ping muttered. After only a few stops, Lu Ping got off the bus. Walking out from the subway entrance, he swept a few eyes on the roadside, looked at the white Audi parked not far away, and calmly stepped over. When passing by the car, Li Yingkai, who kept looking around, noticed Lu Ping's presence. She panicked and tried to push open the car door, but unforeseen, the door was only just opened, but was pressed back by the approaching Mr. Lu, and she met Mr. Lu's gaze through the car window, and inexplicably cringed. Bang! The rear car door was pulled open and then closed. Drive. Lu Ping calmly said. The white Audi drove between the traffic-laden roads, and Li Ying kept observing through the rearview mirror towards the back row. She came out in a hurry. She couldn't change her clothes in time. Her upper body was a white shirt, while her lower body was a gray wraparound skirt and black stockings. Her legs were tightly pressed together, looking a little nervous. The car is new? Lu Ping asked as he surveyed the car. Li Ying answered softly, with the money you gave me last time. Not bad. Lu Ping nodded his head. Without speaking again, he only looked out of the window calmly, and only after a moment had passed did he suddenly say, "This period of time, you go and choose a house." Li Ying heard it and his heart jumped. The location is by the river, the price is within $30 million, and hang your name. Lu Ping continued to report the requirements. He had more and more money in his hands, and when he had money, he had to spill it to satisfy his ever-raising queerness. And there were a lot of things that were not suitable for him to personally show up. Li Ying, who had no connection with his socialization at all, was under its gaze. Li Ying swallowed her saliva. She was just an ordinary girl who had come out from a small city, and at this moment, suddenly hearing Lu Ping's words, she only felt her body go a little soft. Excitement, but equally fearful. I go to live occasionally. Lu Ping raised his eyes to meet Li Ying's gaze in the rearview mirror and calmly said, Drive the car into the underground garage next to it. Lu Ping glanced at the apartment on the side of the road. Liang pursed her lips as she obediently drove the car into the apartment garage. In the corner, in the back row of the car, all of Liang's emotions were taken up by the $30 million mansion, turning all of the either excitement or uneasiness all into scorching heat. A yellow-rated secret is different from a white-rated secret. It encompasses a family with all the information of every important person in the family. The Zhao family of the financial industry in Shanghai, a $10 billion family. Lu Ping squinted his eyes from time to time. His fingertips ran through Li Ying's hair since he was in the middle of it, and the thoughts in his mind became clearer and clearer. The mechanism of intelligence refreshing was overwhelmingly related to his needs. Right now, what Lu Ping needed was to further situate his identity and status as an intelligence peddler. This was the first element. Chapter 78, the gun that Lupin held up. The car is pulling over in front. Lupin showed some fatigue, perhaps physically or mentally. He relaxed and leaned back in the car. Yawning, he lethargically looked out the window of the car. The 4-lane road was occupied by endless traffic. The headlights, streetlights, and neon lights reflected the night city, the metropolis. Lupin withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Aha." Liang responded, "You are fine." Lu Ping met the lightly trembling eyes in the rearview mirror and said approvingly. The few words Liang had uttered to him were particularly memorable to him, and for that reason, he chose to use her as his medium to release his stress. "I was wondering if Sir would need a companion who wouldn't ask too many questions and was somewhere between strange and familiar. Monsieur thinks I am casual? Even if you are, I'd like to sell it at a higher price." Lupin exhaled. As he recalled the image of the party, he couldn't help but feel more and more satisfied with Liang. Sniffing lightly, he smelled the odor that was still trapped in the car, and glanced at the seat beside him, where the fat was nestled in the corner, like shredded stockings being thrown in front of the floor. The car stopped at the curb. Lupin's hand explored the door of the car, ready to leave. The movement suddenly paused. He raised his head to look at Liang. The girl's body that was gazed at by him was inexplicably tense, but under the flushed skin there was also a surge of longing for the hope of being lingered on by his gaze. It was a very contradictory psychology. "If I didn't take the initiative to contact you, even if I brushed past you, you are not allowed to cast more than a single glance at me," Lu Ping reminded. "Got it." Liang bit her lips and nodded her head in response. "Also, delete my number from your number book and cloud platform," Lu Ping continued. After saying this, he pushed the door out without waiting for a response. On a winter day, the cold night wind blew through. Lu Ping only felt the piercing cold wind drilling into his clothes along his collar and cuffs. Originally a little sweaty, the wind blew, he subconsciously shivered. In front of the streetlight, he exhaled hot air into his palm and shrunk his body to stride away. Behind Lu Ping, the white Audi was still parked on the side of the road. Liang pursed her lips and watched Lu Ping in front of the car as if he was an ordinary employee with a complicated face, watching the latter's series of actions of exhaling and leaving. She did not know the slightest bit of information about Mr. Lu. She was in awe and engrossed. Without much thought, Liang grabbed her phone. Her fingertips crossed in front of the phone book, and when she stopped in front of the delete button, her lips silently recited it quickly, and when she closed her eyes and recited it several times repeatedly, she deleted it without hesitation, and synchronized and cleared the information uploaded on the cloud platform according to Mr. Lu's request. Not only that, she was also prepared to wait until tomorrow when she arrived at the company and modified the number Lu Ping left at the Porsche 4 store. Hands in pockets. Walking along the sidewalk. Lu Ping's mind constantly recalled the intelligence information he had read in the past few days, and finally deduced his next plan. Who? His heart was beating fast, and he took big deep breaths. Charge. Without all the preparations. Rather than continuing to delay, it's better to do it today. Lu Ping's fists clenched. He looked up, the car's low beams hitting his face. The cab with the green light on passed by from beside him, and when he waved, the car stopped not far away. Getting into the car, he reported the address. $10 billion Zhao family in the financial sector. It's a behemoth that's only risen to prominence in the last 20 or 30 years. Zhao Zhengxiao is 54 years old. His sense of smell for money is a monster. He is the Buffett of Xia. With finance and investment, he has accumulated wealth like crazy. He is the money-generating machine of many top families in Shanghai, even. White gloves. Lu Ping pinched his eyebrows. Unlike Ding Qing and Shui Huaqing, they were not known in the slightest among the common people. Zhao Zhengxiao, on the other hand, was still as well known as Thunder even among ordinary people, a legendary tycoon known throughout the country. Different people use different means. And if you want to conquer this $10 billion tycoon in the shortest means possible, you need to. Lu Ping's eyes changed, his body trembled as he pondered. Strong. Absolutely strong. Zhao Zhengxiao is an existence that extremely believes in the theory of the weak and the strong. The cab pulled up in front of an upscale apartment by the Pu River in Xicheng. Lu Ping paid and got out of the car. He stood at the side of the apartment and looked up at the building. His heartbeat accelerated and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This apartment was an unattainable mansion for ordinary people with a unit price of hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it was really nothing for the truly top-tier 10 billionaires in Shanghai. Zhao Zhangxiao is an interesting one. Lu Ping walked towards the apartment and entered the password from the information in front of the security kiosk, and when the green spot of light lit up, his tense heart relaxed a bit. The lobby of the high-class apartment looked luxurious, but all the same, it was more than a little cold. As he stepped in, the security guard standing in front of the door gave Lu Ping one more glance, while Lu Ping gave him a low-profile nod then brushed his shoulders. Who would have thought that the predator of the financial circle would place his safe house here? Lu Ping stood in the elevator, inputting the password and looking to see the button for the 35th floor automatically light up. The floors kept getting closer. Lu Ping's heart beat faster and faster. In the intelligence, this apartment was the place Zhao Zhangxiao used to decompress, and to avoid being noticed by others, he would only come over once a month at most. Ding! The elevator's beep sounded. Lu Ping carried his briefcase and stepped out of his leather shoes. His feet were comfortable to the touch on the carpet of the corridor, and he crushed it with his toes before continuing his stride. There were 4 apartments on this floor, standing in front of Zhao Zhangxiao's apartment, 3502. Fingertips touched toward the combination door lock, waiting for the screen to light up, familiarly pressed the 6-digit code, only to hear a snap. Lu Ping pushed the door and walked in. When the door opened, all the lights in the house automatically lit up. What a luxury! Lu Ping surveyed this side of the mansion, the upper and lower 2-story duplex with a total area of around 250 square feet. All the decorations and designs in the house were all designed and decorated by a top design firm commissioned by Zhao Zhangxiao through his manager. Hanging up the briefcase, Lu Ping changed into slippers and walked into the mansion. He was clearly coming over for the first time, but it seemed like he was familiar with it. After standing in the living room and taking a look around, he then took a step and pushed open a certain room, taking out his laptop from the drawer. Fingertips tapped the screen. In the hidden page, clicked on a few videos. Being able to see all the images in the house, all of them could be seen in the screen. The view of him just standing in front of the door, and pushing open the door of the room to touch towards the furniture was clearly visible. Okay. These top-notch bigwigs are too cautious. Lu Ping lamented. Deleting the video and turning the surveillance off, Lu Ping grinned in relief. He somewhat excitedly surveyed from room to room, and even stood in front of the hand puppet wall that occupied an entire wall of limited hand puppets. The warm light of the wall of artifacts fell on Lu Ping's body. He carefully admired it. Not too long later, he pulled open the side cabinet door. His fingertips grasped the smaller drawer. His arm trembled a little. Lu Ping's breath caught. The drawer was pulled open. The exquisite pistol lay silently there within reach. Chapter 79, The Text of Lu Ping Dao. Think about it. In the existences that he had come into contact with in recent times, it seemed that individuals carried a few guns with them. But for Lu Ping, the closest he had gotten to a real gun in the first 26 years of his life was still when Li Yuzhen drew the gun and pressed the muzzle against his forehead. 23 Malawian Quach's combat pistol, a tactical pistol developed by the Germanic country Heckler Koch specifically for special warfare. Lu Ping licked his lips. He reached out and took the pistol, which gave off a black metallic glow, in his hand, much heavier than expected, and clumsily stroked the gun. How did the magazine come out? Lu Ping carefully turned the pistol upside down as he fumbled with the catch, or button. Guns, they were the life of some people, something they couldn't even eat or sleep without. But for the most bumbling ordinary person, it was a killing tool that one would never touch in their life. After searching for a while, only to hear a snap, the magazine popped out and Lu Ping looked on excitedly. A man's nature is tinged with a desire to conquer. His fingertips flicked past the orange and yellow bullets since the front of that full magazine. The crisp and pleasant metallic sound looked extraordinarily wonderful in Lu Ping's ears. He fiercely gripped the handle of the gun and raised the muzzle up. He followed the posture of the gunman in the movie, grinning, closing his single eye, and with a false bang sound in his mouth, the muzzle went up at the same time. Brain! Bullets wrapped in tons of fire shot out. Lu Ping's left hand raised, wanting to load the gun, dragged it back with force and did not bring it on. It took a while of study before he stumbled and loaded the gun. The moment when it was loaded, Lu Ping was nervous and even more excited. He moved more and more cautiously, fearing that he would not pay attention and pull the trigger. Looking at the drawer of the party, next to the 23 Malawian Quach's pistol, Lu Ping also looked at an open-edged military dagger, as well as some accessories for the gun. This should be a silencer. Lu Ping picked up the short black metal tube and played with it for a while, bringing it up to his eyes and looking in. He tried to press the muffler in front of the muzzle, and after a while of gesticulating, he did not fit the muffler on. A real intelligence dealer, not to mention proficient in firearms, would certainly need to be skilled in shooting. He muttered. Looking at the gun in his palm, Lu Ping's eyes flickered as he exhaled, removing the orange bullets one by one as the gun was put back in its original position. He wanted to take the gun into his arms, but restrained the urge, it might affect his own mysteriousness. Think of an excuse to get Ding Ching to get me a batch, Lu Ping secretly said. Phew. Exhaling a long breath, Lu Ping looked at the wall of hand-me-downs, stood on his tiptoes, and served that one Gundam made of pure gold in front of him. This thing, surprisingly, costs $1,018,000. Outrageous. Lu Ping shook his head and lamented. Who would have thought that the 54-year-old Zhao Zhengxiao, a monster in the field of financial investment in Shanghai, would still have a fondness for hand-me-downs? However, it might not be possible to talk about liking it. According to the intelligence, Zhao Zhengxiao was more of a person who took the behavior of collecting this diametrically opposed to his persona as a kind of stress relief. Put down the Gundam. Left the wall of hand-me-downs. Lu Ping held a smile. He was like the real owner of this side of the duplex flat, turned on the domestic price of $2,600,000 of the top audio equipment Martian, the ultimate non-destructive wonderful music notes flowed in the house. Walked into the wine storage cabinet, slightly rude to open the red wine since the auction for the mysterious rich man, wake up, carrying the wine awakening and red wine cups. Lu Ping pulled open the checkroom and rattled through in front of the neatly unopened clothes. After only changing into a bathrobe and pants, he walked back to the bathtub located in the balcony of the large flat floor and poked his feet in. The water temperature was on the hot side. Narrowed his eyes in enjoyment, sinking his head into the bathtub. Only when he was about to hold his breath did Lupin emerge, and he rested his arms on the side of the tub. Turning his head, he looked at the lights on his side, in the distance and the night like a long dragon-like bridge spanning from the river, lighted cars flowing endlessly, all the elements in front of him made up the most stunning and absolutely beautiful composition. Lu Ping looked at the impactful scene beside him, sipped his red wine and listened to the music in his ears. Under his skin, in his body, the hot blood between his limbs was rolling. He pursed his lips. The smile on his face dwindled to less of a venting frenzy and was replaced by calm. It's time to start, Lupin whispered. He rested his head on the front of the bathtub, touched the remote control from the side, turned on the TV in front of him, and tuned it to the channel of a certain financial evening party. Putting down the remote control, he changed to a more comfortable position. On the screen, the annual meeting of finance in Shanghai City was being held, a business meeting where bigwigs gathered. Lu Ping noticed Zhao Zhengxiao, who was standing in front of the speaker's podium, speaking for the catchlight shroud, listening to a few terms. Buzz. Cell phone vibrates. Brother Ping, have you eaten yet? Cute. JPG cute. JPG cute. JPG. Lu Ping smiled back. I've eaten. What did your mom cook at night? Hand. There was a chat with Zhang Yingying. Lu Ping's gaze glanced over the screen from time to time, his eyes growing more and more solemn behind his black-rimmed glasses. Noticing Zhao Zhengxiao ending his speech, he stepped away. Not too long had passed. In one of the camera shots, Zhao Zhengxiao, followed by his secretary, first said something to a few giants before striding towards the outside of the conference room. Lu Ping's fingertips tapped on the bathtub with a sense of rhythm, counting the time silently under his breath. It was almost over. He sat up, grabbed another phone, dialed another string of numbers, attached the receiver to his ear, and, beep. Have the financial statements for the Longhu Group come out yet? Black Rolls-Royce fleet. Zhao Zhengxiao was dressed in formal attire, and was very composed in his mannerisms. Sitting in the car, he said in a deep voice at the same time. There were 4 people in this main car he was sitting in plus him. The secretary sat next to him, the personal bodyguard sat in the co-pilot seat, and there was another one who was a bodyguard and driver. Dong Zhao. It's already out, the young secretary said respectfully. The fleet of cars traveled smoothly through the city. In the days leading up to New Year's Eve, Zhao Zhengxiao was almost on a continuous schedule, attending all sorts of financial conferences and communicating with different bigwigs. The schedule was very dense. Zhao Zhengxiao was watching when the cell phone in his arms abruptly vibrated. Frowning, pulling out his cell phone, he looked at it. It was a string of unfamiliar numbers. Zhao Zhengxiao was a decisive person, even if he didn't recognize it, as long as he called the number it was worth picking up. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone, and a majestic voice followed, hello. The large, sparkling flat. Lu Ping heard the voice in the microphone, which he had already rehearsed many times in his head, and again without pause. His words were short and strong, reciting the copy he had written in advance. Think of me as Zhao Bingliang. Pay attention to the tone and expression, don't let the people around you see anything unusual. Zhao Zhengxiao sniffed. He didn't know who was on the other side of the phone, but subconsciously acted according to the other party's words. His expression was calm, and his slightly raised eyes glanced at the secretary and bodyguard in the carriage. Tell me, what has been stirred up? A deep voice said. Lu Ping heard such a response and exhaled in his heart. Immediately following that, the corners of his mouth lifted. Chapter 80 Zhao Zhengxiao and Lu Ping meet. Mr. Zhao, you have long started to suspect your secretary, haven't you? Lu Ping was half lying in the bathtub, lifting his feet with the palms of his feet tensed in front, slowly raising them up, crystal water droplets continuously rolling down. He held the phone and said in a deep voice. The current him, after refreshing the new intelligence, had gradually formed a whole set of process to use it. First, it was a rough reading, then, using a red marker, he marked the important information in his initial impression, followed closely by repeated memorization. Far more focused than memorizing ancient poems in high school, Lu Ping would even kick himself for misremembering a single symbol, a single word or phrase. When he memorized a wrong verse in high school, at most, he would only be deducted one more point, but if he memorized it wrongly, he would be greeted with a bullet. After memorizing all the important information, Lu Ping would continue to dismantle and analyze it to find out the valuable points in the information. After the final step, he had formulated a plan. He would begin to frantically write down a large amount of copy. Alone, in his cramped room, he would immerse himself in his performance like a madman, reading lines, thinking of expressions and actions. Success is no accident. Black Rolls-Royce. Zhao Zhengxiao heard the words on the phone. His face was calm. He only grunted, with some anger in his tone. Asshole. What the hell is going on? Lu Ping's eyelids fluttered lightly as he noticed Zhao Zhengxiao's retort. Being able to use it to respond to Zhao Bingliang, it was equally able to come to respond to him, a clever double entendre. Xiao Jingxian followed you 5 years ago right after she graduated from college, and you single-handedly cultivated her into the mold that you liked. But 5 years ago, when Xiao Jingxian had just joined the company, your wife found her. Lu Ping detailed out the details of how Zhao Zhengxiao's secretary, Xiao Jingxian, was controlled. Zhao Zhengxiao only heard a generalization and confirmed the accuracy of the information. His wife, surnamed Gao, was born into the side branch of the ruling pyramid prestige family in Zhanghai. Earlier in his life, he had become a prominent and ambitious player in the secondary market, and was valued by the Gao family for placing a bet. Mr. Zhao, can you remember how your security captain Chao Chang appeared before you? Can you remember how your driver, Mr. Fan Changjun, became your driver? Flat floor. Bathtub. Lu Ping twisted over the red wine glass. He took a sip, taking care to add a hint of a smile to his tone, and continued. In the intelligence, these two security and driver profiles of Zhao Zhengxiao were normal, but Lu Ping still continued to guide out the suspicions in the latter's mind, only to hear him clearly report many details that even Zhao Zhengxiao had forgotten. Originally, the normal images and procedures, in Lu Ping's words, it was as if they were covered with a filter of suspicion. Zhao Zhengxiao did not move, only half narrowing his eyes. The convoy traveled through into the tunnel, the lights became dim, Zhao Zhengxiao responded, and he silently surveyed the remaining 3 people in the carriage. According to the other party's words, he was not trustworthy in this vehicle, all but himself. Mr. Zhao, a big trouble is coming, haven't you realized it yet? Lu Ping said in a deep voice. As his words came out, his expression suddenly lurched, and he had a wide smile on his face. It only felt like he was a fortune teller, attaching the phrase great misfortune is upon us after a series of words and techniques. Lu Ping was puzzled. The means to be able to spread the word was common in the field of psychology. Mr. Zhao, I'll be waiting for you at the safe house apartment. Oh yeah. That bodyguard of yours surnamed Wu is a guy you can trust. Without waiting for a response, he continued. Told you a long time ago. Don't hang out with those fox friends. When the Zhao family is sold by you, you still have to count money for them. In the receiver, Zhao Zhengxiao's angry rebuke came. Lu Ping heard it and hung up the phone with a smile. Chang Jun, turn around. Go home. Zhao Zhengxiao looked into the rearview mirror and said in a deep voice. Dong Zhao, over at Longhu Group. Secretary Chao Jingxian sniffed and hesitated. Help me push it off, just say that you really can't find the time. Forget it, I'll personally call Dong Chen to explain. Zhao Zhengxiao ordered first, followed by a deep voice. It tastes better with some cola. Lu Ping drank the red wine in his wine glass. He shook the wine glass. When he first drank it, he didn't feel much, but now, Lu Ping felt the aftertaste gushing out. His body was slightly heated, and he could clearly detect the emotional excitement completely overpowering the nervousness. Slightly drunk, the state was just right. Lu Ping stood up, roughly wiped off the water droplets, and wrapped on his bathrobe. His bare feet propped up in front of the railing, overlooking towards the best night view in front of him. The tiles stepped on under his feet were steaming, making the whole person warm, and the cool breeze from the balcony not only did not have the coldness of a winter night, but instead was very soothing. Walking into the flat floor, comfortably lying in front of the sofa, reached out and tapped the screen. He was waiting for Zhao Zhengxiao. 70 minutes later. Zhao Zhengxiao was wearing a black jacket and a duck-tongued cap, and he drove himself into the apartment's garage in a low-profile Audi that was around $500,000. He sat in the driver's seat, grabbed his cell phone, and dialed back the number. The person on the other end only said they were at the apartment, and hadn't specified where. Ha! Zhao Zhangxiao was surprised. He pressed the brim of his hat and pushed the car door open to head for the elevator. The point that was purposely determined when this apartment was first chosen was that it was completely intelligent and digital, able to enter with only a passcode, without any face recognition or keys. In the elevator, 35th floor. Zhao Zhengxiao pondered. He wasn't thinking about anything else, he was just reviewing the reason why the safe house was exposed. The manager? No, it shouldn't be him, he doesn't know my identity. I think I met an accident the last time I came over. Zhao Zhengxiao was still thinking about it when the elevator arrived and he stepped out with broad strides. Standing in front of the door of room 3502, he entered the password and just pushed the door open. The warm light and flowing musical notes coming from the doorway made him suddenly freeze. Then, his pupils contracted. Mr. Zhao. First time meeting, nice to meet you. Inside the house. Footsteps sounded. Zhao Zhengxiao followed the sound and looked to see the young man in a white bathrobe with a light smile on his face stop a few steps away. My surname is Liu, friends in my circle will call me Mr. Liu. Liu Ping said in a calm and peaceful tone. He sized up the middle-aged man in front of him, the speed of his heart leaping was gradually intensifying. Zhao Zhengxiao was famously warm and gentle in the screen, in the eyes of all ordinary people who liked to manage money. Now looking at it from a close distance, one could intuitively feel that sense of majesty, and the intimidating aura of operating hundreds of billions of dollars of capital flow all year round. Mr. Liu. Zhao Zhengxiao brought the door on, he met Liu Ping's gaze and said in a deep voice with a heavier tone. Liu Ping's mind lifted, but quickly, smiled and nodded. Trying to make himself as relaxed as possible, he twisted his head and said, this safe house of yours is very nice. Yawning. Headed for the house. Mr. Zhao, it's fate that we're related, but I only met your son in the early hours of this morning. Oh, through the car window, I saw your son, but your son did not see me. Liu Ping's face showed a trace of regret. Zhao Zhengxiao was not shocked, he in accordance with the usual steps into the checkroom, changed a pair of shoes, and then hung up the duck-tongued hat, took off the jacket. Back to the living room when heard, Zhao Zhengxiao remembered something, raised his head. Chapter 81 Psychological Game, one move short. So it's Mr. Liu. Zhao Zhengxiao gazed at Liu Ping, paused slightly, and then said. The words left his mouth. He walked into the house, his eyes glancing at the TV set that was turned on, with the bathtub that was still steaming in front of the balcony. Zhao Zhengxiao's eyelids lightly jumped. Every time he came to this safe house, he basically only sat withered for a while and then left. He almost never even touched the facilities in the house. Sit. Liu Ping sat in the sofa, his hands resting to the sides. He looked towards the majestic middle-aged man standing not far away, and a different kind of feeling grew slowly within him. It was probably because of the experience of Song Ziwen forcing his way through Li Yuzhen's office, and even more so, he had spoken to the old man of the Li family. Now Liu Ping, the upper limit of pressure resistance in his heart was raised, and he began to further amplify his desire to perform. Just for example, before speaking with the old man, he had more often borrowed Ding Qing to pressure Xue Huaqing, then borrowed Li Yuzhen to talk to Xia Yincheng on the phone. Only this time, Liu Ping changed his previous plan and displayed an absolutely compelling attitude. I have a few bottles of wine hidden here, bring them to Mr. Liu. Zhao Zhengxiao paid attention to Liu Ping's master-like demeanor. He did not move a muscle. Understanding that this was just a means for the latter to take ownership of the conversation, Zhao Zhengxiao tried to take back his mastery as he walked towards the wine storage room, bending down to pull open the cabinet door at hand. You mean that bottle of Heidsieck produced in 1907? Sorry about that. I've just opened it and drank it while I was soaking in the bath. Liu Ping was lying in front of the sofa. He had a smile on his face, perhaps because the aftertaste of the red wine had not yet gone up, his body was hot, and his hands and feet were pasty. Hearing the movement in the room, Liu Ping said with the corners of his mouth lightly raised and a smile in his tone. In the wine storage room, Zhao Zhengxiao's movements paused. He had long passed the stage of joy and anger, and the tone of this point could not shake his emotions. But the depth behind his words made Zhao Zhengxiao scorn for it. Standing up, he stood in front of another cabinet door. Pulling open the cabinet door. Behind the door on the side of the hidden compartment, Zhao Zhengxiao took out the mahogany box. The boxes his 17 years in Yangqing Tea Expo cost $18 million to auction the collection of green cake pour tea. The box's crooked cover. Zhao Zhengxiao was sure it had been moved. He looked at it and lifted the wooden box. Mr. Liu has drunk the wine, so let's make some tea for Mr. Liu to nourish his stomach. Zhao Zhengxiao, in a deep voice, said. Bing Liang offended Mr. in the early hours of this morning. After he informed me in the afternoon, I have educated him. Under his hands, healing the vessel, nabbing the tea, Ho Tang. The movements of cooking the tea were calm and peaceful. Zhao Zhengxiao said. It's not considered an offense. I rather feel that the appearance was well-timed and coincidentally blocked more trouble. Liu Ping smiled. He was attracted by Zhao Zhengxiao's movements and watched mildly, and after only a few moments, the smile on Lu Ping's face paused and his eyes searched slightly. He realized that since the very beginning, Zhao Zhengxiao had not entered into the atmosphere he had created, but was trying to take the lead back into his hands, and had apparently done so partially. Last night, I, along with a few friends, all stayed up late for a long, rare time. Together we watched the rise of the new unicorn. Zhao Zhengxiao poured tea and said. He didn't seem to care about the so-called catastrophe, using last night's Chuanha focus as a talking point. I'm getting old, and I couldn't stay up and sleep when I witnessed the $3 billion. Who knows, this big battle happened behind. Mr. Lu is amazing, swinging that song family song Euan. Zhao Zhengxiao handed Lu Ping his tea and revealed a smile. His words were gentle, but every word, every detail of his eyes seemed to be filled with a sense of oppression. It was said that when expressing a certain item, words only occupied the most insignificant part. The look, posture, tone would render a more intuitive expression. Lu Ping's heartbeat accelerated, and he wanted to take a deep breath to restrain his nervousness. But this time, the disadvantages of facing Zhao Zhengxiao directly from a close distance were borne out. He did not dare to make any extra movements, even in Li Yuzhen's office, using his toes to grind the soles of his shoes in order to vent. Right now, he would be discovered with any deviation. Phew! Lu Ping discovered one of his weaknesses, or rather, the weakness of an ordinary person. He was indolent, especially when the smooth wind was broken, when a huge pressure enveloped around him. Zhao Zhengxiao was worth tens of billions of dollars and operated private equity funds of over $100 billion. How would he be easily held by Lu Ping? Mr. Zhao held up. I don't have that great ability. That old man from the Li family stepped in and leveled things out. Lu Ping shrugged. He pointed to the sky, revealing some marvel in his tone, and said. Lu Ping had a quick wit. The truth in the office that night was confusing, saying anything. Zhao Zhengxiao pointing out this untried did not mean to test the waters. Choosing to pull out the old man of the Li family, even if he showed vulnerability, he would be covered by the residual power of the old man of the Li family. As expected, the moment Lu Ping pointed to the sky and spoke of that old master, Zhao Zhengxiao was indeed solemn, his eyes showing respect. So it is, Zhao Zhengxiao lamented. Above this sky, there were distinct layers. He was worth tens of billions of dollars and had single-handedly opened up the tens of billions of Zhao family mansion, but for a big shot like that, it was still nothing more than a flip of the hand. Mr. Lu. Zhao Zhengxiao no longer continued the topic of the party. The two people's game to this time, each other accounted a step back. He showed a straight face and called out. What Mr. Said on the phone about the big trouble, I still don't quite understand. Zhao Zhengxiao, in a deep voice. Meeting that direct gaze, a fine sweat broke out on the back of Lu Ping, who was clad in a white bathrobe. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had sort of resisted the pressure. In this round, he had lost and not lost. Lost in that, since the beginning he had lent his information to Zhao Zhengxiao to create the greatest pressure, and now, both sides counted each other as a tie. Seek the top, get the middle. Lu Ping pacified himself mentally. Mr. Zhao, you should understand, to be in your position, the most taboo thing is swaying from side to side. Lu Ping picked up his tea and took a sip. Since Li Yuzhen, to Ding Qing, Shuehua Qing, and then speaking with the old man of the Li family. Nowadays, Lu Ping's heart was strong enough, a little panic could no longer make him lose control. His tone was gentle with some mention. Here. Zhao Zhengxiao's brows stared up. With just this one sentence, Zhao Zhengxiao was solemn, his mind constantly thinking about something. Earlier in the year, you were valued by the Gao family in Zhonghai and placed a bet. And since then, you've made too much money for the Gao family, and it's only natural that you want to get rid of their control. After all, even your pillows are from the Gao family. You can't stand it anymore. Lu Ping continued. As his words rang out, Zhao Zhengxiao did not show. He had never shown any dissatisfaction in his normal life, in his treatment of his wife, or in his treatment of the Gao family. Mr. Zhao, I'm here to help you. Lu Ping did not continue, only suddenly raised his voice and gazed at Zhao Zhengxiao in a deep voice. Chapter 82 Lu Ping, business is business. When Lu Ping's words fell, the atmosphere in the room froze. Zhao Zhengxiao's face was majestic as he gazed at Lu Ping, just looking straight at him, and after a moment, a smile appeared on his taut face, breaking the stagnant atmosphere. Mr. Lu is joking. The Gao family has known me well, and my relationship with Liang Hua has been the same for decades. Lu Ping exhaled in his heart. He did not figure out what Zhao Zhengxiao meant. In this short interval, he only had a meaningful smile on his face and didn't say anything. Sitting dry would reveal more breaks. He looked towards the teacup and poked out his body to pour the tea. He controlled the speed and watched the tea ripple in the teacup. Zhao Zhengxiao's city was very deep. How would he show his attitude like this? Mr. Zhao. Figuring it out. Lu Ping no longer delayed. The tea soup was filled, and then continued he would have to drink another cup. In the middle of his thoughts, he flexed his fingers and snapped the desktop, and did not look at Zhao Zhangxiao, but only said in a deep voice, "I have a piece of information in my hand, I think you should need it." Zhao Zhangxiao saw that he was getting to the point and sat upright. 100 million. Lu Ping said. Ooh. It is said in the circle that I rake in money faster than printing money. I think Mr. Lu is the one who deserves this title. Zhao Zhangxiao sipped his tea, didn't refuse or agree, obviously to weigh the weight. Where then Mr. Zhao earn, our hard money. Raise the ears and eyes, the risk of playing point, all is a losing business. Lu Ping waved his hand and said, you want to step outside the board and be the chess player. Creating a capital system with you as the soul is a right choice, but the Huaming Holdings and Jixing Mining that are linked to you are never good choices. Their target is the Gao family behind you. A smile reappeared on Lu Ping's face as he spoke in a gentle tone and calmly recited his lines. Honestly speaking, in order to memorize this, Lu Ping had spent a great deal of effort. He was just an ordinary company employee, and the words capital department, Huaming Holdings, and Jixing Mining and the intelligence, he couldn't even understand them, and even found them awkward to read. Every keyword needs to be checked with the search software first, clarifying its meaning before he dares to continue. Hearing Mr. Lu's words, Zhao Zhangxiao sensed the capital department when the eyes stared, when the two terms Huaming Holdings said. This tens of billions of dollars, operated hundreds of billions of dollars in the financial sector giant almost to stand up. Only these two groups has already touched his lifeblood. The Gao family? After Lu Ping said the last sentence, Zhao Zhangxiao's eyes widened and he blurted out. His emotions only spiraled out of control for a split second, followed closely by collecting all his emotions. When he looked at Mr. Lu in front of him again, his eyes revealed uneasiness and urgency. Where was the calmness of the party left? Lu Ping smiled and stopped speaking. The top of the food chain is the money and power pyramid. The lowest end of the food chain of the pyramid of money and power is Shuehuaqing, Ding Qing, who became the spokesman of the China Shipping Group, and Li Yuzhen, who left out the identity of the Li family. Further up, such as Zhao Zhangxiao, worth tens of billions of dollars, was a ceiling-level bigwig that ordinary people could see through messages. But he is still at the pawn level in this food chain as well. Take the atmosphere. In Lu Ping's chest, his heart was leaping violently. This was a big step in the path of an intelligence peddler after he broke away from Li Yuzhen. Mr. Lu. Zhao Zhangxiao seemed to have lost his usual city spirit as he broke the atmosphere and called out in a deep voice. Put the money in the Swiss bank's bearer account. Right now, I'll give you half an hour. By the way, to gift you an extra piece of news, the advisor you keep overseas, Xiaobo, is unreliable. Don't go through his hands and go through Huang Juanfu's way. Lu Ping raised his hand and said, his own account could no longer be moved, and even, he would next find a way to transfer the money out and patch up the mistake. The mistakes that had been made could not be considered mistakes were inevitable, and he could not do more for an ordinary person. I know. Zhao Zhangxiao heard those two names, and the hairs on his arms exploded in sweat. Since he sat in the car and picked up the phone, a scene kept presenting itself. The elevator, the safe house, the red wine. Zhao Zhangxiao only felt that it was as if he was surviving in the ubiquitous surveillance, which was a great terror. He took a deep breath and answered in a deep voice. With those words, he stood up and walked towards the nearby balcony. He avoided Xiaobo, his most trusted financial advisor overseas, and allowed Huang Juanfu to manipulate the flow of this amount. Although Zhao Zhangxiao was tens of billions of dollars, although he manipulated the flow of hundreds of billions of dollars. But getting him to pull out 100 million in cash in such a short period of time was not an easy task. At first, let Li Yuzhen pay 100 million costs, is she to the circle, with her same origin tower of girlfriends to raise. Lu Ping leaned against the sofa as he gazed into the distance, at the $10 billion giant in front of the glittering city skyline, as he delicately sniffed and listened to the delicate atmosphere in the room. That was Zhao Zhangxiao's fear. That was his powerful heartbeat. That was the smell of wealth and power. Lu Ping's skin burned, his face flushed, his hands and feet tingled. He laughed lightly. Only 15 minutes. Mr. Lu. All right. Zhao Zhangxiao walked back in front of Lu Ping. He pulled out his business card from his pocket, wrote down a string of information on the back and respectfully handed it over. Aha! Lu Ping answered the body. He took the business card and looked at it. He still didn't know how he should get the money out from his overseas account through this string of characters. When he went back to continue searching, calmly, he slipped the business card into his pocket. Mr. Zhao, that agreement that Jixing Mining signed with you was a setup. Lu Ping's tone was devoid of emotion, calmly and clearly describing the complex, hidden viper in the intelligence. Zhao Zhangxiao held his breath and listened intently. Fine sweat broke out on his forehead, for the shocking secrets in those words, and also for the weighty manner in Lu Ping's tone. He would never know that the mysterious Lu actually did not understand what he was saying at all. He only recited and repeated it completely. Alright, that's it. As Lu Ping finished reciting, he breathed a sigh of relief while his demeanor looked at Zhao Zhengxiao with a smile on his face and said, Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhao owes you a favor. Zhao Zhengxiao cupped his fists and said solemnly. With this information, he could completely do the opposite, or dump the pot on the Gao family. He was able to have too much room to maneuver. Mr. Lu, if you like this safe house, it will be gifted to Mr. Zhao, counting it as some of Zhao's feelings. Zhao Zhengxiao swept the house and said, the safe house's security properties were destroyed, he wouldn't be coming over again, so he just went along with it as a personal favor. Business is business. Lu Ping's heart was moved, but just as Zhao Zhengxiao's thoughts, he would likewise not want this house that had been exposed. Moreover, in the future, he might even cooperate with Zhao Zhengxiao. With the urine of intelligence refreshment, he might be able to hook up with Zhao Zhengxiao with the information of the next intelligence, and be a fixer for a little while longer. Building different relationship networks together, there are opportunities to earn Zhao Zhengxiao's money. Waved his hand and calmly said. It didn't take long for Zhao Zhengxiao to leave the house in a hurry after excusing himself. Only Lu Ping was left alone. He was still sitting stoically, his face showing seriousness as he twisted over the tea and sipped lightly. However, after only a short while of drinking, the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. He took a deep breath and grinned. Jerking over and standing up, his bare feet stomping on the warm floor, he twisted his body and danced his king's fists. Chapter 83 Li Young, I'm in a dream. This is my life. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. What exactly is the identity? Underground garage. Li Ying parked the car at the corner, and after turning off the engine, she exhaled a long breath, her hands grasping the steering wheel, her eyes a little out of focus. It was hard for her to contain her imagination. In this current environment where she was alone, curiosity grew like a wild weed. She felt like she was approaching danger, touching a taboo. Phew! The carriage. She abruptly gasped for air, shaking her head vigorously to shake those horrible thoughts out of her mind. Grabbing the passenger's bag, she pushed open the car door. Li Ying just walked out a few steps, seemed to remember something, stopped and paused, her face colored with a few strands of red, reached down and pulled the hem of her gray wraparound skirt. Feet stepped on high heels, stood next to the car door. She watched through the car window nestled in the corner of the Fat Times, pursed her lips, pulled open the door. She intended to bend down to hook, found the hem of the skirt raised, busy straight up, raised his legs to sit in the car, stuffed things into the backpack. Passing the garbage can, she glanced left and right as if she were a thief, and quickly tossed in the broken stockings and fat quarters. Relieved. Taking short steps, he stepped into the elevator. By the time they got to the first floor, several occupants were pouring in. Li Ying tightened her face and moved closer to the corner, her legs together clutching the shoulder straps of her backpack a little tighter. When the elevator opened just now, the cool wind of the winter night blew in, causing her to subconsciously shiver, and goosebumps appeared on her bare legs. Back home, Li Ying leaned her back against the door as if she was relieved. She laid down on the sofa. She gazed at the ceiling as her thoughts continued to rise and fall. Gradually, Li Ying was engulfed by great joy and excitement. All the fear and uneasiness were dispelled by the $30 million Riverview house. This was far more fantastic than a dream for her, who came from an ordinary family in a small city. Li Ying held the pillow in her arms and twisted her body in front of the sofa, her fair skin as if it was as red as onyx. Right. Li Young remembered something. With her bare feet in front of the floor, she walked into the bedroom and took out Euan from the drawer by the nightstand. When she was ready to take it, Li Ying bit her lip, her eyes flickered. If there is a child, will Mr. Lu treat me better? And her spirit struggled between the thoughts. Many episodes of TV dramas that she had once watched were constantly being recalled, and after a long time, Li Ying took a deep breath, dropped the pills into her mouth, and drank a mouthful of cool water. Li Ying could not be sure that the child could be a shackle that bound Mr. Lu. If it backfired, fearing that everything would be over. After taking a shower, Li Ying sat in front of the dressing table. She looked at herself in the mirror, opened the various skincare products in front of her, fine maintenance. She was a smart woman, very clear about her position. Last time, Mr. Lu gave her $500,000, she removed the purchase of an A3 for mobility, and spent most of the money in maintenance, cosmetics, skincare products directly top. She also planned to hire a lady yoga instructor to stretch her body's flexibility. After applying the mask and foot film, Li Ying lay on the bed. She opened her phone to browse up the Riverview room that Mr. Lu said, ready to take a day off first tomorrow. The next day, the weather was sunny. When Lu Ping stepped out from the crowded subway and arrived at Chuanha Mansion, Li Ying had also already chosen her outfit: slim black pants, thigh-high boots that reached her calves, a beige turtleneck sweater, and a light camel-colored coat wrapped in her hands. She stood in front of the mirror and looked at the sensible and beautiful woman in the mirror, flicking the big waves in front of her forehead to the back of her head, her red lips raised. What a lack of talent! Li Ying parked her car at the Fortune Seaview Garden sales office, and when she was about to get out of the car, she noticed that her heartbeat was accelerating and cursed herself. She had read it online yesterday. The straight line distance between this house and the Pooh River was 80 meters, the average price was $153,000, and a house was about 20 to 30 million. Liying took a deep breath as she put her sunglasses on to hide her nervousness. Crossbody bag, 40,000 or so Chanel Season Limited. Taking out her long legs, she walked towards the luxurious sales hall, and from a distance, the staff of Fortune Seaview Garden pulled open the glass door for Liying. "Hello miss, what type of house would you like to see?" The young sales whose looks and figure were not inferior to her own greeted her. Liying glanced at her. "The main thing has to have a good view, it's best to be able to take in the entire river view," Liying, in a deep voice, said. As she uttered these words, her heart beat heavily, and it was hard to avoid the many feelings of superiority that welled up. However, she quickly woke up and realized that she was the same person as the sales in front of her. Her only advantage was that she was chosen by Mr. Liu, and if Mr. Liu's gaze moved away, she would be knocked off her prototype. "No, don't. This is the life for me. You have such good taste, young lady, please follow me." The young sales sized up Liying. She received basically the first tier of wealthy people in Shanghai, and the first time she saw Liying, she caught that nervousness, that excitement in the latter. As if she was a lucky person who had won a $500 million lottery. Without showing the thoughts on his face, he only flattered and made a gesture of invitation. At the same time, our union culture. It was getting closer and closer to the new year, and the co-workers in the office were gradually relaxing their taut heartstrings. Lu Ping yawned as he changed to a comfortable position and continued to watch the Performance Technique Essentials, which was said to be recommended by Lu Minghua. After watching for a while, as if he remembered something, he raised his eyes and glanced at his colleagues, then switched the page, and after a slight pause, transferred $50 million to Liying's account. Within $50 million, decide for yourself. "Ah Ping, what are you going to do for the new year?" Gu Dashi twisted his head and asked. As his words rang out, Zhang Yingying beside his work, as well as his new colleague Su Meng, all turned their attention over. "Haven't thought about it yet." Lu Ping calmly switched out the page and shrugged his shoulders. "I'm not going back home this year, so I guess I'll just lie down in Shanghai for a few days." Fortune Seaview Garden, Sales Department. Liying's eyes widened, her fair face reddened, and she only felt her feet soften a little. She stretched out her hand and counted the long string of numbers that made her a little dizzy, as if she couldn't count, over and over again. $50 million? Swallowing hard. The young sales stood next to her, the rest of her eyes noticing Liying's screen. In the end, still not buying the flat in Fortune Seaview Garden, Liying drove the car and drove to the second Riverview flat apartment. She was immersed in the shock of this treating money as a number. She felt that everything she was experiencing was so unreal, like a hazy and radiant dream. Until she signed the contract with a blank mind, and that huge fortune was transferred from her account. She stood in a 4-room, 2-bedroom, 280 square meter, top-of-the-line mansion priced at $40 million. When the staff of the Arc de Triomphe left, Liying stood alone in the center of the living room. She finally did not hold on, her feet hit the ground, staggered and propped up the coffee table and sat directly on the floor. Hiss! Liying reached out and pinched hard at the flesh of her thighs, and her pale skin instantly bruised. Really? It's all true. Liying looked like she had lost her soul, sometimes joyful, sometimes terrified, gasping for breath in a dull manner. Chapter 84, When Lu Ping Wears Gold-Rimmed Glasses. My League Culture. Office. Unlike the day-to-day changes of the Chuanho promotion upstairs, this place is not much different from the old days except for the hanging of colorful ribbons and summer knots. This company and its output in the industry in general, not particularly colorful, but particularly stable, seldom or never wrong, always maintained in the upper middle quality. The company's co-workers were much more Buddhist and less combative. This way. Gu Dashi nodded and answered. When he heard the news that Lu Ping had stayed in Shanghai for the new year, there was a pang in his heart that he didn't know how to go about it. This corner of the office fell into a short silence. Next to it, Zhang Yingying pursed her mouth. She was an emotional girl. Ever since Lu Ping's words fell, she felt a thumping sound, followed by a brush of red eyes. She lowered her head and clenched her fists before she could hold back the tears that rolled down her face. She had secretly inquired about Brother Ping with Gu Dashi a while ago, knowing about the accidents that her beloved's family had met. Brother Ping, eh? Lu Ping had long since let go of this matter. Before the bookcase could not be refreshed with intelligence, every holiday season, he was alone in this top-notch international metropolis. He was sad, but now, he was busy with too many things, reading intelligence, improving his acting skills, and his knowledge of psychology. Inside his family, a few uncles and aunts were very good. Even if he went home for New Year's Eve, it was not so bad that he didn't even have a mouthful of New Year's Eve dinner. It was not quite appropriate for him to go home right now, the same way he didn't want to go home. Hearing the call, Lu Ping pressed down his cell phone and met his gaze. he saw Zhang Yingying's reddened eyes and sucked on the tip of her red nose. The expression froze, followed closely by a heart touch. It's just that I don't have much to do at home during the New Year's days anyway. I'll even go and play with you, right? Woo! Zhang Yingying said with a sobbing voice. As soon as she opened her mouth, she couldn't hold back her tears, the crystal water droplets couldn't stop rolling down, and she lowered her head and sobbed in front of Lu Ping and Gudashi. Gudashi looked up at Lu Ping, his eyes were encouraging and envious. Good. I'll wait for you to take me on a nice stroll around Zhonghai. Lu Ping handed over a piece of paper and said gently. Beside Gudashi's work desk, Su Meng, a new colleague, paid attention to the three. She didn't know what was going on, and only scrutinized their relationship. Evening, 17:30. Off duty. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Lu Ping carried his briefcase and left the building with Zhang Yingying and Gudashi. He stopped and looked away from the sky at the blimp that was once again flying slowly, imprinted. Chuanha, love. Last night's water flow once again exceeded $4 billion. Gudashi saw Lu Ping's gaze and lamented. It was all over the news, saying something about opening up a new business model and establishing a double cycle at home and abroad. Zhang Yingying poked her head out from behind Lu Ping's back, looking towards the blimp in the sky, and said the same. No matter whether it was the financial circle or the circle of ordinary people, they all reached a consensus that Chuanha had truly taken off. And in the eyes of some other existences, what was seen was that Chuanhe was making a new cake. Let's go. Lu Ping looked at Chuanha under the lights from afar, not commenting. The four people ate together. Then they each left, sending Zhang Yingying to the subway, noticing that the girl was still looking at herself through the glass until the train was far away. When the car disappeared, Lu Ping inches back his smile. He carried a briefcase, turned around and left the subway line, back to the crowded pedestrian street. Lu Ping entered the eyeglass store. Standing in front of the mirror, for the first time, he took off the pair of black-framed glasses in front of the bridge of his nose, and put on the fine-framed glasses with gold rims. Lu Ping looked at himself in the mirror, perhaps because of the change in temperament. Usually he wore black glasses, always smiling gently, and now, his eyes are indifferent, convergence of expression. When he looked again, he was almost a different person. Just this pair. Lu Ping looked at the clerk beside him and said in a deep voice. The young clerk answered, and only when she walked back to the cashier did she quietly look at the gentleman sitting and waiting in the lounge area, not understanding the awe that had just appeared in her heart. Lu Ping added money, but it still took some time to make the glasses. He was not in a hurry, he just took out his cell phone and continued to read. After not reading a few pages, as if he remembered something, he called up the search box and edited out a strip of text. How to withdraw money from an overseas bank. The page printed into the bottom of the eye. Lu Ping was silent. It looked like it shouldn't be difficult to open an account if it was a small amount and with one's own documents. But similar to Zhao Zhenxiao's, where the deposit was in the amount of $100 million, Lu Ping had not found a way to do so after brushing the page for half a day. Ordinary staff, far from being able to take this money out of the means. Underground money bank? Lu Ping noticed a word. Forget it. I'm afraid that if this amount of money of mine goes over there, even the dregs can be swallowed and chewed clean. After searching what an underground money bank was, he silently retreated. Lu Ping thought about it and was ready to throw that overseas account to Ding Qing and spend the amount through Ding Qing's hands. The only problem was how to find an excuse. Continue reading. A few tens of minutes later, the young clerk walked up to Lu Ping and called out, Sir. She greeted Lu Ping behind the black-framed glasses and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart as a smile appeared on her face. Your glasses are ready. Well, trouble you. Lu Ping responded. He walked out of the store and just stood on the side of the road, when the black sedan soundlessly stopped in front of him. Pulling open the door, he sat in the car. Mr. Lu, changing glasses. Driver's seat. Ding Qing, who was already seated as the spokesperson of the China Shipping Group, raised his head and met Lu Ping's gaze through the rearview mirror. His hoarse voice followed. Ding Cheng, you've just taken the position of the spokesperson, but you still have time to come and pick me up? Lu Ping answered. He recently read a book, Glasses, Decorations Are Equally Camouflage, perhaps just because of this pair of gold-rimmed glasses will be in the future to save his own life. Previously did not think of it, now thought of it and changed it, resolved to remove the original black-rimmed glasses when entering another identity. Mr. Lu. In the passenger seat, Shuai watching also looked into the rearview mirror and respectfully called out. Aha. Lu Ping nodded. Pick up Mr. Lu, there's always time. Ding Qing had a mixed smile on his face. The car drove towards the nearest tea house. Lu Ping half closed his eyes. He would occasionally make a sound, asking for something. When the car stopped in front of a signal light, Lu Ping opened his eyes. Ding Cheng said in a deep voice. Mr. Lu, you said. Ding Qing's fingertips tapped the steering wheel as he shook his head, humming something under his breath. Upon hearing the call, he collected his smile and asked. Here's a sum of money. I want you to come in with a batch of firearms through your path. Lu Ping fished out from his pocket the business card that Zhao Zhengxiao had handed him, pressed it under his fingertips, and handed it to Ding Cheng. Zhao Zhengxiao's business card was black and gold, the material warm and unusual. Xue Huaqing noticed, and the color of his eyes changed slightly. "How much does sir want?" Ding Cheng's expression stared up. Lu Ping's eyelids fluttered lightly. He felt that his original idea should be somewhat inappropriate. Chapter 85 Xiangdao Wang Bei Lu, Zhonghai City's Red House. Nightfall. At the intersection of the road, the signal lights were counting down. Ding Cheng fingertips rubbing the business card in his hand, he glanced at the name of Zhao Zhengxiao, as well as a line of numbers. Zhao Zhengxiao of course he knew, just did not have contact strike. The two people's circles are different, the level is also different. By virtue of his current position, Zhao Zhengxiao is still a class away. The world hierarchical pyramid, the top of the power and nobility can be divided into 3 levels, the tip of the tower for the ruler, in ancient times, that is, the emperor, the great nobility. Further back, is the existence of direct service for the ruler. Further back, that is, the 3rd level of the power and nobility, is indirectly for the ruler to serve the giants. There was a world of difference within the tiers, or between the tiers and the tiers. Ding Cheng, the man in charge of the China Shipping Freight Group, was the 3rd tier. Li Yuzhen, the founder of the Chuanha Media Group, the existence of the Traffic Realizing Network bandwagon, was the 3rd tier. Xue Huaqing, seizing the gap of technological development network communication, controlling the character of public opinion channels, is the 3rd level. The carriage, it was quiet. Let's talk about it at the tea house. Lu Ping pondered, if he could, he would only need a few to use for his research and that would be enough, and it would be best to have Ding Cheng transfer the extra money to him by reasonable means. But this was more or less killing the chicken and using a bull's knife, not in line with his current status. Raising his head, he met the gaze in the rearview mirror and said in a deep voice, "Aha!" Ding Cheng responded. In due time, the green light came on, and Ding Cheng hit the steering wheel to start the engine. The private tea house was not far away from this neighborhood, only 10 minutes of time to arrive, inches of gold in the center of the city area, the large garage closed. Entrance, the maintenance of the barricade stretched across the front. When the black sedan turned, the unusual-looking security will be moved away from the barricade, such as the car drove into the restored again. Mr. Lu. As the car stopped, Xue Huaqing got out first and opened the door for Lu Ping, calling out, "How's it going over there in Xuanha in the past 2 days?" Lu Ping asked. His bookcase could only do a simple summary of the intelligence that had been refreshed, and could not be updated for subsequent intelligence. With his true identity, he could not access this level of information in any way. Ms. Li split some of Chuanha's functions and gave them to me. Xue Huaqing followed Lu Ping, half a step behind, and said in a deep voice. Ding Cheng parked the car. With his hands in his pockets, he quickly followed. Chuanha and China Shipping signed an in-depth agreement as strategic partners, and in general, the General Alter side is very satisfied with the first project I pushed for when I took this position. Ding Cheng collected his smile and responded. He paused before continuing, even if Chuanhi has problems behind him, the business of the routes in Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Americas are all still Chowmen. Song Ziwan of the Song family was a giant in Lingnan. If Chao Sek's sphere of power was located in Yangcheng, of course they wouldn't dare to take over this business. But in Zhonghai, Chao Sek was not afraid, or rather, they were intentionally showing their stance in this way. Walking into the elevator. The door of the elevator had been open for a long time. Lu Ping was indifferent, with a faint smile on his face from the beginning to the end. After replacing his gold-rimmed glasses, his entire aura was obviously much stronger. He did not speak, only carefully speculating on the contents of Ding Cheng and Xue Huaqing's words. The 3 parties, Chuanha, Haiyun, and Xue Huaqing, seemed to have formed a force with me as the link. Lu Ping was not able to understand the exact weight of the 2 men's words, but it was clear. Selling intelligence is only the most basic means. Linking different connections and interest correspondences together, so that everyone gets what they need, is what I should be pushing for the most. Mr. Lu. The elevator opened on the 2nd floor. Ding Cheng and Xue Huaqing saw that Lu Ping was still stationed in place, seemingly thinking about things, and when the latter door closed twice, Xue Huaqing respectfully called out, "Go!" Lu Ping said in a deep voice. In the tea room, the warm glow was on, the teapot had been boiled gurgling hot. The jacket that Lu Ping had taken off was picked up by Xue Huaqing and hung in the check room. In a short while, the 3 of them sat in front of the tea table by the window. The atmosphere was calm. Drinking tea. Lu Ping maintained his own principle, which was to say as much as possible. He only occasionally threw out some topics about the powerful and wealthy, allowing Ding Cheng and Xue Huaqing to casually chat. What the 2 men said was basically not a secret, gossip, or gossip that everyone in the circle knew. In their opinion, these should be what Mr. Lu knew best. Lu Ping maintained his light smile, and when the 2 looked at him curiously, he only shook his head and did not answer. Tell me about the Red Mansion. For a while, When the topic gradually cooled down, Lu Ping, without a trace, once again reported a term. This so-called red mansion came from the second yellow classified intelligence that Lu Ping had refreshed after Zhao Zhangxiao. The weight of the intelligence still belongs to the second level of the pyramid of power and wealth. As Lu Ping's words rang out, in front of him, the smiles on the faces of Ding Qing and Shui Huaqing paused slightly, and the two of them glanced at each other, their expressions seeming to be much more grave. This is an extraordinary place. The water is very deep. Shui Huaqing lamented. As he spoke, his expressions all revealed much scorn. Fragrant Island Lookout North Building, Zhanghai City Red Building. Ding Qing also recited a jingle. Lu Ping paid attention to the expressions and tones of the two men, and his heart grew more and more solemn towards this red building. After the second yellow classified level information, his grasp of the red building's information was probably only below that Master Wu. Mr. Lu, as you know, there are 4 branches under the banner of Chao Sect, in the maritime, financial, entertainment, and real estate industries. Last time, I had led you to the Heavenly Palace. That Heavenly Palace belongs to the Chao Sect's entertainment industry banner. Ding Qing looked at Lu Ping with respect. He did not know Mr. Lu's intentions tonight, but did not dare to slack off one bit. At the very beginning, the General Forum's intention was to make the Heavenly Manor a second red mansion, but the result is, it was far worse. In the end, only this much was made, and it's not enough to say that it's a lower-end version of the red mansion. Ding Qing had some gloating light laughter on his face. Lu Ping heard it and lamented in his heart. He had been to the heavenly world, and was shocked by the level of intoxication and luxury. It was a well-deserved gold grotto. But in Ding Qing's mouth, it could not even be considered as a lowly version. The contacts in the Red Mansion are able to pull strings for Zhao Zhangxiao. If it can then lead to a manufacturing lifeline, then Zhao Zhangxiao's capital system is positively able to be created. Lu Ping recalled Zhao Zhangxiao's yellow classified level intelligence. In the intelligence, Zhao Zhangxiao's plan was just like that, only that he had been counted at the beginning. Twisting over the tea light, he gently ruffled the tea broth with the tea lid, and as he took a small sip, he went over each and every word that Ding Qing and Shui Huaqing had uttered in his mind. Putting down the tea light. Ding Qing. Lu Ping looked at Ding Qing and called out, "Sir, forget it. It doesn't take too many guys, just enough to be able to sustain the armament of an 8-man combat squad." Lu Ping's heart jumped faster, but his face did not move. If possible, he only wanted 1 or 2 pistols. "Sir, can there be a list of requirements?" Ding Qing asked in a deep voice. Lu Ping heard and did not respond directly. He had searched the internet last night, as well as during the day today, and the final result was a head of mush. He is not a military enthusiast, sporadically read some information rashly choose will only make a joke. Thinking about it, Lu Ping collected his expression, met Ding Qing's gaze, and aggravated his tone a bit. "Over to you." Ding Qing heard this and became solemn after a slight pause. "I am grateful for your trust, sir." Beside him, some envy surfaced in the middle-aged Shui Huaqing's eyes as he looked at Ding Qing. Chapter 86, 2 girls who cried for Lu Ping. "Pull the car over to the side of the road and drop it off here." The black sedan. Lu Ping looked out the window, right past the night market on the street, not as busy as the center of the city but much more grounded, and said in a deep voice, "Aha!" Ding Qing responded. In the carriage, he and Shui Zhengqing watched Mr. Lu, who stepped out of the car, only to see Mr. Lu took off that pair of gold-rimmed glasses, brought back the black-rimmed glasses, he carried a briefcase and exhaled hot air. It seemed that the day was a little cold. Also stomped his feet, followed towards that along the roadside vendors. They watched, under the orange street lamp. There are constantly late at night after working overtime office workers from all directions. Mr. Lu sat at a small table with a fried noodle without a care in the world, blending perfectly into that group. "Let's go," Shui Zhengqing reminded. Ding Qing returned to his senses and stepped on the gas to drive towards the intersection. Shui Zhengqing stared intently at the rearview mirror. He saw that when the car drove some distance away, Mr. Lu, who was carrying the fried noodles, raised his head without warning and looked towards them. Shui Zhengqing inexplicably shivered as if he had met Mr. Lu's gaze. The car drove away. Ding Qing and Shui Zhengqing did not speak for a long time. After a while, Shui Zhengqing looked at Ding Qing through the rearview mirror. His lips moved and paused. He still maintained his original guess that the organization behind Mr. Lu was testing him. Now, he believed that Mr. Lu's asking Ding Qing to procure a batch of armaments belonged to the same test, a test of Ding Qing. "Want to say something?" Ding Qing's gaze appeared to be staring at the front of the car, but he took in Shui Zhengqing's gesture of wanting to speak, and when Shui Zhengqing looked out of the window again, his hoarse voice abruptly sounded. "Mr. Lu's commission, there may still be intentions behind it," Shui Zhengqing, in a deep voice, said. Ding Qing did not reply, only foot on the gas. Half a moment unexpectedly said, "I know. Ugh. I just want 2 pistols. Ding Qing can never give me a whole container of arsenal over. Finish stealing the fried noodles." It's been quite a while since I've eaten this stuff, and just sitting in the car just looking at it made me a little greedy. Lu Ping wiped his mouth and whispered. He used his cell phone to call a car and sat in the car. After reporting the address, he plugged in his headphones and browsed through a few documentaries he found on the extranet. The content was frightening, and even the current Lu Ping couldn't help but have his pupils contract and become more vigilant inside. The forces in the videos were nothing more than shrimp-like creatures compared to the existences he had come into contact with. Difficult. Lu Ping put down his phone and took a deep breath. The more intelligence he read, the more menacing he felt, as if he had entered deep waters, with reefs everywhere and whirlpools that could not see the bottom. If you ventured to wade into a heavy whirlpool, you might be swept into a bigger one, not knowing how to move forward. Want to stop. But he was already in the middle of the situation. Lu Ping could only believe in the trigger mechanism of the intelligence, and every piece of information that was refreshed would be able to solve a certain predicament for him in the future. The cab passed through the lights of thousands of homes and sped on from the Cross River Bridge. At the same time, on the opposite bank of the river, a certain household in the top-class Riverview flat. Li Ying's cheeks were flushed and she exhaled. After paying for the keys in the afternoon, she started moving in the evening and only now finished packing her things. It was a modern minimalist-style house, with the overall color tone dominated by gray and white speedy tones. Li Ying stood in front of that huge balcony. She gazed at the glittering night view of the metropolis of Shanghai, the skyline of the Bund reflected in the bottom of her eyes. Her breathing became rapid, her white skin sizzling red. She had the feeling that she was about to arrive just by looking at this in front of her. Li Ying gazed at the bridge across the river in the distance. Should I tell mister? Like she remembered something. Biting her red lips, she grabbed her cell phone in front of her and read in a low voice. Her heart raced and she suffered. She recalled her handful of meetings with Mr. Lu, speculating on any hint of the latter's preferences and intentions. No. By asking me to delete his number, Mr. Lu was telling me not to reach out to him. But, a big thing like buying a house. Li Ying bit her lip through. She was under a lot of stress, and just this question made her nearly break down emotionally, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom, during the New Year's Eve, can we have Brother Ping come to our house? Shanghai, the warmly decorated old mansion. Zhang Yingying was having a heart-to-heart talk with her mom, and ever since the last time she told her mom that she had a favorite, her mom had become as if she was a bit of a dip. Every day to drill into the daughter's house, and daughter to talk. As she was chatting, Zhang Yingying flickered her eyes and suddenly said, "You guys, this has not yet confirmed the relationship. Where is the reason to let people come to the door for the new year?" Zhang mother looked at her daughter. She could sort of see the point. Using the words on the internet nowadays, her own daughter was the standard relationship brain. People hadn't expressed anything yet. She was going to go up the pole and send herself to the door. Mom! Zhang Yingying called out. Brother Ping. Brother Ping's family had some accidents a few years ago. Zhang Yingying spoke in a small voice. Zhang mother listened attentively, and when she saw her own daughter's eyes were red, she painfully hugged her daughter into her arms. After hearing about Lu Ping's family, this ordinary honest middle-aged housewife did not look down on her, but instead welled up with some joy. The two of them are local people. There are 2 houses enough to live in. Do not need their daughter and son-in-law to buy another set. If they really and Lu Ping became a family, their daughter will still be with them. Okay, mom promise. However, other boys also have self-respect. I'm afraid they won't agree so easily. Zhang mother said repeatedly. When she saw the girl in her arms who broke into tears and smiled, for the umpteenth time, she lamented what a great girl. Lu Ping stepped in front of the toilet lid and patted his feet. He carefully took out a copy of the intelligence from the bathroom ceiling compartment, and since the beginning of Li Yuzhen's copy, there had been a full 6 copies. The dark brown filing bag was getting thicker and thicker. It's time to change the place to keep it. Lu Ping could barely hold it anymore. He stared at the ceiling's mezzanine, noting that probably due to the fact that it was being pushed open and closed every day, the corresponding piece of the area was already able to visibly show traces. Holding the dossier bag, Lu Ping cautiously pushed open the bathroom door and walked back inside, spreading the intelligence in different categories in front of the table, reading it carefully. Red building, that's a building with only 7 floors, a floor area of 5,000 square meters, and a total investment of over $1 billion. It's not too much to say it's a palace. Lu Ping lamented. He looked at this information, and since his perspective, he felt that it was described as fantastic. Searching for young and beautiful girls from all over the country, the education requirement is above bachelor's degree, preferably the schoolgirl. Each girl will undergo a year-long study before entering the Red House, first learning etiquette, and then being taught dancing and singing by singers and dancers from authoritative singing and dancing troupes. Really? That's not all. The last stop is the country of Siam in Southeast Asia. Learning how to maneuver around different existences in that ultimate red light. What to do? Lu Ping was a bit at a loss. Chapter 87, Zhang Yingying confesses to Lu Ping. Ying. My silly girl, you must not be hung up on that man. Tell me carefully. That brother Ping, has he ever taken the initiative to give you a gift or express a deeper level of emotion with you? Winter. Late night. The lights in the girl's boudoir had been turned off long ago. Only in front of the bed couch, the cold light emanating from the cell phone screen illuminated the girl's flushed cheeks. The girl's eyes were out of focus as she gripped her cell phone with both hands and excitedly shared her emotions with her girlfriends. Since she was a child, Zhang Yingying was a very ordinary girl. Her presence in class and among her colleagues was not considered very strong. She did what she was supposed to do at every age. In more than 20 years of life, she quietly observed a period of love beside her, she also longed to have. In high school and college there had been male classmates confessing their love to her, and she had politely rejected them, without a heartbeat. And now, Zhang Yingying possessed. She even felt that whether it was due to her mother being single for too long, the sizzling emotion grew explosively at an unreasonable speed. Restraint. She clenched her pink fists, reason constantly reminding her. But restraint was not an option. In the cell phone, in the group of girlfriends, a message kept imprinting into her eyes. Zhang Yingying finished reading and bit her lip. She kept recalling the images of herself and Ping getting along. Indeed, she was the one taking the initiative in every single experience. Emotions were only low for a moment, quickly editing out the message. You guys haven't touched Ping. Ping is very introverted. It's not the one who would hang on to girls. Ping doesn't confess. Zhang Yingying's fingertips paused, her eyes widened, her face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her heart sped up. She rolled over several times on the bed. In the middle of the morning, Zhang Yingying's eyes revealed determination as she tapped out words. I'll confess to brother Ping. Tomorrow. Sisters. Wait for sisters' good news. The next day. It was dawn. In the cramped shared house, Lu Ping sat up with a yawn. Scratching his chicken nest head, he brought his cell phone in front of him, and first looked at the date, the 26th day of the Lunar New Year. There were still the last 3 days until the 30th day of the New Year. It was the last day of the shift before the year of our league culture. Then noticed that there was a text message from Dashi, asking if he had ordered flowers yet. Today was the day Lu Ping planned to confess to Zhang Yingying. Booked. Came back the sentence. Tossing his cell phone in front of the bed, Lu Ping stood on the floor with bare feet as he poured himself a cup of warm water and drank it in one gulp. Continuing to stretch his limbs, he did his pre-workout preparations before beginning to perform push-ups, deep squats, and spider lunges. Fate would not fail those who worked hard. Compared to a month ago, the current Lu Ping's strength, endurance, and overall muscularity had obviously changed. Comfortable. Before refreshing the intelligence, every day was muddled, and I always felt uncomfortable somewhere that I couldn't tell you. Unable to sleep, no spirit, and a kind of laziness from the bottom of my bones. Lu Ping touched the sweat on his body. Grinned. Still, in the past, if you stayed up late, didn't exercise, and ate junk food, you might be able to live to 70. Now, exercise, study, and work hard, but you might die tomorrow. Lu Ping lamented. If he was given the choice again, he would still head towards this path. Took a shower. Picking up his briefcase, he squeezed into the subway as usual. In the past few days, Lu Ping used all his energy to study the Red Mansion and the intelligence of that Master Wu. The deeper he read, the more appalled he was to discover the amount of information in this intelligence. It was the most informative of the intelligence that Lu Ping had already refreshed. The Red Mansion was a gathering place of connections, a huge network of interests. In this intelligence, Lu Ping indirectly grasped the information of many powerful people in Shanghai who were worth billions of dollars or less and were located at the third level. These indirect intelligence, to a large extent, made up for Lu Ping's lack of intelligence peddlers. Phew! Walking out from the subway entrance, Lu Ping stood at the busiest intersection in the central city CBD. He tilted his head and looked around at the surrounding buildings and the countless elites of office workers trotting around. Surprisingly, he was inexplicably a little nervous. He had basically been in a state of nervousness all the time in recent times, but he was clearly able to detect that the current nervousness was different from his usual nervousness. It was little anticipation, little joy, little excitement. It was like when he was a student, before being with his first girlfriend. I never thought that I could still have such emotions in me. Lu Ping speculated and laughed. The person who constantly danced on the tip of a sword would also feel nervous about the upcoming confession. Such an emotion, if it was captured by Li Yuzhen, by Ding Qing and the others, would definitely be surprised and shocked, followed closely by suspicion and temptation. Ah, Ping! Behind them, there was a thump. Gu Dashi and Lu Ping were side by side. Are you ready? Aha! Lu Ping answered. Walking towards Chuanha Mansion, in the plaza in front of the three mansions, the prosperity of Chuanha Grand Promotion almost reached its peak. Of course, all this grandeur and radiance did not have much to do with a small staff like Lu Ping and Gu Dashi. Standing in the elevator, Lu Ping squeezed behind the crowd. Behind his black-framed glasses, he hung a light smile as usual. The hand gripping his briefcase clenched hard as the number of floors approached. Before the official confession. I need to remind myself again. Lupin whispered in his mind. I am an intelligence peddler with a mysterious identity, an employee of our league culture, and Lu Ping's identity is just my disguise. Even my confession with Zhang Yingying was motivated by the progression of the group's relationship, in order to be more perfectly assimilated by the group. Even if he did move on, this one benchmark must be codified and engraved in the bottom of his heart. The elevator arrived. Our union culture, Lu Ping and Gu Dashi had just walked into the office. Zhang Yingying first cheerfully shouted Brother Ping, followed closely by, as if remembering something, she turned her head, her white face as red as an apple. The air conditioning blower vent, warm air blowing. Today was the last day of work for the company, and the work in the hands of the co-workers had long since been finished, or wrapped up. Most of them are resting, or lazily chatting about their plans for the spring festival break. The morning is almost over. Supervisor Tan Hong came over, said some year-end summary, gave everyone a year-end bonus. Did not say a lot, to the hands of no work in the afternoon can return home early to spend the new year. Lu Ping was the same as usual, just looking at the novel or mildly chatting a few words with Dashi and Ying. Zhang Yingying, on the other hand, was a little different. Lu Ping could see it, Gu Dashi could see it, and Su Mang, the new undercover colleague, was even more so, afflicted and low on excitement. Evening. 5:30 minutes. Our union culture was officially on vacation. Gu Dashi pulled Su Mang and left early. Lu Ping and Zhang Yingying walked in front of the building from work. The black Mercedes-Benz fleet drove past from the roadside. Inside the carriages, the gorgeous Li Yuzhen's eyes glanced out of the window by chance. Her eyes looked towards the location of the party. In her field of vision, Gu Dashi jogged and received an exquisite bouquet of flowers from the hands of a delivery boy. Gu Dashi's forehead was covered in fine sweat, and his simple face showed nervousness. Beside him was the new girl in the profile. Li Yuzhen withdrew her eyes without moving. Chuanha's big promotion of the Thanksgiving fireworks show, let's start early. Li Yuzhen was surrounded and walked into the elevator. Her expression was clear and cold as she suddenly said to the secretary beside her, Xia Ting. Ah, I know. Xia Ting was puzzled and responded busily. Chapter 88, Li Eugene, she lives in the illusion of being woven. To be assimilated into a group, one must follow the logic of that group's behavior. I have to take on this identity to respond to the emotional needs imposed on me by Ying or Dashi. Chuanha Mansion. 58th floor. Li Yuzhen sat in front of her desk. She opened the laptop in front of her, her slender 10 fingers tapping on the keyboard. In the screen, images of the entire building with hundreds of surveillance cameras around it appeared. The screen was adjusted, the video frames were constantly decreasing as her eyes searched through the images. Not much longer. Li Yuzhen noticed Lu Ping's figure in the front square, in that bustling crowd. Snap. Enlarging the video page. Li Yuzhen's body leaned towards the back of the chair, her jade legs folded as she recalled Mr. Lu's words in the office earlier. Even in recent times, she had likewise not relaxed her mapping of Lu Ping. It was not that, to harbor ill will towards Lu Ping. Rather, so far, this cooperation was unequal, and they had not grasped any useful information about Lu Ping. Even after the elder gave more resources, the investigation through the family's power was still an empty endeavor. The information that Lu Ping had floated on the surface seemed to be specifically for them to see, cleanly done, and even under a magnifying glass they still did not see the slightest break. In due course, further development in the picture. It was getting dark. The front of the building. The square. Lu Ping's heart began to beat faster as he and Zhang Yingying walked side by side. The girl beside him had her head lowered. Her face with some baby fat was so red that it was able to drip water. All around, in the crowd, Gu Dashi was holding the flowers, his eyes staring at Lu Ping and Zhang Yingying without blinking. He seemed to be even more nervous than Lu Ping, constantly swallowing his saliva. On the other side, at the entrance of the road, the girl who was also holding the flowers kept looking at her cell phone and trotted into the square, as she searched for her own personal best friend in the weaving crowd. Hu dash, she saw Zhang Yingying's back, followed closely by her skeptical look to the other side, the youth who was also holding the flowers. The passers-by passing in front of her eyes seemed to become vaporized. In her ears, the noisy sounds disappeared without a trace. Lu Ping stepped closer to Zhang Yingying at some point, leaning the back of his hand towards the back of the girl's hand, his fingertips just touching towards the girl's fingertips. The latter was like a frightened deer, reflexively dodging away, but immediately following, the girl seemed to react, her eyes widened, so nervous that her body was trembling, and her palms dropped back. She once again felt Ping's fingertips. Her left hand was held. It was as if it was electrocuted, but followed closely by feeling the warmth of Ping's palm, a little reluctant to leave. Are you free to go stargazing with me? Lu Ping stopped and gazed at Zhang Yingying's face as he said softly. His words had just fallen. Overhead, the Thanksgiving fireworks show scheduled for tonight's 12 o'clock Schwanha promotion bloomed. The bright fireworks spread over the entire sky, the luster reflected on the faces of the square office workers. Lu Ping and Zhang Yingying were the two inconspicuous ones among them. Gu Dashi embraced the flowers in his arms and quickly ran towards them. Snort! Not bad for a bearer. The other girl holding the flower let out a laugh and turned around with the flower in her arms and left in style. Awesome! Office! Fireworks bloomed right by the glass. Li Yuzhen's cool, beautiful eyes watched Lu Ping and the ordinary girl's movements without blinking. Her eyes were stern, observing the detailed movements and scrutinizing the change in atmosphere. After a long time, Li Yuzhen exhaled a long breath. No matter how she looked at it, she only felt that it was a confession from an ordinary office worker to another ordinary office worker. Without ever having seen another side of Lu Ping, everything in front of her was normal. And now, looking at the scene in the surveillance again, behind that ordinary and romantic picture, even Li Yuzhen could not help but be scandalized by it. Scary man. Li Yuzhen gazed towards Lu Ping and said in a deep voice. Turning to look at the ordinary girl who was almost overwhelmed by happiness again, a rare trace of pity appeared in her stunning face. She will live in a beautiful illusion that has been woven. Perhaps, one day soon after, Mr. Lu leaves with his mission complete, and she spends her life searching for that perfect mate. Knock, knock, knock. In due time, outside the office, the door to the room was snapped. Li Yuzhen gathered her expression and switched the page of the screen, at the same time, raised her voice. Come in. Secretary Xia Ting hurriedly walked in. Ms. Li, there's been an earthquake in the financial circle in Zhonghai. Xia Ting was holding the folder in her arms. Her expression looked very grave as she walked quickly to the desk and said in a deep voice. What? Li Yuzhen responded. She took the folder handed by Xia Ting and flipped through it. At the same time, she listened sideways to the information summarized by Xia Ting. Huaming Holdings and Jixing Mining have teamed up to make a deal to snipe the Gao family, the prestigious family in Zhonghai. That financial giant of the Gao family, Zhao Zhengxiao, is draining the funds that he can mobilize at any cost. Moreover, it's still splitting up the quality shares to pledge loans to the banks. Xia Ting quickly said. Li Yuzhen's eyelids fluttered as she looked over the details in her hand with a solemn expression. This has clearly been planned for a long time, and will not end easily. Li Yuzhen flexed her fingers and snapped the desktop. The Gao family, the local prestige family of Zhonghai, had been operating its power since more than 100 years ago. The moment it was sniped, the amount of money involved was no less than a financial war in a small Southeast Asian country. The storm is coming. Notify the financial sector. Everyone cancel their vacations and keep a good eye on the Gao family and Zhao Zhengxiao for me. Li Yuzhen, in a deep voice, said. She eyed her secretary, Xia Ting, as she left, her eyes revealing thoughts. She picked up the telephone in front of her desk. Put down the task in hand. I need to know all the details of the sniping of the Gao family by Huaming Holdings and Jixing Mining. Only one sentence was said. Li Yuzhen sat in front of her desk, and the fireworks behind her still continued to bloom. This sudden financial storm in Zhonghai was a good thing for Li Yuzhen. At least the hyenas that used to stare at her were bound to temporarily shift their gaze at this moment. Reaching for the darkness. Chaotic undercurrents raging unpredictably. Information, the eyes. Whoever knows more clearly will be able to tie a good net in advance, make a good game, and eat the biggest bite of meat. Even if they don't eat the meat, they will be able to maintain their composure and not be torn apart by the hyenas. Li Yuzhen stood up. She took a broad step, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. Looking down towards her feet, in her gaze, the dense figures in front of that square looking up at the fireworks were as small as ants. Walked back to the desk. Picked up the cell phone. On the other side, Zhang Yingying was holding the flowers in her arms, her remaining hand being held tightly by Ping. The two had already left the plaza since and were heading towards the subway station. Ha! Where is Brother Dashi? Zhang Yingying suddenly raised her head and remembered something. Gu Dashi seemed to have disappeared after handing over the flowers just now. He's still quite knowledgeable. Ran off early. Lu Ping said gently with a smile on his lips. He. Zhang Yingying laughed, her eyes almost curving into a crescent moon. At the same time, the cell phone in her arms vibrated. Chapter 89 to the Red Mansion. Making a sales pitch. Don't mind her. Hanging up. Lu Ping met Zhang Yingying's inquiring gaze and shrugged. Your hair is messed up. Coming out from the restaurant, with the cold wind of the winter night blowing through, Lu Ping noticed a strand of dull hair standing up at the end of Zhang Yingying's hair, stopping and running his fingertips through the latter's green silk, combing the dull hair to smooth it out and pinning it at the back of his head. He focused on this one action, and when he met Zhang Yingying's gaze, he noticed that the girl's eyes were bright, overflowing with undisguised joy. Pressing the road for a while. Send the girl into the subway. The girl, although a moment do not want to separate, but even less willing to let the sweetheart to sit in the subway for more than an hour to send her home, and then 2 hours to turn back to the rental house. Watching the subway leave. Lu Ping warm smile inch convergence, he walked back to the ground against the weaving flow of people, the process, but also from the handheld briefcase took out the pair of gold-rimmed glasses, put on. When he raised his head, the neon lights of the pedestrian street hit him in front of his face. Something happened? Lu Ping whispered. His eyelids fluttered as he recalled the tone of Li Yuxian in the phone call just now. At this time, a white sedan on the side of the road stopped silently. Lu Ping looked at it and sat in the car. The car passed through the busiest pedestrian street in Shanghai. Lu Ping gazed out the window, the visitors to and from the many faces with a smile, neon lights bright, do not see the slightest Li Yuxian tone of voice, the shadow of the occurrence of major events. Buzz. Brother Ping, did you get on the subway? Cell phone. The message popped up. The girl who had just left was already showing how much she missed. Lu Ping's expression was gentle, his eyes overflowing with some smiles, and he responded, sitting in. The car was driving, Lu Ping responded. Originally, it was not too far from Chuanha, and in only 20 minutes, he had already entered the underground garage. Mr. Lu. Security Captain Bo Huijun had long been waiting by the car. He bowed slightly and said in a deep voice. Learning from his last mistake, when Lu Ping arrived again, the entire building was under surveillance. Mr. Lu. The secretary, Xia Ting, also called out. HM. Lu Ping looked around and answered mildly. The current situation was that except for him who still did not know what had happened, it seemed that everyone knew. And this everyone, in turn, rightfully thought that he should know about the affair. With a broad stride, he headed for the elevator. Behind him, only Bo Huijun and Xia Ting followed, pressing open the elevator ahead of him, waiting in front of the ladder door. Lu Ping speculated. Soon, he sighed in his heart and decided to take a step and see what happens. He lacked real channels of information. This was a fatal injury. In fact, he couldn't even inquire directly. It went against his persona. Ping meow. JPG, do you want to come to our house for New Year's Eve dinner? My house is too cold for New Year's Eve. Cute. JPG, in the elevator. Lu Ping paid attention to the messages that kept popping up, and he looked down in response. At this time of the year, sending a girlfriend message was in line with his persona, and if he deliberately ignored it, something else might go wrong. 58th floor, office. Li Yuxian looked at the man in front of her who seemed to be truly in hot love. Her heart grew more and more scornful, and she kept raising the danger level of this man. Tell me. Want to know something? Under Li Yuxian's watchful eye, Lu Ping calmly replied to Zhang Yingying's message. 1 second, sweetness was overflowing in his demeanor, and the next, a falsehood filled his gentle smile as he raised his head and calmly responded. Mr. Lu has a good eye, this is a nice girl. Li Yuxian did not ask directly, her cool eyes paid attention to Mr. Lu and praised. Lu Ping heard it. He smiled and said, I also have to thank him as Li, the fireworks just now were very fitting. The other party's words unavoidably hid an observation of Lu Ping's reaction. Lu Ping, on the other hand, pressed the uneasiness in his heart and responded with composure and calmness, falling as if everything you see is what I put in the sunlight. Mr. Lu. Li Yuxian looked deeply at Lu Ping and did not continue, only raising her voice a bit. Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief and responded. At 17:45 in the evening, Huaming Holdings and Jixing Mining made in simultaneous move. The Gao family, the local prestige family of Shanghai, suffered heavy damage to multiple industrial chains. Just now, Zhao Zhengxiao cut his meat and mobilized nearly $5 billion to help the Gao family block back. Li Yuxian's words were powerful and said in a deep voice. Lu Ping listened carefully. When he heard the words Huaming Holdings and Jixing Mining, his eyelids fluttered as if he realized something. When he continued to listen, Lu Ping speculated for a while before he understood what was happening. The heart beat violently. Zhao Zhengxiao is a madman. Lu Ping whispered. He was able to determine that at this moment, the tsunami that was happening in the financial circle of Shanghai must have been driven by the piece of information that he had sold. No wonder, even Huaming Holdings and Jixing Mining were in a daze behind the scenes. They by no means had the intention of tearing their faces off with the Gao family. This Nima! Lu Ping cursed repeatedly. The information in the intelligence could only be used as a deterrent in front of him to sell a suitable price. However, in the hands of these who were truly located at the top of the pyramid, they were able to trigger tens of billions and hundreds of billions of financial wars. Mr. Lu, make a price, I want to know more. Li Yuxian paused and then said. Lu Ping's mind seemed to be replaying Zhao Zhengxiao's message. He wasn't sure how raging the real situation was becoming. The information he had, most likely, was already outdated. There was no response. Half a day. Meeting Li Yuxian's cool eyes. Sorry, Mr. Zhao Zhengxiao is likewise a client of mine, and I, for one, generally do not sell my clients' information twice. Lu Ping, in a deep voice, said. So that's how it is. When Li Yuxian heard that, her stunning face did not reveal any extra expression. She nodded and responded thoughtfully. Mr. Lu, in this maelstrom, are there any traces of you? Asked again before the words left her mouth. Lu Ping still had a gentle smile on his face and only shrugged his shoulders, who knows? Well, if it's just this matter, Ms. Li will stop here. The words ended. Lu Ping got up, dashingly patted his butt, then picked up his briefcase and left stridingly. Sitting in Li Yuzhen's car, after confirming that it was safe, he walked out from the underground garage of a superstore. Lu Ping went upstairs and stood in the most crowded snack mall of them all. He bought a few skewers of fish balls. Lu Ping ate the fish balls and blended into the group of commuters as he walked out of the mall and stopped a taxi. After hearing Li Yuzhen's description, a sense of urgency kept surfacing within him. Such a financial earthquake, the chain reaction it could bring about was like ripples that would continue to spread outwards, and being in the middle of it, Lu Ping could not be sure when it would fall on him. Master! To the western city. Lu Ping didn't know what he was thinking about when he suddenly looked up and said. He planned to go to the neighborhood of the Red Mansion and take a look around first. Although he had yet to formulate a plan to contact Master Wu in the Red Mansion, it at least gave his heart something to think about. Chapter 90 Ding Qing in the Red Mansion. Outrageous! Outrageous! Lu Ping stood at the intersection. He looked at the red building from afar and let out a sigh of relief. This red building was located in the center of Shanghai Central City, where every inch of land was gold, and a considerable area around it was filled with old houses built in the last century. Bright moonlight pours in. The signal light changes. Lu Ping, carrying his briefcase, stepped on the crosswalk. When crossing the road, he stepped outside the iron railing of the red building. Without having to deliberately hide himself, the 2 rows of sycamore trees lined the main road, and many tourists coming from all directions held up their cell phones, aiming their view frames at the elegant and quiet red building. The threshold of the red building alone is at least $1 billion. Lu Ping took a step. With a gentle expression, he also casually surveyed the surrounding night scenery like a tourist. At the same time, his mind was pondering over the process of the Red Mansion's delivery, excluding the guests that Master Wu specially invited to the banquet. Unusual rich merchants and powerful people from outside the country. If they want to participate in the Red Mansion's regular banquets, they need to submit their applications at least a month in advance. Only after vetting will they receive an invitation. It was not far from the main entrance. Lu Ping's heartbeat accelerated as he clutched his briefcase hand a little harder, glancing at the several figures in front of the door, not moving. The guests who are able to attend the banquet already belong to the high-quality core guests. Outside of this core circle, rich merchants and powerful people from all over the world can still submit socialization applications and requests for help every day, writing their personal conditions as well as their needs for help in an envelope. After the Red Mansion has reviewed the applications, it will match each guest who has met the conditions with a group, bringing people and connections together, leading to cooperation and resolving crises. Standing by the main entrance of the Red Mansion, looking not far away, 2 classical iron gates were closed tightly, and security guards with an iron and capable temperament stood solemnly inside the guard post. Lu Ping took out his cell phone and took a selfie of the red building behind the iron railing and under the light. The same gesture with him. There are 5 or 6 tourists. Just took back his cell phone. In the distance at the intersection, the light shines. Only saw a Rolls-Royce with foreign license plates and 5 license plate numbers approaching. The tourists in front and behind marveled at the distance. The Rolls-Royce fleet stopped in front of the main gate, and the middle-aged butler in a meticulous suit stepped out of the car and negotiated something with the security. Not much later, the door of the car was pushed open. The fat head of the middle-aged man's face showed an urgent color. He was obviously used to being in a high position, pointing and gesturing. His tone was fierce, and his spittle almost hit the security's face. A moment later, the middle-aged man angrily took out the envelope from his car and stuffed it into the mailbox in front of the door. He strode broadly toward the red building waiting in another unusual building directly across the street. Through the glass, can vaguely see the existence of different identities. They are either anxious, or uneasy, or calm. Not that there is no one to privately facilitate the cooperation, only, then there is no red building as a third-party witness, but also difficult to walk into the circle again. The Red Mansion gathered a huge network of energy. That Master Wu, he is very ambitious. Lu Ping took in this scene under his eyes. The words described more, are not as shocking as witnessing all this. Until this moment, Lu Ping was able to understand, maintain such a red building of Master Wu has how powerful energy. Envy. Lu Ping's heart gave birth to a lot of envy. In a way, the red building under Master Wu's command is the direction he wants to build. Didn't look any further. Lu Ping clearly understood that the front of this red building appeared to be relaxed, with an endless stream of foreign tourists coming to take pictures every day. But in reality, it is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. But whenever you walk into the corresponding area, you will definitely appear in the red building's Skynet-like monitoring equipment. Inside the park, the world's top security team scrutinizes the surrounding. You look a few more eyes, or look unusual will be secretly investigated. Not moving, continue to walk forward, ready to leave since the intersection in front of you, but about to turn the corner. Another black sedan parked in front of the main entrance of the red building caught Lu Ping's attention. The door was opened, and the ordinary-looking middle-aged man handed over the invitation. Lu Ping only glanced at it, and in his eyes, his pupils suddenly contracted. Continuing his steps, out of the surveillance range of the red building, Lu Ping gasped, his eyes widened. In the car. Ding Cheng? Ding Cheng. It must be Ding Cheng. The middle-aged man Lu Ping just now of course recognized, the heartthrob who followed Ding Cheng. The heart was beating violently. It was clearly still a winter night, but his back was already drenched in sweat. Ding Cheng was regarded by Lu Ping as his beloved, an existence that knew the most about him, but now, changes beyond control seemed to be happening. He stopped the taxi at the side of the road. Lu Ping sat in the car drove far away, his heartbeat gradually calmed down. Without the fear and panic that he felt just now, his rational brain frantically recalled the intelligence of the Red Mansion, or the intelligence about Yuan Taiping. Phew. It's my overreaction just now. The taxi pulled up in front of the old neighborhood. Lu Ping took a deep breath and whispered. With Ding Cheng's current status, it was too normal to be able to cross paths with that Master Wu. He was just an intelligence peddler and fixer, and there was no way that Ding Cheng would be able to press all of his connections on him just like that. Returning to the shared house. Yo! Ah Ping changed his glasses? Just entered the door. The yellowish light hit Lu Ping's face, followed closely by the flirting voice of his roommate, Sister Mindan. Lu Ping greeted the sound of the conversation and looked over to see Sister Mindan in a halter nightgown, cooking something in the kitchen. She seemed to have heard the commotion and poked out half of her body. Not bad. Oh. There's something so Sven beastly about it. Mindan's red lips glistened with light as she continued. Wanted to try it, but it still doesn't feel like I'm used to it. Lu Ping returned to his senses. After seeing Ding Cheng appear in the red building, his thoughts were almost always occupied by countless possibilities. So much so, that he hadn't even changed out of the black-framed glasses that represented his staff status. Scratching his head. Embarrassed, he said. Eat some, boiled some noodles, and fried 2 poached eggs will be fine. Xia Mintan said. Okay, thanks Sister Mindan. Lu Ping didn't refuse and answered with a smile. He changed out of his shoes and went back to his bedroom carrying his briefcase first. Standing in his bedroom alone, Lu Ping took several big deep breaths and changed his glasses back before walking out the door. Ah Ping, you don't know. Something big is happening in the financial circle of Shanghai today. When the stocks open tomorrow morning, it will definitely be spectacular. Sister Mindan had one foot on the front of the bench and one foot dangling down. She picked up her bowl and said excitedly, Giant Man is really ruthless this wave. In order to help the Gao family out, that's pouring money in regardless of the cost. Giant brother? Lu Ping asked. Zhao Zhangxiao. All of us small financial practitioners call him Giant. I heard that Giant's wife is from the Gao family, and this daughter of the Gao family was not born in vain. Worthy of being my idol, he is really brave when it comes to things. Xia Mintan kept saying. Chapter 91 Sister Mindan, Sister is satisfied. There seemed to be something wrong with Sister Mindan today. The emotional tension was pulled tight, a mix of excitement and depression, and it seemed that she was still thinking about venting. Her face and skin swooned with redness. Ping. Removing the can of beer from the refrigerator, she knocked the pull tab open with one hand, shook off the slippers at her feet, and lay down on the couch. Sister Mintan called out, her beautiful eyes flowing. She looked towards Lu Ping, who was sitting on the other half of the couch, her red lips lifting up as she asked, when will you go back for the new year? Not going back. Where is Sister Mindan? Leaving tomorrow. Lu Ping noticed the changes in his co-tenant roommate. Sister Mindan's chest was heaving and she was exhaling hot air in small gulps. She seemed to be a little parched, scratching the neckline of her halter nightgown and twisting her slender neck. Under the hem of the skirt, her rounded legs were together. Her fleshy feet abruptly arched, slowly exploring towards Lu Ping. The cramped shared house. The living room. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Sister Mindan seemed to have become tense as well. Her eyes that could overflow with water blinked without blinking as she stared at the TV. The beer can clutched in her right hand unconsciously exerted its strength, and the can deflated a piece. She seemed to be experiencing too much stress and just wanted to vent. The palm of her foot rested in front of Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping looked down, only to see the bejeweled toes tightly together, still gently trembling. The palm of the foot was like this, pressing downwards. Lu Ping had changed since the first intelligence was refreshed in the bookcase, and he was tearing apart the values and worldview he once had little by little. Lu Ping looked towards Sister Mindan. Under the dim light, that was the most mature age of 30, Lu Ping explored his hand and grabbed the paw in front of him. A long time later, in the master bedroom, Sister Mindan returned to her senses, only to feel that the hard feelings that had accumulated in her heart were swept away. Reason reoccupied her brain, and she was still lying in front of Lu Ping's chest, her cheeks prancing red, her long eyelashes fluttering. A few moments later, Sister Mindan feigned a calm demeanor, her slender fingertips like elves knocking on Lu Ping's chest. Following that, a lazy stretch was made. Very good. Sister, satisfied. Sister Mindan met Lu Ping's gaze, her eyes flickered with panic, but she still braced herself to make a mature sisterly gesture and said, "Don't worry, Sister doesn't need you to be responsible. However, you kid, can't see it. Usually you are very honest, when the meat is really sent to your mouth, you really eat it." Sister Mindan patted towards Lu Ping and teased. Lu Ping scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. He exhaled, only to feel that the pressure that was born after realizing that Ding Qing had visited Master Wu had actually dissipated a lot as well. "Alright, why don't you get lost? Do you want to have another round?" At the bottom of the mattress, Sister Mindan poked out her foot to tuck it towards Lu Ping and snapped. She watched Lu Ping leave her bedroom. When the door of the room closed and she was left alone, Xia Mintan knocked her head. Don't look at the fact that she always looked like a royal sister in front of Lu Ping, but she was actually a relatively conservative person. Ah, this is crazy. Xia Mintan grabbed her hair, her long hair fluffy and messy. After a long while, as if she remembered something, she was busy turning over, looking for her cell phone. Not finding it in the house, she changed her clothes, carefully pushed open the door to her room, poked her head out, and only relaxed after seeing that Lu Ping wasn't in the living room, tiptoed on her tiptoes, and wordlessly walked to the sofa, and found her cell phone in the crevice. Opened the takeaway platform and bought a box of Euan. Side bedroom. Lu Ping sat in front of his desk as he placed a piece of intelligence side by side. A serious gaze swept past the black and brown file bag since he looked like he remembered something. Yanjing, Li family. Lingnan, Song family. And Zhao Jingxiao's intelligence let out, the local Central Sea family, the Gao family. Lu Ping's eyelids lightly trembled. At the very beginning, he had inferred through the refreshed intelligence that the refreshed mechanism was able to solve his problem or crisis. And now looking at it, it might be more than that. Just the current information alone involved the three regions where Zhao's power and wealth were most concentrated. It always feels like there's an inextricable connection behind these three forces, three events. The heart was beating violently. Lu Ping quickly took apart the intelligence on Li Yuzhen, Zhao Zhengxiao, and Master Gao, trying to look for any corroboration in the search. It might be that the intelligence was not of a high enough grade, but between the lines, Lu Ping always felt a pang of heartbeat. If my guess is true, that big open hand has long since laid out a game, and now, those who appear in this chess game, maybe, are all pawns. Such an inference appeared. Lu Ping was stunned and felt his hands and feet go numb. He licked his lips and kept taking deep breaths. Already trapped, unable to pull out. And it was impossible to see it truly. Lu Ping sat withered for a while, stood up, stuffed the chair into the table belly, stretched his muscles and bones and then continued to do the workout. Maybe the party transition deficit, only half the amount of weekday exercise. Lu Ping is a little gasping. The next day, the alarm still rang shortly after dawn. Reaching out, he pressed it off. Lu Ping continued to fall asleep until 9 o'clock when Zhang Yingying's call woke him up. Brother Ping! Brother Ping! He. Walking out from the subway entrance, from a distance, Lu Ping looked to see his girlfriend, Zhang Yingying, who was wearing a beige cap, waving her hand, and as she jumped, the plush orb on top of the cap shook behind her head. She really waited for Lu Ping to get closer. Zhang Yingying seemed to react, her white cheeks flushed, the whole person actually looked a little coy and shy. Speaking of which, this was still the first date after the two had finalized their relationship. Not bad. Very cute. Lu Ping patted Zhang Yingying's small head and smoothly held the girl's hand in his palm as he gently said. The two of them walked out for a long distance before Zhang Yingying came to her senses from that squirming state. Brother Ping, today's plan is to help you with your New Year's Eve shopping, including the couplets in front of the door, the lucky charms in the house, as well as fruits and melons, snacks, frozen foods. Zhang Yingying said seriously as she flipped out the small book from her bag. That afternoon, the stock market closed. Over a third of the stocks fell. The 29th day of the new year, evening. Lu Ping sat alone in the shared house where the spring couplets and fortune words were posted. He did not agree to Zhang Yingying's invitation, and even according to group logic, there was no need for him to contact his girlfriend's parents right at this time. Let's start. Lu Ping whispered. In the past few days, he had already read the intelligence of the Red Mansion and Master Wu as if he had read it several times. Any further delay would only result in more and more variables. After all, the intelligence in the bookcase was only responsible for refreshing, not updating. Dialing the number. Hello. The phone went through. Lu Ping's eyes stared up as he gently responded, but Wu Shizhang, Master Wu. Zhonghai, the red building set off by the lights. You are? The middle-aged man raised his palm. The room was suddenly quiet. He looked at the number and said with a smile. Chapter 92 Deep Collaboration with Master Wu. Shared house. Living room. Lu Ping held the phone in his hand and raised his head, looking towards the lucky character pasted in front of the glass door of the kitchen not far away. The corresponding image that flashed by was Zhang Yingying's smiling face. In due course, Master Wu's voice rang in his ears, very magnetic, with a slightly low tone. The eyes froze. The first sentence of conversation after picking up the phone might even determine the direction of the next game between the two. It should be simple in words, and be able to show a shocking power. Master Wu. Lu Ping shouted. He controlled the speed and tone of his voice, and after a moment's pause, he aggravated his voice a bit. Any further than that, it's overstepping the bounds. Since the beginning of Li Yuzhen's intelligence, there was one piece of intelligence after another. Lu Ping read them over and over again. Even when they had been refreshed with new information, he often looked back. The more he read, the more he came to a conclusion. That was, each class had an unseen but real barrier ceiling. When you exceed this barrier, the result will not be pretty, to the upper half of the benefits in exchange for survival, or directly be picked fruit, the death of the road. The person who can break through the barrier, it is not too much to say that the great sage of Qi Tian de Shang. Talking and laughing, there is no white man. Red House. The smile on the face of the middle-aged man who answered the phone had not disappeared. He greeted the rich businessmen and powerful people in front of him to continue to have fun, got up, and walked towards the classical semicircular balcony on the side. Standing in front of the balcony, he grasped the jade-like handrail. Mr. Joke, Wu, but good to make friends, the circle to give face. Master Wu smiled. His black and white eyes, staring unblinkingly at the garden in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. The red mansion was now as prosperous as ever, but exactly how much energy it had grasped and to what extent it had developed, only he was clear. He also understands that he is touching the red line that stretches across his head. Lu Ping followed the phone, did not respond directly. Only for a moment, there was some laughter in his tone. Master Wu is good at making friends. As it happens, we are also good at making friends. Continued to say a few words. Then I will test Master Wu. It's now 5:45 p.m. Yanjing City time. If Master Wu can find me and park his car in front of me before 6 o'clock, he will be considered to have passed. Lu Ping looked at the time, tightened the smile in his voice and said slowly. After the words were spoken, Lu Ping hung up the phone. In front of the sofa, clutching the phone in his palm, Lu Ping took a long deep breath. His heartbeat accelerated and a dense sweat broke out on his back. This 15 minutes was the limit of time that Lu Ping had calculated, through intelligence, that it would take for Wu Shizheng's command to locate him through the phone and transfer a vehicle to arrive at the shortest distance near him. Not bad. All going at my pace. The room was quiet. Lupin took off his shoes and planted his feet on the couch. He wrapped his arms around his legs and buried his head between his thighs. This was a method that Lu Ping had figured out in recent times, to release his emotions in overdrive before the real tension and fear. Buzz. Brother Ping. Brother Ping. You really don't want to come to my house? My dad and mom, both can welcome you. Look at the dumplings I made. Hee. Dumplings. JPG dumplings. JPG. Ping, I miss you so much. The screen lights up. Messages pop up one after another. I know. Send a card directly from the neighborhood. Master Wu hung up the phone and said in a deep voice. When he turned around, his serious face was instantly replaced by a warm smile. In the wine banquet hall, with beautiful women, fine wines, and the core guests from the red building like clouds, he walked to the center and raised his wine glass. Everyone. Wu has received a call from a friend and has to go and take care of it. I'll drink this cup of wine, and I hope you all won't be offended. Master Wu said aloud, and following that, tilted his head and drank the wine clean. Wine banquet hall. Many of Shanghai's prestigious figures, celebrities and actresses in gorgeous gowns applauded. Hanging his wine glass upside down, Master Wu kept responding with some guests and walked out of the room with a smile. Outside the room, the young woman in a swallowtail butler's uniform bowed. The woman lagged half a step behind and quickly said, Master Wu. The owner of the phone is called Lu Ping, an ordinary employee of our league culture. Chuanha Mansion? Master Wu's gait was so quick that the young butler almost had to jog to keep up. He suddenly stopped and raised his voice a bit. Aha! Master Wu heard, his deep eyes flickering slightly. 17:55. 17:56. 17:58 minutes. Lu Ping held his cell phone and watched the minute hand jump. Once again, buzz, Master Wu's phone appeared in the screen. Minutes and seconds. The call was answered. Lu Ping's voice, which held a smile, rang in Master Wu's ears. Wu Shizheng's expression abruptly stared up. No longer caring about the reaction on the other side of the phone, Lu Ping only stood up, picked up the black slim coat hanging on the coat rack, and wrapped the towel around it. With both hands in his pockets, he strutted out of the house. His apparent identity as an ordinary employee could not be hidden in any way. Lu Ping simply did not hide it. What he wanted to hide was his illusory identity as an intelligence businessman. As long as these tigers, leopards and jackals couldn't figure out this information about him, they would maintain scruples and suspicions about themselves. In front of the residential building, the black unusual sedan. Smiling, he sat in the car. On the night of the 29th day of the Chinese New Year, the top metropolis of Shanghai seemed much emptier. Lu Ping leaned against the back of the seat, his hand propped up on his chin, his eyes skimming over the city since that traverse. There are still 2 hours until the Spring Festival Gala. Lu Ping suddenly thought. Shanghai, the top river view house facing the Pu River. Liying had turned on all the lights in the mansion, and she didn't go home for New Year's Eve. Or rather, she didn't dare to go home. She was afraid that during the period she went back to her hometown, that mysterious Mr. Lu called her to solve the needs at the first time. It was so hard to have it all. Liying did not dare to take the slightest risk. She had the restaurant, which she once didn't want to eat, make a large table of food and send it to the house. Liying only ate a few bites, but it was a bit tasteless, her mood seemed a bit low, and she raised her head to look at the house that was so luxurious that she once did not dare to imagine. Barefoot. Standing on the balcony that just like that could look straight at the most gorgeous skyline of Shanghai. Li Ying's cheeks were flushed as she stood on her tiptoes and unfolded her arms as if she was embracing this top-notch metropolis. Sir, is forgetting this house? She whispered. West Side, Red House. The black sedan pulled up in front of the classical building. Master Wu led the butler to wait at the side early, and when the car stopped, he went forward with a smile on his face and enthusiastically pulled open the car door for Lu Ping. Lu Ping sat in the car. He looked at the middle-aged man for the first time through the car window. He was stout, with a big back hair, a black suit on his body, and a warm and bright smile on his face. Did not continue. At this time, the car door has been pulled open a gap. Lu Ping took a deep breath. Chapter 93, Master Wu, we're all watching out for you, sir. The car door was completely pulled open. The classical red building. Tall and ornate wooden doors that stretched from the front of the car to the red carpet inside. 62 years old, lanky, and with a big back haircut, Master Wu placed one hand in front of his body and made a gesture of invitation with one hand. Lu Ping gazed toward the scene. Everything here seemed to be out of place with him, and at a certain moment, he just wanted to escape. Mr. Lu, I don't think you've eaten yet, right? Just in time, let's eat and chat together. The smile on Master Wu's face was enthusiastic as he sized up the very ordinary youth in front of him, and he did not treat him lightly in his heart. There were only 2 possibilities for such a man. The first was truly ordinary, just like the ordinary office worker recorded in the profile. The second was truly mysterious, having gone back to the basics, carving the ordinary into his bones in order to cover up his deeper identity. To be able to appear in front of him, it was obvious that he should not be ordinary. Master Wu, you are welcome. Lu Ping was introverted, not salty and warm in his posture and tone, but likewise did not reject the latter's goodwill. It wasn't that he didn't want to show his emotions in a more layered manner, it was really that he couldn't do it, couldn't finish it, and just minimizing the superfluous emotions was already the maximum he could do. Mr. Lu, please. Master Wu said aloud. Lu Ping and Master Wu were side by side, with the rest of the butlers and servants following behind. Behind the door of the red building, the translucent and sparkling crystal chandelier drooped down, and then there was the large oil painting that greeted the face, and the large spiral staircase on the left and right in front of the oil painting. Standing in the hall room of this red building, Lu Ping stopped and raised his head to survey everything in front of him, and he was inwardly shocked by this scene of luxury to the extreme. Not daring to show his truest emotions, he could only act as if he had unscrewed the faucet a little, shedding his awe at an appreciative level. His gold-rimmed glasses revealed admiration behind them. Come, Mr. Lu, I'll lead you on a tour, these are all my treasures, Master Wu enthusiastically said. Accelerating a few steps, he stepped through the spiral staircase. Standing in front of the corridor, that a pair of oil painting treasures, there is no lack of masterpieces, Master Wu said. Lu Ping listened. How could he understand the skills and techniques of these oil paintings, only nodding his head from time to time, responding to a few voices. Mr. Lu, look at this one. Master Wu carried Lu Ping and stood in front of the unremarkable, even ordinary, and weird painting at the end of the corridor, smiling. So it is in Master Wu's hands. Lu Ping looked at it appreciatively, and without waiting for the latter's introduction, he said gently. 2 years ago, at the Sotheby's Impressionist and Modern Art Evening Auction in Europe, this Monet's Ice Flow, Benecourt was bid for by an Asian collector at $23,370,000. Lu Ping described the experience behind the painting. He met Wu Shizhang's surprised gaze. This was only circulated in some small circles. Lu Ping could know because the intelligence labeled the painting's status in the latter's heart. Smiling, he continued to look at the painting and explained. Of course, I can know it still because at the auction at that time, the one competing with you was one of our seniors. If the senior likes it, Mr. Lu will take it. Master Wu tried to recall the scene back then, but couldn't really remember, speculated the word we, and then said boldly. Lu Ping heard this and only waved his hand. Senior doesn't like to force things, if not, you wouldn't have been able to take it back then, casually said. After the words were spoken, Lu Ping's heartbeat accelerated by a few points, and he mentally satisfied himself for this performance. It was because of the lack of courage that he tried to add groups to his back in his words, replacing them with the guys. The two left from in front of the oil painting and stopped in front of the elevator. By this point, the tension in Lu Ping's heart gradually slowed down, and the beating of his heart was no longer rapid. He could feel the hot blood rolling between his limbs and bones, and his entire body glowed as his state reached its peak. Mr. Lu, waiting for the elevator. Master Wu suddenly called out. Lu Ping held a smile and looked over. At the very beginning when I confirmed that it was you, I thought that Mr. Lu was here to raise an accusation, but now, Fong is barely sure that it should not be the case. With his usual smile, Master Wu said slowly. Lu Ping heard, at first did not hear the flavor, but soon, captured a few key words. Confirmed to be you, to raise the teacher. Why did you say that? Confirmed? Knew about me already? Ding Chang? Was it Ding Ching who said something? Lu Ping's expression did not change. But his heart, which had just calmed down, once again began to beat violently. I should not be the first to notice the presence of a gentleman. Master Wu met Lu Ping's gaze and nodded with a smile, seeing that the latter did not seem to have any reaction before looking towards the elevator. Continuing, he slowly revealed what made Lu Ping's heart skip a beat. What do you mean? Someone noticed me long ago? A fine cold sweat broke out on Lu Ping's back in a split second. Ding! The elevator arrived. It was an old elevator on one side that fit the style of the red building so well that Lu Ping didn't even know how he managed to walk into it. He eyed the housekeeper in a tuxedo that oozed flavor as she pressed the floor. Of course, I still belong to the earliest group. Ding Qing sitting in the position of the talker has caused some discussion. Hibernating for 5 years and decimating the world in one move is very legendary. Master Wu continued with a smile. Then there is Li Yuzhen's Chuanha promotion. 2 days ago, I invited Mr. Ding over, wanting to get to know you, sir. That kid, with his tight mouth, played Tai Chi with me. Mr. Lu came to me today. I think there are factors in this regard. Hearing this, Lu Ping's highly suspended heart dropped a little. He had no doubts. At least the content about Ding Qing should be accurate. Lu Ping was a bit thankful that, well, he did not continue to delay. According to logic, people were investigating on his body. Being an intelligence peddler or fixer who had not yet made a move was a vulnerability. Since the elevator out, Master Wu obviously valued Lu Ping, choosing the restaurant on the 7th floor with the best view. Extreme luxury. In the movie, there was also a long table banquet that only appeared in European aristocratic castles. Lu Ping and Master Wu were each sitting on one side of the table. In front of the table, there were scales of food. Beside the two of them, each of them was respectfully waiting for the maid and butler dressed in maid's outfit. Lu Ping took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself. He gazed at the surprise one in front of him, both relaxed and uneasy. Relaxed because he was at least 6 meters away from Master Wu across the long table. Such a distance could minimize his nervousness, and would not have the feeling of hairs standing up under the scrutiny of his gaze. The uneasiness, on the other hand, remains in the environment of this moment. He was just an ordinary office worker from an ordinary worker's family, letting him sit in front of a long table, with a maid and housekeeper beside him busy in serving them. Phew. Not much of a problem, still as usual as before. I don't need to show a quantity or proficiency in Western etiquette. Frankly, show the truest side of the place. Lu Ping looked to the opposite side of the long table. In the flood of dim light appeared majestic tall middle-aged man. Chapter 94, Master Wu's Tenderland. Nightfall. The old mansion of an ordinary family. The house was brightly lit and decorated in a festive manner. The TV in the living room was locked on the gala channel in advance, and the dining table was already filled with rich dishes, with Zhang Dad still busy in the kitchen with his apron on, while Zhang Mom was sitting in front of the sofa holding up her cell phone and video chatting with her siblings who were far away from home. It's the new year. Brother Ping is still home alone. Zhang Yingying sat in front of the dining table. She grabbed her cell phone. Her mood looked a bit low. How could she not be happy? Last dish. Hello? Yingying. Quickly come over and serve the dishes. Get ready to eat. Her uncle, let me show you what we're having for Chinese New Year. Yingying, talk to your uncle and your grandparents. What? Why doesn't Yingying look happy? You say that's unproductive, and I don't know if it's like her father, or if it's just me. Speaking of which, I haven't had a chance to tell you that Yingying has a sweetheart. It's hard for her to be alone in Zhonghai on New Year's Eve. Mom! Zhang Yingying scolded. The house was festive and lively, and the sound of laughter spread far and wide. On the other side, Zhonghai, Red House. Long table banquet. Sir, please. Lu Ping inwardly marveled as he looked towards the maid who was dressed in a maid's outfit and was half kneeling right by his feet, not too old, very innocent looking, she had a pair of moist eyes that seemed to be able to speak. At the moment, this maid was half kneeling at her feet, handling the food that needed to be cut or processed, and then feeding it to Lu Ping's mouth. Lu Ping opened his mouth. He had just swallowed, when beside him, another woman in a housekeeper's uniform aged around 30 wiped the corners of his mouth. Lu Ping enjoyed the scene in front of him. In the bottom of his heart, the unspeakable, perhaps the great satisfaction of being above others was growing. Very engrossed, very enjoyable. Lu Ping was soon alerted, and he recalled the contents of the intelligence, somewhat dazed. So, this is what was described in the intelligence. Wu Shizhang is a master psychologist, and at the Red Mansion, he will create the world's top level of poverty and luxury, seizing the cracks within the guests' hearts and amplifying their ambitions and desires. In recent times, Lu Ping had come into contact with quite a few rich and powerful people, but no matter if it was Li Yuzhen, or Xue Huaqing or Zhao Zhangxiao, none of them were as exaggerated as Master Wu. Dinner continued. The hellish gourmet dog claw snails, an ingredient that the snail catchers risked their lives to harvest. 9,000 RMB for a slice of black truffle. 45,000 cups of brandy. After each dish was served, the butler beside him would carefully introduce it. After a long time, the long table banquet was wrapped up. Lu Ping let out a small breath. He was calm and composed, only sighing inwardly, "It's been a long time." The value of this table probably ate up several years of salary for an unusual family. "Mr. Lu, take a walk. Let's go next door for a good talk." Master Wu grabbed Lu Ping's arm affectionately and said enthusiastically. Lu Ping was carried along. There was actually no boredom in his heart, replaced by a touch of joy. But as soon as this emotion was born, Lu Ping snuffed it out, his eyes contracting slightly. The emergence of this emotion indicated that in that series of battles just now, in the intelligence about the latter's power, he had subconsciously placed himself below the other party. Thus, it was only when the other party's attitude was cordial that he gave birth to joy. The dominant power, once again, has been seized by Wu Shizhang. Lu Ping, solemn. He adjusted his emotions and let his posture sustain indifference. Next door, the reception room. Just after sitting down, behind the red curtains, bells with golden colors rang out, and delicate and small jade feet poked out. And then there was, like ancient emperors, a swaying dance. Lu Ping and Wu Shizhang sat side by side, whispering something. Huizhou, a third-tier city. Gu Dashi finished his meal and sat in front of the TV looking a little distracted. The Spring Festival Gala was already playing, and New Year's Eve messages started popping up on his cell phone one after another. Brother Dashi. Brother Dashi. Brother Ping hasn't replied yet. Something's not wrong, is it? I'm so worried. I called too. No one answered. But something's wrong, Ing, don't panic, wait a little longer. Okay. I'll go find Ping if I can't. It's hard to get a taxi at this hour. Ping may have gone to take a bath, or he may be sleeping. A woman in a palace dress, swaying. Ding. Gwen. That knitted brows, that raised skirt all seemed to be stepping on Lu Ping's heart with the sound of that crisp bell between those bare jade feet. If Mr. Lu likes it, then let Yuan go back with Mr. Lu. Lu Ping only looked one more time, and was noticed by Master Wu, holding up a warm smile and said, "Don't worry sir, the girls I have here are all good girls. Thank you Master Wu for your kindness. Take what you can, I don't dare to accept what you can't." Lu Ping's heart plummeted as he waved his hand and said frankly, "Since ancient times there has been the concept of Yangzhou thin horses, those top rich merchants, who bought young girls from poor families to teach them songs and dances, qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, and when they grew up, they sold them to rich people as concubines or into Qin Lu Chu Pavilion. Today, it is considered to see Mr. Lu in the phone call just now, as well as in front of the oil painting, you said. Guys? I still don't know anything about Mr. Master Wu clapped his hands, enjoying the dance. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Lu Ping. His smile remained but Su asked, "Master Wu, what kind of camp do you think I do?" Lu Ping smiled. He gazed his full attention up, similarly removing his eyes from the dancing girl's body and meeting Master Wu's gaze, saying, "That ding ching flipped at the end of the talker vote, and a few of the directors seem to have been caught in the act. In addition Chaosek's Yuan Taiping I had contacted. To be honest, in terms of tactics I'm ashamed to say that the batch of forces he was raising were buried before they even appeared. Li Yuzhen anticipated the nails that Song Ziwen buried in advance. This is filled with the flavor of information. And the three of them, Ding Qing, Li Yuzhen, and that Xue Huaqing, who shouldn't be linked together in any case, were able to twist into a rope. Li Yuzhen, as well as the old man of the Li family and Mr. Yan Qing should have no connection. In here, connections are being consolidated." Master Wu's face overflowed with a smile, his eyes emerged with wisdom, and in 3 words, he was able to outline the piles of events in front of him. Mr. Lu should be dry intelligence and fixer camp. My guess is right? Master Wu said. Awesome. Awesome. Worthy of being Master Wu. Lu Ping applauded and exclaimed. He met Wu Shizhang's gaze, and his back was vaguely chilled. This one had only so much as glimpsed this, and in his mouth, it seemed that there were already quite a few existences in the middle sea watching over him. Danger, or a big net might have covered him long ago. Since Master Wu has guessed it, then I will open the door. Lu Ping collected his smile and sat up straight. Seeing him do so, Wu Shizhang likewise revealed a straight face. Master Wu called out. I am asking you for a favor for Zhao Zhangxiao, the Yanjing City Wang family, that one. Lu Ping looked solemn and said verbatim. Not knowing what Lu Ping said, the always smiling red mansion Wu Shizhang Wu master's eyes opened with a solemn aura. In a split second, the temperature of the entire room seemed to have gone cold. Not far away, the dancer who was still dancing pursed her mouth. She couldn't hear what those two big shots were saying, but she felt fear through their reactions and gestures. The delicate face went white. Didn't even dare to let out a breath. P.S. Just noticed that Shui Huaqing typed as Shui Jingqing a few chapters ago. Sorry about that. Chapter 95, Cross-Service Exchange between Lu Ping and Master Wu. The 29th day of the year. Night. The red mansion was brightly lit, and through the layers of lights, what was vaguely visible was the drunkenness, the paper drunkenness. The 7th floor, like the jewel in the crown. Behind the scarlet curtains, dancing girls swayed between the music. Wu Shizhang in the moment he heard the king's family, his always beaming smile like ice and snow melted, the person in a high position, sitting in the circle of interests of the head of the real deterrence of the popularity of the scene unreservedly pressed on the body of Lu Ping. The color of the moon is like water. From the balcony sprinkled into. Lu Ping's expression was calm, and even the corners of his mouth seemed to be raised. No one knew that behind his calm face, his heartbeat that was like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, the soul of that face that was twisted and hideously venting. In the afterglow of his eyes, the woman standing in the swallow-tailed housekeeper's uniform accompanied the change in Master Wu's attitude, her body leaning slightly forward, seemingly pressing her weight on her toes. Lu Ping had read about this woman in Wu Shizhang's intelligence and knew that she was well versed in the traditional assassination and combat techniques of Fusan and the Celestial Kingdom, and her body was supple and boneless but had amazing explosive power. At this distance, the butler should be able to tackle and kill him in a flash. Yanjing City Wang family. I searched in the internet and didn't search any useful information. Lu Ping frantically dispersed his thoughts. He had a faint smile on his face, and at the same time, tried to turn his attention elsewhere. The Wang family had also been mentioned in Li Yuzhan's intelligence. Yuzhan's birthday banquet, Yanjing City gatekeeper families gathered. Among them was the Wang family. During the banquet, the Wang family made an engagement to the old man, which was rejected. Currently, the information that can be ascertained are, the heaven of Shanghai has the prestigious Gao family, the heaven of Lingnan has the Song family of Yangchang, as well as, the heaven of Yanjing City sits the Wang family and the soon-to-be Sunset Li family. Hocus pocus. Master Wu stared at Lu Ping, and his taut expression disappeared in a flash, to be replaced by a gentle smile again. Mr. Lu, even this has been found out. Twisting his tea, took a sip and said, what should be known shouldn't be known. Lu Ping laughed. His expression management was very stable nowadays, and the more his emotions were on the verge of collapse, the more he was able to maintain his lightness and calmness. It was like welding a mask onto his face. But again, this state of being, if you asked him to show the rest of his expressions, even the most basic reactions such as fear, relaxation, and laughter, it would be completely impossible to do so. First, dabbling in the game between the Li family and the Song family. Then, participating in the Shanghai prestige family, the Gao family. Mr. Lu, what exactly are you guys trying to do? Mr. Wu is untalented, but there is still one thing I want to inform you of. Master Wu put down his tea and raised his voice a bit. Those who play with fire will burn themselves. He created the Red Mansion. In the circle of tens of billions of billionaires, Wu Shizhang had a special position, equivalent to the center of the vortex and node somewhere in the big net of Shanghai. He integrates the information of the guests and matches different people. Many times, when the wind blows in a certain place, he is able to sense it with the fastest speed. Right away, Master Wu smelled something unusual. He carefully went to look for it, but he couldn't find the slightest bit of it. This was extremely terrifying to him. He had a vague premonition that a real storm was already brewing, and he didn't know when it would erupt. Once it breaks out, all the forces at the top of the tower will face reshuffling. Even the Red Mansion is just a fish in the sea. Lu Ping listened, not moving. What is he talking about? Twisting up the tea and sipping lightly, Lu Ping looked at the orange tea broth and counted the time in his heart, knowing that he could not remain silent for too long, but also had not yet thought of the text. Exhaling in small bites, he said in a deep voice without any nutritious words, "You and I are both in the game." Only this sentence. It seemed to have poked Master Wu's resonance. His face changed slightly before he responded, "Yes." Immediately following, he was thoughtful, his black and white eyes gazing towards Lu Ping. If a storm had really been brewing, then the forces behind this storm might have the shadow of this Mr. Lu. Then, his purpose would not be his own red mansion, but the Wang family behind him. Lu Ping noticed Master Wu's emotions. The Gao family has suffered a heavy loss this time, and that Zhao Zhangxiao has also made a strong move. Behind it is Mr. Lu. Master Wu, in a deep voice, said. Lu Ping heard it and only shook his head with a light smile. Master Wu, don't you have any resentment in your heart? And why do you need to be afraid of involving the Wang family? Lu Ping seemed to understand something and suddenly spoke. Wu Shizhang, originally surnamed Lu, and Wu was only his mother's surname. The Lu family used to be the white gloves under the Wang family in Yanjing City, plotting huge benefits for the family and even laying the foundation for the prosperity over the years. Later, the times changed, the Lu family was treated as outcasts and discarded by their masters, and all of Wu Shizhang's parents and relatives died a clean death, with only the young Master Wu being bailed out by his father. Perhaps afraid of breaking the heart of the slave, the master of the Wang family promised to give Master Wu 2 favors. The first one was used in the development of the Red Mansion. Now, on the other hand, there was another one. Mr. Lu. Awesome. Master Wu's eyes flickered for a long time before he spoke in a deep voice. There was too much information behind Lu Ping's sentence, almost clearly pointing out his background and origins that had long been hidden in the years. Even that one thing that had been sealed clean was unearthed. Master Wu speculated on the beginning and end of the incident. Connecting too many details together, even he could not help but be appalled. The value of this favor promised to him by the Wang family had limits, say high but never low. This joint of the high family accident, that Zhao Zhangxiao if he did something, the favor of the Wang family used to save his life will be enough. What can I get? Wu Shizhang, no longer beating around the bush, opened the door and said in a deep voice. Just as Li Yuzhen, Ding Qing, and that Shui Huacheng. Lu Ping did not know that in this very short period of time, Wu Shizhang had already thought of so much. He only quietly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the process was like, events were finally heading down the path he expected. Eyes subdued, he greeted Master Wu. Figuring out the tone and speed of his voice, he continued to read out the text he had prepared long ago. If it was, Master Wu Red House, Zhao Zhangxiao Finance, plus another special existence that carries the same weight as the two of you, how would it be? Lu Ping, in a deep voice. He had seen in Zhao Zhangxiao's intelligence that he had attempted to push the capital system in preparation for jumping off the chessboard. The connection with Huaming Holdings and Jixing Mining was for this purpose. Now, Lu Ping was able to group better cards for that Zhao Zhangxiao. Master Wu heard, his face did not show any additional emotions. He only placed his fingertips in front of the desktop, but he didn't even realize that he was clenching hard. Jump out of the board. Even if it was a hug, even if it was only barely an end player, it was still a chess player. It was the greatest desire that people at their level suppressed in their hearts. The other one is? Master Wu asked. Lu Ping still contained a smile and shook his head. He also did not know yet. I understand the rules. Master Wu nodded his head. Chapter 96, Caught by Zhang Yingying. Zhenghai, the Old Mansion. The Chinese New Year Gala was playing a skit on the TV, and Zhang's father and mother were sitting in front of a sofa, their faces full of smiles. Zhang's mother suddenly glanced at her own daughter, she elbowed her husband with her arm, and the two old men looked at each other with helplessness in their expressions. Mom! Dad! Zhang Yingying grabbed her cell phone, she just couldn't sit down anymore and jerked her head up to shout. At the same time, standing up, she rushed towards the bedroom. I'm going out. I don't think I can count on this girl in the future. I also don't know who it follows. Just having a sweetheart, she hangs her entire self on someone else. Alas! It's fine if this man has a conscience, but if he doesn't, I'm afraid he's going to fall on his ass. Zhang's mother's face was full of disgust and she kept shaking her head. She also put on her slippers and headed towards the kitchen, pulling out a plastic box and picking up the uncooked dumplings from the refrigerator, as well as packing some New Year's Eve dishes into different categories. Behind her, Zhang's father also entered the house. He just packed his bag and heard the hurried footsteps of his daughter next to him. Hey! Hey! Don't be in a hurry! Zhang's mother, busy probing body, shouted. At this time, the daughter-in-law has run to the foyer, bending down to change shoes. She is wearing a gray long skirt, over a beige knitted sweater and lamb wool jacket, red apron around the neck, crossbody bag resting on the waist. Zhang Yingying's cheeks were flushed and she was still bending over to put on her boots, pausing in her movements to look at her mom. Here are some dumplings, you bring them to others. But how to say, the young man is without a home, staying by himself in such a city is quite heartbreaking. Especially on a day like today. Zhang's mother handed the bag to her daughter. She looked at the big girl in front of her and suddenly felt that her daughter had grown up. Noticing that her daughter's clothes were changed in a hurry, a strand of hair was still tucked into the collar, she reached out to help her carefully pull out her hair, and then dusted off her not wrinkled clothes. Slowly. I don't think it's a good idea to take a taxi on New Year's Eve. The city is as empty as it is. If you go out like this, your mom and dad won't be able to put their hearts at ease, so let your dad accompany you. At this time, Zhang's father, who had just changed his clothes, zipped up his zipper and stood in front of him. Zhang Yingying wanted to refuse, but met her father and mother's gaze, pursed her lips, and only nodded her head. Winter night, father and daughter stood at the intersection looking. The old man poked his head to look at the cab, and the girl grabbed her cell phone to send an order for an online taxi. Mr. Lu. Master Wu looked solemnly at Lu Ping and said in a deep voice, "If everything is as you say, Mr. Wu is willing to bet this family's life on you. And likewise, but if anything gives Wu a sniff of any problems. I'm sorry, although Wu is only a small person, but shedding this scrape, I think I can tear down a corner of the plan behind Mr. Wu." The body leans forward a bit. The eyes changed. In just a split second, the 62-year-old Wu Shizhang's jade and stone ruthlessness was on display. Lu Ping's eyes flickered, and the sweaty hairs on the front of his arms stood up. Honestly, he was a little confused as to what the plan behind him in the latter's words meant. Master Wu can rest assured himself. Lu Ping smiled and said. The two of them continued to chat for a while, refused Wu Shizhang's invitation several times, and got into another black sedan under the latter's watchful eye. Master Wu eyed the direction the sedan left with a smile on his face. Behind him, the woman wearing a swallow-tailed housekeeper's uniform had an icy expression as she similarly looked into the distance. Has anything been investigated? Master Wu tightened his smile and asked in a deep voice. No. Very mysterious. This Mr. Lu's profile is plain and ordinary, there is nothing out of place. The housekeeper bowed and responded. Nothing out of place is the biggest thing out of place. Master Wu shook his head and spoke. With his hands behind his back, he walked towards the house and just walked out not 2 steps before stopping again, commanding in a deep voice. That Yuan girl from the party, as well as the 2 girls who served Mr. Lu's meal, all arrange for them to be placed in the heavenly character room and enjoy the highest level of treatment. Yes, the housekeeper answered. The girls in the Red Mansion, what they longed for the most was to be picked up by the bigwigs, either to be brought back to their homes, or to be kept in the Red Mansion by Master Wu. But already without having to serve others, they lived a comfortable life at the top level like a celebrity, being served and receiving generous pocket money. The heavenly character room, the highest level of treatment, was the qualification enjoyed by the topmost guests of the Red Mansion. Often, only the Tower of Power and Wealth, such as the Wang clan's Gao family, who happened to come to the Red Mansion were able to experience it. On the other side, the black sedan was traveling through the city. Lu Ping leaned on the door of the car, his right hand propping up his face as he glanced at the middle-aged driver in the rearview mirror, who was like the Terminator in the movie, with a national face that did not show a trace of emotion. Since he sat in the car, until now, Lu Ping was able to determine that the other party had never glanced at him, even if it was only out of the corner of his eye. He recalled the intelligence. Knowing that Master Wu had an entire closed-loop cultivation chain, Master Wu only used his own cultivated inner circle. It always feels as if it went too smoothly. Lu Ping replayed the party's experience and whispered. In all of Master Wu's words, he seems to be pointing to another incident, the big net that is capable of bridging the sky. That is to say, the traces that I have vaguely detected since Li Yuzhen, Zhao Zhangxiao, and their intelligence are not illusions. Alas! Finished. No wonder, I am involved with those real conspiracies. Lu Ping smacked his lips and fidgeted. After a long while, he regained his composure and fished out his cell phone from his pocket. The cold light of the screen was reflected in front of his face, and in order to prevent accidents from happening, a message popped up frantically from the muted phone. Missed calls. Missed videos. Constantly refreshing messages. Lu Ping was silent. He had the feeling that his girlfriend had sent him a message and he was cheating on her, and an inexplicable emptiness enveloped his heart. The fingertips traced through the screen. After reading all the messages, Lu Ping noticed the last message from his girlfriend, Zhang Yingying, and his eyelids jumped steeply. Brother Ping, if you don't get back to me, I'm going to kill over there. 30 minutes ago. If Lu Ping, who was once a simple and ordinary employee, had encountered such an emergency, he would have panicked and been at a loss for words. But now, things had long since changed. Lu Ping only calculated the time and quickly determined that he should be able to make it back home before his girlfriend. Can't go back. When the time comes, just say, I fell asleep. Lu Ping determined the scenario. He looked out the window, wanting to ask the driver to speed up. His lips opened slightly and unnoticeably, but in the end, he did not say anything. Arrive home later, the big deal is to change the reason, and then the big deal is to passively break up. But if you reveal the cracks, so as the car is destroyed. Car across the bridge. Not too long. Outside the old residential neighborhood, the car just parked on the side of the road. Lu Ping looked at another cab parked first. The door opened and Zhang Yingying and her father got out one after another. Lu Ping pursed his lips. He was still sitting in Master Wu's car and did not dare to show the slightest. Pushing open the car door, walking towards another intersection, when disappeared from the driver's view where he could see. Lu Ping spread his legs and ran like the side door of the residential area. Phew. Lu Ping panted heavily, the gas he exhaled condensing into a white mist in the winter night. Must catch up. Chapter 97 Lu Ping's mental qualities. Crap. So fast? Winter, the 29th day of the year. Night. The old neighborhood seemed very quiet. Raising his eyes to survey, at least half of the residents' lights were dimmed. This neighborhood was basically inhabited by office workers who came to Shanghai from abroad, and the new year was more sluggish than festive. Lu Ping gasped and ran from the side door to the intersection inside the neighborhood. He suddenly stopped and poked his head to look not far away. Instantly turned around, running towards another road. From afar, the sound of crisp, anxious words could still be vaguely heard in his ears. Dad, you walk faster. Hey, AI. I said my daughter, we're here, we're not missing a minute or two. Your mom's right. Lu Ping's neck and back were already sweaty from the not-so-long walk. His heartbeat was strong and fast. At this point in time, he was not the mysterious Mr. Lu, but an office employee who was about to be caught by his girlfriend. Side by side, he ran. Side took off the slim coat on his body and hugged it with his arms. Phew! There it is! He ran to the front of the old residential building, his hands propped up on his thighs to catch a few ragged breaths. Twisting his head to look at the intersection not far away, he continued to run towards the building. The dark hallways, most of the aisle lights were still broken. Will 2 steps and make 1. At the same time, Lu Ping began to take off the black light knit sweater on his body, revealing the white shirt inside, and continued to unbutton it as he crossed the stairs. As he stood in front of the door to the house, Lu Ping caught his breath, having completely unbuttoned his shirt to reveal a chest bubbling with fine sweat. In the sound of silence, vaguely, he heard outside the residential building, Ying and his dad standing at the entrance of the building, pulling out the key, even if the heart is anxious, but the hand is still very stable to push open the door. Lu Ping realized that the benefits of gaming and conversing with bigwigs for a long time had come out, and now he was able to maintain his relative composure even if the situation was urgent. After being able to refresh his intelligence, Lu Ping was enjoying everything right now, no matter if it was the ordinary status of his own friends and lovers, or the fixer status of himself dancing on the tip of the knife. He didn't want to ruin such a state if it wasn't possible. Didn't turn on the lights. Putting his shoes on the shoe cabinet, just 2 steps into the living room, Lu Ping backed up, looked at the shoes, and noticed some fresh mud in front of them. Reaching out, he wiped away the mud and placed the shoes on the next level of the shoe cabinet, adjusting the placement. Even though it was unlikely that Zhang Yingying and Zhang's father would notice such a detail, Lu Ping still did so. When he walked into the bedroom, Lu Ping happened to remove his pants and hung them behind the door by hand. When he took out his pajamas from the closet and was about to put them on, he touched his neck, which was covered in sweat. Lying in this way into the mattress must not be very comfortable. Quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe the sweat, the tissue first thrown into the drawer of the nightstand. Lay into the cold comforter. Put the cell phone on the far side. Lu Ping exhaled, his violently beating heart gradually slowed down. What the heck is this bizarre experience? An hour ago, I was in the famous Red Mansion in Shanghai, conversing and communicating with Master Wu. The maid was kneeling at my feet, serving me food, and the stunningly beautiful dancers were dancing behind the curtain. An hour later, I was cowering in my mattress, nearly caught by my girlfriend. The darkened bedroom. Lu Ping grinned. His body was already sweating, and the cold mattress quickly warmed up. At the same time, the door of the room outside the house was snapped, and in the sound of silence, his girlfriend, Zhang Yingying's worried call was particularly clear. Brother Ping! Brother Ping! Lu Ping instantly closed his eyes when he heard the voice, his head on his side in front of the pillow. Tens of seconds later, his eyelashes fluttered lightly, as if he really woke up from sleep. He listened to the anxious voice. Opening his mouth to yawn, he put on his slippers and headed out of the bedroom. When standing in front of the door about to open it, Lu Ping smoothly reached out and scratched his hair, which was as fluffy as a chicken nest. If it's before refreshing the intelligence, I'm bound to be in a low mood on New Year's Eve. At this time when all families are reunited, it's in line with the persona for me to go to bed early and not want to contact anyone. Since psychology, this is a kind of avoidance and self-protection, like putting a shrunken ostrich. Thoughts flashed by. Lu Ping's eyes changed, sleepy, he pursed his lips, like a gesture of forced smile, while pulling open the door of the room. Behind the door, Zhang Yingying saw the dark and cold house through the cracks and windows. She heard the sound of footsteps and Ping's response. In just this moment, the sensual girl's eyes reddened, and she sniffled, restraining her emotions. The door to the room was pulled open. At a glance, Zhang Yingying saw the living room that had not changed a bit from when she had left, and the lonesome atmosphere that was the complete opposite of New Year's Eve was wildly magnified in her eyes. She saw Ping in his pajamas, his face full of loneliness. Especially when looking at herself, Ping forced a smile and tried his best to look like he was strong and fine. Zhang Yingying could no longer restrain herself. Her heart felt like it was being gripped. With a gust of fragrant wind, she flung herself into Ping's arms with great force, and bean-sized tears continued to roll down her face. All right. Well, isn't it all right? I fell asleep in the afternoon, until now, just looked at my cell phone before I noticed your messages. Lu Ping stroked his girlfriend's back and said gently. The more he said this, the more Zhang Yingying cried, the more she blamed herself and felt guilty. Zhang Yingying understood that this was Ping's way of escaping loneliness. His parents were gone, and on this particular holiday, in this huge city, how helpless and lonely should he be? In the hallway, Zhang's father looked at his own daughter speechlessly as he withdrew his gaze from looking at her and sized up the youth. Honestly speaking, he was quite satisfied with the first impression, wearing black-framed glasses with a refined and elegant look. Coupled with the latter's birth, Zhang's father subconsciously became much more cordial. He thought the same as his own wife, for the youth to lose their parents was bad. But for them, it was not a good thing. Not having to worry about Yingying leaving their old couple, not to mention not having to worry about their future mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. It's a good match. Can't jump to conclusions straight away, let's look at it again. Uncle. Liang Long. Zhang Yingying still held onto Lu Ping's arm. Lu Ping scratched his head with his other hand, somewhat embarrassed, looked at Zhang's father and called out. Shouldn't have eaten yet? Her mom brought you some dumplings and prepared some dishes. In the new year, dumplings are a must. Zhang's father kindly said. The three of them walked into the house. Zhang's father stepped into the kitchen, his eyes scrutinizing. He pulled open the punching bag and got busy. In the living room, Lu Ping and Zhang Yingying sat in front of the sofa and opened their cell phones. Just lighting up the screen, Gudashi's video call popped up. Without further rejection, he pressed to connect. Dashi. Lu Ping called out. Brother Dashi. Zhang Yingying was next to Lu Ping, waving her hand, happily. Ah Ping, you finally picked up. If you don't, I'll have the mind to buy a ticket back to Shanghai tomorrow. Gudashi said in a deep voice. After chatting with Gudashi for a while, the phone rang again. It was the aunt and uncle from the old family. When Zhang Yingying father and daughter came to the rented house, the night again a household of the house lit up with a warm glow. The whole rented house seems to be alive, filled with life gas. Lu Ping sat at the dining table and looked at the dumplings and the sumptuous home-cooked food. He touched his stomach. He happened to be hungry. In the Red Mansion, although the food was precious, he didn't dare to eat with an open stomach and basically tasted lightly. Delicious. These dumplings are really well wrapped. Lu Ping had chopsticks of dumplings, dipped them in vinegar, and exclaimed before he swallowed them. He felt it from the bottom of his heart. Since his mother died, he hadn't eaten this kind of dumplings made by the family's own hands. Zhang Yingying's father and daughter sat on either side of him, smiling as they watched him eat the dumplings. The TV in the living room was turned on. The festive images of the Spring Festival Gala were playing. Chapter 98, Lu Ping, I'm an outlaw. Ying. After eating the dumplings, Zhang's father didn't sit for long and had to go back. It's New Year's Eve. What was the point of leaving his wife alone at home? Lu Ping sent the father and daughter to the door of the neighborhood, waiting for the cab to arrive. Girlfriend Zhang Yingying somewhat reluctant to slow down the pace towards the car. Standing in front of the car door, Lu Ping's call made Zhang Yingying turned her head, her eyes bright, her face showed some hope. Perhaps even the girl herself did not know what she was hoping for. Brother Ping? Come over here, I have something I want to say to you. Lu Ping smiled. Zhang Yingying was inexplicably a little nervous, her face flushed red, her hands behind her back actually twisted a little again. Say what? Said with eyes averted. In the cab, Zhang's father was sitting in the co-pilot looking at the two not far away through the rearview mirror. The old father was in a complicated mood, but overall joyful. Lu Ping only looked at Zhang Yingying, did not respond, directly probed his hand and hooked the girl's chin up. The nervous girl's body instantly froze. The whole person seemed to be pressed the still button. Lu Ping bent his head and cleanly kissed the girl's lips. Some cold, some softness. Behind her lips, Zhang Yingying's eyes widened, her already rosy face was able to drip water, and using the expression that often appears in comics was that her head started to smoke continuously. First kiss. Gone. Chanting with hindsight. Bastard. The co-pilot, Zhang's father clearly saw this one process, he smiled and cursed and averted his gaze. Immediately following, he secretly took out his cell phone, adjusted it to the front camera to take the next photo, and sent the photo to Zhang's mother who was still at home. I worked hard for you today, thanks. When you get home, send me a message. In addition, thank aunt and uncle for me. The lips parted, pulling out a trace of crystals. Lu Ping came to Zhang Yingying's ear, lightly biting the latter's red-hot ear, and whispered. Smiling, he eyed the girl like a puppet on strings as she walked towards the car, sat in the car, and disappeared far away from sight. Standing in front of the door for a moment, Lu Ping raised his head to look at the curved moon in the sky, converged the smile on his face, and left with his hands in his pockets. First, he went to the nearby superstore to buy some things. Returning to the quiet shared house, Lu Ping walked to the bedroom door. He lit up the flashlight and bent down in front of the door to search for something. Pham was in too much of a hurry and did not identify the strand of hair stuck in the door gap in advance when entering the bedroom. Found it. Twisted up a hair strand in the corner. Confirmed another one. Lu Ping exhaled and stood up before continuing to check a few other places. The door to the bedroom room was rarely left open, and instead of going straight back inside, he just sat in front of the sofa alone. After watching the joy on TV for a while, Lu Ping picked up the things he had just bought in the supermarket, a bottle of Moutai, a few strips of china, and some skincare products for ladies. Put the things in front of the table. Lu Ping, silent, from the closet took out a black cloth package. Spread out is a magnified black and white photo. In the photo, a middle-aged couple was smiling and looking ahead. Dad! Mom! Lu Ping reached out and caressed the photo. No one had been home for a long time. Where he was where home was, and this most important photo was naturally being carried with him. Turning around, he erected the photo in front of the table, raised his hand, and pulled the curtains, which hadn't been drawn for a long time, closed. Outside the window was right in front of the cool moonlight. Click! Click! Lighting a cigarette, he put it to his mouth and inhaled deeply, only letting go when he saw the sparks ignite. Lu Ping coughed for a while. He is not going to smoke. Put the cigarette up in front of the photo. Unscrewed the mutai and tipped it toward the ground. Dad! Mom! Shouted twice. Your son is an outlaw now, so I can't tell you when he'll be down there with you too. I got a girlfriend. A nice guy, but I don't know where it will end up. It could be good, it could be bad. Overall, it feels like bad is more likely. Dad, Mom, your son is no longer the good person you once taught him to be. I'm sorry. There's no turning back. I can't turn back after what happened. If Ing and the others meet with an accident because of me, I will avenge them. But I won't be buried with them, because if I can even think about it, it means that my heart is not hard enough, and they will definitely die. The first two sentences were called out to the voice, these latter words were placed in the heart. It was rambled on and on. A long time later, Lu Ping calmly put away the things and wrapped the photo and put it back into the closet. Today is the New Year's Eve. Even if the King of Heaven came, he had to need rest. Lu Ping did not review the night's experience, nor did he look through the intelligence again. Instead, he sat in front of the sofa and watched the party. Time passed by. Lu Ping received New Year's calls from Shui Huaqing, Ding Cheng, and Li Yuxian one after another. Ding Cheng also told him over the phone that Armed had arrived. Armed? Lu Ping whispered. As a matter of fact, he wanted to know more about those forces regarding the transmission of martial arts. Whether it was the one beside Yuan Taiping, or tonight, the butler who followed Master Wu, they were all characters who killed ordinary people like chickens. Buzz. Buzz. Still thinking, the cell phone vibrated. Only to see Gu Dashi pull up a discussion group, dragging in Lu Ping, Zhang Yingying, and that Su Meng. Then came the invitation to fight the landlord. Lu Ping beamed and clicked into the game. While watching the party, he played cards, and then the loser sent out red envelopes to the group. Tonight, Lu Ping was a winner, constantly receiving red packets. Approaching 12 o'clock, firecrackers sounded one after another outside the window, and there were fireworks blooming in the sky. By 1 o'clock in the morning, the card game was dissolved, and after Lu Ping took a shower, he walked into the bedroom. He stood by the bookcase, his solemn gaze looking through the glass at the intelligence refreshed behind the door. Yellow classified level. The pattern above the winding clasp. Pulling out the thick piece of information, Lu Ping read it carefully. As he looked at the information, some confusion surfaced in his gaze. After this piece of information, he was more and more able to sense the big net that was opening up, the undercurrent that had been surging in the darkness for a long time. Lu Ping did not understand whether the mechanism of refreshing the intelligence was the solution to his problem as deduced from the very beginning, or whether it was centering around a certain conspiracy, or both. The other side. Under the moonlight, Chuanha Mansion. 58th floor. The absolutely gorgeous woman finished processing the documents, and she exhaled a long breath. Chuanha's big promotion until the New Year's Eve was truly considered a perfect ending, giving all the suppliers a satisfactory answer sheet. Standing up, Li Yuxian threw off the high heels on her feet. She stood barefoot in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking towards the city that was as empty as it was. Her complexion was clear and cold, like this moonlight. Jingling bell dash. Within the table, the phone that Lu Ping had dialed in at the very beginning abruptly rang. Li Yuxian indifferently answered the number, not knowing what she heard. The expression on her absolutely beautiful face changed. Immediately following, she pressed the red telephone and asked Bao Hui to arm the car. Hurriedly walked toward the office outside. Rooted into the night color. Chapter 99, Lupin tests his gun. Oops. There seems to be a small accident, but it won't affect the final ending. Nightfall. In a certain secretive office in Yanjing City, the youth with fluffy hair and heavy dark circles under his eyes squatted in front of his desk, his bare toes clasping the leather surface of the chair. The cold light emanating from the screen hit his face, and he reached out to hold the tweezers to pinch a square of sugar into his coffee. The youth took a sip of his coffee and looked back at the computer. In the screen, it showed the application for a private airplane to take off from Shanghai to Yanjing City. The owner of the airplane was a certain tycoon in Shanghai who didn't have too strong of a presence. Manipulating the mouse, constantly clicking. Li Yuxian's information was printed into the bottom of his eyes. The youth closed his eyes, twisting a strand of hair that fell in front of his forehead, and the situation of all parties was imprinted into his eyes. At the same moment, Yang Cheng, Song Jiayuan, Song Ziwen walked down the stairs with sleepy eyes and a yawn. His eyes suddenly stared up at his father in the living room. Beside his father, stood the butler, as well as several of the family's inner circle. "Dad!" Song Ziwen shouted with some trepidation. Something may have happened to the old man of the Li family. The majestic middle-aged man glanced at Song Ziwen with dissatisfaction, but still said in a deep voice. Hearing that, Song Ziwen's face revealed a joyful expression as he quickly walked to follow him and sat on the other sofa. Is that old guy finally going to fail? Some time ago, he had been reprimanded by the Li family's old man over the phone, and the Song family had cut off a piece of flesh and blood for it. For this, he had endured considerable pressure from the family. Wait, I've received news that Dr. Zhang from the Danai was received into the Li family overnight. There are also the remaining several who are all top medical experts in the relevant fields, so I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out. The scouts in Shanghai sent word that Li Yuxian might have rushed back to Yanjing City overnight. The middle-aged man, in a deep voice, said, F***CK. This damned old dog, why hasn't he died yet? Song Ziwen's gaze revealed ferocity. At this time, be honest. The middle-aged man looked towards Song Ziwen, frowned, and raised his voice to chide. Exchanging time for space. At this current juncture, the Song family in turn needed to be patient. The Li family had fallen, and there were not a few existences that were staring at that seat, staring at the remaining resources left behind by the old master. It's night. The wind is rising, the dark current is surging. The night passed. The early morning sunlight once again sprinkled over the city. Lu Ping yawned and sat up leaning against the back of the bed, scratching his head as his brain emptied for a while. He did not realize the things that happened in the early hours of this morning in the Li family, between the bodies of Li Yuxian. Phew! After a long time, he took a deep breath. Lu Ping got up, poured himself a cup of lukewarm water, and gulped it down. Then stretching his muscles and bones, he did his workout as always. When the workout was finished, Lu Ping changed his clothes and went out. He walked into the apparently empty streets. Several breakfast stores that he frequented on weekdays were closed, and the earliest one was open on the third day of the year. Casually bought some food. Continuing to read last night's refreshed intelligence, he waited until the time he had agreed with Ding Qing in the afternoon before leaving again. Taking the subway. There weren't many people in the carriage on a rare occasion, and when he got off in Xiqing district, the black sedan that Ding Qing was driving pulled over to the side of the road. Mr. Lu. Inside the car, Ding Cheng looked at Lu Ping through the rearview mirror and called out with a smile. Mr. Lu. Shuehua Qing, who had a very close connection with Ding Qing, was also sitting in the co-pilot and called out after him. Lu Ping's expression was introspective, and he responded in a salty manner. Honestly, he still had a slight grudge against Ding Qing for meeting with Master Wu of the Red Mansion without informing him. But after careful speculation, he felt that this kind of idea was problematic. He was not some novel protagonist who only opened his kingly aura and his little brother bowed his head. He needs to further pull Ding Qing really into the banner. This reason may be an opportunity. It is said that killing the chicken to warn the monkey, knocking the mountain to shake the tiger. Shuehua Qing is a smart man, so it is not unlikely that he will be able to get both in one fell swoop. The black sedan is traveling, and the car seems a little quiet. Ding Qing's dangling look put away, he from time to time threw the rearview mirror to the car behind the closed eyes of Mr. Lu. Beside him, Shuehua Qing also smelled the unusual atmosphere. His face was serious, and he exchanged a glance with Ding Qing. The car drove into the underground garage of the lustful wine bar. Sir. The car pulled up. Ding Qing, in a deep voice, called out. Lu Ping opened his eyes as he and Shuehua Qing followed the latter side by side, stepping into the elevator and watching as Ding Qing pressed the button for the second underground floor. When the elevator doors opened, the large garage was imprinted into his eyes. Lu Ping's heartbeat accelerated slightly. What was hidden behind his calm face was excitement and anticipation. This side of the garage was very empty. Only a white van-type transportation vehicle was parked not far ahead. Sir. Ding Qing stood in front of the car. He reached out and grabbed towards the back of the car to fasten the lock on the door, looking towards Mr. Lu, who stood with his hands tied, raising some up projections. Mr. Let Ding Qing prepare on his own. I have limited ability, only able to get these. Lu Ping heard and his eyelids lightly jumped. His initial need was to just get 2 pistols to play around with, to familiarize himself with firearms and to further attune himself to the skills of an intelligence peddler. Wait a minute, what if Ding Ching asks me to test the guns? Fuck me. I don't even fucking know how to put the safety on. Lu Ping didn't move, enchanted in his mind. Only to hear a bam dang dash sound. Ding Chong had already broken the lock of the car door, and the 2 thick iron doors were pulled open. Ding Ching jumped into the car. Old Shui, pick it up. Ding Ching shouted. The metal box, Shui Huaqing held onto it, and when Ding Cheng let go, his hand suddenly sank. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the scholarly Shui Huaqing nearly let the box crash to the ground. Ooh, so heavy. Shui Huaqing's face flushed red as he responded. Not much later, Ding Cheng himself held a metal box and cleanly leapt out of the car. He arranged the things in scales in front of Lu Ping. Sir, these equipment, it's a complete set. Lu Ping's face did not show any emotion as he looked at the metal boxes, and an excitement of wanting to open them arose in his heart. Open it. Pressing patiently. Indifferently said. Yes. Ding Ching responded. He first opened the first box, and what appeared in front of him was a set of top overseas special combat uniforms. Glass and steel helmet. Desert locust wind goggles. Wire ghost vest. Tactical boots. From the inside out, almost arming the entire body to the teeth. Lu Ping's fingertips trembled lightly, wanting to go up and touch the material, restraining his emotions. Next, Lu Ping continued. Ding Ching opened the second box, and the first thing that was printed into Lu Ping's eyes in this box was the blackened muzzle of a gun. A killing machine. Lu Ping's heart raced and he smacked his lips. FN Scar assault rifle. Said. Ding Ching had already assembled the firearm and cradled the cold assault rifle in his arms. He aimed the muzzle at the red barricade of the garage in the distance and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The huge recoil crashed in Ding Ching's arms. The sound of bang exploded in the silent garage. Swift bullets wrapped in tongues of fire shot out, and the red barricade was torn to shreds as he watched. Lu Ping watched this scene. His back was shocked out of cold sweat. Mr. Lu, do you want to try? Ding Chong lowered his gun, looked at Lu Ping and asked. Lu Ping, silent. Chapter 100. Ding Ching is terrified. The large underground garage. Ding Ching, who had a mixed temperament, and Shui Huaqing, who was elegant and steady, were both looking at Lu Ping. No. Lu Ping's fingertips subconsciously bent. But all men have a desire to conquer for firearms. He also longed to hold up that rifle, like a god shooter generally pointing where to hit, but he did not have the system cannot pick up the experience pack. God's introspection, gaze indifferent, calmly said. Continue. Lu Ping looked at the remaining equipment and said in a deep voice. Yes. Ding Ching and Shui Huaqing glanced at each other. Both of them could see the deep-seated uneasiness in the other's gaze. This one, 18 Malawian Kwacha's short assault rifle. Ding Ching put down the firearm in his hand, opened and familiarly assembled the other one, held it in his arms and debugged it for a moment, and said in a deep voice. As the words fell, he aimed at the other cylinder barricade in the distance, and pulled the trigger without hesitation, and with a dull thud of bang, Lu Ping looked towards Ding Ching's hand, the 18 Malawian Kwachas that refracted cold light, his heart marbling. Continue. Indifferently said. This one, 48 Malawian Kwachas light machine gun. When Lu Ping saw this one firearm, a question mark slowly shot up in his mind. He recalled the request he had instructed to Ding Ching at the time, to equip an entire combat squad. Lu Ping did not count himself as a military enthusiast, and most of his knowledge of weapons came from eating chicken. He counted down Ding Ching's set, and it somewhat dawned on him that it would be just enough to match a captain, a sniper, a support hand, and a medic. Not too long. All of the equipment was displayed, and the scent of smoke vaguely lingered in the garage. Order someone to park the car at the Shangnan Road Mansion garage. I will call out for someone to come over. Lu Ping swept his flat gaze at Ding Ching and commanded. The words left his mouth. He then turned around and took a step towards the elevator. How should I hammer it for the best results? Lu Ping didn't take a few steps before he heard 2 footsteps behind him. It was Ding Ching and Shui Huaqing following him. He breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes flickered as he thought to. In his mind, he carefully recalled his behavior after meeting Ding Ching. He was putting on an attitude. Walking into the elevator, Lu Ping stood in the center of the elevator leaning back, his gaze faintly and unnoticeably flowing around Ding Ching and Shui Huaqing. Ding! The elevator arrived. Ding Chong! When the elevator door opened, Lu Ping stepped out, stopping in his tracks as he passed through the door, his gaze looking towards Ding Ching as he called out. Sir! Ding Ching realized something and responded solemnly. Wu Shizhang complimented you to me, saying that you have a tight mouth and played Tai Chi with him all night. Lu Ping calmly said. After saying that, he continued to step out of the elevator and walk towards the outside of the bar. Behind him, Ding Ching's face changed, understanding. What are you froze for? Beside him, Shui Huaqing touched Ding Ching with his elbow and lowered his voice. The two of them trotted out and sent Mr. Lu out of the color ring, and this time, Mr. Lu didn't even ask them to send his car. Who is Wu Shizhang? Red House, Master Wu. The bar intersection during the day was far less lively than at night. Shuehuaqing pulled out 2 cigars from his arms, tossing one to Ding Cheng, and both of them smoked them as Shuehuaqing's hoarse voice rang out. Hearing the response, Shuehuaqing's expression suddenly froze. The famous Red House, how could he not know? It was just that people in the circle basically shouted out a Master Wu, so he didn't think of it for a moment. The day before yesterday, Master Wu contacted me and invited me to the Red House. Seeing Shuehuaqing's searching gaze, Ding Cheng recounted in a deep voice. You went? Shuehuaqing's face was ugly. He understood a generalization in his heart after only hearing this, and secretly screamed that it was bad. Master Wu should have felt out Mr. Lu's power through the events of the Chuanha Grand Promotion and wanted to ask me for news of Mr. Lu. Ding Cheng took a puff on his cigar and continued. However, I didn't say anything. You didn't report to Mr. in advance? No. And you didn't say anything afterward? Nope. I didn't say anything. Confused. Shuehuaqing's hand that was squeezing the cigar was trembling, his gasps became sharp as he cursed. He finally understood why Mr. Lu had this attitude today. However, anyone in a high position was concerned with a political-governance wisdom, and such behavior from Ding Cheng would likely eliminate the two of them from the game outright. Ding Cheng's circle of mixing was in Xiaomen, with courage and strength, but away from power politics-governance, the corresponding sensitivity was really too poor. On the other side, Lu Ping left from the Color Rings liquor bar. He walked along the roadside with his hands in his coat pockets, his eyes aimlessly sweeping through the city. Where do I put my equipment? C instructed. As if remembering something, Lupin stopped to sit in front of a bus stop chair and took out his cell phone. Dialed a certain number. Beep. By the Pooh River, the Riverview Mansion. Liying was practicing yoga in front of the balcony, facing the vast river view of the city skyline not far away. She had only just started and her body's flexibility was still poor, only spreading her legs to the maximum extent and carefully pressing down on her body. Her mindset was constantly changing. Since not long ago, she was terrified and uneasy, but now she was positive, and she wanted to seize the time when Mr. Lu had not contacted her to improve herself. Liying made taking care of her skin and increasing her flexibility a priority now. Phew! Her face was flushed, and a fine, dense sweat broke out on her forehead. The chest rose and fell, slowly exhaling a breath. Liying was just about to continue his next move when the cell phone next to him rang with a piercing ringtone. It was the exclusive ringtone belonging to Mr. Lu, and with joy in her heart, she hurriedly climbed up, perhaps because she had been stretching for too long, and staggered with sore legs that nearly fell to the ground. Mr. Lu! It was the number. Joy called out. Aha! The mansion has been bought, it's at the Triumphal Arch by the Pooh River, I'm at home. Okay. I'll wait for Mr. Liying answered repeatedly, and after hanging up the phone, she surveyed the luxurious large flat, lest she hadn't tidied up anywhere. Barefoot rushed into the bedroom and rearranged the unmade bed. After doing all this, Liying then zipped into the bathroom, the water beating in the shower wetting her pale, rosy skin. Her fingertips crossed between her skin, constantly smashing money, careful maintenance, this is the biggest business of her life, can obviously feel the skin texture is much better than before. Lu Ping took down the address. He tapped his fingertips on his cell phone, and a few moments later, placed an order for a driver at a certain chauffeur platform with a price increase. The driver was told to go to the underground garage where Ding Cheng had parked the van and drive that car away. Notice that the driver took the order. Lu Ping took a taxi to the outside of the garage building, looking for a home on the first day of the year is still open and the Golden Arches sat on the second floor by the window seat. Eyeing the front of the garage, the middle-aged valet called him while looking around. Not much later, the white van drove into the city. Mr. Lu, these are? The metal boxes kept being carried into the study on the flat floor. Liying stood behind Lu Ping, looking openly, and asked, the hand puppets I bought. Lu Ping licked his lips, suppressed his excitement, and responded. P.S. 100 chapters, not easy. Sprinkle flowers. Chapter 101, Lupin, what the hell happened? Don't ask me. Bar, lust ring. In the private room, Ding Cheng crossed his legs in front of the coffee table, he smoked a cigarette, and as he gulped down the smoke, he looked over at Shuehuaqing, who stood uneasily pacing back and forth in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. They were led by Mr. Lu to sit at the table of Li Yuzhen of the Li family in Yanjing City, participating in a whirlpool that they should not have been involved in. In this collaboration, Mr. Lu didn't say it, Li Yuzhen didn't say it, but they should understand that what they represented was Mr. Lu's interests. Old Shue, what do you say? Ding Cheng asked. What can be done? Dye all the colors on your body into Mr. Lu's colors. Huaqing did not have the good sense to say. Originally, according to his thoughts, he wanted to wait for Mr. Lu to finish his examination, and then gradually be absorbed into another circle. Actively joining, and passively standing in line were by no means the same concept. Seeing that Ding Qing did not speak again, Huaqing sighed and sat down next to Ding Qing, smoking another cigarette. Rather, there's no need to worry excessively. Perhaps, this is what Mr. Lu originally intended. Sometimes, intentionally revealing a crack and actively handing over a hilt will achieve better results. As Huaqing continued to speak, his words suddenly lurched as if he had remembered something. The hairs of sweat on his body exploded. He raised his head, looking towards Ding Qing in the smoky haze, his slightly curled short to medium hair, his half-squinted face of vicissitudes, his eyes opened when he heard his words. "Humph," the latter answered in a deep voice. "It won't. It shouldn't." Huaqing withdrew his gaze and read in his mind. In the moment just now, he was doubting whether this was the knife that Ding Qing had taken the initiative to leave for Mr. It can't be. I'm the one who was the most foolish and sweet in this game. Master, hard work. By the Pooh River, flat floor. By the door. Lu Ping said gently to the middle-aged man who was gasping for air and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Fetch the money over. Get a few more bottles of water. Lu Ping said to Li Ying, who was standing beside him. Not much later, after receiving a few bottles of Evian and handing them to the master, Lu Ping pulled out $500 from Li Ying's wallet and shoved it into the middle-aged man's hand. Thank you, boss then. Boss, I wish you a happy new year. The middle-aged driver's face showed joy as he clasped his fists and said, Happy New Year, ma'am. Looking again at the girl standing behind Lu Ping, he thanked him. As soon as his words fell, Li Ying's face pranced and bloomed like a flower, but immediately after, she carefully peeked at Mr. Lu, and after seeing that the latter had no intention of retorting, she breathed a sigh of relief and her face was filled with happiness. Happy New Year to you too, Li Ying responded. She couldn't wait to shove all the money in her wallet to the middle-aged driver. Lu Ping stood in front of the door and watched the driver leave. Throughout the process, his eyes were silently watching the middle-aged man's change in demeanor, confirming that the latter was just an ordinary person and didn't notice anything before he averted his eyes, closed the door behind him. In the room, only Li Ying and Lu Ping remained. The Porsche's manager became nervous as she lowered her head and tied her hands in front of her body as if she was waiting for the judgment of fate. Nice outfit. Lu Ping sized up Li Ying and marveled. Li Ying treated Lu Ping as her biggest career, and during the weekdays, she almost always tried to figure out what Mr. Lu wanted from her. Therefore, her dress at home today was not sexy, but went for a homey gentle wife style, tying her long hair into a ponytail, wearing a beige v-neck jersey on top and a gray pleated long skirt underneath. The whole person was elegant and dignified. It's good that Mr. Lu likes it, Li Ying joyfully said. She called still Mr. Lu, with a close and distant relationship. It was less like greeting her husband and more like treating her husband's co-workers. The house is not bad, I will come over sometime. Lu Ping walked into the house. He examined the 280 square meter mansion, paced, and not much later stood in front of the balcony, looking far away at the Pooh River that was a stone's throw away, and said mildly, You're practicing yoga? Lu Ping looked at the yoga mat and asked. Yes. Li Ying lowered her head and nervously answered. Lu Ping's gaze swept up and down from Li Ying, seeing the latter's posture and demeanor. He was unsurprisingly attracted to it. Let me test you. There was no chance of success. Flexibility was showing its first signs. Phew. After a long time, Lu Ping dipped into the bathtub and exhaled a long cloudy breath. He gazed at the cityscape in the distance and felt that all the pressure on his body had relaxed a lot. Mr. Lu, your muscles are a little tight. Li Ying, wrapped in a bath towel, curled her jade legs, her slender 10 fingers pressed and pinched Lu Ping's back muscles, and said, We'll still do this. Well, I've been following the online study recently, planning to wait for the year after, and then enroll in a class. Li Ying said softly, Why didn't you go home for the new year? Afraid that Mr. Can't find me. Permit you to go home for a week. Do you still have money on you? Yes, sir, you gave me $50 million. The full payment for this house is $40 and $400,000. Time passed. On the second day of the new year, Lu Ping carried fruit gifts and visited Zhang Yingying's home. It was not that he wanted to further advance the relationship between the two, but rather, the other party's father had sent dumplings on New Year's Eve, and as a junior, he had to give feedback as a matter of course. On the third day of the new year, Ding Qing and Huaqing requested a meeting with Lu Ping, which was rejected. Fourth day of the new year. There seems to be a cloud that hangs over the pyramid circle. Located in his office on the Bund, the relatively well-informed Huaqing was jittery. Old Ding. Over in Yanjing City, something seems to have happened to the Li family. Have you received any news? Huaqing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked into the distance, at the black clouds coalescing in the sky above, and said to Ding Qing on the phone, The powerful people at the top had received the news of the Li family's change of heart as early as the 29th day of the year. As for Watching and the others, they only vaguely knew what was going on today when the situation was almost too overwhelming. Well, just found out. China Shipping Group. Office. Ding Qing shook the cigarette butt into the ashtray and said in a deep voice, the Li family's old man's body seems to have gone out a few days ago. Today, the hyenas hiding in the darkness would have been somewhat unable to hold back and pounced on them to tear them apart. These are all outposts. The real big guys are still hiding in the back, and the predators will truly swarm up only after they have tested the desired results. Watching's voice was hoarse and solemn. He was only the lowest-ranking existence in the pyramid circle, and wading into such a maelstrom made him feel fearful and uneasy. Mr. Lu was posing with an attitude. Today is the second invitation. Watching continued. For Lu Ping, these few days after the new year were extremely fulfilling and peaceful for him. He only studied intelligence, speculated on actor skills, as well as pondered over psychology. Once again, he refused Watching and Ding Qing's invitation. It's not right. What's happening? Shared house. Lu Ping hung up the phone. He frowned lightly, feeling that something was wrong. Just now, Watching's gesture words were clearly revealing uneasiness, and his tone was equally more urgent. The remaining days to the 7th day of the year, public opinion began to spread. The achievements of the Li family's old man and the Li family were constantly being overturned. Under the stormy winds and rain, the Li family was like a boat drifting on a page. The power hierarchy watching from the wall could see that there was a real predator ready to strike. Shared house. Lu Ping did not refuse after the third invitation and hung up after only setting a time. Huacheng and Ding Cheng are both trying to get information from me? Even Master Wu, he called. What the hell is the situation? F***CK. They've all decided that I know about this. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Lu Ping was staggered. Unease grew within him as well. Chapter 102 Kowtow, willing to serve you, sir. The 8th day of the new year. Going to work. Lu Ping carried his briefcase and squeezed into the subway in the morning rush hour, and the office workers in the compartment were yawning constantly, not yet out of the state of vacation. As if overnight, the top of the metropolis will return to the hustle and bustle of the pre-holiday season. Standing at the intersection of CBD again, Lu Ping felt the atmosphere, and his expression froze as he clutched his briefcase and walked towards the building. Ah Ping! Ah Ping! Just before arriving at the building, behind him, in the bustling crowd, Gudashi's call rang out, and Lu Ping smiled as he stopped to look at the figure that trotted to him, side by side, yawning as he walked. Didn't you arrive early yesterday? Why didn't you rest well? Lu Ping asked gently. It feels like if I sleep a little later, the vacation seems to be extended by a few minutes. A little reluctant to sleep, Gudashi scratched his head and laughed nervously. Not about that. Gudashi looked like he remembered something. His eyes were instantly energized. He fiercely wrapped his arms around Lu Ping's neck and said excitedly, I heard that your relationship with Ying progressed rapidly during the holidays? On the second day of the new year, you are carrying gifts and your son-in-law has come to your door? Lu Ping did not break away and only rolled his eyes. Brother Stone. Brother Ping. The two walked into the hall, and in the elevator room, the call came from behind them once again. The wheat-skinned, well-built new colleague carrying a duffel bag shouted from afar. Lu Ping and Gudashi turned their heads at the same time, and he keenly noticed the change in address. In the 3 years that he and Dashi had been in the company, Lu Ping had never heard anyone call out Brother Stone, and, in that moment just now, Gudashi's eyes on that simple face were almost smiling into slits. Inwardly, he lamented. Gudashi loosened his hand, and the tall man appeared to squirm. In the company, Zhang Yingying still arrived early and cleaned up her own work desk, and Lu Ping's work desk. When the three of them appeared in front of the door, her cheeks were flushed, and her crescent moon eyes overflowed with joy that she could not hide, calling out like a silver bell. Ping! Then, Brother Dashi, good morning. Su Meng, good morning. On the first day of the workday, the weather was sunny and there wasn't much work. In front of the work table, Lu Ping picked up his tea and sipped it. He browsed through the news, trying to find the dark clouds that Watching and the others were talking about. In the morning, nothing had been found, but in the afternoon, the obvious winds began to swing. Many chat groups, and in the comments sections of major platforms, countless arguments appeared one after another without warning. Chat groups were constantly blocked. Social accounts were constantly blocked. The heat level was decreasing crazily. Lu Ping read the comments with a dazed gaze. The delayed nature of information dissemination, with the pyramid of power being the first to be informed, then, the higher-ups who held the channels of information, and lastly, the ordinary people who were as numerous as ants being the recipients of the information. That old man of the Li family. Something happened? Lu Ping recalled the call he had with the old man of the Li family not long ago. It was as if he had realized something. Lu Ping's heart was like being pressed down by a mountain, and his breath became heavy. That old man collapsing at this time was no less than the sky collapsing for the Lee family, for Chuanha and them. Looking at the clear sky again, he only felt black clouds pressing down on the city and felt uneasy to sit down. Inside and outside the building, the hyenas squatting in that different company looked like they had received an order and began to move, constantly touching the depths of Chuanha in their own way. Black and white eyes. Lu Ping gazed at his new co-worker Su Meng, who was sitting next to Gudashi at the work desk. Evening. Sending Zhang Yingying to the subway station, when the train arrived, the little girl had no intention of getting on the train yet. She only pursed her lips, her bright eyes staring straight at Lu Ping. Lu Ping was a little unresponsive at first, but soon, he understood. Lightly smiling, he embraced the girl in his arms, hooked up the latter's chin, and gently pecked her slightly cool red lips. Zhang Yingying's cheeks were flushed, and she contentedly drilled into the carriage, watching the train go away. Lu Ping collected his smile while turning around to leave. He took off the black-framed glasses in front of his nose and replaced them with that pair of gold-rimmed frames, pushed the tips of his hair back a bit, and his entire aura changed. After leaving the subway station, he sought out the black sedan on the side of the road where cars flowed in. Mr. Lu. Sitting in the car, Ding Qing and Shui Huaqing shouted one after another. Aha! Lu Ping responded and closed his eyes afterward. In the car, Ding Qing and Shui Huaqing gazed at each other and blended into the traffic without a word. The fingertips knocked on the handrests. On the way to the tea house, Lu Ping carefully reviewed the situation. His main objective today was to pull Ding Qing and Shui Huaqing completely under his command. And what he had not expected was the news that the sky was about to fall on the Li family in Yanjing City. Damn it! Damn it! If something does happen to the Li family, then Ding Qing and Shui Huaqing will inevitably be purged. In this game, even if Chao sect is still able to hold the business of the three major routes, Ding Qing will definitely be out. What's the point of me still receiving them under my command? Lu Ping's eyelids lightly trembled. The intelligence he was able to use right now was still far from influencing the lair of the Li family's old man. After thinking about it all the way, Lu Ping did not even seek a method. If Li Yuzhen and Chuanyi collapsed, then I am afraid that the bureau he tried to organize next would likewise not be able to continue. Under the leather shoes, the pressure that had not been vented for a long time poured out again. The toes crushed the soles with force. Sir, in due time. The car pulled into the entry garage, and Ding Qing said in a deep voice. Shui Huaqing got out of the car first and took the initiative to pull open the door for Lu Ping, keeping his hand by the car frame. Lu Ping glanced at him, noting the change in the latter's posture. There was no shortage of benefits that emerged from the windy change. It was still the same tea room. Lu Ping took off the coat he was wearing, which was smoothly picked up by Shui Huaqing and hung into the check room. Sitting in front of the tea table, the tea broth of the teapot happened to be boiling. Lu Ping took a sip of the tea and lightly chewed the flap of tea leaves in his mouth, feeling the bitterness and sweetness in his mouth. After spitting it out and putting down the tea light, he calmly looked up at Ding Qing and Shui Huaqing who were standing side by side in front of him. What? Dawned. Pausing, holding his tone and posture, he continued. Not sitting down to drink tea?